Blue Star Year, 2085. On a desolate street, a few scattered figures walked along in silence. Though it was daytime, the entire sky was oppressively dim. Hey, look behind you. One of the students on the street glanced over his shoulder, then nudged the classmate beside him, asking with a grin, "Look at that blind guy, he's even got a wine gourd hanging at his waist. Do you think there's really wine in that gourd?" The group all turned their heads in unison. At the end of the street, a thin figure was slowly making his way along the road, leaning on a blind cane. A strip of black satin was tightly wrapped over his eyes, and his plain robe was washed so often it had turned shabby. Only the glossy wine gourd at his waist stood out, swaying gently with each step. "Don't be ridiculous." The tall boy snorted, hands stuffed in his pockets as he looked up at the dim sky and sighed. "We can't even eat proper food anymore if our lives are barely hanging on thanks to nutrient solution. Wine is a luxury only the rich can afford. How could a blind guy like him possibly drink it?" "Exactly. He can't see to begin with. If he gets drunk and falls into a ditch, no one would even bother to pull him out." The chubby boy beside them, however, spoke up with a smug expression. "I know about this. My grandpa often goes to his place to bum drinks off him. There really is wine in that gourd. I've even had the luck to taste it twice. It's just ordinary wine, but it's genuinely good." At those words, the students' eyes instantly widened in unison. No one knew better than they did how precious alcohol was in this era. After 20 years of resource depletion, even grain had become a rarity, and brewing wine was an almost extinct luxury. Last time, the tall student's father had received a single mouthful of wine at the company's annual party and talked about it at home for half a year. And yet a blind man living near the garbage dump could actually afford to drink. Just as they stared in disbelief and were about to press for more details, a cold, emotionless will suddenly descended, like a colossal bell crashing into the depths of every Blue Star inhabitant's mind. Ding! Blue Star has been detected to be facing a resource depletion crisis. The national destiny game is now descending. All countries across the globe will each randomly select 10 participants to enter the national destiny world and struggle for survival. All resources obtained by participants within the national destiny world will be synchronized and manifested in their home country at a multiplier of 10,000 or greater. Each country may send 3 messages per day to each participant, with each message limited to 300 words. When a participant dies, their nation's national destiny will be reduced, and that nation shall suffer punishment. If all participants of a country perish, that country will be erased from Blue Star entirely. Initial national destiny value is 100. Once it falls to 0, the country will be erased. Now the selection of participants will begin. In an instant, heaven and earth fell into dead silence. The wind stopped. Dust hung suspended in midair. The few students on the street stood rigidly where they were even forgetting to breathe. The mechanical voice seeped into every crevice, heard just as clearly in the slums as in the most luxurious penthouses by the elderly and infants alike. Every last person on Blue Star heard it distinctly. Yet on the street, the blind man they had been gossiping about for so long, Yi Chun, merely paused for a moment, then calmly unfastened the wine gourd at his waist, pulled out the stopper, and tilted his head back for a sip. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. 3 years. It had been exactly 3 years since he had crossed into this resource-starved wasteland of a world. In his previous life, he had been hit and sent flying by a red-light-running truck on his way home from work. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an era where one could barely get a full meal. When he first transmigrated, he had nearly starved to death. Fortunately, he had awakened the standard cheat for transmigrators, the divine grade item system. Once a year, he was granted a chance to draw a divine grade item. By equipping or using the item, he could gain the item's own powers or the abilities of its original owner. The strength of those abilities depended on his compatibility with the item. In the first year, he drew the black satin band over his eyes. It came from a novel he had read in his previous life belonging to the night watchman Lin Xie, who had worn such a band for 10 years. In the second year, he obtained the Wine Sword Immortal's wine gourd. In the third year, which was just the day before yesterday, he drew the storage ring now worn on his hand. Item black satin band compatibility 30, equipped effects mortal dust, divine realm, starry night dancer, abyssal corrosion, transcendent fertility, summoning magic mastery, shape-shifting magic mastery, skies poet. He had worn this band for 3 full years, yet his compatibility had gotten stuck at 30 a year ago and hadn't but that was not what mattered most. What truly caught him off guard was one particular ability among the many listed. It was transcendent fertility. He remembered perfectly well that Lin Xie never had such an ability. How had it appeared when the band came to him? Would he end up inheriting all of Nyx's abilities later on as well? Please no. Transcendent fertility was something he truly did not want. He let the thought go. Better not dwell on it. As for why his compatibility refused to rise, he knew very well where the bottleneck lay. To increase compatibility, he needed to fight to walk within the darkness and protect the world, to do the very things that Night Watchman would have done. And now this national destiny game that had fallen from the heavens. Was it not a chance delivered right to his door? Miracles always find a way to descend. Yichen chuckled under his breath, a faint streak of pale gold flashing beneath the black satin over his eyes. The next second, the cold mechanical voice rang out again by his ear, this time landing with pinpoint precision in his mind alone. Ding. Congratulations, you have been selected as a participant representing the Dragon Nation and will embark on the National Destiny survival journey. The entire survival process will be broadcast live to the whole world. You will be teleported into the National Destiny world in 3 hours. Good luck. At that very moment, above Blue Star's firmament, a colossal red countdown slowly appeared, its changing numbers stabbing into the eyes of every watching soul. Yichen stuffed the wine gourd back at his waist, gripped his blind cane, and continued forward, his steps noticeably lighter than before. At last I'll be able to eat some real meat. With nothing but thin soup every day, my mouth's gone completely bland. And saving the nation. If anything, that's exactly what I need right now. In that case, I might as well lead the entire Dragon Nation a few steps upward. His home was right by the abandoned garbage dump at the end of the street, a place he had deliberately moved to 3 years ago. The system had another function. By touching ordinary objects, there was a minuscule chance of turning them into divine-grade items. In the entire city, nowhere held a denser concentration of discarded goods than the dump. Over the past 3 years, he had really managed to treasure hunt quite a number of good items there. The seemingly ordinary blind cane in his hand was one of them. Back in his crude dwelling, Yichen unhurriedly cooked himself a bowl of clear broth noodles, topped it with a poached egg and a leaf of bok choy, and ate every last bite clean. Setting the bowl down, he began packing his luggage with methodical ease. He filled an entire bag with various seasonings he had blended by hand. Over these 3 years, in order to eat decently, he had devoted considerable effort to them. All sorts of suspicious items he had scavenged from the garbage dump were stuffed into his storage ring as well. Who knew what they would encounter in the National Destiny world? It was always better to be overprepared. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's internet had already exploded. Did everyone hear that? The National Destiny game. It's really the National Destiny game. Please let a few top-tier soldier kings get chosen. I heard Lighthouse Nation has a legendary soldier king named Swick Smith who single-handedly wiped out an entire drug cartel. He's brutal. Don't panic. Our Dragon Nation has monsters too. Just checked. The Dragon King Special Forces Zhao Lei has been selected. He's the Dragon King who single-handedly annihilated Lighthouse Nation's entire special ops squad back then. Damn, we're set. With the Dragon King on our side, our Dragon Nation is definitely safe. Who are the remaining 9? Hurry up and find out. We've got to compile all available intel and send it over to the participants. While the entire net was fervently digging into the identities of the 10 participants, no one knew that on the city's fringe by the garbage dump, the blind man with the eye band and wine gourd was also one of them. Even fewer knew what kind of monster was about to step into this world-spanning National Destiny game. In the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command Center, the air inside the sealed conference room was so heavy it seemed to congeal. On the wall, the second hand of the electronic clock clicked forward. Less than an hour remained before the National Destiny transmission. The Grand Elder, seated at the head of the table, tapped his fingertips lightly against the surface. He lifted his gaze to the crowd and spoke in a deep, weighty voice. Have all 10 participants been fully located? Reporting Chief 9 have been identified and contacted. Only the 10th remains completely silent. No news at all so far. The uniformed general on the left rose to respond, brows tightly knitted. They have not reached out to us. Without them contacting us first, it is almost impossible for us to track them down. The Grand Elder's brows furrowed slightly. He raised his wrist to glance at the time and spoke in a tone that allowed no argument. We are running out of time. Mobilize every resource and keep searching. Even if it is at the final second before transmission, we must find him. Yes, sir. The officer in police uniform answered at once. Citywide police forces have already been deployed. We are conducting a carpet-style search, leaving no blind spots unchecked. Project the files of the 9 confirmed participants first, the Grand Elder said, lifting a hand and indicating. The very next second, the projection screen flared to life, and one resume after another surfaced in turn. King of Special Forces, heir to an ancient martial lineage, expert in biology, top-tier hunter. Each could be called an elite in their own field. Yet the 10th and final slot remained a stark, empty void, like a thorn pricking every eye in the room. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's official National Destiny live broadcast channel went online. Within merely 10 seconds of going live, the online viewer count surged past 10 million, and a dense barrage of comments flooded across the screen. Host Bingbing stood before the camera in formal attire, her smile composed and professional. Hello, dear viewers, and welcome to the Dragon Kingdom National Destiny Survival official livestream. I am your host, Bingbing. On the screen, audience comments swept past in rapid succession, demanding to know the lineup and whether a king-level Special Forces ace was among them. Some viewers pointed out that the neighboring lighthouse nation had already showcased 4 special forces operatives, insisting that the Dragon Kingdom could not afford to fall behind. Bing Bing let her gaze sweep over the storm of comments, then turned slightly to introduce the guest panel at her side with a gentle smile. In the days to come, I and 3 observers will be jointly commentating on our participants' performance. Our first guest is Lei Qiming, Commander-in-Chief of the Dragon King Special Forces, codename Thunder God. Tall and straight-backed shoulder insignia gleaming, Lei Qiming inclined his head slightly toward the camera, his presence steady. Hello everyone, I am Lei Qiming. Viewers erupted with excitement at his appearance and asserted that with Lei on board, half the battle was already won. The second guest is the nation's top wilderness survival expert, Professor Feng Yi. Clad in an outdoor jacket, Feng Yi nodded in greeting. His few words carried a quiet professionalism. Hello everyone, I am Feng Yi. Viewers lauded Feng Yi as the formidable man who had once crossed a vast desert alone, declaring him an absolute authority on survival. The third guest is a host familiar to you all, teacher Zhang Dagong. Zhang Dagong immediately waved enthusiastically at the lens, his face split into a broad smile. Greetings, dear viewers. I'm Dagong. In an instant, the tone of the comment stream shifted. Many viewers grumbled about his presence, joking about connections, and urging the program to skip the chatter and move straight to revealing the participants. Zhang Dagong ignored the flood of complaints as though he had not seen them at all, continuing cheerfully, everyone please be patient. Our 10 participants are about to enter the National Destiny world. Like all of you, I am especially looking forward to the performance of our Dragon Kingdom athletes. While the livestream's popularity climbed ever higher at the edge of the city, near a landfill, Yi Chun was calmly packing his gear. Common packets of seasoning, dry rations, and several odd items salvaged from the landfill were all stuffed into his storage ring. In the outer backpack, he kept only water and a few emergency supplies, choosing to travel light. He lifted his head toward the scarlet pulsating countdown numbers hanging in the sky. Fingers brushed the chill of the wine gourd at his waist as the corner of his lips curved. Come then, let me see just how many treasures this National Destiny world is hiding. The instant his words fell, the countdown struck 0. Blinding shafts of white light erupted simultaneously across the globe, enveloping each selected participant and whisking them from their original locations in an instant. As the white radiance faded, Yi Chun's figure emerged within a vast, boundless expanse of primeval. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, their layered canopies almost completely hiding the heavens. Damp soil mingled with the fragrance of vegetation and wild fruit, a lush vitality, so thick it seemed almost tangible. Yi Chun drew in a deep breath, and beneath the black silk band over his eyes, his dark pupils moved faintly. Such vivid life force had long since become a luxury on the resource-depleted blue star. At the same time, every screen across the globe lit up with real-time footage from the National Destiny world, and the exclusive live-stream rooms of each nation were instantly flooded with viewers. Viewers marveled at the towering trees and shining emerald leaves, many confessing they had not seen such a thriving forest in 20 years, and exclaiming that there must be food in endless abundance within. Others boasted of the lighthouse nation's participant, Swick-clad in tactical gear and keeping his weapon at the ready, praising his vigilant stance, and declaring that with 4 special forces operatives plus 2 survival masters, their first place was assured. Viewers from the Sakura nation claimed they were no weaker, flaunting samurai Harada Shota and ninja Nishimura Yuichi, asserting that the wilderness was their home ground. Netizens from all nations clamored to show off their own lineups, while viewers from the Dragon Kingdom refused to be outdone, busily counting their 10 participants in the chat. Dragon Kingdom viewers picked out Zhao Lei, admiring the distinctive aura of the Dragon King Special Forces. They spotted Master Kai Su and expert Chung Lu as well, agreeing that the first 9 participants were all formidable figures. Then someone suddenly realized, wait, where's the 10th participant? I keep counting and only see 9. Another voice shouted for the feed to switch to the 10th camera. That comment had barely floated by when in the very next second the Dragon Kingdom's livestream fell abruptly into a dead hush. On screen, a young man stood motionless, black silk band wrapped over his eyes, left hand braced on a blind cane polished to a sheen, a glossy wine gourd swaying at his waist. He was clearly unmistakably blind. Viewers gasped in disbelief, questioning whether they were seeing correctly, then exploded. Their 10th participant was a blind man thrown into a survival trial for national destiny as little more than a sacrificial pawn. The news spread as though sprouting wings, racing through every foreign livestream room in an instant. Mockery from abroad poured in like a tidal wave. Commenters laughed that the Dragon Kingdom's luck was atrocious, claiming they were effectively starting short one person and deriding the idea of a blind man attempting survival, predicting he would tumble off a slope within 3 steps. They calculated that the initial national destiny value was 100 points, each death costing 10, jeering that the Dragon Kingdom was beginning at 90. Voices that had been arrogant moments ago were now being baited to continue shouting, while others predicted the Dragon Kingdom would be the first erased from existence. The chorus of derision grew louder and more brazen, countless viewers insisting that the Dragon Kingdom's fate. Inside the official livestream studio, the smile on Bingbing's face froze her complexion, draining of color. Lei Qiming clenched his fists sharply, his brows knotted tight, as he stared at the slender figure on screen, gaze grave and heavy. Fang Ye's brows were likewise furrowed as he shook his head again and again, clearly pessimistic. Only Zhang Dagong forced a veneer of calm, clearing his throat. Now let us not rush to conclusions. What if this participant possesses some special ability, right, Lei? Also, our officials should already have obtained the full set of participant data. Could we perhaps reveal that to everyone first? Lei Qiming drew a deep breath, suppressing the gloom in his chest, then nodded. We can publish the complete information of all 10 participants on the public screen now. In the next instant, 10 resumes appeared side by side on the livestream feed. The first 9 glowed with brilliance: King Class Special Forces Heir to Martial Heritage Flora and Fauna Expert Veteran Hunter. Each one a pillar who could hold their own alone. The 10th listed last was jarringly brief. Yi Chun, male, 24. Sudden onset of blindness 3 years ago, cause unknown. Unemployed, living alone near a suburban landfill. No special skills on record. The attached ID photo had been taken 3 years prior, a youth with refined features and bright eyes, utterly different from the current image of a man with his gaze shrouded in black silk. The entire network held its breath for 2 seconds before erupting completely. Special ability. This. A jobless youth who has been blind for 3 years. Viewers lamented that it was over, that he was just an ordinary person thrown in to die. They raged at the thought of their national destiny being dragged down by a blind man and questioned how they were supposed to win after losing a participant at the outset, especially one who seemed the most useless. As Dragon Kingdom viewers sank into collapse and despair, foreign netizens laughed even harder. They scoffed at the notion of a hidden master, sneering that Yi Chun was nothing more than blind, worthless trash. They declared that the Dragon Kingdom was as good as doomed, and bet that Yi Chun would die within 3 days. No, within a single day. The tide of mockery and doubt surged like a flood, threatening to drown the entire Dragon Kingdom livestream. In the face of ridicule from other countries, the people of the Dragon Nation could not refute, for it was a fact that Yi Chun was a blind man with no special abilities. Moreover, those who knew Yi Chun mentioned that he often drank alcohol and was a heavy drinker. Hopefully, he didn't drink too much before entering the national fortune world. Once it was known that Yi Chun was blind, interest in him waned significantly. What once had been a live stream with millions of viewers quickly dwindled to just a few hundred. Most remained in the live stream to mock Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun was unaware that the live stream was in an uproar over him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Yi Chun stood in the forest carrying a small bag and holding a blind cane. The viewers in his live stream did not notice this scene, perhaps they noticed, but were indifferent. All contestants have been teleported. Welcome to the National Fortune Survival World. In this world, you can rely only on yourselves. Firearms will be completely ineffective. Good luck to all contestants. As soon as the words fell, the live stream of all contestants erupted. What? Firearms can't be used. Then our contestants from the Lighthouse Nation brought all these weapons for nothing, FK. It seems this is the domain of our Cherry Blossom warriors and ninjas. Our great Cherry Blossom Nation fears nothing like this. As long as we have a sword, our warriors can slice through the entire national fortune space. Just wait and see. What nonsense are you spouting? In your well-off country, you talk of warriors and ninjas. I see you merely going to deliver vegetables. Trash from the Dragon Nation. No matter how incompetent our warriors are, they are still 1,000 times better than your. Exactly what can a blind man do? Even if he goes, he would only be delivering rations to the creatures in the national fortune world. I go to all your contestants from the Lighthouse Nation are I, and you from the Cherry Blossom are also. The live stream was once again engulfed in a barrage of insults and foul language. At that moment, a comment attracted everyone's attention. Oh no, our contestant Quinn Dawson has encountered a giant crocodile. My god, isn't this crocodile a bit too— Oh my god, without weapons who can fight against such a large crocodile? Run, Quinn Dawson, run. Run. Name: Forest Giant Crocodile. Class. Description: Class: Ferocious beast, a low-tier social creature in the food chain of the frost and rain forest, adept at biting and rolling to kill its prey. I do not get bitten easily. Note: the ferocity levels range from high to low as SSSSS, SABCDEF. Upon seeing this information, everyone in Blue Star gasped. Forest Giant Crocodile. And Class: Ferocious beast, a damn, although it's the lowest level, isn't this size a bit too terrifying? What should the contestants do who cannot use firearms? Even with a knife, can they defeat this giant? What to do? Our contestant is going to be killed. Think of something. Although our contestant from the Dragon Nation is blind, our luck is still quite good. At least he hasn't encountered any ferocious beasts. I just don't know what will happen to your contestants from the Lighthouse Nation after they die and lose national fortune points. You mother, who the hell are you cursing? You. At this moment in the national fortune world, Quinn Dawson never expected his luck would be so bad. He quickly fled through the jungle cursing, FK, how can there be such a big crocodile? Does it want to kill me? It's bad enough that I can't use firearms, and now I have to encounter this kind of thing. I'm really FK. As he ran, Quinn Dawson tossed away the useless firearms on him, as they would only slow him down. Roar. The forest giant crocodile let out a roar and swiftly charged toward Quinn Dawson with its mouth. Seeing this, Quinn Dawson quickly rolled to the side, evading the attack of the forest giant crocodile, which bit down on a nearby tree, taking a large chunk out. Taking this opportunity, Quinn Dawson quickly climbed up a nearby tree to hide. The viewers in the Lighthouse Nation's live stream breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Quinn Dawson survive the jaws of the forest giant crocodile. Beautiful. Oh my god, that's great. Quinn Dawson, it's so good that you survived. Indeed, this forest giant crocodile is too powerful. If that bite hit him, there would be no need for any death roll. He would be bitten to death. Exactly. So terrifying. Hiding in the tree, Quinn Dawson watched as the forest giant crocodile repeatedly slammed into the tree below him, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He then took out 2 Nepalese knives from his backpack. It seems he is preparing to hunt the forest giant crocodile below. This crocodile isn't too fast. If I am careful, I can completely hunt it down. After saying this, he began to look for an opportunity to strike. The viewers in the live stream, especially those from the Lighthouse Nation, became excited upon witnessing this scene. Oh my god, is Quinn planning to hunt this forest giant crocodile? Look at the Dragon Nation people. This is our contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, much stronger. You think you can make us lose national fortune points? Dream on, As the Lighthouse Nation's people became so smug, the netizens from the Dragon Nation couldn't hold back and started cursing at their families. While they were arguing heatedly, a comment from the Cherry Blossom Nation caught their attention. Dragon Nation people, do you still have time to argue with us? Your blind contestant has also encountered a ferocious beast. You should care about what will happen when national fortune points are deducted. What? The netizens from the Dragon Nation were immediately shocked and rushed into Yi Chen's live stream. They saw Yi Chen leisurely wandering in the forest with a blade of grass in his mouth, his dark green pupils appearing amidst the surrounding bushes. Then a giant wolf over a meter tall slowly emerged from the jungle, its gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen. Sensed the wolf and slightly turned his head to look. Hint: Dragon Nations, Yi Chen has discovered a ferocious beast. Name: Forest Wolf, F-Class. Description: F-Class ferocious beast, a low-tier social creature in the food chain of frost and rainforests, adept at group attacks. When you see one, it means there are many forest wolves nearby. Seeing this forest wolf, the netizens from the Dragon Nation were immediately filled with despair. This is terrible. What should we do? Why did this blind man Yi Chen have to encounter a ferocious beast? Although others encountering it isn't great either, at least they have a chance to escape. How can Yi Chen escape? He can only stand and wait for death. The voice of the system broadcast echoed in everyone's ears, including the contestants in the National Fortune world, while the barrage in all the live streams seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, momentarily freezing for several seconds. In the next moment, the barrage suddenly flooded into the live stream. What the heck? What's going on? Is this real? That blind man, oh no, Yi Chen actually killed that forest wolf. This is too absurd. How did he do it? What on earth happened? Did any big shot see it? Please tell us. Damn those Dragon Country people, how could they kill the fierce beast faster than our Quinn? They must have gotten the first kill. Reward should belong to our Lighthouse Country. You are stealing. Return the reward to us. Yi Chen is from our great cold country. This national fortune reward should be ours. Yours. Do you have any shame? Exactly, you people from Great Cold Country are even shameless than those from Lighthouse Country. In the Dragon Country livestream, Bing Bing was also too shocked to speak. Just moments ago they had been sentenced to death, but unexpectedly joy descended upon them in an instant. Putting aside the silver treasure chest, that 100 points of national fortune value is something substantial. They originally thought Yi Chen would definitely die at the jaws of the forest wolf, which would cause Dragon Country to lose 10 points of national fortune value. Unexpectedly, not only did they not lose the 10 points of national fortune value, but they also gained 100 points, doubling the national fortune value. Bing Bing, coming back to her senses, was instantly excited, her eyes slightly red. This is amazing. I never expected Yi Chen not only survived the forest wolf, but also successfully counter-killed it. It seems we really know too little about Yi Chen. He is truly remarkable. Lei Qiming was also very excited, shouting, no matter how Yi Chen did it, he has won 100 national fortune points for our Dragon Country. He is our hero. That's right. Fang Yi nodded, repeatedly agreeing with Lei Qiming's statement. Yi Chen had completely exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Zhang Dagong interjected, don't get too excited, maybe Yi Chen just got lucky. That forest wolf was already on the brink of death, so he just picked up the scraps. But luck is also a part of strength. Let's see how Yi Chun is doing now. Hearing Zhang Dagong's words, Bing Bing pouted unhappily. She initially wanted to refute, but upon hearing they were going to check on Yi Chun's situation, she swallowed the words she was about to say. Then let's see what Yi Chun is doing now. Let's check the replay to see how Yi Chun killed the forest wolf. As they spoke, they began to replay the process of Yi Chun killing the forest wolf. Before the forest wolf emerged from the jungle, Yi Chun had already noticed it. He just wasn't in a hurry to deal with it. Yi Chun smiled slightly at the forest wolf appearing before him. It's been a long time since I had meat. I wonder how the meat of fierce beasts in this national fortune world tastes. As he said this, Yi Chun unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Roar! At this moment, the forest wolf roared at Yi Chun, baring its fangs, and then leaped towards Yi Chun with force. This scene was just seen by those who hadn't left Yi Chun's live stream. Yi Chun quickly dodged. My god, this is too scary. I can't bear to watch. Huh. Go forest wolf, quickly bite this dragon country person to death. Let me see what the punishment is. Fortunately, I foresaw this. My immigration application just got approved. This punishment won't reach me. How great. Immigration. You up there, you dog actually immigrated. Immigrant dogs go die. You don't deserve to be dragon country. Yi Chun, with his eyes slightly raised and bound by black ribbons, calmly watched the forest wolf pounce towards him, gently sidestepping to avoid the attack. Huh. He dodged it. He actually dodged it. So what if he dodged? It must be luck. Even a blind man can dodge a blow by chance. How will he dodge the next attack? In the end, he will still die? Damn it, immigrant dog, do you even have the right to speak here? Are you panicking? I just love seeing you so powerless and furious. Hey, do you dare to tell me where you are? Just see how real I am. I won't tell you. Oh, I just want to make you mad. At this moment in the live broadcast, after dodging the forest wolf's attack, Yi Chun did not run away immediately, as the netizens imagined. Yi Chun stood there feeling that the strength of the Flevel fierce beast was not strong. It was only slightly stronger than the animals on Blue Star. Of course, that was just Yi Chun's own feeling. Even when he just obtained the black ribbon, he could easily slay the opponent. Let alone now that he has achieved a 30 compatibility with the black ribbon, converted, that's the sea realm. Although he doesn't know how this strength is calculated, he has a premonition that after 30, his strength will increase significantly. What is Yi Chun doing? Why isn't he running? Running. He's blind. Where can he run to? Exactly, you dragon country people, just wait for the punishment. Ha. Seeing this, the crowd in the live stream fell into despair. They could only pray for a miracle to occur. At this moment, the forest wolf, unable to succeed in its attack, turned and pounced at Yi Chun once again, who still slightly sidestepped to avoid the attack. But this time Yi Chun did not just avoid. After dodging the forest wolf's attack, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked towards the wolf's abdomen. Yi Chun kicked the forest wolf, flying, which crashed heavily into a tree. Woo! The forest wolf, lying on the ground, looked at Yi Chun with some fear, whimpering, then slowly stood up, and hearing the forest wolf's cry, Yi Chun knew it was calling for its pack. Yi Chun then placed the blind cane in front of his chest, and with a crack, the tip of the cane slowly opened. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the middle. Oh, it turned out there was a knife hidden inside the blind cane. I won't bother saying whose weapon this blind cane is. Gravity blade. Forget it. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? It's not worthy. Whoosh. In the next moment, Yi Chun disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of the forest wolf, slicing its throat with one blow. The forest wolf, having its throat cut, whimpered a couple of times before crashing to the ground lifeless, as a silver treasure chest appeared next to its corpse. Immediately, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Yi Chun for completing the first kill, rewarding a silver treasure chest and 100 national fortune points. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Chun's lips curled slightly. I didn't expect there would be rewards for the first kill. I wonder what's inside this silver treasure chest, but those 100 national fortune points are quite good. Then Yi Chun walked over to the corpse of the forest wolf, preparing to open the silver treasure chest to see what was inside. My god. Is this blind? Is Yi Chun really a person? Yes, I thought he didn't bring any weapons. Who knew there was a knife hidden in that blind cane? Most importantly, he killed the forest wolf with one blow. I still haven't figured out how Yi Chun suddenly appeared in front of the forest wolf and killed it with one strike. Exactly. Cheating. This Dragon Country contestant is cheating. How could a human do such a thing? It must be cheating. Exactly. Even if it's not cheating, it must be that Dragon Country conducted human experiments. Yi Chun must be a test subject, and his eyes went blind because of the experiments. Oh, why do I smell something sour? Why is it that whenever our contestant is strong, you accuse us of cheating and human experiments? You don't understand. This is the skill of our Dragon Country. You foreigners don't know anything. As the live stream erupted in chaos, Yi Chun had already opened the silver treasure chest. Ding! Yi Chun slowly opened the silver treasure chest before him, and immediately a beam of white light burst. Congratulations, the Dragon Kingdom has simultaneously received resource rewards. The national air purification level has increased by 10. Space backpack contains 1 cubic meter of space, where time stands still and living beings cannot. Body refinement technique, a basic cultivation method with a very low threshold, enhancing physical qualities through fixed movements surpassing human limits, potentially reaching a grade peak. Gene enhancement potion can improve genes and enhance physical strength. Looking at the items that emerged from the silver treasure chest, as well as the resources obtained by the Dragon Kingdom, Yichen nodded and said in a calm tone, "Not bad, although the items inside are of little use to me. However, for others they are indeed rare treasures." Saying this, Yichen first placed his small bag into the space backpack, then picked up the body refinement technique and casually flipped through it. The contents were exceedingly ordinary, so he tossed it into the space backpack. As for the gene enhancement potion, Yichen opened it and took a sip, then smacked his lips. "The taste isn't bad, strawberry flavor, I like it." After saying that, he gulped down the entire gene enhancement potion in one go. In the next moment, the potion took effect, and Yichen's body gradually warmed up slightly, enhancing his physical strength. "Indeed, this gene enhancement potion has a minimal effect on me," Yichen muttered to himself. "Well, it's..." Just then a wolf howl echoed from afar. Yichen stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon a pack of forest wolves leaped out from the thicket, quickly surrounding Yichen. Holding his staff blade, Yichen calmly surveyed the area, not panicking despite the numerous forest wolves. These wolves were hardly a challenge for him. The forest wolves, enraged by the sight of their companion slain by Yichen, bared their fangs at him, ready to attack at any moment. "I don't have time to play with you. I need to continue exploring this fortune world," Yichen said. "Gravitational blade, fierce tiger." He called out softly, then reversed his grip on the staff blade and swept it lightly towards the surrounding forest wolves. In the next moment, a purple gravitational shockwave was released, instantly applying immense gravity to the surrounding forest wolves, crushing their bodies heavily against the ground, shattering their bones. In an instant, the area was cleared. This scene was witnessed by the viewers and several people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. They were so shocked that they couldn't find their voices. In the next moment, the barrage of comments surged. "Yichen, is he still human?" With just a light slash, he took down all the surrounding forest wolves. "That's incredible. You still say that the Dragon Kingdom's contestants aren't cheating? Just look at this. Is this something a normal person..." "Oh, don't try to fool us with the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. This is obviously cheating." "What cheating?" "This is our Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. It's called the realm of martial arts, understand? It's called blade energy." "Exactly, maybe our Yichen has awakened some special ability. It's not surprising at all. You just can't see the grapes and say they're sour." After discussing for a while, the viewers couldn't come up with anything substantial, but the speculation was abundant, and the tone shifted. Seriously, the air has become remarkably fresh. I haven't breathed in such fresh air for a long time, and this is after purifying it by 10. I wonder what would happen if it were completely purified. What does it matter if the air is good? The restoration of the land is what's most important. I just went out and saw that the seeds I planted in my field have already sprouted. That's a miracle." "Really? Does that mean we can finally eat vegetables this year and won't have to rely on nutrient supplements?" "Probably not. But if Yichen keeps this up and our land fully recovers, then we will be able to enjoy fresh vegetables." "That's great. Yichen, keep it up. Whether we can eat vegetables depends entirely on you." In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Bing Bing smiled slightly at the barrage of comments, her curiosity about Yichen's strength growing. She turned to the observers behind her. "What do you think about the abilities Yichen demonstrated? Do you think it resembles the realm of martial arts from the Dragon Kingdom, as the viewers say? Or has he awakened some special abilities? I still have some say in this, I can assure you that this is not the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. I know a few martial arts masters from the Dragon Kingdom. They are quite powerful. For example, our contestant Kai Su from Kai Family Fist could probably take down a forest wolf without issue. However, he could never do it as effortlessly as Yichen does, let alone defeat a pack of forest wolves with one strike. That's simply impossible. As for those with special abilities, I'm not very clear. Although I've seen a few people with unique powers, their abilities do have some scientific basis. But I've truly never seen someone like Yichen who could take down so many at once without any rationale." Hearing this, Fong Yi shook his head. "If even someone from the military like Lei Qiming doesn't know Yichen's abilities, then I really have no idea." At this moment, Zhang Dagong suddenly interjected. "Don't overthink it. Perhaps Yichen is equipped with some high-tech weapon. The notion of martial arts and special abilities is just too far-fetched." "Teacher Dagong, I disagree with you." Bing Bing directly rebutted after hearing Zhang Dagong's words. "Putting aside whether such weapons exist, how could Yichen possibly obtain them? So, I lean towards the idea that Yichen has awakened special abilities." A viewer analyzed that the pack of forest wolves was directly crushed by the powerful gravity, indicating that Yichen awakened gravitational powers and can control gravity. Upon hearing this, Lei Qiming replayed the scene of Yi Chun taking down the forest wolves and said, "Indeed, Miss Bing Bing is correct, it is gravity. I never expected Yi Chun to possess such formidable power. It seems our country's contestants are ahead of others from the very beginning." Meanwhile, Yi Chun had just opened another body refinement technique from the treasure chest. It's clear from the name that this is a cultivation method indicating that everyone entering the fortune world can obtain extraordinary power. However, as the saying goes, a step ahead leads to being ahead all the way. Brothers Yi Chun has obtained a body refinement technique from the treasure chest, which should be the cultivation method of the fortune world. Can we also cultivate in the future? I also want to become a strong person like Yi Chun. I think it should be possible, but I wonder if Yi Chun can bring this body refinement technique back from the fortune world. Exactly. If he can't, then the only way to learn it would be to demonstrate it live, which would mean everyone in the world could see it. Let's forget about that, but it would be great if our other contestants could cultivate it. Yes, with that our country would definitely lead other nations. While the viewers in the broadcast room were discussing excitedly, Yi Chun put away his staff blade and took out a complete set of knives from the space backpack. He then walked over to the first forest wolf he had killed and began to dismember it. Today he planned to have roasted. Yi Chun skillfully dismembered the corpse of the forest wolf, removing the excess organs and skin, leaving only the fresh wolf meat to place into his spatial backpack. After finishing this, Yi Chun looked at the remaining forest wolves, piled them all together, and said, "Resource transfer. Detected resources. Do you wish to upload?" Upload. In the next moment, a white light appeared enveloping the corpses of the forest wolves before vanishing from Yi Chun's sight. Detecting resources. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun uploaded resources F level forest wolf corpses X8. Congratulations. First time resource upload triggered a critical reward. Congratulations on receiving 200,000 times manifestation. Dragon Kingdom acquired resources 1.6 million F level forest wolf corpses. Note these resources will be randomly distributed in the official cold storage across the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chun felt indifferent, thinking it was just that. Although Yi Chun felt nothing, the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom erupted with excitement. My God, did I hear that right? 200,000 times. 1,600,000 forest wolf corpses. Even if each wolf only yields 100 gene of meat, that's 160 million gene, or 800 tons of meat. Wow, 800 tons. With a total population of 800 million in the Dragon Kingdom, that means each person can get 0.1 kilogram, which is about 2 taels of meat. Goodness, it's only the first day? Are we really going to have meat? It feels a bit unreal. Damn those Dragon Kingdom people, this reward should belong to our lighthouse country. Why doesn't this blind person from the Dragon Kingdom just die? How infuriating. Huh? Is the person upstairs getting anxious? Being anxious is useless. I've seen your special forces soldier Quinn still standing in the tree. He hasn't even had the chance to act. You might as well stop daydreaming here. Exactly. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country live broadcast room, Quinn Dawson was still hiding in the tall tree, intently watching the forest giant crocodile below. He had just heard the system's announcement, knowing that the Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun had achieved the first kill and uploaded resources. This shocked him greatly. He did not expect the strength of the Dragon Kingdom to be so formidable. The fact that they could kill the ferocious beast of the national fortune world before him was quite vexing, and he stared intently at the giant crocodile, looking for an opportunity. Quinn, hurry down. Kill that crocodile. Oh, we want rewards too. We can't lose to the Dragon Kingdom. Useless. Can't even handle an level crocodile. You're worse than that blind person from the Dragon Kingdom. It's really embarrassing for our lighthouse country. Damn it. Quinn, move already. Stop wasting time. Our lighthouse country cannot lose to the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely not. The viewers from Lighthouse Country were filled with anxiety and anger, continuously sending comments in the live broadcast room urging action, but Quinn couldn't see them at all. And even if he did, he wouldn't recklessly act just because Yi Chun had killed the ferocious beast before him. This was a matter of his own life. He would never act without absolute certainty. Meanwhile, contestants from other countries were all stimulated by Yi Chun's first kill and began to quickly explore for ferocious beasts. Since the people of the Dragon Kingdom could slay ferocious beasts, there was no reason they couldn't kill these beasts. On the other side, after uploading the forest wolf corpses, Yi Chun took out the body refining technique he had opened from the silver treasure chest from his spatial backpack. Can this body refining technique be uploaded? Detected rare item. Do you wish to upload? Note this item is not a resource, so it will not undergo multiplication manifestation. Do you wish to proceed with manifestation upload? Seeing this, Yi Chun was not surprised, as the body refining technique was a skill, not a resource, and even if it were manifested 1,000 times, it wouldn't be of much use. This was just an ordinary technique, so common that it couldn't be more common. It wouldn't be of much use even if it multiplied by 1 billion. If it were a more powerful technique, it might be useful, But for this body refining technique once manifested to the Dragon Kingdom, it probably wouldn't directly lead to nationwide learning, but many people would likely master it afterward. Because although this body refining technique was ordinary, it still required a lot of resources, especially meat. To successfully cultivate it, sufficient vitality was necessary. Thinking of this, Yichen slowly said, "Uploaded. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yichen uploaded item body refining technique. Congratulations. First time item upload triggered a critical reward. Congratulations on receiving the optimized body refining technique. The optimized version requires half the resources while maintaining the original capabilities. Dragon Kingdom acquired item body refining technique optimized version. Note this item will be handed to the official leaders of the Dragon Kingdom." In the next moment, the body refining technique in his hand vanished in a flash of white light. Having completed everything, Yichen clapped his hands, stood up, and continued to explore forward with his spatial backpack. However, what Yichen did not know was that due to his actions, the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, all the live broadcast rooms exploded. The number of people in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, originally only a few hundred million, was increasing at a terrifying speed. In the intelligence center organized by the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom, a flash of white light appeared in front of the intelligence director Qin Ming, and a small booklet appeared in front of him, which was the optimized body refining technique. Qin Ming was not flustered by the sudden appearance of the body refining technique. Instead, he remained calm, although he could not hide the smile in his eyes. Qin Ming picked up the body refining technique and glanced through it. A smile involuntarily crept to his lips. He first communicated with his superiors, and after receiving their instructions, he spoke to the people sitting beside him. "Jianjun Hoya, you two each make a copy of this optimized body refining technique. Then select 100 outstanding personnel from your military and police to train. Let's see the specific effects and then store the original body refining technique." Hearing this, Wang Jianjun and Li Huaya quickly stood up, saluted Director Qin Ming. "We will handle it immediately." Having said that, the two of them took the body refining technique and went out, each making a copy before calling to issue commands to start selecting talents. In the live broadcast room, there were voices wondering whether they could cultivate the body refining technique. "Oh my, did Yichen really manifest the body refining technique? Does that mean we can also cultivate it now? That's really awesome. You're right, brother upstairs, we will definitely be able to cultivate it in the future. It just depends on the higher-ups' decisions on when we can start." Exactly. This method of cultivation looks like it requires a lot of resources. Besides the people in the government and the top wealthy individuals, we ordinary people can only wait until Yichen manifests more resources. "Yes. Yichen, we need you to kill more ferocious beasts. I want to cultivate too." "Yeah. Yichen, I want to cultivate." At that moment, some disgusting people appeared in the live broadcast room. "The body refining technique belongs to the whole world. I hope the Dragon Kingdom can hand it over to our lighthouse country." Exactly. Our great cold country also hopes the Dragon Kingdom can hand over the body refining technique. Sakura country. Bear country. Seeing these comments, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom instantly exploded. "How dare you? Don't you? This was given to us by our Yichen. What does it have to do with you? Exactly, you didn't sell us food when we wanted to buy some, and now you want to freeload off the cultivation techniques. Why don't you just go die? We won't give it to you, ha ha ha." Infuriating you all. While the live stream was buzzing with excitement, the instigator of it all was strolling through the forest, completely oblivious to the uproar he had caused in the Blue Star. President Trump of the Lighthouse Nation listened to the system notification sound from the live stream, feeling extremely envious. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Contact the Dragon Nation immediately and demand they hand over the body refinement technique. Right away, immediately." Hearing the president's words, the diplomat beside him changed his expression slightly and quickly shook his head to intervene, saying helplessly, "President Trump, please calm down. The Dragon Nation will never hand over the body refinement technique to us." "Impossible." Trump sneered and shouted, "Then halt all grain exports to the Dragon Nation and warn other countries not to export grain to them either. I refuse to believe they will just watch their people starve." A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he spoke with unwavering resolve. When the Dragon people are on the brink of starvation, they will naturally hand over the body refinement technique willingly. "Understood, Mr. President. I'll take care of it right now." The diplomat stood up and left to carry out. In just a few minutes, many countries allied with the Lighthouse Nation had banned all grain exports to the Dragon Nation, plunging it into a food crisis. Upon learning of this, Qin Ming, the head of the Dragon Nation's intelligence bureau, trembled with rage, slamming his fist down on the table as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn Lighthouse Nation for using such despicable tactics to force us to hand over the body refinement technique. It's utterly shameless." His assistant, with a serious expression, promptly stepped forward and anxiously asked, "Director, what should we do now? Our food reserves can only last for a maximum of a year. It's important to note that 70 of the Dragon Nation's food relies on imports, and with the food supply cut off, running out of food would lead to an unprecedented crisis. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming lightly tapped the table with his fingers while deep in thought. He then turned and entered his office, dialing his superior's phone number. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Qin Ming, I am already aware of the situation with the Lighthouse Nation, but do not panic. This is just the beginning, and we don't yet know how things will unfold. Moreover, with someone like Yi Chun in our country, he has already given us such a big surprise on the first day. And we don't only have Yi Chun, we must have faith in our contestants. They will bring us miracles. Hearing his superior's words, Qin Ming's anxious mindset gradually dissipated, and he nodded firmly, saying, Rest assured, I understand what to do. After hanging up, Qin Ming walked out of the office. The assistant quickly approached him, eagerly asking, Director, what? Qin Ming responded calmly, Don't worry about them. Trust in our country's contestants. Understood. The assistant felt reassured upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in the National Fortune world, the contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, Quinn, was still perched on a tree waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, a giant crocodile below was climbing towards Quinn's tree, but ended up falling down instead. However, it seemed the crocodile was a bit tired, and when it fell, it didn't roll over. Seeing this, Quinn's eyes lit up. What a chance. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the military knife and jumped down from the tree, stabbing forcefully at the crocodile's neck. With the acceleration of gravity aiding him, Quinn's knife pierced the gap beneath the giant crocodile's neck, instantly severing its nerves. After completing this, Quinn quickly released his grip and rolled sideways to distance himself from the giant crocodile. Quinn warily observed the giant crocodile from a distance, uncertain of how different a giant crocodile in the National Fortune world was from those in the Blue Star. If he hadn't dealt with it, he was ready to climb back up the tree to hide. He watched as the giant crocodile struggled for a moment, glaring with its eyes before it fell still. Quinn smiled. Looks like it worked. Indeed, not long after, the giant crocodile completely lost its breath and died before Quinn. Congratulations to the Lighthouse Nation contestant Quinn for his first kill of a ferocious beast. Reward: Black Iron Treasure, Chest 1, National Fortune Points 10. Hearing the system notification, Quinn let out a sigh of relief. Great. I've finally killed this ferocious beast. However, he thought this reward is far inferior to that of the Dragon Nation. But never mind, I just wonder what number I am in terms of beast kills. I hope it's not too far back. With that, Quinn walked over to the giant crocodile, pulled out his military knife, and began to process the crocodile's body, chopping off its tail to keep for himself. He submitted the rest to the state. Ding! Lighthouse Nation contestant Quinn obtained resources F-Class Forest Giant Crocodile Remains, triggering 10,000 times manifestation. Lighthouse Nation received F-Class Forest Giant Crocodile Remains X 10,000. Deployment location: Lighthouse National Cold Storage. First opening of Black Iron Treasure Chest. Reward: F-Class Black Iron Broadknife 1, capable of easily breaking through F-Class Ferocious Beast defenses. Lighthouse Nation simultaneously receives reward: National Air Purification Rate increased by 5. Watching their contestants successfully slay the ferocious beast and complete the 10,000 times manifestation, the official live stream of the Lighthouse Nation erupted with excitement. Quinn did a great job. Did the cheating Dragon Nation see this? This is true strength. Your contestants only got the first kill through cheating methods. Otherwise, the first kill would definitely have been our contestant Quinn's. And we also got an F-class weapon. Our strength has increased tremendously. Exactly, Dragon Nation, just wait. Our contestants from the Lighthouse Nation will definitely surpass you. The next first kill reward must be ours. As Quinn from the Lighthouse Nation successfully slayed the ferocious beast, contestants from other countries also began to make their moves. Ding! Sakura Nation contestant Haruta Shota obtained resources F-Class Acid Forest Fruit X10, triggering 10,000 times manifestation. Sakura Nation received F-Class Acid Forest Fruit X 100000. Deployment location: Tokyo City Center. Sakura Nation. First opening of Black Iron Treasure Chest. Reward: F-Class Black Iron Long Staff 1, capable of easily breaking through F-Class Ferocious Beast defenses. Sakura Nation simultaneously receives reward: National Air Purification Rate increased by 5. Soon after, it began to rain acid forest fruits in Tokyo City Center, making the people in Tokyo ecstatic as they rushed outside to grab the fruits. Thank you, Lord Haruta Shota. Finally, we have fruits to eat again. True, although it's not meat, we haven't had fruit for many years. Baka, this acid forest fruit is way too sour, far more sour than the lemons I had when I was a child. You foolish one upstairs, just by the name you should know that this acid forest fruit is very sour. I didn't eat it directly, but made juice with it at home, and let me tell you, it's actually quite delicious. But I must remind you all, it's best to dilute it with more water, or it'll be extremely sour. Just then another system notification sounded. Ding Asin Nation contestant Ram obtained resources F-Class Poison Mushroom X5 triggering 10,000 times manifestation. Asin Nation received F-Class Poison Mushroom X 50,000. First opening of Black Iron Treasure Chest reward F-Class Black Iron Spear 1, capable of easily breaking through F-Class Ferocious Beast defenses. Asin Nation simultaneously receives reward National Air Purification Rate, increased by 5. Hearing the notification sound, the Asin Nation's live stream exploded. What? Poison mushrooms? Ram, are you an idiot? What do you want with poison mushrooms? Are you trying to poison us? Our country's contestant Ram is an idiot. Why look for such useless items when there are good resources available? Ding Dahan Nation contestant Jean Jimin obtained resources F-Class Qingguang Grass X2, triggering 10,000 times manifestation. Dahan Nation received F-Class Qingguang Grass X 20,000. First opening of Black Iron Treasure Chest reward F-Class Black Iron Dagger 1, capable of easily breaking through F-Class Ferocious Beast defenses. Dahan Nation simultaneously receives reward National Air Purification Rate, increased by 5. What is this? Qingguang Grass. How is this any different from the weeds in my backyard? Jean Jimin, let me ask you one question. Is this weed really considered F-Class material? You upstairs, no matter what, it's better than the poison mushrooms, right? At least this Qingguang Grass is edible. I just tried a bit, and it's quite tasty. Really? Then I'll give it a try too. At this moment, the live stream of the Dragon Nation was stunned by what other countries manifested, followed by Ha ha ha, Xiao is no longer living, folks. This operation from the Asin Nation contestant is legendary. Indeed, poison mushrooms manifested by a 10,000-fold, yet cannot be eaten. What was he thinking? Or did he think that the people from their country wouldn't fear poison mushrooms because they've been drinking Ganges water for too long? Who knows? Maybe Ram is an undercover agent aiming to take revenge on their country by trying to get them all poisoned. This just got interesting. I just wonder if they dare to eat those poison mushrooms. As netizens from the Dragon Nation continuously mock participants from other countries in their live streams, another contestant from the Dragon Nation, Lin Weiner, was cautiously navigating through the bushes in a different forest of the National Fortune world. Unlike Yi Chun, who swaggered through the forest, Lin Weiner, being a well-known national goddess, could only proceed with great caution. Indeed, Lin Weiner was a celebrity, and after being selected for the National Fortune game, a large group of people began to criticize her. Although many adoring fans defended her passionately, it was of little use. Fortunately, the emergence of Yi Chun, who was blind, instantly drew all the fire away from her, leaving just a small portion of attention, which was insignificant. At this moment, Lin Weiner lowered her body, even her breathing became light, yet her gaze remained fixed on a pink figure not far ahead. A rabbit entirely pink, with shiny fur, long ears, and ruby-like eyes. This was the first-grade fierce beast she encountered in the National Fortune world, the soft-boned rabbit. However, unlike other fierce beasts, the soft-boned rabbit was not a ferocious creature. It was quite docile and lacked significant aggression. It was just that the rabbit was agile and fast, making it hard to catch. At that moment, the soft-boned rabbit was munching on the grass before it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Weiner carefully approached, using the bushes as cover. Just as she was less than a meter away from the soft-boned rabbit, Lin Weiner suddenly lunged forward, accurately grabbing its ears and firmly pinning its body down to prevent it from escaping. The soft-boned rabbit struggled desperately, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Lin Weiner's. Looking at the soft-boned rabbit in her hands, Lin Weiner's tense body relaxed slightly, and she let out a breath, revealing a smile, as she said cheerfully, I finally caught you. At the same time, she noticed the fresh green grass the rabbit had been eating, which was vibrant and emitted a faint green light. This was the great green light grass manifested by the contestants from the Great Cold Nation. Lin Weiner felt a stir in her heart, and picked a few stalks of the green light grass, holding them up to the rabbit's mouth. The little rabbit's nose twitched gently before it quickly grabbed the grass with its tiny paws and began to nibble, no longer struggling. Congratulations to the contestant Lin Weiner from the Dragon Nation for successfully capturing the great fierce beast soft-boned rabbit. Reward 1 Black Iron Treasure Chest, 10 National Fortune Points. Congratulations to Lin Weiner from the Dragon Nation for discovering great resource green light grass. This grass is the soft-boned rabbit's favorite plant, and can be used to feed it for rapid growth. As the two system notifications sounded, the Dragon Nation's live stream erupted in excitement, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen, leaving the audience stunned by Lin Weiner. Unlike Yi Chun, Lin Weiner was an ordinary person with no special abilities, merely a star in the entertainment industry, truly someone who had never lifted a finger. Initially, due to Yi Chun's abilities exceeding all expectations, Lin Weiner, the female celebrity, was the least expected to perform well. However, unexpectedly, she became the second person from the Dragon Nation to find resources, which was simply incredible. My goodness, Lin Weiner is amazing. She actually caught a living fierce beast, a pink rabbit. A living rabbit, this is worth way more than the dead corpses. Moreover, with the corresponding exclusive food, if this is manifested 100-fold, will we never lack meat again? I know that rabbits reproduce very quickly. That's a given. This is the soft-boned rabbit caught by my goddess Lin Wainer. Of course, it's not ordinary. Comparing with contestants from other countries, our Dragon Nation's participants are truly chosen ones, especially from the Great Cold Nation. I initially thought their green light grass was quite good, but it turns out to be food for the soft-boned rabbit. They were just enjoying it a moment ago, though I can't stop laughing. Meanwhile, the Great Cold Nation's live stream was in chaos upon seeing this system notification. What? Green light grass is food for the soft-boned rabbit. We thought it was a treasure. Jean Jimin, you are truly useless. The green light grass we considered as food is merely something to feed fierce beasts in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. Damn. If green light grass is food for the soft-boned rabbit, does that mean there will also be soft-boned rabbits around where Jean Jimin found it? Oh my. Yes. Jean Jimin, don't leave. Hurry back, my soft-boned rabbit. Others from different countries were also in an uproar filled with jealousy and resentment at the Dragon Nation's gains. Netizens from the Lighthouse Nation, who had boasted about the forest crocodile from the start, turned to sour remarks. What's there to be happy about? It's just a rabbit. Our contestant Quinn killed a crocodile. That's what's powerful, right? Even if you captured the soft-boned rabbit, now what's the use? You're still a powerless artist. Not like Yi Chen, who wouldn't die when facing a strong creature. Getting anxious. It won't help, ha. Netizens from the A3 Nation were even more defensive. Why? Why are the contestants from the Dragon Nation so lucky? Our contestant Lamb could only find poisonous mushrooms. This is so unfair. At that moment, holding the soft-boned rabbit, Lin Wainer recalled something. She remembered the description when she discovered the soft-boned rabbit. It is a social creature, and this one she held was female. Dawn asked how she knew. This meant that there might be a den of soft-boned rabbits nearby, and perhaps she could catch a few more. As she spoke, Lin Wainer began to search around with the soft-boned rabbit in her arms. In no time, she indeed found a small burrow. Seeing this, Lin Wainer hurried over, hoping for a fruitful find. Lin Wainer squatted down and slowly pushed aside the weeds covering the burrow, revealing a pink figure before her eyes, and in the next moment, she was instantly thrilled. Inside the burrow were 5 or 6 soft-boned rabbit cubs huddled together for warmth. Meanwhile, the viewers in Lin Wainer's live stream were ecstatic. My goodness. The luck of goddess Lin Wainer is incredible. She directly found a whole nest of soft-boned rabbit cubs. Now we really don't have to worry about meat in the future. At this moment, Lin Wainer suppressed her excitement and immediately uploaded the 6 soft-boned rabbit cubs in front of her, then opened the black iron treasure chest. Ding! Contestant Lin Wainer from the Dragon Nation obtained resources 6th grade soft-boned rabbit cubs. Triggered 10-fold manifestation. Dragon Nation obtained 6th grade soft-boned rabbit cubs. Deployment location: deploy in Longquan Mountain, Tian Mountain, and Yutu Mountain. Afterward, Lin Wainer collected a large amount of green light grass for upload. Ding! Contestant Lin Wainer from the Dragon Nation obtained resources 100th grade green light grass. Triggered 10-fold manifestation. Dragon Nation obtained 100th grade green light grass. Deployment location: deploy in Longquan Mountain, Tian Mountain, and Yutu Mountain. First time opening of black iron treasure chest. Reward 1F grade black iron bow comes with a quiver and 20 arrows capable of easily piercing the defenses of grade fierce beasts. As Lin Wainer finished uploading, a large amount of green light grass appeared in Longquan Mountain, Tian Mountain, and Yutu Mountain, along with numerous nests of soft-boned rabbit cubs, all surrounded by green light grass to ensure their smooth growth. Seeing this, Qin Ming from the Intelligence Bureau immediately said to his assistant, quickly notify the police in Longquan Mountain, Tian Mountain, and Yutu Mountain to control the area immediately so that no one can capture all the soft-boned rabbits inside. The soft-boned rabbits are still cubs and need time to grow. The assistant quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, director. I'll go notify the police there right now. Saying this, the assistant made a call to notify the police stations around Longquan Mountain, Tian Mountain, and Yutu Mountain to send people to control the mountains. Actually, there was no need for Qin Ming to issue an order. The local police and military personnel had already rushed over at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Yi Chun made a new discovery. Yi Chun resolved the issue with the forest wolves and slowly made his way deeper into the forest, encountering no other fierce beasts along the way, only the sound of branches and sand crunching underfoot. Not long after he had walked, a clear sound of flowing water reached his ears, indicating that there was a river nearby. A slight smile appeared on Yi Chun's lips as he thought to himself that he was quite fortunate to have encountered a river so quickly, and it seemed not too far away. The viewers in Yi Chun's live stream were puzzled by his expression. What kind of expression is this from Yi Chun? Has he discovered something again? Hard to say. Yi Chun had this same expression when he encountered the forest wolves before. Why overthink it? Just keep watching and you'll find out. Just then, Yichen suddenly sprinted to the right, with the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating, and the obstacles in front of him posed no hindrance. Yichen performed various high-difficulty parkour moves through the forest, effortlessly jumping over fallen trees and large rocks. This scene left the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Wait, what's happening? Isn't Yichen blind? Huh, you're telling me that's a blind person? A blind person can't run this fast. And those parkour moves are beyond what ordinary athletes can do, right? You're right, and Yichen seems to anticipate every obstacle. I'm starting to doubt whether he's truly blind or just pretending. Let's not mention anything else. Isn't Yichen's speed a bit exaggerated? I just roughly calculated his speed. Can you guess how fast it is? How fast? A speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and judging by Yichen's demeanor, it doesn't seem like he's using his full strength. His speed may well exceed our expectations. My goodness, Yichen is truly extraordinary. Where is Yichen headed? I don't know, we'll find out by watching. As Yichen continued to run, the sound of flowing water grew clearer, and even the viewers in the live stream, oh my god, it's the sound of water. Yichen has discovered a water source. That's incredible. Yes, Yichen has been running for over a minute, covering at least 1,000 meters. It's amazing that Yichen could pinpoint a water source from so far away. Yichen is awesome. Not long after, a crystal-clear river appeared before Yichen. He stood on a high ledge overlooking a river about 10 meters wide, with rapid and clear waters revealing the pebbles and small fish at the bottom. Inhaling the moisture in the air, Yichen smiled and said, "This place is great, it's perfect for a barbecue." With that, Yichen jumped down from the ledge, walked slowly to the riverbank, crouched down, and gently scooped up some water to taste. Not bad, it's quite sweet. After saying that, he decided to prepare a barbecue here. Just then, the river suddenly began to churn violently, and a massive dark shadow appeared in the distance, rushing toward him rapidly. Yichen calmly stood up and shook off the water from his hand. In the next moment, the enormous dark shadow leaped out of the water, lunging directly at him. It was a fierce beast, entirely black, approximately 15 meters long, covered in hard scales, with a wide mouth, revealing sharp fangs, glaring fiercely at Yichen. Ding! A level fierce beast detected, black water python. Note the scales of the black water python are as tough as iron, highly aggressive and venomous. It is even more ferocious in the water and extremely fast. Furthermore, this black water python is the ruler of this river. Defeating it grants ownership of the river. Hearing the system's notification, Yichen smiled slightly. Not bad, and a level fierce beast, and the ruler of this river as well. Very good, ooh, I like it. With that, Yichen gently sidestepped the black water python's attack, while raising his fist and striking heavily at the python's head. Bang! Yichen's fist slammed into the scales of the black water python, which were originally as tough as iron, but felt as fragile as paper under his hand. The scales were instantly shredded, and the python let out a pained roar, crashing heavily to the ground before Yichen, creating a large crater. After being struck hard, the black water python lifted its head, shook it lightly, then flicked its crimson tongue at Yichen before lunging at him again. This time, Yichen did not evade. He lightly lifted his right leg and swiftly kicked the black water python under its jaw, sending it soaring over 10 meters into the air. In midair, the black water python twisted its body, opening its mouth wide as it fell toward Yichen. Yichen placed his right hand on his staff blade, gently pushing his finger, revealing the white blade. In the next moment, Yichen swiftly drew the staff blade and made a quick slash upward before rapidly sheathing. Instantly, the falling black water python shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering around Yichen. Unlike the cheers and excitement from the Dragon Kingdom's netizens, the command center of the Lighthouse Nation was in utter disarray, filled with an atmosphere of furious anger. President Trump slammed the tablet in his hand onto the ground, shattering the screen, instantly, shards scattering everywhere. His face turned an unhealthy shade of pale, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted angrily at his subordinates, "Useless fools. A bunch of useless fools. We painstakingly cut off the food exports to the Dragon Kingdom, yet we have not forced them to submit and hand over the body refinement technique. Instead, that blind Yichen has once again secured the first kill of an 11-level ferocious beast, along with control over an entire river and yet another 20,000 times materialization. Our plans have all been ruined." The surrounding officials immediately lowered their heads in fear, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, Trump's assistant, pale-faced, cautiously said, "Mr. President, now that the Dragon Kingdom has sufficient freshwater and fish resources, as long as the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not foolish, they should not worry about food and water for years to come. They might even start exporting aquatic resources back to us. Our plan has completely failed." Failed? Trump trembled with rage, kicking over the table in front of him, shouting, "I don't care. You all need to come up with a solution immediately. Either destroy those resources of the Dragon Kingdom or force them to hand over the body refinement technique. If you can't do it, then all of you get lost." The events happening in the Lighthouse Nation's command center quickly reached the ears of the Dragon Kingdom's netizens. In an instant, the live streaming room was flooded with mocking comments aimed at the Lighthouse Nation, overwhelming and ceaseless. Huh. I heard the command center of the Lighthouse Nation has gone up in flames. President Trump is going crazy. It feels so good. Let them go wild. They cut off the food supply to us, and now they regret it, right? They never expected we have the great Yi Chun, and we don't need to care about their faces at all. Exactly, they wanted to manipulate us into handing over the body refinement technique, and now they've ended up losing everything themselves. They must be regretting it deeply now. Here's a suggestion for the command center of the Lighthouse Nation. They should have a medical team on standby there, so they don't end up having a stroke and die from anger. Laughing to death. Those from the Lighthouse Nation should wait. As long as our Yi Chun is around, we will have endless resources. At that time, it will be our turn to control you and let you taste the flavor of being strangled. The comments continued to scroll frantically, while Yi Chun had already finished processing the giant python meat and snake gallbladder in his hands. He then sat on a large rock by the river and took out the golden treasure chest he had just obtained. Let me see what good things can come out of this golden treasure chest. As he spoke, Yi Chun opened the golden treasure chest, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from within, revealing 3 items before him. Ding! Opening the golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Han Yu Sword 1, Han Yu Sword Technique 1, and Qing Yu Robe 1. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for simultaneously receiving resource rewards. National Air Purification level increased by 15. Water Resource Purification level increased by 15. Triggered the first opening reward for the Golden Treasure Chest. Additional reward: Dragon Kingdom's Land Vitality, restored by 15. Han Yu Sword. The Han Yu Sword is an 11th weapon imbued with cold energy, extremely sharp, capable of easily slicing through the scales of 11 ferocious beasts. When used, it can release faint cold energy to slow down the enemy's speed, and when paired with the Han Yu Sword Technique, its power is multiplied. Han Yu Sword Technique. The Han Yu Sword Technique is an 11 sword technique consisting of 9 levels with fierce moves that are unpredictable. When used in conjunction with the Han Yu Sword, it can unleash maximum power. When mastered to perfection, it can shatter level ferocious beasts with a single strike, enhancing the user's melee attack power and agility. Qing Yu Robe. The Qing Yu Robe is an 11 armor made of tough and lightweight, breathable material capable of withstanding ordinary attacks from 11 ferocious beasts. It also assists the user in enhancing speed and reducing movement resistance, suitable for survival and combat in the wild. Yi Chun looked at the items opened from the golden treasure chest and was quite satisfied, especially with the Han Yu Sword. Since obtaining the wine gourd of the Wine Sword Immortal, he had gained many abilities, but had yet to find a suitable. Now the appearance of the Han Yu Sword perfectly filled that gap. Although its quality wasn't exceptional, it was sufficient for his needs. Yi Chun lifted the Han Yu Sword, feeling its coolness in his hand. The blade was light, yet solid. He gently swung it, and the wind from the sword was sharp, carrying a faint chill, as if the surrounding air had frozen slightly. A glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes as he carefully set the sword aside. Then he picked up the Han Yu Sword Technique, briefly glanced at the moves inside. Although they weren't very powerful, they were quite basic and suitable for beginners. However, for Yi Chun, who possessed the abilities of the Wine Sword Immortal, they were inadequate. The last item, the Qing Yu Robe, was quite nice. It felt light in hand, the fabric delicate, and wearing it gave him a sense of ethereal grace. The rewards from the golden treasure chest were even better than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the netizens in the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room saw Yi Chun open the golden treasure chest, and the 3 treasures obtained from it, causing another surge of excitement, and the comments reached a peak. My goodness, the golden treasure chest is too generous. The Han Yu Sword Technique, plus the Qing Yu Robe. With this set, Yi Chun's strength is going to skyrocket. The Han Yu Sword. It sounds so cool, and it can release cold energy. It will be much easier to deal with ferocious beasts in the future. Am I the only one who noticed that when Yi Chun saw these 3 treasures, he was only satisfied with the Han Yu Sword and Qing Yu Robe? The Han Yu Sword Technique was barely given a glance. That's right, I saw that too. Considering Yi Chun's performance against ferocious beasts, whether level or a level, they couldn't last a single move in his hands. So I speculate that Yi Chun's strength has at least risen by 2 tiers. This means only level or a level ferocious beasts could truly bring out his real power. Wow. The person above is a famous analyst across various games. He has never made a mistake since appearing, which means Yi Chun's true strength is actually this terrifying. I don't know about anything else, but I only know that once the Lighthouse Nation realizes Yi Chun's true power, they will probably faint from anger again. Just now, the rewards our country received simultaneously when Yi Chun opened the treasure chest were incredibly strong. The seedlings that had just sprouted have now grown to a hand's height. In about half a month, they should be ready for harvest. Yi Chun is the best. In the world of national fortune, Yi Chun put on the Qin Yu robe, played around with the Han Yu sword for a bit, and then stored the Han Yu sword back into his spatial backpack. He then took out a fishing rod from his spatial backpack, planning to catch a couple of fish to eat. Eating meat alone was a bit too monotonous. Yi Chun found a comfortable spot and cut a few small pieces of the giant python meat to bait the fishing hook. The meat of an 11 ferocious beast is quite attractive to fish, and before long Yi Chun had caught a dozen fish. Looking at the dozen fish beside him, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. He kept 2 fish weighing about 5 or 6 pounds and planned to materialize the rest back to the Dragon Kingdom. Although he had a vague suspicion in his heart. Ding. Upload failed. Note the entire river has already been materialized 10,000 times, so further materialization is ineffective. Looking at the system prompt, Yi Chun showed no signs of surprise, only a faint smile. He had already suspected during his earlier trial that the entire river was manifested 1,000-fold. If he could also manifest the fish within it, it would truly be a bug. Even if it were possible for the river that had already been manifested 1,000-fold, it would only be that much. With that in mind, Yi Chun simply processed the remaining fish and stored them in his space backpack for later. He then moved a few stones to form a stove, taking out a large baking tray and an iron mesh from his space backpack to place over the stove. Next, Yi Chun took out a rusty axe from his space backpack, walked into the forest behind, and chopped down a dozen trees, using some for grilling, while planning to make a simple little house, intending to spend the night there. Yi Chun effortlessly chopped the trees with the axe, splitting them into pieces of equal length, as if cutting. He then used a lighter to ignite some broken branches, placed 3 logs into the stove to let them burn slowly, and set the skewered fish beside the stove to grill. During this time, Yi Chun made some wooden skewers from branches and cut some of the python meat and wolf meat into chunks and slices. Finally, he took out various seasonings from his space backpack and quickly marinated the meat. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes at the sight of Yi Chun's actions. My goodness! What on earth does Yi Chun have in his backpack? How come he has all these seasonings? Let's be honest, did Yi Chun come to the land of fortune to survive, or is he here to host a gourmet show in another world? It hasn't even started cooking yet, and I'm already drooling. Honestly, it's not Yi Chun's fault. If I had his abilities, I might do even more extravagant things than he does. Seeing Yi Chun's actions, I couldn't help but take out my treasured instant noodles, preparing to eat them while watching Yi Chun's eating broadcast. Upstairs, I understand your thoughts. It seems I should also take out my treasured wine. Previously, due to a shortage of food, I intended to use this wine to exchange for rations. Now that Yi Chun and Goddess Lin, you have manifested resources, I no longer have to worry about food and drink, so I'll drink it today. Yes. Thankfully, our dragon country has Yi Chun and Goddess Lin Yu. Unlike other countries that can only eat wild fruits or grass, we have fish and meat. Let me ask people from other countries if they're envious. Just as the viewers in the dragon country's live stream were having a heated discussion, the food on Yi Chun's side was almost marinated and the charcoal was glowing red. Yi Chun placed the skewered meat on the iron mesh, and as it grilled under high heat, the meat started to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. Upon smelling the delicious scent, Yi Chun could not help but smile. The last time he had eaten meat was half a year ago, when he had saved up a lot of money to buy a bit of meat. Now he could finally eat meat to his heart's content. How wonderful it was. Under Yi Chun's continuous grilling, a sumptuous barbecue feast appeared in the live stream. Yi Chun picked up a skewer of wolf meat and took a big bite, instantly experiencing an incredibly tender taste that melted in his mouth, accompanied by a warm flow spreading through his body, slowly enhancing his physical strength, albeit just a little, but that was significant for him. Yi Chun slightly squinted his eyes and smiled. He was not very concerned about the fact that beast meat could enhance his strength, but he was extremely satisfied with the delicious food, and then he started to eat heartily. After finishing the wolf meat skewer, he moved on to the python meat skewer, which had a different texture. The python meat was firmer and chewier. Next came the grilled fish, which had a faint charcoal flavor and the sweetness of river water with no fishy taste whatsoever, and the flavor was uniquely delightful. Finally, he placed the iron tray on, brushed it with oil, and began to eat the grilled meat. This scene was captured by the viewers in the Dragon Country live stream, instantly igniting their envy. My goodness, I really can't take it anymore. I could hold back before Yi Chun started eating, but now I can't. I'm drooling all over the place. I'm ordering a feast right now. I'm going for it. Me too. Seeing what Yi Chun is eating, and then looking at my nutritional supplements, tears streamed from the corners of my eyes. I understand you upstairs, and the same tears are flowing from my eyes and mouth. Looking at the competitors from other countries, and then at Yi Chun, it's simply a dimensional strike. It's incomparable. I'm getting more and more excited for the future. I can already envision a scene where I hold a chicken in my left hand and a duck in my right. Just as the viewers in the Dragon Country were lost in beautiful fantasies, viewers from other countries felt mixed emotions seeing Yi Chun enjoying a barbecue feast, envy, jealousy, and hatred intertwining. Viewers from the lighthouse country felt like they were about to burst through the screen with rage. Damn blind man, why do you get to eat so well? Our competitors are still worrying about what to eat, and you are having barbecue. What is President Trump doing? Why can't he even handle a blind man? Now it's good not only did he cut off Dragon Country's food exports, but in the end he gained nothing and caused a mess. That's right, President Trump, if you can't do it, just get lost. There are plenty of people who can. I'm going crazy. Why don't we have such competitors? At this rate, Dragon Country will soon surpass us. The viewers from Sakura Country were similarly frustrated. Baka, why is Dragon Country's competitor so strong? Not only do they possess great strength, but they've also manifested so many resources for Dragon Country. What about our competitors? They only manifested extremely sour fruits, and couldn't even catch a fish. What a waste. If he had even half of Yi-Chen's strength, or not even a tenth, he wouldn't be in such a situation now. Among the competitors from Sakura Country, there was one lucky enough to be assigned to the riverbank. However, with his strength, he couldn't defeat the river's dominant creatures, and could only fish, but he hadn't caught a single fish, which was truly pitiful. Other countries were also very unwilling. What can we do? Dragon Country's strength is getting stronger, while our competitors are mediocre. We won't be eliminated, will we? How about we ask Dragon Country to help us? That could be a solution. No, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Lighthouse Country? What are you afraid of? Can Lighthouse Country compare to Dragon Country now? Dragon Country is the strongest now. Lighthouse Country should stay out of it. Though people from other countries were debating endlessly, their competitors weren't completely empty-handed, as the system's voice from the Land of Fortune suddenly rang out repeatedly. Ding, the competitor from Bear Country obtained resources. Class Black Bear 1. Triggered a 1,000-fold manifestation. Bear Country obtained Class Black Bear 10,000. Drop location Bear Country's National Cold Storage. Ding, the competitor from Hans Country obtained resources. Class Red Billed Chicken 2. Triggered a 1,000-fold manifestation. Hans Country obtained Class Red Billed Chicken 20,000. Drop location Random Manifestation in Hans Country's capital. Ding, the competitor from Gaul Country obtained resources. Class White Scaled Fruit 7. Triggered a 1,000-fold manifestation. Gaul Country obtained Class White Scaled Fruit 70,000. Drop location Random Manifestation in Gaul Country's capital. A series of system prompts rang out in succession. Listening to the system's prompt, those who had been enviously and resentfully watching the other country's netizens suddenly let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, even the most ordinary supplies could alleviate the country's resource crisis and provide them. In the command center of the Lighthouse Nation, upon hearing the prompt that their contestant had uploaded supplies, Trump's expression softened slightly, though it remained grim. Although the supplies are not great, just a fox, it's still better than nothing. Organize a team to distribute the meat and fur and stabilize the people's morale. Sakura Nation and Great Cold Nation also made the same decision, distributing the recently acquired supplies to the public to stabilize their morale. Meanwhile, as various events unfolded on Blue Star, Yi-Chun had finished his lavish barbecue feast and took out a small wrench from his spatial backpack, attaching it to his waist. In the next moment, Yi-Chen's gaze changed as he glanced at the wood he had chopped while barbecuing, multiple plans for building a temporary shelter emerging in his mind. Tool small wrench, a wrench that has worked its whole life. Compatibility 50 equipment effect master Lu Ban level craftsmanship. This small wrench was an item Yi-Chun had found in a junkyard imbued with the legacy of Master Lu Ban, making woodworking a breeze for him. Although he had already acquired Master Lu Ban level craftsmanship, he still habitually clipped it to his waist. Yi-Chun used a combat shovel to dig several small holes in the ground, then began to groove the wood, intending to utilize the mortise and tenon structure to create a simple temporary shelter. With the help of this axe that cuts through wood like tofu, he easily prepared the necessary wood, then began to piece it together one by one, completing a simple temporary shelter, even crafting a small door. This could no longer be considered a temporary shelter, it was more akin to a complete house. Of course, this dwelling only had the exterior with nothing inside. Upon entering the shelter, Yi-Chun took out a folding bed and sleeping bag from his spatial backpack. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, Bing Bing was astonished to see Yi-Chun create a simple temporary shelter in less than half an hour. My goodness! Yi-Chun is incredible. He made a simple temporary shelter so quickly. Captain Lei, Professor Fong, could you make such a temporary shelter in the wild in such a short time? Lei Qiming shook his head with a wry smile. Our special forces operate in environments that can be extremely harsh, and due to the nature of our missions, we simply don't have time to build such a temporary shelter. Even if we did have time, it would be impossible to create such a complete house in such a short period. After saying this, he looked at Fong Yi and asked, Professor Fong, you are an expert in survival. You should have the most say in building a temporary shelter. What do you think? Fong Yi also shook his head with a wry smile. Given enough time, making a house like Yi-Chen's wouldn't be a problem, but within half an hour it's simply impossible. Even just the basic grooving of wood would take me several hours. Half an hour is out of the question for me. Moreover, from the looks of Yi Chun, he doesn't even need to measure distances, just a glance is enough for him to judge. That requires a high level of skill. Of course, with Yi Chun's immense capabilities, it's not surprising that he can achieve such feats. At this moment, Zhang Dagong suddenly interjected with his opinion. Actually, I think there's no need to build a house. It would be better to find a cave directly. In the national fortune world, you can't stay in one place forever. You have to explore this world. Staying in one spot feels odd, doesn't it? Moreover, this world has extraordinary abilities, and at any moment a more powerful beast could appear. So, I think rather than wasting time building a house, it would be better to continue exploring the national fortune world. Bing Bing was immediately furious upon hearing Zhang Dagong's words. I disagree with Mr. Dagong's statement. While it's true that encountering stronger beasts is a possibility, and building a house may waste time, that's true for ordinary people. You heard what Professor Fong said. He would need a long time to make such a house, but for Yi Chun it only takes half. There is simply no time-wasting situation as you described. Not to mention Yi Chun just manifested 200 rivers, containing various fish resources for our nation, allowing the entire populace to have access to fish. Just for that, even if Yi Chun does nothing else for a few days, others can't say anything against him. Bing Bing rolled her eyes at Zhang Dagong, thinking to herself how he could have the audacity to say such things. Zhang Dagong noticed Bing Bing's eye roll, but didn't take it to heart, grinning as he said, "Oh, I was just making a regular analysis. I just feel that since Yi Chun has the ability, it would be better for him to manifest more resources for our dragon nation. I have no other intentions. Let's take a look at the situation of the contestants from other countries." As he spoke, Zhang Dagong quickly switched the screens to show the contestants from other nations. Seeing Zhang Dagong's antics, Bing Bing felt helpless, as she also kept checking the situation of the contestants from other countries, looking for any useful information. As time passed, the sky in the national fortune world gradually darkened, turning into a pitch-black canvas. The forest became much quieter than during the day, and the occasional howls of beasts echoed, suggesting that the beasts had come out to hunt at night. Yi Chun felt little concern for what was happening outside. No one could disturb his rest. This was a habit he had developed over 3 years since his arrival. In his past life, he had been a beast of burden, but in this life, after obtaining the system, he would no longer be a beast of burden. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, Bing Bing suddenly noticed a contestant and quickly projected that contestant's live stream onto the Dragon Nation screen. Audience friends, take a look at what I found. Hearing Bing Bing's words, the viewers in the live room immediately turned their attention to the screen, revealing a contestant from Sakura Nation. He was currently hiding in a large tree, with a look of sheer terror on his face, pale and barely daring to breathe. During the day, he had only collected some berries and had not encountered any beasts. Those berries would only fill his stomach after returning to the country. Suddenly, a terrifying howl echoed from afar, getting closer and closer. Damn it! How unlucky can I be? I didn't encounter any beasts all day, but now I've run into one at night. It's bad enough to encounter one, but I can't fight that thing. His pupils shrank in fear as he recalled the information he had seen about that beast. At that moment, a crisp voice appeared behind him, followed by a foul smell. Feeling the stench of hot breath approaching from behind, Pu Buki fell into a state of terror, forgetting even to breathe. Not only Pu Buki, but even the viewers in the Sakura country's live broadcast room held their breath, for the beast looming behind Pu Buki was simply too massive and terrifying. A gigantic grayish-white figure stood behind Pu Buki, a saber-toothed tiger over 3 meters tall, with fangs nearly half a meter long, capable of easily piercing its prey. Notice Sakura country contestant Pu Buki has encountered a grade beast. Raging Wind Saber. Description: grade beast, a rare and terrifying creature in the Frostwind rainforest, capable of controlling raging winds, adept at using powerful wind blades to slice through its prey. The comments in the Sakura country live room went wild. My god, what a terrifying beast is this? It can control the wind and use wind blades. Why is our contestant Pu Buki facing such a horrifying beast? No, Pu Buki, what are you waiting for? Run. No, Pu Buki, hurry and run. Don't die. It wasn't that Pu Buki didn't want to run, but his legs were completely immobilized, unable to move at all. Moreover, in the face of such a terrifying beast, apart from possessing the terrifying strength of Yi Chun, no one else had any chance of escaping from the raging wind saber-toothed tiger. However, as the world champion of Taekwondo from Sakura country, Pu Buki quickly regained control of his body. He swiftly drew his katana from his waist and aimed for the eyes of the raging wind saber-toothed tiger, knowing that as a grade beast his katana would hardly pierce its defenses, so he could only attack the most vulnerable spot, its eyes. Just as the katana was about to pierce the raging wind saber-toothed tiger, it revealed a disdainful gaze. It seemed that grade beasts had developed a certain level of intelligence and did not rely solely on instinct. Buki also saw the disdain in the tiger's eyes, and his heart sank. In the next moment a streak of greenish wind appeared beneath the raging wind saber-toothed tiger, and it transformed into a faint green shadow vanishing from Buki's sight. Seeing this, Buki's pupils constricted, and just as he was trying to locate the raging wind saber-toothed tiger, he suddenly heard 3 gusts of wind approaching from behind. As Buki turned around, 3 faint green wind blades sliced through him at the waist. In mere seconds, Buki lost his life without even a scream, instantly killed by the raging wind saber-toothed tiger. In the next second, the cold and merciless voice of the National Fortune System echoed in the minds of everyone on Blue Star. Warning. Sakura Country contestant Buki has been killed by the great raging wind saber-toothed tiger. National Fortune punishment descends. Sakura Country's nationwide grain production decreases by 15% and coastal fishery resources reduced by 30%, lasting for 1 year. The physical condition of the entire nation declines by 20%. Upon hearing the National Fortune System's notification, the entire Sakura Country fell into a deathly silence, soon engulfed by boundless fear and despair. The citizens, who were initially somewhat reassured by the resources manifested by their contestant, turned pale. Dead. Our country's contestant Buki is dead. No. Grain has decreased by 15% and fishery has reduced by 30%. How can we survive now? We primarily relied on fisheries, and now it's suddenly reduced by 30%. What are we going to eat next? Why is it our country? Why was the saber-toothed tiger there? Why? Whoa. My grandfather just passed away in front of me. After this information appeared, more and more elderly citizens, and those in poor health in Sakura Country, directly passed away after experiencing a 20% decline in physical condition. Not just Sakura Country, other nations turned pale upon witnessing Sakura Country's tragic state. In the official live room of Long Country, Bingbing's face turned white after receiving confirmation from above, and she spoke with a trembling voice. This is truly terrifying. The punishment of the National Fortune game is real. Just now our country's people have confirmed Sakura Country's situation immediately. As for the grain issue, we will find a way to solve it eventually. However, that 20% decline in physical condition directly led to a sudden decrease of over 1 million in Sakura Country's population. Most of them are elderly individuals. After their physical condition declined, they just passed away. Then Bingbing thought of something, her expression brightening considerably as she smiled. Fortunately, our country's contestants have not encountered danger, and we have powerful individuals like Yi-chan around. Let's take a break from Sakura Country's situation and see what our contestants are doing next. Saying this, Bingbing removed the live rooms of contestants from other countries, leaving only Long Country's contestants' live room. It was seen that the contestants from Long Country had all found suitable resting spots during the night. Lin Yu even found a natural tree hole with no signs of other creatures living there, a stroke of luck. As for Yi-chun, he was even less to mention. In the originally dark little cabin, he took out a small night lamp from his space backpack and hung it on the roof. This instantly illuminated the little cabin. Not only that, but Yi-chun also made a small window for the cabin, took out a folding table to place underneath the window, and then took down the gourd of wine from his waist to pour himself a cup. While watching the night sky of the National Fortune world, he sipped wine. The viewers in Long Country's live room were enviously captivated. Isn't Yi-chun's life a bit too good? Just had a luxurious barbecue feast, and now he's drinking wine. Really envious. Since the global resources have dried up, I haven't had a drink in nearly 10 years. What are you talking about? I haven't had a drink in 20 years. I regret not stockpiling some wine back then, sigh. If only I had some peanuts or snacks to go with the wine, that would be even better. After drinking a bit more than half a gin of wine, Yi-chun prepared to rest, when suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from the forest behind. The viewers in the live room did not hear it, but Yi-chun did. He frowned slightly, slowly walked out of the little cabin, and looked towards the forest behind. What's wrong with Yi-chun? Wasn't he going to rest? Why is he coming out again? What could it be? Yi-chun must be going to relieve himself, but it's been a day already. At that moment, viewers in the live room also heard a rustling sound. Before long, from the shadows of the forest, a figure even larger than the raging wind saber-toothed tiger that had killed Buki slowly walked out. As the moon emerged from behind the clouds, the moonlight cascaded into the forest, allowing the viewers in the live stream to finally see the full figure of the shadow. It was a giant bear, nearly 5 meters tall, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yi-chun beside the small wooden cabin. The next moment, a terrifying roar erupted from the giant bear's mouth. Roar! The terrifying sound wave instantly toppled the trees in front of it. Alert Dragon Country contestant Yi-chun has encountered a D-level ferocious beast, Earth Giant Bear. Note: D-level ferocious beasts rare in the frost rainforest are terrifying creatures that can harness the power of the earth, covered in hard stone armor, effortlessly blocking D-level and below damage, making them the absolute kings among D-level ferocious beasts. They like to come to the riverbank at night to catch fish, so it is best to stay away from the riverbank at night unless you have sufficient strength. Upon seeing the system's alert and the display of power from the earth giant bear, the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap to their throats. Although they knew Yi Chun was strong, they were still very worried. Yi Chun, I believe in you. You have to be able to deal with this earth giant bear. Don't worry, isn't Yi Chun's displayed strength enough to prove that? An A-level ferocious beast can be easily dealt with. A mere D-level beast should be a piece of cake. Dragon Country, stop dreaming. That's a D-level ferocious beast. No matter how strong your contestants are, they are no match for the earth giant bear. Just wait for your punishment. Exactly, earth giant bear, I'm rooting for you. Quickly kill the Dragon Country contestant and let them taste the flavor of national punishment. What are you barking about up there? Don't belittle Yi Chun. That's right, it's just a D-level ferocious beast. Just wait and see how easily Yi Chun resolves it. We're waiting to see how your Dragon Country contestant will die. Yi Chun in the live stream lightly scratched his ear with his pinky finger and said unhappily, "It's so noisy. Didn't you know you disturbed my rest?" The earth giant bear, though unaware of what Yi Chun was saying, had already regarded him as an intruder in its territory. With a powerful kick of its thick leg, it left a massive footprint on the ground and charged towards Yi Chun with its nearly 8-ton body. The trees along the way were effortlessly shattered by the earth giant bear, its momentum incredibly fierce. Normally, even a powerful person would avoid such a heavy charge. However, Yi Chun stood there quietly, his expression unchanged, as if he didn't regard the earth giant bear at all. But the viewers in the live stream thought otherwise, their hearts racing with fear. Yi Chun, I know you're powerful, but you wouldn't face it head-on right. Yes, a giant bear over 5 meters tall, weighing at least 8 or 9 tons. We're just flesh and blood, not a heavily armored tank. We should dodge. What's there to panic about? Did you forget that Yi Chun possesses gravity abilities? For a heavyweight beast like the earth giant bear, Yi Chun can easily solve it in no time. Right, how could I forget that? Then it's no problem. Just as the earth giant bear was about to charge in front of him, without using the power of the heavy fruit or any flashy techniques, he simply raised his right hand slowly, which was covered by a layer of black substance. However, it was nighttime and the viewers in the live stream couldn't see much. The charging earth giant bear swung its paw towards Yi Chun. The next moment, just as the giant bear's paw was about to touch Yi Chun, he jumped to evade the attack, and then punched the stone armor on the bear's chest, unleashing a terrifying force far beyond the bear's imagination from his fist. The terrifying power exploded against the stone armor on the earth giant bear's chest. Crack! The stone armor shattered instantly, and Yi Chun's fist directly penetrated the bear's chest. The earth giant bear immediately froze, the fierce look in its eyes vanishing, replaced by fear. It could not comprehend why this seemingly weak human before it could unleash such terrifying power, directly piercing through its chest. Then its pupils began to dilate, and life slipped away. Boom! The next moment, the body of the earth giant bear crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The previously terrifying, fearsome D-level earth giant bear fell before Yi Chun, without even enduring a single round, instantly killed. This scene left the live stream chat frozen for several seconds before it exploded with comments filling the entire chat room. Oh my god! It was killed just like that. One punch. Just one punch to kill it. That was the earth giant bear, the king among D-level ferocious beasts, and it died at Yi Chun's hands. It's simply unbelievable. Yes, I thought Yi Chun would use gravity abilities to deal with the earth giant bear, considering its heavy weight. Even if he couldn't kill it, he could at least control it. That was my guess. The person above is right. I thought so too before, but now I just want to say, did the people from Sakura Country see? Is this the gap? It's simply worlds apart from your contestants. The people from Sakura Country must be crying in the bathroom right now. The earth giant bear, which could kill their contestant, was easily taken down by our Yi Chun. Yi Chun is terrifying. Truly the god Yi. Yi god, you are my god. In the official live stream of Dragon Country, Bing Bing, Lei Qiming, Fong Yi, and others were dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Fong Yi unconsciously swallowed this. This strength is truly astonishing. It's like a dimensionality reduction attack compared to contestants from other countries. Even though I had some predictions about Yi Chun's strength, seeing it in action still left me shocked. Lei Qiming took a deep breath and said, filled with shock and pride, "With Yi Chun here, our Dragon Country is already at the forefront in the national fortune game world." Bing Bing snapped back from her shock, her voice trembling with excitement. Viewers in the live stream, Yi Chun defeated the absolute king among D-level ferocious beasts, the earth giant bear, with one punch. This sharply contrasts with the tragic situation of the Sakura Country contestants. This is the strength of our Dragon Country contestants. Others from different countries fell silent upon witnessing this scene. The people of Sakura Country were still submerged in the fear and despair from their contestant's death, only to be shocked further when the Dragon Country contestant effortlessly killed the earth giant bear, which was stronger than the wind sword tooth tiger that killed their contestant. How could they accept this? Ding. Attack. Dragon Country contestant has killed the level ferocious beast, Earth Giant Bear for the first time, rewarded with a platinum treasure, chest 1, and 500 national fortune points. Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant for the first kill of the Drank ferocious beast, the Earth Giant Bear. Reward 1 platinum treasure chest, national fortune value, 500 points. Hearing the system notification of the national fortune game, Yi Chun felt quite satisfied. This time the reward even included an increase in the physical fitness of the entire nation and a revival of spiritual energy, which was an excellent reward. At that moment, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream went wild. Oh my gosh, this reward is incredible. Yeah, a 20 increase in fitness and a 10 revival of spiritual energy. Does this mean that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom can become superhumans in the future? I feel like I'm a superhuman right now. A 20 increase in fitness may not seem like much, but it's actually significant. I am a 100-meter sprinter, and my previous time was just around 11 seconds. But now I can easily break the world record and run under 9.5 seconds. Wow, that's impressive. Does that mean our national champion could run in the 8-second range? Yes. Huh. Let me show you what a genius is. After Yi Chun caused the revival of spiritual energy in the Dragon Kingdom, I suddenly sensed something extra in the air. It must be spiritual power. With my efforts, I successfully absorbed the spiritual power from the air into my body and felt a slight enhancement. What? Is what you just said true? If so, that's incredibly genius. Does this mean that we might also awaken extraordinary abilities like Yi Chun in the future? I want fire abilities, they seem really cool. I want ice abilities. I want lightning abilities. The situation described by the Dragon Kingdom's viewers also appeared within the military and police forces, especially among the 200 selected for the body refinement technique. Not only did they succeed in cultivating their blood and chi during the revival of spiritual energy, but several of the top participants also awakened extraordinary abilities of various types. This immediately attracted great attention from the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, who hurriedly began researching spiritual energy and the awakened abilities. In contrast, our instigator Yi Chun was happily dismembering the Earth Giant Bear with his bone-cutting blade, especially the bear paws. He directly cut off 2 bear paws and the bear gallbladder. He kept the bear paws for himself, planned to brew liquor with the gallbladder, and directly manifested the rest for the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun uploaded material remnant of Drank ferocious beast, Earth Giant Bear 1. Congratulations. The first upload of D material triggers a critical reward. Congratulations. Received a 30,000-fold manifestation. Dragon Kingdom obtains resources remnant of Drank ferocious beast, Earth Giant Bear 3000. Note, this material will be randomly distributed in the official cold storage across the Dragon Kingdom. After manifesting the Earth Giant Bear, Yi Chun happily returned to his small wooden house with 2 large bear paws. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. These 2 bear paws are enough to last several days. In that case, my liquor won't match these bear paws. I guess I need to find some ingredients to brew good liquor tomorrow. The snake gallbladder from before was quite good. Today's bear gallbladder is okay too, but something still feels off. Forget it all, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's see what good things I can get from the platinum treasure chest this time. Saying this, Yi Chun took out the platinum treasure chest he obtained from killing the Earth Giant Bear and gently opened the lid. In the next moment, 4 beams of platinum light appeared, showcasing 4 items before Yi Chun. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 1000-weight staff 1, innate chi technique 1, cleansing marrow pill 1, golden light shield 1. Congratulations, the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously receives a resource reward. National air purification rate increases by 25. Water resource purification rate increases by 25. Triggered the first opening of the platinum treasure chest reward. Additional rewards: the Dragon Kingdom's land vitality recovers by 25 and land area increases by 20. 1000-weight staff. The 1000-weight staff is a drank weapon engraved with red and golden inscriptions. The staff weighs 280 pounds, and activating the inscriptions can increase the weight by up to 10 times, easily shattering the defenses of Drank ferocious beasts, while carrying a gravitational field that can suppress opponents. Innate Chi Technique. The innate Chi Technique is an advanced Chi cultivation method that can draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine oneself. After cultivation, spiritual power becomes highly refined with a recovery speed far exceeding that of similar techniques. It is divided into 3 levels, and reaching perfection allows one to condense innate vigor, enabling one to withstand crank ferocious beast attacks, and greatly enhance spiritual power limits and physical foundation. Cleansing Marrow Pill. The Cleansing Marrow Pill is a rare pill that can cleanse meridians and expel impurities from the body, significantly enhancing cultivation qualifications and physical potential, reducing obstacles during breakthroughs. It is an excellent treasure for enhancing one's foundation. Golden Light Shield. The Golden Light Shield is a rank defensive artifact that when activated can condense a layer of golden shield in front of the user capable of blocking a full-force strike from a rank ferocious beast. When the Golden Light Shield shatters, it can release a powerful shockwave to repel enemies. Seeing the items Yichen opened from the Platinum Treasure Chest, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were instantly thrilled, while viewers from other countries were filled with envy and jealousy. Oh my gosh, this Platinum Treasure Chest is far better than a Golden Treasure Chest. The items obtained are so luxurious, especially the Cleansing Marrow Pill and Innate Chi Technique. With this set, even ordinary people could become geniuses. Exactly, I hope Yichen can manifest the Cleansing Marrow Pill back. Maybe I could get one too. What dream are you having up there? Not to mention whether Yichen needs it, even if he doesn't, it won't end up in your hands. Priority is definitely for the country, followed by those who are wealthy and powerful, and lastly ordinary people like us. You're right. With this layered priority, it's nearly the same as not having it in the hands of ordinary people. Instead of expecting the Cleansing Marrow Pill, it's better to hope for the Innate Chi Technique and the Body Refinement Technique. Those two are more reliable. Indeed, it seems I was overthinking. In the world of national fortune, Yichen, who had just opened the Platinum Treasure Chest, was momentarily stunned. His eyes were fixed on the 1,000-weight staff before him as he heard the system's voice in his ear. However, this was not the system of the national fortune game, but his own divine level item system. Ding. Detecting a convertible item. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? The item obtained from the divine level item system was precisely the 1,000-weight staff, which emanated a faint golden light that only Yichen could see. This was the unique glow of convertible items. Because this item was a staff, a multitude of characters or famous figures known for using staffs flashed through Yichen's mind. Especially that monkey who fought against heaven and earth, who was Yichen's idol during childhood. However, it could also possibly be other characters or weapons that used staffs, so Yichen suppressed his excitement, silently thinking in his heart, convert. Ding. Item conversion begins, expected to be completed in 120 hours. Seeing the 72 hours, Yichen's pupils contracted. 120 hours. 5 days. Does that mean it's a cosmic level item? Over the past 3 years, Yichen had gradually found many items and roughly classified their levels. For instance, the wrench he had used before was classified as a mortal level item, then above that were extraordinary, world, galaxy, cosmic, and Tao level. Mortal level items can be used within 10 minutes, mostly representing the capabilities of elites from various fields. Extraordinary level items take 1 to 3 hours, possessing extraordinary powers that exceed human limits, capable of city or nation level destruction. World level items take 4 to 10 hours, possessing powers that surpass the world, with the strongest capable of easily destroying the world. Galaxy-level items take 1 to 2 days, capable of traversing the universe and casually exploding stars. Cosmic-level items take 3 to 5 days, possessing cosmic-level powers with the strongest able to annihilate the universe. Tao-level items take 10 to 30 days, possessing Tao-level powers capable of easily erasing or creating the universe, among other things. Under the glow of the night lamp in the small wooden cabin, Yichen sat on a folding bed, confirming that the time for the item transformation was 120 hours later. The excitement in his eyes did not last long. After all, he was someone who had found many powerful items within 3 years. For instance, the black satin ribbon on his eyes bore the abilities and powers of Lin Chi-Yi. He is the master of the fifth universe, a supreme transcendent being belonging to the peak level of cosmic power, even touching upon the powers of the great Tao. Moreover, there are only a few cosmic-level figures who use a stick as a weapon and possess magical treasures. He could accept whichever one it turns out to be. Which cosmic-level power would be considered trash? He retrieved the 1,000-June staff, which was still in transformation, into his spatial backpack, then opened the Innate Chi art and noted down its contents. The previous body refinement art was simply too rudimentary. He glanced at it and lost interest. However, this Innate Chi art was worth studying. In no time, Yichen finished reading the Innate Chi art and successfully cultivated the first layer. As the first layer of the Innate Chi art was successfully cultivated, a slight smile appeared on Yichen's lips. Not bad. I didn't expect it to still be somewhat useful for me now. The spiritual energy within me has become more refined, and the power of my techniques has thus increased. Next, let me see the effect of the Cleansing Marrow Pill. Although I have acquired many powerful abilities and strengths, my innate aptitude should not be very good. With this Cleansing Marrow Pill, even if the compatibility with items does not improve later, I can still continue to enhance my strength. Saying this, he placed the milky white pill into his mouth, which melted instantly. As the Cleansing Marrow Pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into his body. Immediately, this energy began to cleanse Yichen's meridians, refining his marrow and expelling impurities from his body. As the cleansing marrow pill demonstrated its effects, streams of faint black liquid emerged from the pores of Yi Chen's skin, but the impurities were swiftly cleared away by a golden light. That was Yi Chen's mundane divine domain. He did not wish to become filthy all over. After a while, Yi Chen raised his head and expelled a stream of white air, shattering the ground beneath him. Feeling the changes within his body, Yi Chen smiled slightly. No wonder it's called the cleansing marrow pill. It directly eliminated all the impurities within me, and my physical strength has at least doubled. My mind has also become exceptionally clear, and the abilities acquired from the items are fully mastered due to the enhancement in my aptitude and comprehension. Originally, I only wanted to enhance my compatibility in the national fortune world, but I didn't expect the rewards to be quite decent. It seems I should hunt more high-level ferocious beasts and trigger more rewards. However, it's quite late now, so I'll talk about hunting ferocious beasts tomorrow. With that, Yi Chen crawled into his sleeping bag to rest. Before long, his breathing became light and steady, and he gradually fell asleep. After Yi Chen rested, other contestants from different countries also began to sleep one after another. Meanwhile, many online viewers still lingered in Yi Chen's live stream. They wanted to see if any ferocious beasts would attack Yi Chen later. In the official live stream of the Dragon Nation, Bing Bing, Lei Qiming, and Fan Yi were also glued to the screen, their excitement unabated. I still can't get over it. The scene of Yi Chen defeating the drank ferocious beast, the Earth Giant Bear, with a single punch is still vivid in my mind. Bing Bing held the microphone, her voice trembling with excitement, but her face was full of pride. Previously, a contestant from the Sakura Nation was instantly killed by the drank ferocious beast, the Gale Saber-Toothed Tiger, while our contestant from the Dragon Nation defeated a drank ferocious beast in an instant, bringing a massive amount of rewards to the people of our nation. Not only are the air, water resources, and land being restored, but there's also an increase in land area by 20. It may not seem like a large number, but keep in mind that our Dragon Nation's land area is 9.6 million square kilometers. A 20 increase means an additional 1.92 million square kilometers. What does that mean? It's equivalent to the size of 120 Kyoto cities. This is a terrifying growth, representing the birth of new cities and indicating that our Dragon Nation now possesses more arable land, completely resolving our food crisis. Moreover, with a 20 increase in physical constitution and a 10 recovery of spiritual energy, our Dragon Nation has completely left other countries behind. Lei Qiming sat up straight, exclaiming, indeed, this is no longer just about surpassing other countries. As long as Yi Chen is still here, our rate of advancement will only grow faster. Here's some good news. With the emergence of the body refinement art, we have selected 200 outstanding soldiers for training. During the recent recovery of spiritual energy, the first several soldiers awakened their supernatural abilities, and all of them cultivated their chi and blood. I don't need to elaborate on what that represents. And my 97-year-old great-grandfather just sent me a video of him carrying 20 pounds of rice up 10 flights of stairs. I was utterly shocked when I saw it. The three of them exchanged excited words, completely forgetting the presence of another commentator, Zhang Dagong, who was looking at his phone with an exceptionally grim expression. Suddenly, a text message popped up on his phone. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang Dagong, on successfully processing your immigration. Welcome to be a citizen of the beautiful Lighthouse Nation. Zhang Dagong had never been very optimistic about the Dragon Nation, especially after the emergence of the blind Yi Chen and the superstar Lin Yu. Therefore, after using his means to learn the list of contestants, he immediately submitted his immigration application. However, he never expected Yi Chen's strength to be so formidable, easily defeating even the drank ferocious beast, the Earth Giant Bear. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was incredibly lucky, having found a nest of soft-bone rabbits and green light grass on her way. In the end, Lin Yu even opened a ranged weapon, bow and arrow, from a black iron treasure chest, allowing her to easily slay ferocious beasts. Thus, after learning that the entire population of the Dragon Nation had their physical constitution enhanced by 20, and that his previously submitted immigration application was approved, he became a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, no longer enjoying the rewards of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the high-level officials of other countries held an emergency meeting due to the actions of Yi Chen, discussing the rewards obtained by the Dragon Nation today and the corresponding response plans. They also reviewed specific data on the recovery of spiritual energy, the list of awakened supernatural beings, the changes in the populace after their enhanced physical constitution, and the on-site photographs of land regeneration, along with the records of 3.0 remnants of the Earth Giant Bear stored in various official cold storage facilities. As the amount of information increased, the expression of President Trump of the Lighthouse Nation grew increasingly grim. Bang! He slammed the documents in his hand onto the ground. Trump looked at the report in front of him with a sullen expression, his tone icy as he said, "This Yi Chen from the Dragon Kingdom is truly despicable. With him around, it is simply unrealistic for our competitors to surpass him." Mr. President, we have thoroughly investigated Yi Chen's background, and his past is quite ordinary with no anomalies ever reported. However, I still found a point of suspicion. 3 years ago, Yi Chen was completely normal, but after that he suddenly became blind, which is highly unusual. Moreover, since that time, Yi Chen has exhibited some subtle abnormalities, although to the eyes of a normal person, they may not seem out of the ordinary. But given the strength Yi Chen displays now, that normal behavior seems quite abnormal. He likely gained immense power 3 years ago, such as gravity manipulation and a powerful physique, and he may possess other undisclosed abilities. Hearing the words of the intelligence chief, Trump understood. He had also reviewed Yi Chen's data, but now that Yi Chen was in the world of national fortune, they had no way to intervene and could only hope for their own competitors. What about Quinn now? I remember he was the first to materialize resources and obtained a black iron treasure chest from which he acquired a large cleaver that can cut through grade ferocious beasts. The intelligence chief brought up Quinn's live stream and replied truthfully. After receiving the large cleaver, Quinn has been searching for ferocious beasts in the frosty rain forest to enhance his strength. However, progress has not been smooth. First, he is hesitant to move carelessly through the forest, and second, he is not yet familiar with the area, having not significantly increased his strength. So far he has only found some fruits and has not encountered any ferocious beasts. At that time, after consuming the flesh of a ferocious beast, Quinn's body was immediately strengthened, and he was tremendously excited. Not only him, but Lin Yu from the Dragon Kingdom also experienced enhancement after eating the meat of a soft-boned rabbit, causing viewers in the live stream to explode with excitement. Only Yi Chen, due to his immense strength, felt nothing. His attention was entirely focused on the food, and even the viewers in the live stream were the same. Trump fell silent for a moment, his gaze gradually turning icy. Tell Quinn that along with other competitors, regardless of their methods, they must quickly enhance their strength. We cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to maintain its lead indefinitely. Additionally, send a few people to monitor Yi Chen's live stream 24 hours a day and gather all intel on him. No matter the cost, we must find his weaknesses. In the various countries of Blue Star, some rejoiced, while others despaired. Especially in the Dragon Kingdom, where everyone was thrilled as the higher-ups distributed the wolf and snake meat recently materialized by Yi Chen to every household, making the citizens exceptionally happy today. At this moment, in a conference room in the Dragon Kingdom, the intelligence chief Qin Ming was the first to speak. Report: the meat has been delivered to the hands of the entire nation, and the 200 soldiers who consumed the meat of the newly materialized great earth giant bear have further strengthened their abilities. We have also shared the collected information with the other competitors, except for Yi Chen. Should we inform Yi Chen about the information we gathered? The elderly man sitting in the middle shook his head gently at the sight of Yi Chen's live stream on the projector. Forget it, since Yi Chen is resting now, let's not disturb him, even if it wastes today's information transfer count. But if it's wasted, so be it. The information we collected is not that important to Yi Chen right now. Also, we need not intervene too much in Yi Chen's actions, let him act freely unless there's an emergency. Qin Ming nodded and immediately instructed those in the Intelligence Bureau to wait until tomorrow when Yi Chen wakes up to deliver the information they had gathered. As dawn broke, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes on the folding bed. After checking his surroundings, he sat up and stretched his body, cracking with sounds. After a night of rest, Yi Chen felt exceptionally good. Yi Chen got up and stepped out of the small wooden house, the faint scent of grass and wood mingling with the aroma of the river water filling his nostrils. A smile crept onto his lips. The weather is nice today. As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a towel and toiletries from his spatial backpack and slowly walked to the riverbank to wash. After washing up, Yi Chen began preparing breakfast for the day, planning to make a pot of fish soup with the 2 small fish he caught yesterday and grill some meat. While Yi Chen was waiting for breakfast, he received a message from the country. Upon reading the contents, he paid little attention to the situation of other countries and carefully checked the status of several competitors from the Dragon Kingdom. Especially Lin Yu. He never expected a big star who was accustomed to a pampered life would have such luck, which surprised him greatly. Interesting. After saying that, he stopped caring and focused solely on his breakfast. Before long, the rich aroma of fish soup wafted through the air, combined with the enticing scent of grilled meat, making one drool. Yi Chen first served himself a bowl of fish soup, took a gentle sip, and suddenly the fresh and tender fish flavor exploded in his mouth. So fresh. While Yi Chen was enjoying his breakfast, the other competitors were gradually waking up. Unlike Yi Chen's luxurious breakfast, apart from those who had killed ferocious beasts, the others were merely eating some wild fruits. Those who had stayed awake in the live stream all night, and those who had woken up early to watch the stream, were instantly envious upon seeing Yi Chen drinking fish soup. Wow, Yi Chen's life is too wonderful. He has fish soup to drink first thing in the morning. I didn't expect Yi Chen to start teasing us so early. Now I want fish soup too. I can't help it, or I need to take out my fishing rod that has been gathering dust for over a decade. I couldn't imagine it before, but now that Yi Chun has materialized countless rivers, there are definitely fish. Today I must catch one. Hey, where's your home? Let's go together. Is anyone going fishing together? There's a river that Yi Chun materialized right next to my house, and there are plenty of fish. The address is XXXX. Okay, I'm near your house. I'm bringing my fishing rod to find you. Wait for me. There's also a river here at my place XXXX. Is anyone interested in joining? Is anyone going to fish at XXXX? Let's go together. The atmosphere in the live stream changed unexpectedly as the fishing enthusiasts were truly a frightening bunch. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Chun, who continued to enjoy his breakfast leisurely. On the other side, in the deep mountains on the eastern side of the frosty rain forest, Lin Yu was cautiously weaving through the forest with a large black bough strapped to her back. As Lin Yu weaved through the forest, it was evident that she was different from yesterday. Her speed was incomparable to her former self. Moreover, her strength was remarkable. The bow and arrows on her back appeared quite heavy, and the fact that she could maneuver so effortlessly with such a burden was a testament to her tremendous power. Lin Yu was quite exhilarated now. Initially, she had no desire to kill and eat the soft-boned rabbit she held in her hands last night. Firstly, she had never killed anything, not even a chicken. Secondly, she felt reluctant. However, the country informed her that consuming the meat of ferocious beasts could enhance her physical strength, and considering her current predicament lacking power, here meant certain death. It was unlikely for her to rely solely on luck to encounter a ferocious beast like the soft-boned rabbit again. After over an hour of mental preparation, she resolved to use the dagger in her hand to end the life of the soft-boned rabbit. At first, she felt a pang of guilt, but after taking a bite, that feeling vanished. Oh my, this is delicious. Moreover, Lin Yu could distinctly feel a warm current circulating within her body after consuming the rabbit's meat, and she could clearly sense her strength increasing. In the end, the entire soft-boned rabbit was consumed by Lin Yu. After a night's digestion, she was now in the forest, moving gracefully. I never expected that a mere grade soft-boned rabbit could make me this strong. My speed now could easily break the world record without even panting. Lin Yu felt immensely confident, especially with the black iron bow she had obtained from the black iron treasure chest, which made it even easier for her to hunt grade ferocious beasts. This bow was essentially tailor-made for her. Being a markswoman herself, although she had never participated in any competitions, she still possessed basic shooting skills. Not to claim she never missed, but she was capable of hunting ferocious beasts like the soft-boned rabbit. Currently, she had a soft-boned rabbit killed by the black iron bow in her backpack, a trophy from her practice sessions. However, this rabbit did not yield a treasure chest or any national luck value rewards. Thus, she planned to hunt other ferocious beasts to see what she could achieve. While she was traversing the forest, a rustling sound suddenly emerged, prompting her to stop, immediately hide behind a tree, and ready her black iron bow with an arrow drawn, prepared to shoot. Lin Yu fixed her gaze on the bushes where the sound originated, gradually bending the bowstring as her breathing became steadier. Moments later, a small black-scaled ferocious beast emerged from within. Simultaneously, the name of this black creature appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Name: black-scaled mouse. F-grade. Description: F-grade ferocious beast, a low-tier social creature in the food chain of the wind frost rain forest, adept at burrowing extremely fast, with sharp teeth, skilled in ambush, and possesses slight toxicity that can paralyze prey. The black-scaled mouse seemed unaware of Lin Yu. It lowered its head, sniffing the air in search of prey, its tail occasionally flicking. Having been tempered by the experience of killing the soft-boned rabbit yesterday, Lin Yu's eyes hardened, and without hesitation, she released her grip. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly, cutting through the air, and accurately targeted the black-scaled mouse's head. The black-scaled mouse reacted quickly, attempting to dodge the moment it sensed danger. However, the arrow was too fast, and the mouse could not evade in time. Thud! The arrow effortlessly pierced through the black-scaled mouse's head. It stiffened for a moment, emitted a faint cry, and then collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before dying. Viewers in the live stream were thrilled to see Lin Yu swiftly take down the black-scaled mouse, flooding the chat with excited messages. My goodness, I didn't expect the goddess Lin Yu to be this powerful. She can kill a black-scaled mouse with a single arrow. Of course, our goddess Lin Yu was once a markswoman. Although she may not compare to those champions and professional athletes, she is still impressive. Plus, after consuming the meat of ferocious beasts, her strength has increased, making it easy to kill an F-grade beast. Exactly. Don't even talk about the goddess Lin Yu, I could do it too. You up there, just roll away. Don't come near. Seeing her arrow hit the target, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, then set down her black iron bow, and walked slowly to the corpse of the black-scaled mouse, to confirm it was truly dead. Not bad. What a great start. Successfully hunted an F-grade ferocious beast. Its meat will surely enhance my physical strength better than that of the soft-boned rabbit, but since it is a mouse, I am not keen on eating it. I'll just return it to the country. With that, Lin Yu took out a dagger from her backpack, to perform a simple processing of the black-scaled mouse. Just then a deep growl resonated from the forest ahead, filled with menace. Seeing this, Lin Yu's expression changed. She disregarded the black-scaled mouse's corpse and quickly dropped the dagger, grabbing her black iron bow and stealthily hiding behind a large tree, vigilantly watching the direction from which the growl came. Rustle, rustle. Soon a massive, ferocious beast with numerous red markings emerged from the woods. It was a wolf larger than any she had seen on Blue Star. Name: Crimson Wolf. E-grade description: E-grade ferocious beast, with fur marked by red patterns, possessing strong limbs, sharp teeth, and incredible speed, an excellent hunter in the wind frost rainforest. Once its body is entirely covered in red patterns, it will advance to the D grade and can attack using flames. Upon emerging, the Crimson Wolf scanned the surroundings with piercing eyes, quickly spotting Lin Yu hiding behind the large tree and the untouched corpse of the black-scaled mouse. Seeing this, a glint of greed and ferocity flashed in its eyes. It emitted a low growl and slowly approached Lin Yu. With each heavy footstep, Lin Yu's heart raced. Her palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. Although she was confident in hunting grade ferocious beasts, she still felt uncertain in the face of an A-grade beast. Despite her significant increase in strength, she still felt somewhat weak against the A-grade ferocious beast. Moreover, fleeing from the Crimson Wolf would be futile. She could only utilize her bow and arrows to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow. With that in mind, Lin Yu aimed an arrow at the eyes of the Crimson Wolf, the most vulnerable part of the beast, which also represented her only chance of victory. As the Crimson Wolf drew closer, when it was merely a dozen meters away from Lin Yu, it lunged, forcefully charging toward her while baring its fangs aimed at her neck. Lin Yu immediately sidestepped to evade as the Crimson Wolf grazed her shoulder and landed behind the large tree, quickly turning around. Now, seizing the moment the Crimson Wolf turned, Lin Yu abruptly released her fingers, and the arrow shot swiftly toward the wolf's eyes with a whoosh. As the Crimson Wolf made a sharp turn, its reaction was slightly delayed, and by the time it sensed the danger, the arrow was already before its eyes. A blood-red flash appeared, and the Crimson Wolf let out a mournful howl, for the arrow did not strike its eye but pierced through its ear. After all, the Crimson Wolf was an A-rank ferocious beast, and its reflexes were still quite quick. When the arrow came close, it forcefully turned its head to evade the attack, but it still could not completely avoid it. Seeing that her attack had not succeeded, Lin Yuan immediately ran towards the large tree behind her quickly. The injured Crimson Wolf let out a furious roar, raising its head to look at Lin Yuan in the branches, its eyes filled with pain and rage as it charged towards the tree with even greater speed. Lin Yuan, perched on the branches, remained calm. As long as her opponent could not fly, she was temporarily. The Crimson Wolf clawed at the tree, its claws scratching the trunk, leaving deep marks, yet it could not climb up. Although the Crimson Wolf could not ascend, every scratch against the trunk sparked fire and left behind black scorch marks. It was evident that this Crimson Wolf, while not yet fully A-rank beast, was close to it, as it could now employ some abilities related to fire, even if it was just sparks. Lin Yuan quickly took an arrow from the quiver on her back and knocked it onto her bowstring, aiming at the Crimson Wolf. She could not let the Crimson Wolf ignite the tree beneath her, or she would have no escape. Either she would burn to death above or be bitten to death by the wolf below. However, she now had a third option to kill the Crimson Wolf. This time she focused intently on aiming for the wolf's eye, and the next moment she released her fingers, sending the arrow flying towards its eye. This time, due to the close distance, the Crimson Wolf had no time to react, and the arrow pierced directly through. In pain, the Crimson Wolf fell from the tree trunk. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but her eyes instantly filled with murderous intent as she drew her bow again, aiming at the wolf's other eye. As long as she could blind the Crimson Wolf, she would be able to kill it with ease. The Crimson Wolf also sensed the danger and immediately tried to get away from Lin Yuan, but having just lost one eye, it stumbled again, as it was not yet accustomed to the loss. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and she suddenly released her fingers. The arrow whistled through the air, accurately shooting towards the wolf's left eye, catching the unprepared beast. The Crimson Wolf let out a heart-wrenching roar, having both eyes pierced by arrows, and with its power completely lost, it could only frantically thrash on the ground, attacking the surrounding trees. Its nose twitched, and then it charged towards the tree where Lin Yuan was madly crashing into the trunk. Watching the Crimson Wolf below going wild, Lin Yuan's expression turned cold as she drew her bow and fired 3 arrows at it, one of which struck the wolf's hind leg. The incapacitated Crimson Wolf had completely become Lin Yuan's target. "Die," she shouted as she released her final arrow, which instantly pierced through the wolf's neck. Blood gushed out immediately, and the Crimson Wolf's body stiffened before it collapsed, its limbs twitching for a moment, its roar growing weaker until it finally lost all signs of life. Ding! Player Lin Yuan from Dragon Country has successfully killed the A-rank ferocious beast, the Crimson Wolf, for the first time, earning a bronze treasure chest 1 and 50 national luck points. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan immediately sighed in relief. After climbing down from the branches, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her back drenched in sweat, and her arms were painfully sore from the prolonged bow drawing. The battle had been thrilling, a moment's carelessness would have made her the Crimson Wolf's meal. She then suddenly burst in, "Whoa, I finally killed it. I thought I was going to die." Lin Yuan's successful killing of the Crimson Wolf caused her live stream to explode. "Oh my gosh, Goddess Lin Yuan is so amazing. She single-handedly killed an A-rank ferocious beast. That's incredible. Goddess Lin Yuan, don't cry, you're the best. No, you're the second best, the best after Yishan." It's understandable that Goddess Lin Yuan was scared. She's the only ordinary person among all the contestants without combat power. Just now I even forgot to send a comment in the barrage. Yes, just now when Goddess Lin Yuan encountered the Crimson Wolf, aside from initially letting her escape, there were no comments in the barrage afterwards. Exactly what just happened was really thrilling. I didn't even dare to breathe. Me too. Everyone was worried that Goddess Lin Yuan might be attacked by the Crimson Wolf due to the barrage. Although they knew she couldn't see it, they were still concerned. Right? Now that we see Goddess Lin Yuan actually able to kill an A-rank ferocious beast by herself, I almost cried. It's truly not easy. After a while, Lin Yuan finally recovered, wiped her tears, and slowly stood up, walking to the corpse of the Crimson Wolf, a faint smile appearing on her face. "It really wasn't easy. I never thought I could kill you." Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more so was excitement and pride. This was her successful solo hunt of an A-rank ferocious beast. Not only would this enhance her own strength, but it would also provide rich resources for Dragon Country. She took out a dagger and chopped off the 2 hind legs of the Crimson Wolf. After processing them, she placed them in her backpack as her food for the coming days. Then she materialized the remaining corpse of the Crimson Wolf along with the previously hunted black-scaled rat back to Dragon Country. Ding! Dragon Country player Lin Yuan uploaded resources. A-rank Crimson Wolf corpse 1, F-rank black-scaled rat 1. Triggered 10,000 times materialization. Dragon Country received A-rank Crimson Wolf corpse 10,000, EF-rank black-scaled rat 10,000. Drop location: the materials will be randomly distributed in official cold storage across Dragon Country. After uploading, Lin Yuan quickly packed her arrows and left the area. The stench of blood from the recent battle would attract other ferocious beasts, so she needed to leave immediately. Once she left the area, Lin Yuan first returned to the place where she had rested last night, and then opened the bronze treasure chest she just obtained. Looking at the bronze treasure chest in her hands, Lin Yuan wondered, is it only by hunting stronger ferocious beasts that one can obtain treasure chests? The soft-boned rabbit and the black-scaled rat I killed earlier didn't yield any treasure chests. Only by killing the A-rank ferocious beast, the Crimson Wolf, did I obtain one. If that's the case, then to receive rewards one must become stronger. I really don't know how Yi Chen killed the Drank Earth Giant Bear. Forget it, let's see what good things I can get from the bronze treasure chest. With that, Lin Yuan slowly opened the bronze treasure chest in her hands. In the next moment, 3 azure beams of light appeared before Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the 3 items before her, Lin Yu was instantly filled with excitement. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for simultaneously receiving resource rewards, a 5 increase in national crop yields. Qingfeng Ju is a basic low-level cultivation technique that can absorb the wind spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to nourish the body, stabilize the qi and blood, gradually enhance physical strength, and significantly increase speed. It is divided into 3 levels, and upon reaching mastery, one can condense a breeze around the body, mitigating external impacts, and enabling one to walk on the wind, tripling their speed for a short time. Jifengbu is a low-level basic movement technique characterized by light and agile steps, allowing one to harness the power of the wind to enhance speed and deliver powerful short-distance bursts. After mastering it, one can create 2 afterimages to confuse enemies, making it an excellent technique for close combat escape and maneuvering. Peiyuan Dan is a specially formulated pill for cultivation with gentle and pure properties specifically designed for martial artists. After taking it, one can quickly absorb and convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating the cultivation process, stabilizing their cultivation realm, and refining their own spiritual energy foundation. Long-term use can expand the capacity of their meridians, assisting martial artists in smoothly breaking through minor realms, making it a core commonly used pill for early-stage cultivation and intense training. This is excellent. With these 3 items, I can rapidly enhance my strength, allowing me to acquire more resources and slay stronger beasts to gain even greater power. With that, Lin Yu immediately opened Qingfeng Ju and Jifengbu to study, then placed a Peiyuan Dan in her mouth and began her cultivation. As the effects of the Peiyuan Dan took hold, Lin Yu quickly succeeded in cultivating Qingfeng Ju, condensing wind attribute spiritual energy within her body. The spiritual energy flowed continuously along the cultivation path of Qinfeng Ju, gradually strengthening her body. While Lin Yu was cultivating, the viewers in the livestream were filled with joy for her. Goddess Lin Yu is not only can she single-handedly slay ranked beasts, but she also acquired cultivation techniques and movement methods. It's truly impressive. I was worried about whether Goddess Lin Yu would encounter danger later, but now with these techniques there's no need to worry anymore. With Yi Chun and Goddess Lin Yu here, our Dragon Nation will definitely grow stronger. I look forward to Goddess Lin Yu hunting more beasts and bringing more benefits to our Dragon Nation. On the other side, in stark contrast to Lin Yu's thrilling hunt, Quinn from the Lighthouse Nation was on the western side of Frostwind Forest, continuously hunting frank beasts with an exceptionally arrogant attitude. As a top-tier Special Forces soldier, he relied on the large machete obtained from the black iron treasure chest, along with the flesh of the forest giant crocodile he had previously consumed, which had further enhanced his physique, making him exceedingly arrogant. He completely disregarded frank beasts and employed very brutal tactics. A bunch of worthless creatures, they are utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. As he spoke, Quinn swiftly killed and frank beast the gray-furred fox with a single slash, a look of disdain appearing on his face as he kicked the fox's corpse aside. Yi Chun, just a lucky guy. Once my strength improves, I will personally deal with him and kill him, making the Dragon Nation taste the bitterness of national misfortune. Ha ha, he said, manifesting the gray-furred fox back to the Lighthouse Nation, then walked deeper into the rainforest, cutting through the underbrush and branches. Now his target was an ranked beast, as frank beasts posed no challenge for him. Especially since Yi Chun had already gotten ahead of him, he needed the meat of an ranked beast to enhance his own strength, gain more rewards, and prove that he was stronger than Yi Chun, and that the Lighthouse Nation was stronger than the Dragon Nation. After walking for a while, and casually killing a few frank beasts, he successfully attracted an ranked beast. A deep roar echoed from the forest ahead. Upon hearing this sound, Quinn's expression sharpened, and he halted his movements, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. This oppressive feeling, it must be an ranked beast. It's not easy to encounter one. Let me see how strong this ranked beast really is. He tightened his grip on the large machete and slowly approached the direction of the roar, his gaze fierce and his steps heavy. Before long, a massive beast slowly appeared before Quinn. It was a wild boar, standing 1 meter tall. Name: rock armored wild boar. E-rank description: E-rank beast covered with a thick layer of gray rock armor, exceptionally large in size with tusks of a dark yellow hue. Its defensive power ranks among the highest among the beasts of Frostwind Forest, and it has a violent and ferocious temperament. Once disturbed, it will charge wildly at any living creature in its path. Once the rock armored wild boar completely petrifies its black stone color, it can advance to Drank and is capable of attacking using rocks. Upon seeing Quinn, the rock-armored wild boar did not attack immediately, but instead grunted at him a couple of times before turning to leave. However, Quinn would not let the rock-armored wild boar escape. Seeing it attempting to leave, Quinn charged forward with the large machete without a second thought. He swung a blow at the boar's rear. Crack! The large machete struck the rock-armored wild boar's rear, but it was blocked by its rock armor, producing a crisp sound and sparking, leaving the boar entirely unharmed, while Quinn's arm went numb from the impact. What? Quinn's expression changed in surprise. How can this beast's defense be so strong? But the rock-armored wild boar did not give Quinn time to think. The moment Quinn attacked, it turned and charged at him, its tusks glinting coldly, as if aiming to pierce through Quinn. Quinn hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, feeling somewhat flustered. He never expected that the defense of the rock-armored wild boar would be this strong. Even the large machete he had obtained from the black iron treasure chest couldn't break through its defenses. How could he think about hunting the rock-armored wild boar now? Continuing to fight would only exhaust his stamina, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the beast. No, I can't panic. Although this beast has strong defenses, every creature has its weak points. As long as I find the rock-armored wild boar's weakness, I can definitely kill it. Quinn thought to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the rock-armored wild boar, carefully observing its body and movements. Soon, while dodging attacks, Quinn noticed that the boar's belly was not covered by armor. That was its most vulnerable. However, attacking the belly of the rock-armored wild boar was quite difficult, as the boar was aware that this was its weak point and protected it well, making it hard to strike. But who was he? He was a top Special Forces soldier from the Lighthouse Nation, and soon a plan formed in Quinn's mind. He deliberately slowed down his pace, feigning exhaustion, to lure the rock-armored wild boar to attack him. Seeing Quinn's appearance, the rock-armored wild boar indeed took the bait. Its eyes turned fierce as it charged rapidly at Quinn, this time with a speed even faster than before. Just as the rock-armored wild boar was about to reach Quinn, he suddenly slid beneath it, swinging his machete. With all his might, Quinn struck through the rock-armored wild boar's belly. Blood sprayed out, instantly drenching Quinn. The rock-armored wild boar let out a tragic cry, then staggered around, casting one last unwilling glance at Quinn before collapsing to the ground lifeless. Ding! Congratulations to Quinn Dawson from the Lighthouse Nation for his first kill of an 11 fierce beast. The rock-armored wild boar rewarded with 1 bronze treasure chest and 50 national fortune points. Hearing the system notification, Quinn stood up, looked at the fallen rock-armored wild boar, wiped the blood from his face, and revealed a sinister smile. He kicked the corpse of the wild boar and arrogantly said, "Humph. 11 fierce beasts are nothing more than this. Even with such strong defenses, I easily found its weakness and defeated it. Yichen, just wait, soon I will surpass you, and then kill you." As he spoke, he took enough meat from the rock-armored wild boar to last him a long time, then manifested the boar back to the Lighthouse Nation and opened the bronze treasure chest he had obtained. Ding! Lighthouse Nation contestant Quinn Dawson uploaded resources: a level rock-armored wild boar corpse X1, triggering 10,000-fold manifestation. Dragon Nation received a level rock-armored wild boar corpse X1000. The resource will be randomly distributed in the official cold storage across the Lighthouse Nation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rock armor technique X1, shattering fist X1A, and rock greatsword X1. Congratulations to the Lighthouse Nation for synchronously receiving resource rewards: a nationwide resource increase of 5. Rock armor technique, a low-level foundational technique that can absorb earth-type spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to refine the body, strengthening muscles and bones, significantly enhancing physical defense and endurance. It has 3 levels, and upon reaching perfection, one can condense a rock layer shield around oneself, reducing physical damage, making the body as hard as rock, and greatly enhancing resistances, allowing one to withstand attacks of the same level. Shattering Fist, a low-level foundational fist technique that is forceful and heavy, capable of breaking through stubborn stones with a single punch by condensing earth-type spiritual power into the fist. Its destructive power is fierce and explosive. Upon reaching perfection, both fists can condense into a pair of gigantic rock gauntlets, creating giant stone phantoms, doubling the attack power. Rock Greatsword, and a level offensive weapon that when activated can attach heavy rock energy to the sword body, capable of easily cleaving through the flesh of a level fierce beast, significantly enhancing slashing power. When swung with full force, it can unleash a shockwave of rock energy, shattering enemy defenses. It is an incredibly sturdy weapon that is hard to damage, practical for close combat, and breaking armor and defenses. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast room, the comments were scrolling frantically. Quinn. So cool, Quinn, he is our angel from the Lighthouse Nation, manifesting so much food for us in just one day. And he has also obtained so many powerful items, surpassing the Dragon Nation. It's just a matter of time. It's not just Quinn. Our Special Forces King Swicksmith has also found a level fierce beast, but he is waiting for the right opportunity to deal with it instead of rushing in like Quinn. And many of our contestants have found a level fierce beast, but they just haven't acted immediately. Little Dragon Nation, just wait. Soon we will surpass you. Seeing the items obtained from the bronze treasure chest, Quinn became even more arrogant. He swung the rock greatsword in his hand, chopping down all the surrounding trees, laughing and saying, "Ha! This is amazing. With these 3 items, my strength will be even greater, making it much easier to hunt fear." As he spoke, Quinn put away the rock armor technique and shattering fist, then swaggered back to his temporary residence with the rock greatsword. He intended to study the techniques and fist methods he had just acquired thoroughly, quickly enhancing his strength to kill more fierce beasts, and find Yichen to prove his power, bringing more benefits to the Lighthouse Nation. However, Quinn was unaware that while he had killed the rock-armored wild boar, a pair of icy eyes were closely watching him from a distant cliff, clearly drawn by Quinn's recent battle. Those were a pair of crimson eyes entirely shrouded in shadow, exuding a fierce aura, clearly considering Quinn as its prey. Suddenly, the fierce beast jumped down from the distant cliff, heading towards Quinn's direction. Quinn had no idea that his arrogance and hubris had brought him a great trouble. A deadly crisis was silently waiting for him. Meanwhile, Yichen, whom Quinn regarded as a rival, was leisurely walking along the river, heading upstream. Along the way, he encountered many fierce beasts coming to drink from the river, all of which were dealt with by Yichen one by one, and he manifested a large amount of fierce beast meat back to the Dragon Nation. With Yichen and Lin Yu's manifestations, the Dragon Nation was temporarily not lacking in meat, but the stock of crops had not increased. Although the air and soil had recovered significantly, it was not yet harvest time, but it was conceivable that the quantity of this harvest would be very high. Just as Yichen had walked along the riverbank for a while, a piercing cry rang out from the sky. Cree. Hearing this, Yichen looked up at the sky and saw a group of giant eagles hovering in the air, apparently hunting. Name: Azure Giant Eagle. E-level description: E-level fierce beast with wings covered in dense bluish gray, feathers, a large and agile body, claws sharp as iron hooks. Its wings can stir up strong winds, and its flying speed is outstanding among the fierce beasts in the lower layers of the wind and rainforest. It has a fierce and bloodthirsty nature, excelling in high-altitude diving attacks. Once its wings fully condense into wind blades and the wind power reaches its peak, it can advance to a level fierce beast and can control strong winds to launch large-scale wind attacks. They swiftly dove from the sky towards the river, their sharp claws instantly piercing through the unsuspecting fish in the water, quickly devouring them. Originally, Yi Chun had little interest in this group of giant eagles, but that did not mean the giant eagles were not interested. After finishing their recently caught fish, the azure giant eagles turned their gaze towards Yi Chun by the riverside, their eyes flashing with fierce light. Seeing this, Yi Chun smiled slightly and said, "Interesting, I didn't expect that while I didn't trouble you, you are now targeting me. I just wonder if your wings are tasty." The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Chun's words. Huh. As expected of Yi God, facing so many level azure giant eagles, the first thing he thinks of is whether their wings are tasty. I also want to try if the wings of this level fierce beast, the azure giant eagle, are tasty. After all, it is an level fierce beast, surely much tastier than our chicken wings. That's going to take some time. I heard that the country plans to announce the body refining technique soon, as Yi God and the others have manifested a large amount of fierce beast meat. I've heard that too, but getting to eat a level or even level fierce beast meat isn't that simple. Only those with good talent have a chance, or those who join the military. In any case, we will definitely get to eat a level or even higher level fierce beast meat in the future. As long as Yi God is still in the national fortune world, there will definitely be opportunities. Just then, the azure giant eagles all dove towards Yi Chun, their claws glinting with dangerous light. While the viewers in the live stream were pondering whether Yi Chun would use gravity abilities to deal with the group of azure giant eagles or opt for another attack, Yi Chun surprisingly did not draw his sword, but instead took out the Cold Moon sword from his spatial backpack. Is Yi Chun planning to use the Cold Moon sword to handle those azure giant eagles? I wonder how good Yi Chun's sword skills are. Can he really deal with that group of azure giant eagles? Does Yi Chun still need to worry? Even if the Cold Moon sword technique can't handle the azure giant eagles, he still has gravity abilities, right? So there's no need to worry about Yi Chun's safety at all. Exactly, Yi Chun is so strong, why should I be here worrying unnecessarily? That's right, we'll find out as we watch. Then unexpectedly, Yi Chun tossed the Cold Moon sword into the air, and it began to float. This scene left the viewers in the live stream stunned. Yi Chun raised his hand and pointed the sword at the azure giant eagles, giving a gentle wave, sword control technique. In the next moment, the Cold Moon sword transformed into a white streak of light, flying towards the azure giant eagles. The eagles, seeing this, tried to evade, but the speed of the Cold Moon sword was too fast for them to react. Thud! In an instant, it pierced through the chests of the azure giant eagles, the ferocity in their eyes replaced by fear, and after a series of wails, they lost their lives and fell from the sky. Yi Chun pointed his hand back, and the Cold Moon sword flew back to him, floating quietly by his side, not a drop of blood on its blade. He smiled slightly. The power of the sword control technique is quite impressive. He then walked to the corpses of the azure giant eagles, leaving 2 to place in his spatial backpack, while the rest were materialized back to Dragon Country. Ding! Contestant Yi Chun from Dragon Country uploaded resources. A grade ferocious beast, azure giant eagles 10. Triggered 10,000 times materialization. Dragon Country received a grade ferocious beast, azure giant eagles 100,000. Drop location: this material will be randomly dropped in the official cold storage across Dragon Country. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic to see Yi Chun utilizing a new ability once again. What's going on? What's happening? Yi Chun actually has other abilities, and this sword control technique is too cool. Sword control technique. That's the sword control technique. It turns out Yi Chun is a sword immortal. The reason he didn't use it before was that he lacked a suitable weapon. Now that he has one, he can finally use the sword control technique. Perhaps his previous gravity abilities weren't even abilities, but gravity spells. That's very possible, but from the previous battles, it didn't seem like Yi Chun was using gravity spells as he directly swung his sword. What you say makes sense. I really wonder how many abilities Yi Chun has that we don't know about. Who cares? Regardless, Yi Chun is one of us from Dragon Country. As long as he is strong enough, that's all that matters. Exactly. At this moment, in the official live stream of Dragon Country, Bing Bing looked at the scene of Yi Chun effortlessly defeating the ferocious beast, her face filled with pride. Viewers, contestant Yi Chun is truly amazing. He easily took down a group of a grade ferocious beasts, the azure giant eagles, with the sword control technique, and combined with the ferocious beasts he killed along the way, Yi Chun has brought a tremendous amount of resources to our Dragon Country. At this rate, our Dragon Country will soon be able to recover to its state before the resource depletion, and we are also far ahead in the national fortune world. Lei Qiming nodded in agreement, saying with emotion, "The surprises Yi Chun brings us are simply too many. Those endless abilities truly leave me dazzled. I can hardly imagine where Yi Chen's limits are. I wonder if we will be able to see all of Yi Chen's powers in the national fortune world." Indeed. Fang Yi also nodded in agreement with Lei Qiming's words, while Zhang Dagong did not seem as pleased. He straightened up, coughed lightly, and said, "We should probably not be overly optimistic. Although Yi Chun is currently demonstrating great strength, that doesn't mean he will always be this strong. Contestants from other countries have also obtained many powerful techniques and weapons after opening some treasure chests, so we cannot underestimate them. Who knows, one day contestants from other countries might catch up to us." Hearing Zhang Dagong's words, Bing immediately felt displeased. "Teacher Dagong, how can you say that? Don't you hope for Yi Chun to become stronger? Don't you wish for him to bring more resources to our dragon country?" Hearing this, Zhang Dagong calmly smiled. Bing, I certainly hope Yi Chun becomes stronger and that dragon country does better. I'm just sharing my opinion. Everything I said is only to hope that we don't blindly expect too much from Yi Chun. What if he encounters a very powerful, ferocious beast, and even with all his strength, he cannot overcome it? You? Bing wanted to refute Zhang Dagong's words, but at that moment Lei Qiming stopped her. Bing, Teacher Dagong's words are not entirely wrong. Yi Chen's strength is indeed formidable, but as contestants from various countries gain more rewards in the national fortune world, the gap in strength will continue to narrow. This is an undeniable fact. However, Teacher Dagong, right now, we can only trust Yi Chun and the others, can't we? Also, Teacher Dagong, in the official live stream, it's best not to spread remarks that could diminish morale. As he spoke, Lei Qiming gave Zhang Dagong a warning glance. Zhang Dagong, seeing this, smiled and nodded. Once the camera moved away from him, Zhang Dagong's expression darkened, muttering, "That damned Lei Qiming does..." Lei Qiming involuntarily glanced at Zhang Dagong, noticing his sullen face, but feeling unsurprised. The higher-ups had already informed Lei Qiming about Zhang Dagong's relocation to Lighthouse Country. They just hadn't exposed it directly in the live stream. The directive from above was that as long as Zhang Dagong did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, they wouldn't interfere. However, if he did anything beyond the line, they could take him down at any time. After Yi Chun dealt with the azure giant eagles, he continued walking along the riverbank, faintly sensing that there might be something interesting at the end of the riverbank. On the other side, Quinn, who was returning to his temporary residence, continued to swagger back. Along the way, anything that blocked his path was swept away by his rock greatsword, completely unaware of a dangerous gaze slowly approaching from behind. However, as he walked, Quinn began to sense something unusual. When he walked this path before, he occasionally spotted a few great ferocious beasts and could hear the sounds of birds. But now the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if something had scared away all the creatures. Suddenly, Quinn heard a rustling sound behind him. "Who? Come out." Quinn Dawson hefted the rock greatsword, his gaze fixed intently on the woods behind him. Though he saw nothing, his subconscious warned him of imminent danger. Moreover, this presence was far more powerful than the rock-armored wild boar he had just encountered, a testament to his honed sense of danger developed from years of life as a special forces soldier. "Come out. Show yourself." With a fierce shout, Quinn raised the rock greatsword and struck at the position of a large tree, shattering it into pieces. Unfortunately, there were no creatures nearby, and just as Quinn prepared to strike again, he suddenly sensed another wave of danger quickly crossing his rock greatsword in front of his chest. In the next moment, a shadow lunged from the depths of darkness below, clawing at Quinn and slamming his rock greatsword aside, sending both him and the sword flying. Quinn soared 7 to 8 meters before crashing against a tree, finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Blood spewed from his mouth as he looked on in terror at the shadow before him. Had he not instinctively raised the rock greatsword to shield his chest, that strike would have left him either dead or gravely injured. Before Quinn's eyes, a figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the tree ahead. A sleek, muscular black leopard, its limbs strong and powerful. Name: Shadow Leopard, E-level pinnacle. Description: an E-level pinnacle beast, a half-step away from D-level, poised to break through and evolve. Although it has not fully transitioned to D-level, it has already mastered a portion of shadow power, allowing it to blend into the shadows, excel in assassination and concealment, and possessing remarkable speed and explosive power, a natural-born assassin. Once it fully transforms, it will command a vast range of shadow territory, becoming the true shadow hunter of the rainforest. Upon seeing the system's information, Quinn's face turned pale, a storm of anxiety rising within him, an unprecedented sense of crisis engulfing his entire being. The A-level rock-armored wild boar he had previously hunted was merely an ordinary A-level beast. Though its defense was high, it was slow and had obvious weaknesses, allowing him to easily defeat it. However, the shadow leopard before him was entirely different. It was a genuine E-level pinnacle creature, just half a step away from D-level. Moreover, D-level beasts wield a special power, and this one commanded the eerie shadow energy, making it a natural predator with incredible speed. If he were given some time to master the rock-armored technique and the shattering fist he had just acquired, perhaps he could contend with this half-step D-level shadow leopard using his rock greatsword and special forces skills, but right now that seemed nearly impossible. Damn, how could I encounter such a level of beast here? Quinn gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath the arrogance he had just displayed vanishing without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of seriousness and fear. He had completely exited the exhilaration from killing the rock-armored wild boar, finally realizing that in this harsh rainforest the level of danger far exceeded his imagination, with the risk of being killed lurking at any moment. He also understood just how powerful Yi Chun was. After all, Yi Chun had slain genuine level beasts far beyond the capabilities of this half-baked creature before him. If Quinn were to find out that the level beast Yi Chun killed had not even had the chance to use its abilities before being taken down by a single punch, he wondered if he would fall into despair. As the shadow leopard emerged from the darkness, its crimson eyes fixated on Quinn, a mocking expression evident on its face, clearly regarding Quinn as insignificant. To it, a being of Quinn's low strength could easily be dispatched, but as a top predator it did not let its guard down. The shadow leopard lowered its body, emitting a low growl from its throat, as it crouched preparing to hunt, continuously searching for Quinn's vulnerabilities to achieve a single lethal strike. Then with a flicker the shadow leopard vanished into the nearby shadows. Seeing the disappearing shadow leopard, Quinn immediately tensed, his gaze locked on all surrounding shadowy areas, as the rock-armored technique he had just learned began to flow through him, dark yellow spiritual energy swirling around his body, enhancing his physique and readying him for the shadow leopard's ambush. Suddenly a rush of wind appeared from his left side. Anticipating the attack, Quinn swiftly sidestepped and swung his rock greatsword forcefully at the left, the sword imbued with heavy earth-type spiritual energy. Slash! The greatsword struck fiercely against the sudden appearance of a black shadow on the left, but the blow did not hit the shadow leopard. It was merely an illusion created by the beast. Before Quinn could retract the rock greatsword, he felt a chilling wind surge from behind. The shadow leopard's sharp claws appeared behind him, laced with shadow power, aiming straight for his vital back. The attack was too swift for Quinn to evade. However, drawing on his extensive combat experience, Quinn quickly devised a countermeasure. He forcibly twisted his torso, while rapidly channeling the rock-armored technique, forming an incomplete layer of armor around him, intending to withstand the blow with his flesh. Ripping sound. The harsh tearing noise echoed as the layer of rock armor was instantly shredded by the shadow leopard's claws, leaving 3 deep gashes in Quinn's back, exposing bone. The shadow power also invaded Quinn's body, continuously eroding him. The excruciating pain combined with the shadow energy within him forced Quinn to let out a cry of agony. In just one round of combat, Quinn was severely injured, completely falling into a disadvantaged position. Seeing the shadow leopard leap to a branch, he hurriedly activated the rock-armored technique, trying to expel the shadow power within him. While channeling the rock-armored technique, Quinn pondered his strategy, fully aware that if this continued, he would eventually be toyed with by the shadow leopard, becoming its prey. Thus he had to take the initiative, fighting desperately for a chance to slay the beast. Thinking this, Quinn took a deep breath, enduring the intense pain, positioning the rock greatsword before him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As a special forces soldier, he had faced countless dire situations. Since you like shadows, then I will destroy all the shadows around me. As he spoke, Quinn growled, gripping the rock greatsword, tightly channeling the faint earth-type spiritual energy within him into the blade. Earth-yellow energy coiled around the sword, and without regard for his physical stamina, Quinn began wildly swinging the greatsword, hacking through surrounding bushes and trees, forcibly eliminating all shadows, reducing the areas the shadow leopard could use to conceal itself. As the shadows gradually diminished, the shadow leopard could no longer afford to remain passive. It started to attack actively, but all its attempts were thwarted by Quinn's desperate defenses. At that moment, the shadow leopard was completely enraged, its furious growl reverberating through the forest, abandoning stealth for a direct assault. The shadow leopard transformed into a streak of black lightning, its claws infused with rich shadow energy, charging toward Quinn. Come on. Facing the charging shadow panther, Quinn abandoned all defense, planting his feet firmly on the ground. His arm veins bulged as he channeled every ounce of his physical strength and spiritual energy into that single sword strike. Die! A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as the great rock sword, imbued with an unstoppable killing intent, came crashing down upon the shadow panther from above. This was the most powerful strike he could muster, a full commitment with no retreat. If this attack failed, he would have no choice but to await death. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward, toppling trees in its wake. The great rock sword struck the shadow panther's shoulder with brutal force, tearing through its fur and leaving a wound so deep the bone was visible blood gushing forth. Yet the Shadow Panther's assault did not cease. Ignoring the searing pain, it drove its sharp claws into Quinn's shoulder, while opening its maw to sink its fangs into his neck. Life and death hung in a single instant. Quinn's shoulder turned into a bloody mess, nearly severed by the claw strike. The excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm him, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring his injuries. He raised his left fist using the crushing rock fist technique, and with the last shred of his strength smashed it into the Shadow Panther's most vulnerable spot. Its eye cracked. The immense force exploded the Shadow Panther's eye. Blinded in one eye, the Shadow Panther's body jolted violently, causing its fangs to miss Quinn's neck by a hair, merely grazing his throat. It had nearly been the end of Quinn. Both man and beast collapsed, severely wounded. Quinn was drenched in blood, his back, shoulders, and arms covered in wounds. His clothes were soaked through, and every breath pulled at his injuries, making him gasp in pain. His stamina was completely depleted, yet he still forced himself to stand, leaning on the great rock sword. The Shadow Panther was in a similar state. Its shoulder was nearly severed by Quinn's sword, and one eye was destroyed, drastically reducing its combat prowess. However, as a half-step level beast, it still retained considerable stamina, though its ferocity had waned. It rose slowly, fixing a murderous glare upon Quinn. Quinn's vision was blurring from his injuries, but the Shadow Panther before him remained a lethal threat. He didn't know if he could withstand another attack, but he knew there was no turning back. Only the obsession to survive burned in his eyes. He could not die. He was the elite Special Forces soldier of Lighthouse Country, the hope of his nation. If he fell to a beast's jaws, Lighthouse Country would face divine punishment and become the world's laughingstock. He could not die. The Shadow Panther let out a low growl. Though its body trembled from its wounds, it had only one thought: to tear the human before it to shreds. With that, the Shadow Panther lunged at Quinn, intent on devouring him to heal its injuries. Quinn saw the beast charging and knew this was the final confrontation. Trembling, he gripped the great rock sword tightly, forcing out the last remnants of his strength and spiritual energy, concentrating all his power into one final strike. He raised the great rock sword, aiming it along the Shadow Panther's inevitable path. He planned to trade a wound for a life. Just as the Shadow Panther was about to reach him, Quinn thrust the sword forward with all his might. The great rock sword pierced the Shadow Panther's abdomen with surgical precision. Schlick! The cold blade ran straight through the beast's body. The Shadow Panther's body hung limp on the sword. The crimson light in its pupils gradually faded. After a final pitiful howl, it completely lost its life. The battle ended with the death of the peak E-level Shadow Panther. Ding! You have slain the peak E-level Shadow Panther. Hearing the system notification, Quinn, still in his thrusting stance, let out a sigh of relief. All the strength drained from his body, and his legs gave way, sending him crashing to the ground. Sweat and blood mingled, streaming down his cheeks. His face was pale as paper, and his entire body burned with pain. He could no longer lift even a single finger. It had been a narrow escape from death. At the cost of half his life, he had finally managed to kill this half-step level Shadow Panther. If his will had wavered, even for a moment, he would have surely become the Shadow Panther's meal. Quinn turned his head to look at the fallen beast, a grim smile slowly spreading across his lips. I won. Haha. What does a half-step level matter? It still died by my hand. Just wait. This time it was half-stepped level, next time it would be a true level. One day, he would surpass Yichun. After recovering slightly, Quinn quickly activated the rock armor art to slowly mend his wounds. He needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Although the Shadow Panther's aura could temporarily drive away weaker beasts, the scent of blood here would inevitably attract fearless predators. He couldn't stay. He had to leave quickly and find a safe spot to heal. After some time, Quinn had recovered considerably. He struggled to his feet and staggered over to the Shadow Panther's carcass, his eyes gleaming with greed. This was a half-step level beast, a treasure trove of resources. With this, he could rapidly enhance his strength. Ignoring the searing pain, he pulled out his dagger, dismembered the Shadow Panther, and packed the pieces into his... He decided not to manifest the Shadow Panther's body back to Lighthouse Country, at least not until he had... In the livestream, viewers who had been anxious about Quinn's peril erupted in excitement upon seeing him slay the Shadow Panther, showering him with ecstatic praise. My God! Quinn did it. He successfully killed a half-step level Shadow Panther. A cross-rank kill. A stunning comeback. Quinn is truly our nation's top Special Forces soldier. Absolutely invincible. With the Shadow Panther, Quinn's strength will skyrocket. What about Dragon Country's Yichun? Our Quinn fought a half-step level beast with a mortal body. This strength will crush Yichun in no time. That's right. Our nation's contestant is closing the gap with Dragon Country. The barrage was full of cheers, with no one caring about Quinn's current physical state, merely indulging in fantasies of a bright future. After dealing with the Shadow Panther, Quinn cautiously made his way back to his temporary shelter. His earlier arrogance was gone. Of course, that was only because of his severe injuries. If he weren't so wounded, he would undoubtedly still be swaggering with overconfidence. Though this crisis was temporarily resolved in the brutal world of the country's fate game, this battle was merely the beginning. In stark contrast to Quinn's miserable appearance, Yi Chun appeared particularly at ease, strolling leisurely along the riverbank, without a hint of urgency, unlike Quinn, who had become arrogant after achieving a slight success. Of course, this was also due to Yi Chun's formidable strength. Aside from occasionally encountering a few fierce beasts that came to drink from the river which he dealt with to diversify his food, he spent his time sipping wine while checking his divine item system. He murmured to himself, how come after eliminating so many fierce beasts and helping the Dragon Kingdom materialize so many resources, the compatibility of the black satin hasn't increased at all? On the other hand, the compatibility of the wine gourd has increased to 50 because of the Hanyu sword after using the sword technique once. I have gained new abilities: Drunken Immortal Moon Viewing Step, Immortal Wind Cloud Technique, and 10,000. Now only the Heavenly Sword God and Wine God Curse remain unacquired. Although the Wine Sword Immortal is quite capable in the realm of immortal swords, he is still weaker than his senior brother, the Sword Saint and the Moon Worship Leader. However, in other worlds, he seems less formidable. Yet after using the Wine God Curse, he would be considered a pinnacle among humanity in the god-slaying world. But putting aside other matters, he truly is quite handsome. During this period of contemplation, the sun had already descended behind the mountains, casting a beautiful evening glow on the horizon. At the same time, the river came to an end, and the roaring sound of cascading water filled his ears as a waterfall over 10 meters high stood there, water pouring down from the cliff and crashing into the pool below. Yi Chun slowly stopped gazing down at the pool, sensing that this was the place he had come for. In the next moment, both the mortal realm divine domain and the observation haki activated simultaneously, an invisible perception extending into the pool below. Moments later, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Viewers in the live stream went wild discussing Yi Chun's smile. Did you see Yi Chun smile? There must be something good in that pool, otherwise Yi Chun wouldn't stop here. Isn't that just stating the obvious? When has Yi Chun ever disappointed us? What I'm most curious about now is what exactly attracted him here. I want to know too. We'll find out if we look. Yi Chun stroked his chin and smiled. Interesting, no wonder I vaguely felt something was drawing me here. It turns out there's a space beneath this pool, and there are fierce beasts guarding it. Let me see what lies below. As he spoke, Yi Chun slowly walked towards the edge of the pool, and just as he got close, an unexpected change occurred. Splash! A massive splash erupted from the pool, followed by a tentacle as thick as a water barrel shooting out of the water, with a bone-chilling coldness striking towards Yi Chun with incredible speed, the air tearing apart and creating a piercing sound. Seeing this, Yi Chun pointed his sword at the tentacle, and the Hanyu sword floated before him, a flash of cold light appearing. Slash! The sword light flashed instantly, severing the tentacle. The severed segment of the tentacle fell to the ground, still twitching incessantly. Immediately after, more tentacles surged from the pool, writhing like countless giant pythons, overwhelming Yi Chun and surrounding him completely. Yi Chun, seeing this, sliced downward with his sword finger, and the Hanyu sword immediately flew beneath him, rapidly enlarging, allowing Yi Chun to step onto its blade, and the sword carried him upward out of reach of the attacking tentacles. At that moment, a colossal creature slowly surfaced from the pool, a gigantic octopus, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall, its enormous eyes fixed on Yi Chun in the air, filled with brutality, its aura far more powerful than the fierce beasts Yi Chun had encountered before. Name: Abyssal Giant Octopus. Crank Fierce Beast. Description: Crank Fierce Beast dwelling deep in the pool, massive body, strong tentacles capable of easily tearing rocks and crushing steel. Its suckers secrete corrosive venom, excelling in underwater combat, while wielding water and ice powers, possessing regenerative abilities, and for unknown reasons a trace of abyssal power, far surpassing ordinary Crank Fierce Beasts. Crank Fierce Beast. Upon seeing the system's notification, the viewers in the live stream exploded with excitement. Oh my goodness, Yi Chun has encountered a Crank Fierce Beast already. Isn't that a bit too fast? It's quite normal. Look at other contestants who first find a safe place to rest, slowly improving their strength, and at most only travel a few kilometers. Who walks for an entire day like Yi Chun? Exactly, other contestants have to think about whether they can even handle Crank Fierce Beasts, while Yi Chun just slays them one after another. I just wonder how many hits this Crank Fierce Beast can withstand from Yi Chun. I bet it can withstand 2 hits. 2 hits is too much, or I think 1 hit will suffice. I agree with that too. While viewers in Yi Chun's live stream discussed how he would take down the Crank Fierce Beast, the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom was also abuzz, but their topic was not about how many hits it would take, but why Yi Chun had come here. Bing Bing looked at the pool where the abyssal giant octopus resided and asked, "Why do you think Yichen came here? It seems like he intended to come here from the very beginning." Lei Qiming nodded. "Exactly, I have the same feeling. After Yichen got up today, he followed the riverbank all the way, especially the smile he revealed upon reaching this pool. It's clear he knows something." Fang Yi shared the same sentiment. "I believe Yichen must have a type of perception ability similar to how he can see the surroundings while blindfolded. He likely sensed something unusual here in advance, which is why he came." Zhang Dagong, however, continued to oppose them, casually saying, "I think you all are overthinking it. Maybe Yichen simply wanted to follow the riverbank to the shore. Even if he really has the perception ability Fang Yi mentioned, it couldn't possibly reach such a long distance, right? You have to remember that Yichen's speed isn't slow. He must have walked at least 100 kilometers today, right? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" In fact, Zhang Dagong wanted to imply that Yichen wasn't that impressive, and that he had merely been lucky, even wishing that Yichen would meet his end at the hands of the abyssal giant octopus. Yet he also recognized that this might be difficult, but what if? This time Bing Bing did not refute Zhang Dagong's words, clearly acknowledging that he had a point. However, she and the others still believed in their judgment that something must be drawing Yichen here. The abyssal giant, with its severed tentacles, let out an enraged roar at Yichen in the air, extending several tentacles toward him. Yichen, standing atop his flying sword, looked down at the abyssal giant, thrashing its tentacles below, his expression calm, clearly not taking the creature seriously. He raised his sword, pointing it at the sky. In the next moment, the Han Yu sword beneath him unleashed a multitude of light swords formed from spiritual energy, densely filling the air above the pond. 10,000 sword technique. A light shout escaped Yichen's lips as he gently lowered his sword finger toward the abyssal giant below, causing countless light swords to rain down upon it. Poochie, poochie, poochie. A series of piercing sounds rang out. And then, under the gaze of Yichen and millions of viewers in the live stream, the crayed beast, the abyssal giant, was gruesomely skewered, spewing forth a torrent of blood that stained the pond blue. Wow! Yichen's 10,000 sword technique is too impressive. One strike, and it pierced through a crayed beast. Earlier, Quinn from Lighthouse Country nearly lost his life to a half-stepped grayed beast, yet Yichen's prowess is on a different level altogether. Incredible! Yichen is truly amazing. I wonder what rewards this crayed beast will provide. As the live stream discussed the potential rewards, Yichen remained aloft on his flying sword, not descending. Yichen sensed that the abyssal giant had not been defeated by the 10,000 sword technique. Although gravely injured, it was not fatal. He observed as the abyssal giant's body, pierced by the 10,000 sword technique, began to heal at a visible rate. In the official live stream of Dragon Country, Bing Bing expressed surprise at the recovering abyssal giant, saying, "What's going on? This beast's recovery ability is astonishing. It's my first time seeing a beast withstand an attack from Yichen. All previous beasts were slain in a single strike, and we haven't even witnessed the abilities of a grade beast. We have no idea how strong a grade beast truly is, so we can only make rough estimates based on the half-stepped grade shadow leopard that Quinn defeated. This time we should be able to witness the might of a grade beast, right?" Sitting up straighter, Lei Qiming remarked, "Indeed, this is a rare opportunity that will deepen our understanding of the strength of the beasts in the national luck world. I just hope Yichen takes his time in dealing with this crayed beast." Fang Yi nodded in agreement, noting that Yichen's speed in defeating beasts had been too swift, particularly those above grade, and they had no knowledge of them, while they were quite familiar with F and a grade. Before long, the abyssal giant in the pond had fully recovered, and its strength had noticeably increased. This development piqued Yichen's interest. "Interesting, I didn't expect it to become stronger after recovering from near death." "You think you're a scion? Then let me see where your limits lie." Saying this, Yichen extended his hand toward the abyssal giant below and gripped tightly. Gravitational compression. Suddenly, a terrifying force of gravity enveloped the recently recovered abyssal giant, crushing down. The monstrous gravity instantly compressed the abyssal giant into a meatball, but Yichen controlled his power, ensuring he did not kill it outright. Seeing the abyssal giant reduced to a meatball, Yichen released his grip. The now compressed abyssal giant was exceedingly furious. Its body rapidly healed as it broke free from the meatball, releasing clouds of black gas. Its aura surged once more. Name: mutated abyssal giant, C-grade beast. Description: sea beast residing deep in the pond, massive in size, with powerful tentacles capable of easily tearing through rock and crushing steel. Its suckers secrete corrosive venom, excelling in underwater combat, controlling water and ice powers, as well as possessing regenerative abilities. Its mutation was triggered by immense anger, activating the power of the abyss within, greatly enhancing its strength. Although it hasn't reached grade, it surpasses grade in capability. Noting the system's prompt, Yichen's interest deepened. The power of the abyss has been activated. Ew, I wonder what surprises this force may bring me, and if it relates to the space below. As Yi Chun pondered, the abyssal giant's body fully restored once again, and this time it did not engage in impotent roaring, but instead launched an attack. Roar! The abyssal giant let out a furious roar at Yi Chun in the air, and the next moment a massive water ball began to coalesce in front of its mouth, shooting toward Yi Chun. Facing the approaching giant water ball, Yi Chun placed his hand on his blind stick and gently pulled, instantly cleaving the massive water ball in two. The split water ball flew past Yi Chun and crashed into the forest behind, causing a violent explosion. Boom! The terrifying explosion obliterated a large swath of the forest, leaving behind a giant pit over half a meter deep in the ground. The power is indeed quite formidable. Yi Chun glanced back with a smile at the abyssal giant, saying, "Is this all you can muster?" How? Gravitational wave. With that, Yi Chun swung his sword toward the abyssal giant, instantly severing all its remaining tentacles. Oh, whoa! The abyssal giant let out a piercing scream, thrashing wildly with its remaining tentacles, sending copious amounts of water splashing into the air. Then the two large eyes of the abyssal giant turned a chilling blue, and the water suspended in the air was suddenly frozen into icicles, which shot toward Yi Chun. As numerous icicles surged toward him, Yi Chun did not move, yet his eyes hidden beneath the black satin band glowed with a golden light. In the next moment, the icicles that were about to strike Yi Chun abruptly changed direction, flying past him and landing in the forest behind. Boring, I'll give you one last chance. Sword control technique. Immediately a light sword emerged from the Hanyu sword beneath him, shooting toward the abyssal giant below, piercing through its body and injuring its core. That core is the source of all the abyssal giant's power, containing its regenerative abilities. This time, Yi Chun used the sword control technique to damage its energy core, intending to provoke it into a complete rage. As expected, the enraged abyssal giant, upon repairing its body, found that its strength had not increased. Next, streams of black abyssal power surged from its body, coalescing in front of it to form a pitch black. A decaying aura emanated from the sphere, causing nearby plants and aquatic life to gradually wither. Seeing this, Yi Chun nodded. Now that's more like it. The decaying power of the abyss is the reason you can enhance your strength, and it's your final trump card, isn't it? Then you are of no further use. You can go die now. Yi Chun pulled the knife from his blind staff and raised it above his head. Supergravity, blade, mighty tiger. A purple gravity wave imbued with golden light instantly coalesced around the knife in his hand before he struck down fiercely at the abyssal giant. A terrifying gravity wave surged toward the abyssal giant like a ferocious tiger, distorting the entire water pool beneath it, as well as the ruined sphere in front of the abyssal giant. A terrifying gravity wave surged toward the abyssal giant like a ferocious tiger, distorting the entire water pool beneath it, as well as the ruined sphere in front of the abyssal giant was directly turned into a mist of blood from this strike, leaving not a single hair behind. Originally, its energy core should have been a treasure, but it was all destroyed under Yi Chun's attack. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom for the first kill of the sea-level beast, the mutated abyssal giant. Reward: 1 diamond treasure chest, 1,000 national fortune points. Reward: a 30 increase in physical fitness for all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom and a 20 revival of spiritual energy. Looking at his handiwork, Yi Chun placed the knife back into his blind staff and scratched his head awkwardly. Oh dear, I may have overdone it a bit. I was hoping to have some grilled octopus, but that's not going to happen now. Not only can I not enjoy it, but I also couldn't achieve the manifestation of the clever beast for the Dragon Kingdom. It seems I won't be able to get the reward for the first manifestation of a clever beast. What a pity. Well, it is what it is. Other countries won't be able to beat me to it anyway. As he spoke, Yi Chun looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Let's rest here for the night and explore that mysterious space tomorrow. That space is quite solid. It wasn't destroyed by my last strike. Fortunately, it's sturdy enough, otherwise the loss would have been significant. Thinking of this, Yi Chun took out the wood he had used to build the small cabin yesterday from his spatial backpack, dug a few holes, and began to install it. Meanwhile, the live stream room erupted due to the display of Yi Chun's power. My goodness! Is Yi Chun's strength too overwhelming? Did you all see that? Just now, Yi Chun's strike distorted space, and the abyssal giant was smashed into a puddle of blood. Yes, Yi Chun's power is terrifying. I initially thought the analysis by the Analysis Emperor was accurate, but it seems it wasn't that precise. I feel Yi Chun's strength has at least reached its level, if not higher. I think so too. I really want to see just how strong Yi Chun is. Let's wait a bit. Based on Yi Chun's current situation, it shouldn't be long until we see his full strength. It's only been 2 days, and Yi Chun has already encountered a clever beast. How far can we be from level, or even slevel? Looking forward. 1. Soon Yi Chun finished installing the small cabin. He crawled inside and took out the diamond treasure chest. Yi Chun directly opened the diamond treasure chest. In the next moment, 3 platinum beams of light appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 abyssal pearl, 1 mysterious pet egg, and 1 mysterious map. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for synchronously receiving resource rewards, a 40 increase in national air purification and a 40 increase in water resource purification. Triggered the first opening of the diamond treasure chest reward, additional reward 40 recovery of land vitality for the Dragon Kingdom. Land area increased by 30. Underground mineral resource reserves increased by 50. Abyssal Pearl, a treasure containing abyssal power, dark purple in color, can automatically resist mental attacks below level and can convert spiritual power into abyssal power. Abyssal power can enhance cultivation speed and sense nearby treasures and dangers. Mysterious pet egg, an egg of an unknown creature, but it emanates a hint of dragon blood and thunderous power. Once hatched, it will yield a pet with strong innate abilities that can grow alongside the host and fight together. Mysterious map, a map recording ancient heritage, but unfortunately this map is incomplete, only 1/5 of the complete map. Once all pieces are gathered, the location of the ancient heritage can be obtained. Yi Chen looked at the items obtained from the diamond treasure chest and wasn't overly excited, as none of the 3 items were particularly useful to him except for the ancient map, which was somewhat interesting though it was incomplete. At that moment, the divine item system popped up again. A faint golden light appeared on the mysterious pet egg, indicating that this mysterious pet egg was also an item. Yi Chen looked at the mysterious pet egg in surprise. It was his first time seeing an item in the form of an egg, and if nothing else, this item should be the unhatched creature itself. Interesting. Ding. Detected a special item that can be converted. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Convert. Ding. Item conversion started, expected to complete in 10 hours. Oh, 10 hours, huh? So the creature inside has the power to destroy worlds. Not bad. As he spoke, Yi Chen stored the mysterious pet egg. He would find out what creature it was inside by tomorrow. The remaining items, the abyssal pearl and the mysterious map, were all placed into the spatial backpack. Although the abyssal pearl wasn't of much use to him, now it might be useful in the mysterious space below. After completing all this, Yi Chen began preparing dinner for the night. Meanwhile, the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom and Yi Chen's personal live stream were filled with excitement. Bing Bing excitedly said, "Yi Chen's strength is truly remarkable. He effortlessly dealt with the sea-level mutated beast, the abyssal giant, but he used too much power, leaving nothing behind, which resulted in missing the reward for the first manifestation of a clever beast. But luckily, other countries' contestants need some distance to surpass Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen doesn't turn the clever beast into blood mist again, they can still catch up." Lei Qiming, having regained his composure from the earlier battle, took a deep breath. "I've had my suspicions about Yi Chen's strength for a while now. Although it's stronger than we guessed, that's not the most important part. The most important thing is that we have a general understanding of the specific strength of the beasts, and they are much stronger than we imagined. For example, the power of the massive water sphere used by the abyssal giant for the first time was very strong. Even after being cut in half by Yi Chen, the remaining power was still equivalent to 0.5 kilograms of TNT, meaning its overall power is definitely stronger than 1 kilogram of TNT. The same goes for the subsequent attacks, especially that final dark sphere, which had immense power." Fang Yi laughed, saying, "I knew Yi Chen had no problem handling it. He easily took down the abyssal giant. Now we just have to wait until tomorrow to see what lies beneath the water pool." Zhang Dagon's expression didn't change much upon seeing Yi Chen slay the abyssal giant, but his face turned pale upon seeing the rewards. None of the items above had anything to do with him. How could this make him happy? Zhang Dagon did not benefit from the 2 rounds of physical enhancement that the people of the nation experienced. Together, these enhancements increased the overall vitality by more than half. One of his friends, who was suffering from terminal cancer, had miraculously recovered from the brink of death to an early stage of the disease due to these 2 enhancements. He successfully underwent surgery that night and could live for another 50 years without any problem. No, much more than 50 years. If Yi Chen were to earn a few more rewards for the Dragon Country, it wouldn't just be 50 years, living to 100 years old wouldn't be impossible either. This is under the condition of doing nothing. If he were to become a cultivator, it would be hard to say. Although Zhang Dagon could sense the spiritual energy within the Dragon Country, he could not absorb it without a cultivation method. He managed to obtain some A-grade beast meat through connections, which increased his physical strength, but it paled in comparison to the rewards from the National Fortune World. He was currently using his connections to see if he could change his nationality from Lighthouse Country back to Dragon Country. Although he knew it was nearly impossible, he still wanted to give it a try. At that moment, there was a dead silence in the live streams of other countries, especially in the Lighthouse Country stream, which had previously been smug about Quinn's successful counterattack against a half-step grade beast. Little did they know it was overshadowed by Yi Chen's instantaneous defeat of a grade beast. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave of the National Fortune world, a battered Quinn looked at the information sent from Lighthouse Country, his face turning ashen. He slammed his rock greatsword against a nearby stone, gritting his teeth and growling, "Yi Chun, it's you again. I will not let you off this time." While he was furious to hear that Yi Chun had killed a crayed beast, he believed that Yi Chun would not have it easy either. However, the information from Lighthouse Country indicated that Yi Chun toyed with the crayed beast, effortlessly dispatching it without leaving a trace. This left him both furious and shocked. He never expected Yi Chun's strength to reach such terrifying levels. Lighthouse Country informed him that Yi Chun's strength was very likely at this grade, or even higher. Thinking of this, Quinn picked up the freshly roasted shadow leopard meat and put it in his mouth, fully activating the rock armor technique to recover from his injuries. He needed to quickly enhance his strength to catch up with Yi Chun. Other contestants from different countries learned about Yi Chun's situation and the terror of higher-grade beasts. Swick Smith, who was hunting a grade beast, smiled slightly at the information sent from Lighthouse Country, saying it seems that the National Fortune world won't be so boring after all. As he spoke, he gently pulled a rope next to him, and in the next moment several sharp spears swiftly pierced around the grade beast, the azure scale mongoose, injuring it and restricting its movement. Seeing this, Swick Smith drew the dagger he obtained from the black iron treasure chest, slowly approached the azure scale mongoose, and thrust the dagger into its throat, ending its life. After finishing all this, he received a bronze treasure chest, which contained a cultivation method and 2 items. As for the corpse of the azure scale mongoose, he did not manifest it back to Lighthouse Country, but kept it for himself. For Lighthouse Country, Swick Smith was significantly more important than Quinn, with the two not even on the same level, despite Quinn being the first to slay a grade beast and a half-step crayed beast. Contestants from other countries were also striving to enhance their strength due to Yi Chun's influence, and the strongest among them successfully killed the grade beasts and obtained cultivation methods. Meanwhile, Yi Chun took out a large pot to stew the bear paw he obtained the previous night. Watching the bubbling broth inside, he nodded in satisfaction. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but drool at the sight of the bear paw in Yi Chun's pot. "Oh my god, this is a real bear paw. Even when resources weren't depleted, I've only heard of it, I've never seen it. This is truly an eye-opener. That was in our dragon country. In other countries it might still be available, but the bear paw that Yi Chun is eating is from a grade beast, the earth giant bear. How can it compare to what we have in our world? Indeed, that bear paw is almost as big as a piglet. I wonder if Yi Chun can finish it. Come on. Are you worried about that? Even if Yi Chun can't finish it, there's no way he'll share it with you. Can't Yi Chun just save it for breakfast tomorrow? Exactly what are you thinking about upstairs? I can't look anymore, and if I do, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm afraid I'll die of thirst." Same here. Watching Yi Chun eat makes me so hungry that I just stewed the meat I just posted. You can't say it's not delicious, it's truly good. Yes, thank you, Yi Chun, for allowing us to eat such delicious meat. Thank you, Yi Chun. Yi Chun YYDA. Soon the bear paw was ready. Yi Chun eagerly sliced off 2 pieces of meat and started eating heartily. One must say the meat of this grade beast is indeed delicious, very chewy, and the spiritual power contained within it is incomparable to that of grade and a grade beasts. Yi Chun could now feel a significant improvement in his strength. Although it was still minor for other contestants, it was a tremendous boost. Before long, more than half of the bear paw had entered Yi Chun's stomach. After satisfying his hunger, he put down his knife and walked into the small wooden house to rest. The night passed without a word. The next morning, a ray of sunlight pierced through the window of the small wooden house, shining on Yi Chun's face, causing him to slowly awaken and sit up. He heated up the remaining bear paw from yesterday as breakfast. After finishing, he organized his sleeping bag and the small wooden house, placing them into his spatial backpack. Then he slowly walked to the edge of the water pool to sense the space below. Although the passage inside had been partially damaged due to Yi Chun's excessive force yesterday, it had not completely collapsed, and entry was still possible. In the next moment, Yi Chun condensed a layer of membrane made of spiritual power around his body, wrapping himself up, and then directly jumped into the water pool. As he continued to descend, the surrounding light grew dimmer and the water pressure increased, but it had no effect on Yi Chun, who remained steady in his descent. Soon Yi Chun reached halfway down and saw the cave entrance, which should have been at the bottom of the pool. However, he had dug it twice as deep. He swam directly into the cave. A dark passage appeared in the live stream. In the official live stream of the Dragon Country, Bing Bing looked at the scene on the screen and curiously said, "Where is contestant Yi Chun going? Is there something inside that cave?" Lei Qiming spoke up, "Judging by Yi Chun's actions, there must be something in there, otherwise he wouldn't go in." A cave as deep as the bottom of a water pool, coupled with that crate abyss giant octopus, other contestants would find it impossible to even get close without sufficient strength. Only Yi Chun, with his formidable strength, can disregard all of this. Fang Yi nodded exactly. Just relying on this abyss giant octopus without grade strength coming here is tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly the system's prompt tone rang out. Ding! Yi Chun followed the passage forward and soon arrived at a mysterious space. At the top of this space, a stone radiating white light illuminated the entire area, revealing a three-tiered pyramid. Upon seeing the pyramid, the system notification of the National Fortune World sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun for discovering the entrance to the secret realm and starting the inheritance trial. The inheritance trial is divided into 3 stages, each fraught with deadly dangers. Only by overcoming all 3 trials can one reach the true place of inheritance and obtain the legacy. Hearing this system notification, Yi Chun became intrigued. I didn't expect this to be a place of inheritance. Oh, I wonder what level of inheritance it is. The fact that a clever fierce beast is guarding it suggests that this inheritance is likely not too low in level, but it shouldn't be too strong either. However, that's not certain. It might be an exceptionally powerful inheritance. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were filled with excitement. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but contestants from other countries were also thrilled to see Yi Chun discover a place of inheritance, and they eagerly flocked to his live stream. My goodness, Yi Chun is incredible. He even found a place of inheritance. Adding the ancient inheritance he opened from the diamond treasure chest last night, Yi Chun essentially holds 2 inheritances now. I just hope the trials in this place of inheritance are not too difficult. If even Yi Chun can't pass, then the other contestants certainly won't make it. That's not guaranteed. What if the trials here do not test strength? Yi Chun might not get this inheritance after all. It all depends on what these 3 trials entail. True, but I believe in Yi Chun. He will definitely obtain this inheritance. Let's watch. Yi Chun is about to reach the top of the pyramid, and then we'll know what the trial really is. Yi Chun slowly approached the base of the pyramid and began to ascend the steps. Just as he reached the first tier, the first trial appeared. Yi Chun immediately halted, and information about the first trial appeared in the live stream. First trial: Illusion Array Maze. Enter the illusion array, break the illusions, and find the exit. If trapped in the illusion for more than an hour, one will be consumed by the array, resulting in the destruction of both body and soul. In the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing became anxious upon seeing the first trial's information. Viewers, contestant Yi Chun has now entered the first trial of the inheritance. This trial is the illusion array maze, meaning Yi Chun is trapped in an illusion. This is an attack on the spiritual level, and it's very dangerous. Indeed, if it were purely a matter of martial strength, I would completely trust contestant Yi Chun. However, when it comes to the spiritual level, I'm not so sure. We can only hope that Yi Chun is also strong in that aspect. Also, it says here that if more than an hour passes, Yi Chun will be consumed by the illusion array, so time is indeed very pressing. I hope Yi Chun can solve this trial quickly. Zhang Dagong, seeing Yi Chun trapped in the illusion, became excited, finally finding his opportunity. He feigned concern and said, "Sigh, the illusion array is the most terrifying. Even someone as powerful as contestant Yi Chun can easily be trapped. If he gets caught, it will be troublesome for our Dragon Kingdom. Stop being such a doomsayer." Bing Bing glared at Zhang Dagong and said loudly, "Contestant Yi Chun is so strong, he will definitely break through the first trial. Don't spread unnecessary panic here." Hearing Bing Bing's words, Zhang Dagong chuckled awkwardly, not rebutting her. After all, he had achieved the desired effect. The live stream was now flooded with concerned comments. On the screen, the place where Yi Chun stood began to change. The black satin band over his eyes vanished, and he found himself in a city. The viewers in the live stream were very familiar with the city, as it was none other than the Dragon Kingdom, and it was a Dragon Kingdom that had not suffered resource depletion. This city was bustling and vibrant, with traffic flowing and crowds bustling. Yi Chun even saw his deceased parents, who were looking at him with affectionate smiles from across the street. "Xiaoqin, you've suffered over the years. Now that Mom and Dad are back, we will not let you suffer anymore." Familiar voices rang in his ears, and the scene before him felt very real, as if he had truly returned to the Dragon Kingdom. The viewers in the live stream immediately became anxious. "This is bad. This illusion array is too skillful. It directly brought Yi Chun's parents here, right in the thriving Dragon Kingdom. Anyone would fall for this. Yes, this is exactly what we yearn for the most. Yi Chun, those are illusions, just fantasies. Don't be deceived." It's over. Yi Chun is standing still. Could it be that he has really been deceived? Am I the only one who thinks Yi Chun's eyes are beautiful? I didn't expect Yi Chun to look this handsome. He's really so cool. In the official live stream, Bing Bing was also nervously watching Yi Chun, while Lei Qiming and Fang Yi clenched their fists. Zhang Dagong felt a bit smug. Just as he thought it was over, he saw Yi Chun move. He slowly raised his hand and gently grasped the empty space before him. In the next moment, a knife gradually appeared in his hand. This illusion is indeed good, and it is what I hoped for. However, fake is ultimately fake. With me in the Dragon Kingdom, it will only become more prosperous. So break for me. Open the heavens. Yi Chun's eyes instantly turned gold, and his divine domain unfolded, and the miraculous power condensed onto the knife in his hand. Then Yi Chen gently slashed upwards at the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky was instantly cleaved open by this strike. The entire world collapsed under this slash, and then Yi Chen forcibly shattered the illusion before everyone's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chen for successfully breaking the illusion and clearing the first trial of the Illusion Array Maze. Reward Illusion Moon Mirror. The Illusion Moon Mirror can dispel low-level illusions and guide the bearer to the location of weaknesses in high-level illusions. Returning to the pyramid, Yi Chen looked at the reward he had just obtained and smiled. I didn't expect there to be a reward. This is quite nice. Saying this, Yi Chen placed the Illusion Moon Mirror into his spatial backpack and continued toward the second. As soon as Yi Chen stepped onto the second tier, he saw giant stones slowly rising from the ground, completely surrounding him. Ding! Second trial, Guardian of Stone. Defeating the Guardian of Stone in front of him will allow him to pass the second trial. The Guardian of Stone is rated at level and can merge to become a level Stone Warlord. If his strength is insufficient, he may exit the trial immediately. Failure in the trial will mean certain death. Upon seeing the content of the second level, the viewers in the live stream let out a sigh of relief. Great, the second level seems quite normal. Yi Chen can instantly defeat the C-level mutated Abyss Giant, and these C-level Stone Guardians are no match for him. Even if they merge into AB level, they should still be no match for Yi Chen. That's for sure. Who is Yi Chen? He is the strongest among our Dragon Nation's competitors, and we have yet to see his full strength so far. I hope this merged Stone Warrior will allow us to see more of Yi Chen's power. Although I want to see Yi Chen's strength too, we must consider whether he will allow these Stone Guardians to merge. That's true, it depends on Yi Chen's own intentions. Yi Chen looked calmly at the dozen or so giant stones before him. He did not take the warning alert seriously and stepped forward. In the next moment, the dozen or so giant stones suddenly changed shape, slowly transforming into humanoid forms. Facing these Stone Guardians, Yi Chen immediately struck double gravity. Immediately, a purple gravitational wave appeared around the Stone Guardians, pressing them down to the ground. It pressed them down so they couldn't get up. If Yi Chen had acted now, he would have already passed the second level, but he did not rush. Instead, he continued to increase the gravity. Before long, all the Stone Guardians were crushed to pieces by the terrifying gravity. After the Stone Guardians shattered, there was no prompt indicating the completion of the second level. Seeing this, Yi Chen withdrew his hand and stood quietly. Clearly, by crushing the Stone Guardians, he had triggered their merging mechanism. Sure enough, the shattered Stone Guardians slowly gathered together and fused into a super giant stone sphere several meters high. The super giant stone sphere suddenly split open in the middle, revealing a massive Stone Warrior. The sphere's surface became the armor of the Stone Warrior, looking very imposing. Watching the Stone Warrior formed by the fusion of the Stone Guardians, Yi Chen nodded slightly, thinking, the B-level strength is acceptable, reaching about half of Jiujianxian's strength and possibly even stronger. This means that the complete Jiujianxian is about S-level. However, whether it is or not, we'll have to wait until we see the S-level ferocious beasts. After saying this, Yi Chen took out the Hanyue sword and waved his hand, causing the sword to float in front of him. At the same time, the spiritual energy within him surged and the sword control technique unfolded. Several light swords split from the Hanyue sword and charged towards the Stone Warrior. The Stone Warrior looked at the flying swords approaching and did not even attempt to block them, allowing the swords to collide directly with its body. When the flying swords struck the Stone Warrior, they were immediately stopped by its stone armor, leaving no trace. The viewers in the live stream were shocked to see Yi Chen's flying swords easily blocked by the Stone Warrior. What's going on? Yi Chen's attack was blocked. You're not mistaken, it was indeed blocked, and it left no trace at all. But how could this be? Didn't we estimate that Yi Chen's strength was at least S-level? Even if it's not S-level, it should at least be a level, right? What is happening now? Yi Chen is not as strong as we imagined, is he? Why are you overthinking it? Isn't Yi Chen's forte the sword control technique? Don't get it wrong. Isn't his strongest ability the gravity manipulation? Right? I almost forgot. The situation just now was too different from Yi Chen's previous performance, causing me to momentarily forget his capabilities. Yi Chen must want to refine his sword control technique. If not for using gravity manipulation, he could have dealt with the Stone Warrior directly. Well, don't think too highly of it. We still don't know what abilities the Stone Warrior possesses. If it also has the ability to control gravity, wouldn't Yi Chen's gravity manipulation be useless? That's true. Forget it, overthinking it here isn't helpful. Let's just see what Yi Chen intends to do. In my heart, I believe Yi Chen's strength can definitely handle this Stone Warrior. Seeing that the flying swords did not injure the Stone Warrior, Yi Chen was not surprised. He originally wanted to test the strength of half of Jiujianxian. If he had gone all out, the Stone Warrior would have been defeated long ago with no chance to stand here. Yi Chen smiled and said, Let me try 2 more techniques: Immortal Wind Cloud Body Technique, Drunken Immortal Moon Step. After saying this, Yichen stepped on the Drunken Immortal Moon Step, causing several phantoms to appear around him, encircling the stone warrior. Immediately afterward, Yichen unleashed the 10,000 sword technique again. Countless flying swords filled the space. Facing the dense swarm of flying swords, the stone warrior finally moved. The stone warrior slowly raised its arms, and a massive yellow barrier appeared around its body, protecting it. Seeing this, Yichen raised his sword with several phantoms pointing forward. Attack! As he pointed towards the stone warrior, countless flying swords immediately charged at it. One after another, the flying swords collided with the barrier. Initially, there was no effect, but the sheer number of flying swords soon caused cracks to appear on the barrier. Crack! The barrier, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered, and countless flying swords attacked the stone warrior, yet they still could not break through its defense. Yichen had an abundance of flying swords, so they continued to assault the stone warrior. Roar! The stone warrior let out a furious roar, releasing a terrifying shockwave from its body, shattering all the flying swords. Then the stone warrior struck the ground with its palm, and in the next moment a giant sword was pulled from the ground by. The stone warrior gripped the giant sword tightly with both hands, and swung it down towards Yichen, unleashing a massive earth-yellow slash. Seeing this, Yichen quickly dodged, and the slash grazed his body, striking the stone wall behind him and leaving a huge gash. In Yichen's perception, the stone warrior's attack had almost pierced through the entire stone wall, causing the water from the pond to overflow. It must be noted that the distance from here to the pond was nearly 100 meters, and the opponent's sword almost broke through. Its strength was terrifying. Yichen frowned at this sight. He could not let the stone warrior continue like this. If the area got flooded, it would be troublesome. With this in mind, Yichen raised his sword finger again, splitting off a dozen flying swords. Miracle Armor Break. A flash of golden light appeared in the eyes beneath the black satin, and golden light also shone on the flying swords. Go! In the next moment, the dozen flying swords instantly flew towards the stone warrior. Sensing danger from these flying swords, the stone warrior roared and swept its giant sword at them. The flying swords crashed directly into the giant sword, instantly piercing through it and continuing to attack the stone warrior. This time, the stone warrior's stone armor did not stop the flying swords. They pierced through its body, and Yichen turned the sword finger. The flying swords surrounded the stone warrior and soon turned it into fragments. As the stone general shattered into pieces, Yichen successfully passed the second trial. Reward: a stone general puppet 1, capable of summoning a stone general with all its power for half an hour. After use, the puppet can automatically absorb the spiritual energy from the air to recover, and can also actively supply spiritual energy for recovery. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yichen saw a palm-sized stone general puppet amidst the rubble. This was indeed the reward for the second trial. Yichen walked over and picked it up. Not a bad item, but it's of no use to me. Can I manifest this item back in Longhua? Yichen asked the national fortune system. Ding. The spiritual energy in Blue Star is insufficient to utilize the stone general puppet. Manifestation is temporarily unavailable. Yichen nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, only Longhua currently possesses spiritual energy, whereas other places do not. With the current spiritual energy content in Longhua, how long would it take for the stone general puppet to absorb enough energy for another use? If it cannot be manifested, then so be it. If he encounters other contestants from Longhua later, he can use it for self-defense. After storing the stone general puppet, Yichen continued towards the third level. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing excitedly said, "Great! Contestant Yichen has successfully passed the second trial. He truly is the pride of Longhua." Lei Qiming also smiled happily. "Contestant Yichen has not disappointed us. I believe he will definitely pass the third trial and successfully obtain the inheritance." Meanwhile, Zhang Dagong's face darkened, completely filled with unwillingness and resentment. How could Yichen pass the trial so easily? He increasingly regretted changing his nationality to Radiant Lighthouse Country. At this moment in Yichen's live broadcast room, he slowly walked onto the third level, which was a vast square. In the center of the square stood a gigantic statue. Although it was just a statue, one could vaguely discern that it depicted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Seeing this, Yichen slowly approached the statue, and the system's notification sounded. Ding. Third trial: the trial of the Frost Goddess. Touch the statue of the Frost Goddess to enter the secret realm set by the third-level deity, the Frost Goddess. Complete the trial by finding the token of the Frost Goddess to obtain her inheritance. Upon seeing the details of the third trial, the viewers in the live broadcast room became tense. The Frost Goddess, just by name, was no simple being. Although they did not know how powerful a third-level deity truly was, being called a deity certainly meant that they— my goodness! The inheritance of the Frost Goddess. Has Yichen encountered a deity so soon? Upstairs, this is just the inheritance of the frost goddess. It's not like he has truly met her. However, being a deity, she must be incredibly powerful. I just wonder what the trial of the frost goddess will be like. Will there be any dangers in the secret realm? After all, it should be fine, right? You can't say that a what if. What are you worried about? Yi Shun's strength is formidable. He will definitely be able to pass the secret realm created by the frost goddess. Exactly. Yi Shun has never let us down. I believe he can certainly pass the trial of the frost goddess. In the official live broadcast room, Bingbing's tone became very serious. This third trial seems somewhat difficult. I wonder if contestant Yi Chun can pass this unknown trial. Lei Qiming frowned and said sternly, "We are not clear about what this opponent is. After all, she is the third-level deity, the frost goddess, and her trial will certainly not be simple. I think contestant Yi Chun will need to exert all his strength to face this challenge." That's right. We can't help contestant Yi Chun at all, but we can only pray that he can smoothly pass this secret round. Of course, if contestant Yi Chun feels unsure, it's okay not to proceed with the third trial. After all, his strength is so powerful, and he can come back when he is strong enough. Zhang Dagong changed from his previous expression of despair, revealing a sinister smile. I think contestant Yi Chun should enter this secret realm. If he leaves, what if someone else obtains the inheritance later? Moreover, don't think of the secret realm as too dangerous. The frost goddess is selecting a successor. If it were too dangerous, wouldn't that mean there would be no successors at all? Bingbing was immediately angered by Zhang Dagong's words. Teacher Dagong, how can you say that? That is a secret realm created by a deity. Do you really think a deity would care about a mere successor? Perhaps the frost goddess has placed many such places of inheritance in the world of national fortune. Why are you so eager to let contestant Yi Chun choose such a dangerous secret realm? What are you really up to? Zhang Dagong chuckled. Oh, I just feel that it would be a pity to miss this opportunity, right? If contestant Yi Chun feels it's dangerous and decides not to go, that's fine with me. I can't force him, can I? On the screen, upon realizing that this was a secret realm crafted by a third-level deity, Yi Chun became intrigued. After all, that is a deity of being stronger than an SS-level beast. Moreover, he had a premonition that after passing the trial of the frost goddess, the compatibility with the black satin ribbon would definitely increase. As for the dangers within, Yi Chun had considered them, but he also had some contingency plans. At the very least, surviving would not be a problem. With that thought, Yi Chun placed his hand on the statue of the frost goddess. In the next moment, a white light emanated from the statue, gradually forming a door behind which lay the secret realm of the frost goddess inheritance. Without any hesitation, Yi Chun stepped directly into the light door and vanished from the pyramid. Suddenly, a chilling aura emerged, causing Yi Chun to shiver involuntarily. As he looked around, he found himself in a white misty world. This was a world made of frost, the very secret realm of the frost goddess. Seeing this, Yi Chun tightened his clothes and smiled. The frost goddess lives up to her name. It truly is related to frost. I just wonder what constitutes passing the trial, and what the token of the frost goddess is. Oh well, one step. After saying this, Yi Chun began to move slowly forward in this icy world. Suddenly, several auras appeared beneath his feet. Whoosh! 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 Two ice blue figures suddenly sprang from the snow beneath Yi Chun's feet, their sharp claws carrying a bone-chilling aura as they lunged towards his ankles. The figure was entirely snow-white, its fur covered in countless ice particles, its ice-seared eyes gleaming. Its size was similar to that of a wolf, but it had two pairs of wings sprouting from its back. The ice shards that fell from its wings instantly froze the ground below. This was the unique, ferocious beast of the Frost secret realm, the Frost Beast. Name: Frost Beast. Crank: ferocious beast. And description: a crank ferocious beast unique to the Frost Goddess inheritance trial realm, created by the Frost Goddess to select suitable inheritors. In the Frost secret realm, the Frost Beast's strength surpasses that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Yi Chun exerted force on his feet, instantly disappearing from his original spot, leaving a small pit in the ground, as he effortlessly dodged the Frost Beast's attack. As the Frost Beast's attack missed, it attempted to turn and pounce on Yi Chun again, but a flash of white light appeared, and the Frost Beast was instantly cleaved in two. Looking at the fallen Frost Beast, Yi Chun attempted to store it in his spatial backpack, but was unsuccessful. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, then recalled that his spatial backpack was only 1 cubic meter in size, and it was nearly full. The two ferocious beast corpses simply couldn't fit inside. In the next moment, a flash of light from the ring on his hand made the two corpses disappear. The ring obtained in the third year was a spatial ring with a capacity far beyond that of a 1 cubic meter spatial backpack. The space inside the ring was nearly the size of a football field, containing Yi Chun's most important items, including those that had been converted and those that had not. Having stored the Frost Beasts, Yi Chun did not linger for long. He looked up at the swirling snow and furrowed his brow slightly. The snowstorm in the Frost secret realm was growing stronger and visibility was extremely low. However, this had little effect on him. Yet the cold wind cut against him like knives, and even with his formidable strength, he still felt a trace of chill. But this was not the most important thing. The critical issue was that there were no reference points here, making it impossible to discern directions. Wandering aimlessly would make finding the temple of the frost goddess quite difficult. I need to find a specific direction. Yichun pondered for a moment, then took out the illusory moon mirror he had obtained earlier from his spatial backpack. Although its primary use was to break illusions, it could also sense the energy fluctuations within this realm, perhaps helping him locate the temple. With this in mind, Yichun infused spiritual energy into the illusory moon mirror to activate it. Instantly, a beam of white light illuminated the surface, and the next moment the light pierced through the swirling snow towards a specific location. Seeing the white light emanating from the illusory moon mirror, Yichun smiled slightly. As expected, the rewards from the previous trial were not useless at all. Fortunately, I didn't think to manifest the illusory moon mirror back in Long Country, though otherwise finding the Frost Goddess Temple would have been excruciatingly difficult. After saying this, Yichun fully extended his senses, locating the endpoint of the white light. After marking the spot, he put away the illusory moon mirror and headed towards the direction indicated by the beam. Along the way, frost beasts continued to appear, their numbers increasing from just a few to over a dozen, including several that had reached the strength of half-step rank. They coordinated seamlessly, sometimes attacking Hedon, and other times ambushing him from the snow. Although they caused Yichun some trouble in the face of his absolute strength, they were ineffective, and he swiftly dealt with all the frost beasts along the way. As Yichun delved deeper, the snowstorm gradually lessened, revealing a massive temple ahead constructed entirely of light blue ice crystals covered with a thick layer of snow. This was the temple of the Frost Goddess. Just as Yichun approached within 100 meters of the temple, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking his. This figure was made entirely of blue ice crystals, standing over 5 meters tall, clad in thick ice armor, wielding a gigantic ice spear that exuded a terrifying chill. Its gaze was icy and devoid of any emotion, far stronger than the stone war general Yichun had encountered with faint signs of approaching a rank. Ding! Detected the protector of the Frost Goddess. Half-step a rank, Frost Guardian. Defeat the Frost Guardian to enter the temple of the Frost Goddess. As the system's notification sounded, Yichun smiled slightly. Half-step a rank. For someone with average strength, obtaining the Frost Goddess inheritance would not be easy. He could sense that the Frost Guardian before him was not merely half-step a rank. Under the conditions of the Frost Secret Realm, it should be able to exert a rank power. As for whether it could advance further, that required additional probing. Let's see what your strength is like. This time Yichun did not use his sword control technique. Instead, he drew out his blind staff blade, deeming it more suitable for the Frost Guardian. At the moment Yichun drew his blade, the Frost Guardian suddenly moved, stepping heavily towards Yichun, the snow beneath its feet sinking into deep pits. Raising its ice spear, it thrust it towards Yichun with terrifying force. Wherever the ice spear passed, the air was frozen, leaving a long ice trail, as if it aimed to tear the space apart. Seeing this, Yichun raised his blade and slashed diagonally at the incoming ice spear. Clang! The terrifying sound of impact resonated, and the resulting shockwave instantly blew away the surrounding snowstorm, creating an open area around them. Yichun forcefully repelled the Frost Guardian's ice spear and continued his assault, while the Frost Guardian steadied itself and began to battle Yichun with the ice spear. The shockwaves produced by their attacks left numerous craters in the ground. The Frost Guardian suddenly lifted its foot and stomped down heavily, instantly crystallizing the ground into solid ice, with countless ice spikes rising to stab towards Yichun. Triple gravity. Yichun waved his right hand, and a purple gravity field enveloped the Frost Guardian, causing its movements to slow down. The emerging ice spikes were crushed by the weight, falling to the ground as shards of ice. Seizing the opportunity, Yichun grasped the blind staff blade with one hand, and a terrifying purple gravity wave instantly condensed. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. He swung the blade towards the Frost Guardian, and a distorted gravity wave struck the Frost Guardian. The Frost Guardian let out a cry of agony as the terrifying gravity shattered its ice armor. In the next moment, the Frost Guardian roared, driving its ice spear fiercely into the ground. Instantly, a massive ice blue barrier appeared, enveloping it completely. Crack! Crack! The barrier completely blocked the terrifying gravity. Without the pressure of gravity, the Frost Guardian raised its ice spear, and waves of ice blue spiritual energy gradually began to gather. A cerulean ice dragon coalesced slowly along the Frost Guard's glacial spear, then lunged fiercely toward Yichun. The ice dragon roared as it surged forward. Seeing this, Yichun ceased holding back. Beneath his black headband, one eye blazed gold, the other pitch black. Ultra-gravity blade, dark moon slash. He gripped his blade with both hands and slashed downward with crushing force at the onrushing ice dragon. A violet-black crescent of energy erupted forth, carving deep pressure grooves into the ground where it passed. Upon impact, Yi Qin's Dark Moon Slash cleaved the Frost Guard's Ice Dragon cleanly in two, and continued its trajectory toward the Frost Guard himself. Caught unprepared, the Frost Guard was bisected instantly and collapsed heavily onto the earth. Yet Yi Qin did not relax. He stood motionless, eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the fallen figure. His divine sense confirmed the Frost Guard was not dead. In the next moment, the severed halves rose slowly into the air and seamlessly refused at the fracture. This time, however, the Frost Guard's eyes burned crimson instead of cerulean. His frame swelled with sudden bulk, his ice armor shattered, and his aura turned violently frenzied. The barrier of his rank cultivation shattered, propelling him into the rank realm and granting a tremendous surge in power. A chime resonated, alert. The Frost Guard has ascended to a rank initial stage and entered frenzy mode. Duration 15 minutes. At the system's announcement, viewers across the livestream erupted into stunned disbelief. What the hell? Not only did his strength increase, he's gone berserk. Is this even reasonable? Wait, is this Frost Goddess seriously selecting an heir? Even if someone passes the second trial, how could anyone possibly survive the third? Indeed, only Yi Qin's extraordinary might allowed him to endure the Frost Goddess's trial. Any lesser cultivator would have perished outright. Exactly. Only Yi Qin's unparalleled strength makes this possible. Could it be precisely because Yi Qin is so formidable that the Frost Goddess's trial intensified according? That's plausible. Perhaps the Frost Goddess tailors her trials to each candidate's caliber. I've seen contestants from other nations secure inheritances too, but their trials were far less grueling. Though their inheritances weren't as exalted as the Frost Goddess's, none were weak. Logically, such a stark disparity shouldn't exist. Inside Longwa's official livestream studio, Bing Bing watched the Frost Guard's metamorphosis, his ascension, his frenzy, and gripped her hands tightly, voice taut with anxiety. Inside Longwa's official livestream studio, Bing Bing watched the Frost Guard's metamorphosis, his ascension, his frenzy, and gripped her hands tightly, voice taut with anxiety. The Frost Guard's power has surged dramatically. Can contestant Yi Qin truly prevail? He can, Lei Qiming said, frowning slightly, but speaking with unshakable conviction. We must trust Yi Qin's strength. He will overcome the Frost Guard. He still holds deeper reserves, yet unspent. I concur with Captain Lei, Fang Yi nodded. Moreover, the Frost Guard's frenzy mode lasts only 15 minutes. Even if Yi Qin cannot defeat him outright, once the frenzy subsides, victory will be inevitable. I warned you the third trial would be perilous. You dismissed me. Now look. Not only has the Frost Guard ascended to a rank, he now rages in frenzy mode. Should Yi Qin fall short of expectations, Longwa faces grave peril. At this rate, perhaps Yi Qin should never have entered the third trial at all. Silence. Bing Bing shot Zhang Dagong a fierce glare and snapped. Yi Qin's prowess is plain for all to witness. He will defeat the Frost Guard even in his ascended frenzied state. Cease your illumined mutterings. Zhang Dagong offered a forced awkward smile and fell quiet, but venom thickened in his gaze. He fervently wished for Yi Qin's death, that the Frost Guard's hands Longwa would lose its strongest cultivator and the Lighthouse Nation would seize supremacy, once more ascending as the world's foremost power. Then his citizenship transfer would not have been in vain. Meanwhile, live streams across other nations closely monitored Yi Qin's trial. After all, the inheritance he had uncovered belonged to a Tier 3 divine sovereign, the sole divine tier inheritance confirmed thus far. All others remained subdivine, some hadn't even reached its rank, utterly incomparable. Inside the Lighthouse Nation's broadcast studio, the host exclaimed, "Brilliant! Longwa's contestant Yi Qin is in dire straits. The Frost Guard has ascended to a rank and entered frenzy mode. Though Yi Qin is formidable, he stands no chance against such overwhelming might. Once Yi Qin falls, Longwa collapses utterly, and the Lighthouse Nation rises triumphant as the world's undisputed leader." Precisely. That arrogant upstart humiliated our nation's finest, deserving death indeed. Other nations echoed similar sentiments, especially Sakura Nation, which aligned closely with the Lighthouse Nation, hurling curses at Yi Qin with feverish intensity. Simultaneously, in the national fortune realm, several contestants from other nations had also discovered inheritance sites and were now undertaking their trials. John of the Lighthouse Nation found and shrank inheritance, the desert tyrant's legacy, in a vast wasteland. His trial required locating an oasis within the desert and attaining rank strength. Yamaguchi Ichiro of Sakura Nation discovered an rank inheritance, the Flame Warrior's legacy, within an active volcano. His trial demanded retrieving volcanic crystal shards and slaying an rank ferocious beast, the volcanic lizard. Longwa had two additional contestants who secured inheritances, Zhao Lei and Lin Yu. Zhao Lei, fleeing pursuit by an rank earthquake bear, took refuge in a cavern. and serendipitously uncovered and shrank inheritance the savage Colossus's legacy. His trial required lifting a colossal boulder within the cave and defeating the very earthquake bear hunting him outside. Lin Yue, exploring the frost-storm rainforest, spotted a distant sea of blossoms, its ethereal beauty compelling her to approach without hesitation. Upon reaching the floral expanse, she unwittingly activated an S-rank inheritance, the 100-Blossom Fairy's legacy. Her trial demanded firing 10 consecutive arrows through fluttering petals, each arrow piercing exactly 3 petals, to claim the legacy. Inside Longhua's official livestream studio, the team erupted in jubilation upon learning Zhao Lei and Lin Yu had secured inheritances. Bing Bing beamed, wonderful. Our contestants Zhao Lei and Lin Yu have both discovered inheritances, both extraordinarily potent, 1's rank, 1's rank. With Zhao Lei and Lin Yu successfully claiming their inheritances, Longhua now surges decisively ahead, Lei Qiming added, smiling warmly. Indeed, Fang Yi nodded with quiet confidence. Soon our remaining contestants will likewise succeed in securing their inheritances. While elation filled the studio, Zhang Dagong's face darkened. How infuriating. First Yi Chen, now Zhao Lei and Lin Yu, utter vexation. Yi Chen looked with interest at the Frostwind Guardian, who had fallen into a state of rage and charged forward with his staff blade in hand. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The enraged Frostwind Guardian exhibited a significant increase in power and speed, while its ice elemental spiritual energy became even more formidable, each attack carrying an overwhelming force. Using his observation haki and divine domain, Yi Chen effortlessly dodged the Frostwind Guardian's attacks amidst the storm. Fourfold gravity slash. Yi Chen swung his blade towards the Frostwind Guardian, and a powerful gravitational force struck like a cutting blow. The Guardian responded with a sweep of its ice spear, launching an ice blue crescent slash that collided with the gravity slash. The immense gravitational force instantly distorted the ice blue slash, but at the same time the ice blue slash froze the gravitational wave in place. At the moment the two attacks clashed, Yi Chen suddenly vanished from his position and appeared in front of the Frostwind Guardian, severing one of its arms with a single strike. The Frostwind Guardian, now missing an arm, calmly took a step back and thrust its ice spear towards Yi. Seeing this, Yi Chen tightened his grip on the staff blade and slashed diagonally at the incoming ice spear, deflecting it. He then stepped forward through the air and severed the Guardian's other arm. Gravity fist. Immediately after, Yi Chen punched the Frostwind Guardian in the chest, and the terrifying gravitational force instantly distorted its chest, piercing through. Following up with a spinning kick to the Guardian's head, he sent it flying several meters. Boom! The Frostwind Guardian crashed heavily onto the small ice mountain opposite, shattering it. Yi Chen looked at the Frostwind Guardian, which lay beneath the small ice mountain, and said slowly, "There is a technique I have always wanted to try. I wonder if I can use it here." As he spoke, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. The next moment, he suddenly swung his blade, creating concentric circles of purple gravitational rings above his body that shot straight into the sky. Yi Chen then retracted the staff blade into his blind staff. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered by this action. What is Yi Chen doing? Why is he releasing his abilities towards the sky? I don't know, could there be some danger up there? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't the system indicate that defeating the Frostwind Guardian would allow entry into the temple of the Frost Goddess? True, there might be circumstances we are unaware of. We will know if we keep watching. Meanwhile, the Frostwind Guardian, recently trapped beneath the small ice mountain, slowly crawled out. At this moment, its wounds had completely healed, and not only that, but it had also grown a new arm and weapon. Roar! The Frostwind Guardian roared angrily at Yi Chen, and suddenly a more terrifying spiritual energy erupted from it, freezing everything around. Suddenly Yi Chen chuckled softly. Just now, he had clearly sensed a meteorite rapidly descending towards his location. To his surprise, there really was a meteorite outside this secret realm. How fascinating. He had thought that the space created by the Frost Goddess was simply a singular space. It seemed he had underestimated it. Watching the meteorite fall, Yi Chen smiled lightly at the Frostwind Guardian. I hope you enjoy the gift I send you. With that, Yi Chen quickly retreated, disappearing from the Guardian's view. The viewers in the live stream were instantly confused by Yi Chen's words. Gift? What gift? Yi Chen is giving a gift to the Frostwind Guardian. I doubt it's anything good, otherwise Yi Chen wouldn't have left. Oh my god, look at what's in the sky. What? No way. Is that a meteorite? Was Yi Chen's ability released towards the sky to summon a meteorite? Isn't that gift a bit too large? Can the Frostwind Guardian withstand this? What are you thinking? I estimate that this meteorite, though not very large, with a diameter of about 5 meters, has the power equivalent to a standard tactical nuclear bomb. What do you think of that power? With this meteorite falling, the Frostwind Guardian probably won't even leave a hair behind. The next moment, the meteorite summoned by Yi Chen fell straight towards the Frostwind Guardian. The Frostwind Guardian had not yet reacted to Yi Chen's sudden escape. When it saw the meteorite descending at this moment, it wanted to flee, but it was already too late. The Frostwind Guardian raised its ice spear, and two ice dragons appeared around it, fiercely stabbing towards the falling meteorite. The ice dragons collided with the meteorite, barely delaying it for a moment before shattering. Immediately after the meteorite struck the Frostwind Guardian, and a terrifying impact exploded. Boom! A small mushroom cloud instantly erupted, forming a crater several meters wide on the ground, and the terrifying shockwave swept over a kilometer radius, with dust filling the air. Miles away, Yi Chen looked at the mushroom cloud before him and smiled. Not bad in terms of power. Though it was blocked a bit by the Frostwind Guardian, I am quite satisfied with the power. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Yi Chen for successfully defeating the Frostwind Guardian, allowing entry into the Temple of the Frost Goddess. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant for the first kill of upgrade Frostwind Guardian. Reward Diamond Treasure, Chest 1 National Fortune Value, 2,000 points. As the dust settled, Yi Chen walked towards the meteorite crater. By the time he arrived, there was nothing left except the crater. It seemed the entire Frostwind Guardian had been vaporized. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen turned and walked towards the Temple of the Frost Goddess. Looking at the unharmed temple, he felt no surprise. Although the temple was very close to the meteorite crater, this was still the temple of the Frost Goddess. If it could not withstand such an attack, then she would be far too weak as a goddess. As he entered the Temple of the Frost Goddess, he saw a statue of the Frost Goddess, made of ice crystals, with an ice blue feather clutched in its hand. This must be the token of the Frost Goddess. Yi Chen walked over and took the ice blue feather from the statue. The next moment, a gentle white light emanated from the feather, enveloping the entire temple. Immediately after, a gentle, yet solemn female voice echoed within the temple. "Young man, you are quite remarkable to have passed the trials I set, and defeated my guardian to obtain my token, the Feather of Frostwind." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chen's eyes, hidden by a black ribbon, turned golden. Who is speaking? I am the Frost Goddess, and this is my divine consciousness left within the Feather of Frostwind. The female voice continued, "You need not be afraid, I have long since fallen. Before my demise, I scattered several strands of divine consciousness, leaving behind my legacy to await someone worthy to inherit it. You have passed the 3 trials I set, proving you possess sufficient strength and character, thus qualifying to inherit my legacy." As the words fell, a blue ice figure slowly emerged from the white light, its appearance identical to the ice sculpture of the Frost Goddess, exuding an aura of solemnity and divinity, the remaining divine consciousness of the Frost Goddess. Yi Chen looked at the Frost Goddess that had appeared, and nodded gently. "Hello, Frost Goddess." The Frost Goddess smiled lightly. "An interesting young man, I sense a power within you that surpasses my own. It seems I have found an extraordinary heir this time. Perhaps you can truly fulfill my wishes. Young man, what is your name?" "Yi Chen." "Yi Chen, to permanently gain all my legacy's power, you must find the 2 artifacts I left behind, the Wings of Wind and the Frost Staff. With these 2 artifacts, you will be able to attain my divine status. As for the locations of the artifacts, they should be on the bodies of those who killed me, so fully obtaining my legacy's power will be quite challenging. Do you accept this challenge?" Hearing the Frost Goddess' words, Yi Chen smiled, thinking that this was not very different from the divine agents in the realm of god-slaying. However, this divine agent was not the only one. "No problem, I accept. I will find those 2 artifacts, and I am quite curious about the backgrounds of those who killed you." "Very well." The Frost Goddess displayed a satisfied smile. "In that case, I will bestow my legacy." As the words fell, the divine consciousness of the Frost Goddess transformed into a beam of white light and merged into Yi Chen's body, instantly flooding his mind with countless pieces of information. This information included the Frost Goddess techniques, martial skills, her past, and details about those who killed her. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Yi Chen for successfully completing the 3rd trial and obtaining the legacy of the Frost Goddess. Rewards: Title, Frost Goddess Protection Effect, Wind and Ice Spiritual Energy Affinity increased by 30, Cultivation Speed increased by 20. Ding! Obtained Divine Level Technique, Frostwind Soaring Technique, capable of cultivating both wind and ice spiritual energies, simultaneously merging the powers of wind and ice for enhanced effect. Ding! Obtained Divine Level Martial Skills, Frostwind Sword Technique, Wind Blade Technique, Ice Seal Technique. Ding! The Dragon Country received Legacy Rewards: Spiritual Energy Recovery Degree increased by 30, National Citizens Awakening Probability for Frost Abilities increased by 30, obtained the Temple of the Frost Goddess Blue Star version, where the techniques and martial skills of the Frost Goddess can be unlocked with unlock levels depending on Yi Chen's fulfillment of the agreement. As the system's prompt echoed, Yi Chen could distinctly sense 2 powerful forces emerging within his body. One was wind, light and swift, while the other was ice, frigid and ferocious. These two forces slowly circulated within him, but as soon as they entered they were immediately pushed aside by several other forces cowering at the edges. In order to resist the other forces, they swiftly merged together, their power rapidly increasing, soon reaching the strength comparable to the gravity fruit, yet still insufficient against those other forces. Meanwhile, in the dragon nation of Blue Star, the entire country was enveloped in a gentle white light, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air continuously rising while snowflakes began to fall across the land. Many people awakened abilities related to frost and wind upon touching the snowflakes, while others awakened different powers. At the same time, atop a snow-capped mountain, a temple identical to the one in the Frost and Wind secret realm suddenly appeared, the temple of the Frost and Wind goddess. The local people, upon seeing the suddenly appeared temple, immediately informed their superiors and quickly headed inside, hoping to gain skills and martial techniques from within. In the official live streaming room of the Dragon Nation, Bing Bing was overwhelmed with excitement, tears brimming in her eyes as she trembled with her voice. "This is amazing. Yi-chun is truly remarkable, having successfully completed the trial of the third stage and obtained the inheritance of the Frost and Wind goddess. Our Dragon Nation has also received generous rewards with a 60 increase in spiritual energy revival alongside a large number of awakenings of frost-related abilities, as well as a temple of the Frost and Wind goddess." "That's right," Lei Qiming added, his face filled with excitement as he spoke rapidly. "Bing Bing is correct. Our country has just learned the location of the Frost and Wind goddess temple, which is situated in the snow-capped mountains of Yunnan. Currently, our country has dispatched warriors to protect the area, and it is open to our citizens. Anyone can enter to comprehend skills and martial techniques. However, reservations are required in advance, and after undergoing our country's testing, only those with extraordinary talents or those who have awakened frost-related abilities can comprehend skills and martial techniques. Therefore, everyone can act according to their capabilities, but don't rush. After our participants Zhao Lei and Lin Yu obtain the inheritance, there may be new inheritance temples." Fang Yi laughed excitedly. "I've awakened my ability. Look at this," he said, extending his hand as a crystal of ice appeared swirling around his body. "I never expected I could awaken an ability. By the way, Captain Lei, how do I make a reservation to go to the snow-capped mountains? I want to enter the temple of the Frost and Wind goddess to comprehend skills and martial techniques." Hearing Fang Yi's words, Lei Qiming replied, "The reservation system is still under development. I'll inform you as soon as it's ready." "All right, thank you, Captain Lei." "No problem." While Fang Yi and Lei Qiming excitedly discussed abilities, Zhang Dagong, hiding at the back, turned pale as a sheet, despair and unwillingness filling his eyes. He never expected Yi-chun to truly succeed in the trial of the third stage and gain the inheritance of the Frost and Wind goddess. Moreover, the Dragon Nation received generous rewards once again. Even Fang Yi, who was commentating with him, awakened his ability, and now he completely regretted his decision. Regretting that he had submitted an application to change his nationality upon seeing Yi-chun, who was called the Blind One, and the entertainment circle's flower vase Lin Yu. If he had known Yi-chun was so powerful and Lin Yu was so lucky, he would never have changed his nationality. Had he stayed in the Dragon Nation, he could enjoy the rewards and perhaps even awaken an ability. The viewers in the live streaming room were also stirred up, the comments flooding the screen. Yi-chun is incredible. He successfully obtained the divine level inheritance. I awakened a wind attribute ability. I'm booking a flight to Yunnan right now. I want to comprehend skills and martial techniques. I'm about to take off. Wow, how lucky is the person above? What does that matter? There's a top student at our school who awakened an ice attribute ability on the very first day of spiritual energy revival in our Dragon Nation. After Yi-chun acquired the inheritance of the Frost and Wind goddess, he also awakened a wind attribute ability and was selected as one of the first to enter the temple of the Frost and Wind goddess. Wow, that's so strong. Don't worry, with Yi-chun around, we will eventually all be able to learn skills and martial techniques. What does it matter if other countries find their places of inheritance? Can they compare to Yi-chun's divine level? In the live streaming rooms of other countries, there was a silence. Everyone was speechless, shocked by the news of Yi-chun obtaining the divine level inheritance. Upon hearing this news, the president of the Lighthouse Nation, Trump, immediately smashed a very precious vase in his office. How could this Yi-chun have possibly obtained the divine level inheritance? This is impossible. Why is our Lighthouse Nation's contestant Swicksmith only able to obtain an S level? Indeed, while Yi-chun fought the enraged Frost and Wind guardian, Swicksmith also successfully found the location of the S-level inheritance. However, compared to Yi-chun's, it was utterly insignificant. The disparity between them was simply too great. It's utterly over. The Dragon Nation has obtained a divine level inheritance, and the revival of spiritual energy has increased by another 30. Will our Lighthouse Nation ever be able to surpass the Dragon Nation? What kind of monster is that Yi Chun? Why does he possess such terrifying power from the start? This is simply unscientific. Unless he isn't originally from Blue Star, but we have already thoroughly investigated all of Yi Chun's information, and there's nothing special about him except that he suddenly went blind 3 years ago. Could it be? Suddenly Trump thought of something, his eyes lighting up before dimming again. What good does it do to think of it now? The other side is now in the world of national fortune, and resolving this is simply unrealistic. We can only place all our hopes on the contestants, hoping they can catch up to Yi Chun. In the live streaming rooms of countries friendly to the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Lighthouse Nation, a sense of despair instantly filled the atmosphere. They understood that for a long period to come the Dragon Nation would become the hegemon of the world of national fortune, and overcoming them would only be possible if Yi Chun were to perish in there. In the world of national fortune, those who found the places of inheritance displayed shock and envy upon hearing the news of Yi Chun obtaining the divine level inheritance. Especially John from the Lighthouse Nation, who upon hearing this news was momentarily careless and was injured by a desert giant scorpion, forcing him to retreat temporarily. Similarly, contestants from the Cherry Blossom Nation were injured by volcanic lizards falling into dire shape. Upon learning of Yi Chun obtaining the divine level inheritance, Zhao Lei and Lin Yu from the Dragon Nation became incredibly excited, inspired to work even harder to complete the trials at the place of inheritance. Lin Yu's mood greatly improved and her state of mind elevated significantly. Previously, she could only hit 3 out of 10 arrows to meet the standard, but now it had doubled with 6 arrows hitting the target. It was estimated that in a short time she would successfully complete the trial and obtain the inheritance. Zhao Lei was also attempting to lift a giant stone, which had previously remained motionless. Now he slowly lifted it off the ground. Although he was still some distance from fully raising it, this was already a significant improvement. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes after organizing the inheritance of the Frost Goddess, a glimmer of light flashing beneath the black satin ribbon covering his eyes. So that's how it is, he murmured softly to himself. Although the Frost Goddess inheritance was quite profound, especially the frost and wind surprising art, which fused the powers of wind and ice, reaching its peak allowed the wind to aid the ice's might and vice versa, creating a synergy that far surpassed single attribute attacks. The same could be said for other martial skills, which also utilized the powers of wind and ice to their fullest potential. However, compared to the several powers within him, they were still lacking by several tiers. Any one of those powers could easily crush the Frost Goddess, let alone her inheritance. However, it was still beneficial. He gained some inspiration from those martial skills, especially the Frost Sword technique, which could be executed alongside the Gravity Fruit, significantly boosting its power. As for the 2 divine artifacts the Frost Goddess asked Yi Chun to find, the Wings of Wind and the Staff of Frost, Yi Chun learned from the Frost Goddess inheritance that these 2 were her innate artifacts. The Wings of Wind granted the user the ability to fly and control the laws of wind, creating hurricanes with a gentle flap. The Staff of Frost operated similarly, allowing control over the laws of ice and the ability to freeze all things. Currently, both artifacts were in the possession of the descendants or inheritors of the gods who had jointly slain the Frost Goddess. The ones who killed the Frost Goddess. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. From the fragmented memories of the Frost Goddess, he saw the blurred figures of those gods, each exuding a terrifying divine majesty, their strength surpassing that of the Frost Goddess, likely being second or even first-tier gods. However, under the enhancement of the 2 artifacts, none could match the Frost Goddess. It was only when they attacked together that they could suppress her, which was also the reason for her downfall. It seemed the identity of the Frost Goddess was not simple. Otherwise, how could a 3rd-tier god possess such powerful artifacts? Moreover, according to the Frost Goddess memories, she was quite young, merely 100 years old, indicating that given enough time, she could become a first-tier god, or even higher. After realizing her impending death, the Frost Goddess scattered her inheritance across the world, awaiting the arrival of a fated one. Having sorted through the fragmented memories of the Frost Goddess, Yi Chun decided not to linger here any longer. He approached the statue of the Frost Goddess, gently touching it, and a white portal appeared through which he stepped. Upon his return to the pyramid beneath the water pool, the statue of the Frost Goddess shattered instantly. With the statue broken, the inheritance here lost its effectiveness. Seeing this, Yi Chun did not stay any longer and left, returning to outside the water pool. Standing by the water pool, Yi Chun took out the Wings of Frost. Although this Wings of Frost was merely a token of inheritance, it was still a treasure of considerable rank. Name: Wings of Frost. Quasi-artifact description: a token left by the Frost Goddess containing her divine power. The holder can sense the general location of the Wings of Wind and the Staff of Frost with this item, while also enhancing the power of wind and ice spiritual energy by 30. Seeing the information about the Wings of Frost, Yi Chun's mouth curled into a slight smile. With this artifact, finding the Frost Goddess will be much simpler. However, before I go searching, I need to increase my strength," he said as he opened the personal panel of the divine grade. Item: Black Satin Ribbon and Unremarkable Ribbon. Compatibility 40. Equipment: Effects: Mortal Realm, Starry Night Dancer, Abyssal Corruption, Extraordinary Birth, Mastery of Summoning Magic, Mastery of Transformation, Magic, Sky, Poet, Eternal Secret Garden, Nimbus, Cloud, Chi, Tian's Dharma Body. After passing the trial of the Frost Goddess and agreeing to her request, the compatibility that had been stuck at 30 finally moved, increasing by 10 to 40. This 10 increase in power was significant. Previously at 30, he was at the Sea Realm, and at 40, he directly reached the Klein Realm, a substantial boost. If the Sea Realm corresponds to Shrank, then the Klein Realm corresponds to SS Shrank, just a step away from breaking through to the divine level. He had a feeling when he heard the Frost Goddess request that his compatibility with the Black Satin Ribbon would definitely. Indeed, it was exactly like the divine agents in the God-slaying world. Fulfilling the Frost Goddess request would definitely allow his compatibility to continue to grow. In a good mood, Yi Chun took out a large pile of delicious food, planning to reward himself well. While gathering his things, he noticed the Frost Beast corpses stored in the ring and remembered that these items had not yet been materialized back in the Dragon Country. Materialize Frost Beasts. Ding. Dragon Country contestant Yi Chun uploads resources. Crank Frost Beasts 24, Brank Frost Beasts 3. Congratulations. The first upload of Crank and Brank materials triggers a critical reward. Congratulations on receiving a 5,000,000-fold materialization. Dragon Country receives resources. Crank Frost Beasts 12,000, Brank Frost Beasts 15,000. Description: these materials will be randomly distributed in the official cold storage across Dragon Country. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction at the materialized resources, keeping one of each rank of Frost Beasts for himself. Although he was unsure of their taste, it was undeniable that they could enhance his strength. After finishing his meal, Yi Chun took out the Wings of Frost again, infusing it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, the ice blue feathers instantly glowed with a blue light, forming a map in the air. The map showed the Frost Rainforest where he was located, although his position merely occupied one corner of the map, indicating just how vast it truly was. On the map, there were 3 light points: white representing Yi Chun's location, the other 2 cyan representing the Wings of Wind's location, and blue representing the Staff of Frost location. Both locations were very far from where he was. Yi Chun looked at where he was and murmured, "So I am currently in the Frost Rainforest. The Frost Rainforest and the Frost Goddess. Surely there is some connection between the two. Otherwise, why would I encounter the Frost Goddess inheritance here?" He sighed. "Forget it, why think so much about it? I should rather decide which location to head to." The Wings of Wind were in the Deep Sea Isles, while the Staff of Frost was in the extreme north snowy region. Both these places don't sound good from their names. The danger level should be considerable. But what I seek is precisely a place with high danger. Otherwise, there would be no challenge at all. After a brief contemplation, Yi Chun decided to head to the extreme north snowy region simply because it was the closest to his current location. Before heading out, Yi Chun took out the diamond treasure chest he had just acquired. He initially thought that uploading a Grade Fierce Beast would grant him a higher level treasure chest, but to his surprise, it was still a diamond treasure chest. However, he believed that a treasure chest obtained from a Grade Fierce Beast should be of a higher grade. Without overthinking, Yi Chun directly opened the diamond treasure chest, and in the next moment, 3 items appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Frostwind Sword 1, a Heart of Frost 1A, and Swiftwind Frostwind Sword, a sword used by the goddess of Frostwind in her early days. Although it is not her innate artifact, it is forged from Tinthus Frostwind Sword, a sword used by the goddess of Frostwind in her early days. Although it is not her innate artifact, it is forged from Tinthus Sandier cold iron infused with the essence of the wind, easily capable of breaking through the defenses of a Grade Fierce Beasts. It adds frost attribute damage during attacks, capable of freezing the enemy's actions, and when using wind or ice-based sword techniques, its power is increased by 50%. The Heart of Frost, a crystal formed from Tinthus Sandier profound ice, containing a trace of the ice principle. The holder can comprehend the essence of ice power through it. Ice-based spiritual power is enhanced by 40%, and the spiritual energy consumption for ice skills is reduced by 30%. It can form a layer of ice armor around the body capable of resisting both physical and magical attacks. The strength of the armor is related to the holder's spiritual power. It can also release an ice field with a diameter of 20 meters centered on the user, reducing the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within the field while continuously dealing frost damage. Swiftwind boots crafted from the wings of an Grade Wind-type Fierce Beast and light iron, wearing them doubles speed and agility. You can walk on air. Wind incarnation, transform into a wisp of breeze, tripling your speed for a short time. Seeing the items extracted from the diamond treasure chest, Yi Chun's eyes immediately locked onto the Frostwind sword. The previously obtained Cold Moon Sword was already somewhat outpaced. It was merely an A-grade weapon. If he had the Frostwind Sword earlier, the battle against the Stone Beast would have been much less troublesome. Yi-Chen tightened his grip on the Frostwind Sword, swinging it a couple of times, leaving behind trails of icy blue marks in the air. What a fine sword. It is far superior to the Cold Moon Sword. After saying that, Yi-Chen placed the Frostwind Sword back into his spatial backpack. As for the Heart of Frost and Swiftwind boots, they were quite nice too, especially the ice field from the Heart of Frost, which could stack with his gravity fruit. The Swiftwind boots, however, were somewhat useless until the compatibility with the black satin ribbon improved. Now they were of no use at all. The viewers in the live stream went into an uproar upon seeing the items Yi-Chen extracted from the diamond treasure chest. Wow, wow, wow. 3 extremely powerful pieces of equipment. Again, it's practically a perfect match with the Frostwind Goddess inheritance that Yi-Chen received. Indeed, the Frostwind Sword was a sword used by the Frostwind Goddess in her early days. Although it is not her innate weapon, it is nonetheless a very powerful weapon. The Heart of Frost is also incredibly strong. Combined with Yi-Chen's gravity, it is simply invincible. The Swiftwind boots seem a bit trashy, how it feels like Yi-Chen doesn't need them at all. Indeed, it seems Yi-Chen already has the abilities of the Swiftwind boots. They only provide a slight increase in speed, which feels rather insignificant. In the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing smiled at the comments. The viewers are right. The Frostwind Sword and Heart of Frost are very useful for contestant Yi-Chen, while the Swiftwind boots are not as valuable. Indeed. Lei Qiming nodded. Although that is the case, they are still far better than what contestants from other countries have obtained. Moreover, if contestant Yi-Chen encounters any other contestants from our Dragon Kingdom, he can give the items to enhance their strength. Anyway, contestant Yi-Chen's strength has once again been enhanced, bringing him one step closer to finding the artifact of the Frostwind Goddess. Everyone was very happy except for Zhang Dagong, who sat in the back with a grim expression, lost in thought. In the world of national fortune, after Yi-Chen organized all his items and was preparing to head towards the extreme North Snow domain, he suddenly sensed that the God-level item system had sent information. He then remembered that the mysterious pet egg he had converted last night was about to be completed. He took the mysterious pet egg out from his spatial backpack and saw that the egg was emitting a faint white light, indicating that the conversion was nearing completion and it would soon hatch. Ding. Mysterious pet egg converting. Current progress 97. 98. 99. Ding. Mysterious pet egg conversion completed. Detected that the creature inside the egg is Pokemon World Legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza Juvenile. The Rayquaza Juvenile panel has been generated. Please check host. Yi-Chen looked at the system's prompt, instantly revealing an excited expression. Although he knew that the creature hatching from the pet egg wouldn't be simple, he never expected it to be the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza from the Pokemon world. As the god of the sky, Rayquaza indeed possesses the ability to destroy worlds, especially since it can undergo mega evolution, becoming even more powerful. Crack. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Soon more cracks appeared, densely covering the entire surface of the eggshell, followed by a vibrant green light that enveloped the pet egg. Suddenly a green figure burst out from the light, soaring into the sky, circling several times in the air, letting out a loud dragon roar. The sound echoed through the skies, causing fierce beasts within a few miles to tremble and cower on the ground. Yi-Chen looked up at the figure circling in the air, a slight smile on his lips. That was the only Pokemon in the Pokemon world that resembled the dragon of the Dragon Kingdom, Rayquaza. Its entire body was a vibrant green, approximately 2 meters long, with a streamlined body that seemed carved from jade, radiating a faint glow. It had golden crown-like horns on its head and a pair of massive golden wing-like structures on its back, which were not wings, but special energy organs capable of absorbing cosmic energy. Its eyes were golden, resembling 2 brilliant gems, exuding an innate majesty. Name: Rayquaza Juvenile. Species: legendary Pokemon god of the sky. Type: dragon flying. Strength rating: early A-grade, can continuously improve with growth, reaching divine level at maturity. Skills: Dragon Breath emits dragon power from its mouth, capable of inflicting terrifying damage. Extreme Speed maximizes speed. Dragon Dance increases attack and speed. Air Slash creates powerful wind blades to attack enemies. Signature move: Locked. Rayquaza's special ability can only be used when matured. Once used, it can elevate Rayquaza by 1 tier. Ability: Delta Stream can change the current weather to turbulent, doubling Rayquaza's power in this weather. Description: a legendary Pokemon, the ruler of the sky. Adult Rayquaza lives in the ozone layer, feeding on meteorites, possessing the ability to manipulate weather and cosmic energy. Although the juvenile Rayquaza is smaller in size and its strength has not fully awakened, it already possesses the strength of an A-grade fierce beast with immeasurable potential. The viewers in the live broadcast room widened their eyes as they saw a green figure flying above Yi Chen's head. If I'm not mistaken, that's a dragon, right? It's just a bit different from the traditional dragons of our dragon kingdom. It is a bit different, but that is indeed a dragon, the totem dragon of our dragon kingdom. Yi Chen is so powerful. He hatched a dragon from a pet egg. I'm so envious. Other countries' contestants are still struggling to survive in the world of national fortune, while Yi Chen not only obtained a god-level inheritance, but also acquired a divine beast. Yi Chen is simply the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing covered her mouth, excitedly looking at the screen showing the sky splitter, her voice trembling as she said, "Viewers, did you see that? That is a dragon. Our Dragon Kingdom's dragon. Yi Chen's luck is truly incredible. He actually got a dragon from the world of national fortune." Lei Qiming stared at the sky splitter on the screen, speechless for a long time. Finally, he slowly spoke, "This is real. Yi Chen really got a dragon." Fang Yi nodded excitedly, saying, "Captain Lei, you are not mistaken. Yi Chen really got a dragon. With this dragon, Yi Chen is even more formidable." Hearing this, Lei Qiming laughed. "I know, I just find it hard to believe." Meanwhile, Zhang Dagon's expression was beyond difficult to describe. It was almost ashen. It looked as if he had died several days ago. His decision to change nationality was the most wrong and foolish decision of his life. The live broadcast room's barrage was going crazy, and the online viewer count broke records again, directly surpassing 1 billion. Netizens around the world were watching this scene. The president of the lighthouse nation, Trump, looked as if he had eaten a dead fly. How is that possible? How could Yi Chen obtain a legendary creature? He must have been incredibly lucky. The netizens of the lighthouse nation also exploded with outrage. This is unfair. The contestants from the Dragon Kingdom are already overpowered. Now they have given him such a powerful dragon. How can our contestants compete? Oh, exactly. Our Swick only found an S-level inheritance while he has obtained a God-level inheritance and a divine beast. We might as well admit defeat. The live broadcast room of Sakura Country was the same. Baka. Our Yamamoto Ichiro is still fighting with the volcanic lizard, while Yi Chen has already obtained a divine beast. Our contestants can't even subdue a volcanic lizard. How can one subdue it? The volcanic lizard would love to eat our contestants. How can we subdue it? Isn't that pet egg a bit too powerful? If our country's contestants also obtained a pet egg, could they possibly get the Yamada no Orochi? Maybe. It might be possible to actually get the Yamada no Orochi. Since the Sky Splitter is a god-level item converted by the system, the world of national fortune didn't In the desert, the lighthouse nation contestant John, who was healing, saw the information sent to him and sprayed water out of his mouth. What is this? Yi Chen from the Dragon Kingdom hatched a dragon from a mysterious pet egg. What a joke. Is this the kind of luck a person can have? Damn it, I can't stay here any longer. I need to finish the inheritance trial quickly. Saying this, he took out a piece of fierce beast meat and began to eat, channeling his skills to recover his body. The contestants from Sakura Country almost lost their balance and fell into the magma when they received this information. Baka. Damn Dragon Kingdom contestants. Zhao Lei, who had just fought with the earth-exploding bear, was roasting meat when he saw the information from the Dragon Kingdom and instantly became ecstatic. Ha! Yi Chen is really amazing. Zhao Lei cannot fall behind. Just wait until I rest, and I'll show you how to smash this big dumb bear. Saying this, he tore off a large piece of meat and started eating it. Standing in the sea of flowers, Lin Yu smiled when she saw this message. Yi Chen, you are truly amazing. I need to work hard too. Then she closed her eyes, calming her mind to feel the petals flying in the sea of flowers, and suddenly drew her bow and shot an arrow. On the other side, Yi Chen waved at the Sky Splitter flying in the air. Come down. Upon hearing this, the Sky Splitter turned around in the air and called out before flying down towards Yi Chen, landing steadily in front of him. It tilted its head, looking at Yi Chen with curiosity and affection in its golden eyes. Yi Chen reached out to stroke the Sky Splitter's head. Its touch was cool, like caressing a piece of jade. The Sky Splitter emitted a comfortable sound, rubbing its head against Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Shao Kong." The Sky Splitter was very pleased with the name Shao Kong, quickly letting out a joyful dragon roar, then flew around Yi Chen several times before finally settling down in front of him. Seeing this, Yi Chen took out several pieces of meat from his spatial backpack and presented them to Shao Kong. Shao Kong sniffed and then swallowed the meat in one bite, its golden eyes shining brightly as it excitedly wagged its tail at Yi Chen. "It seems you are quite easy to take care of." Yi Chen smiled, taking out a few more pieces of meat to feed Shao Kong. After Shao Kong finished eating, Yi Chen felt it had grown a little, and raising Shao Kong to maturity wouldn't be that difficult. Then Yi Chen stood up, looking northeast where the extreme north snowfield is located. He patted Shao Kong's head. "Shao Kong, can you shrink a bit? Your current size is a bit awkward. Although you should be able to carry me flying, it's not very comfortable." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shao Kong tilted its head and slowly shrank to a size of several dozen centimeters before Yi Chen's eyes. After shrinking, Shao Kong called out and flew onto Yi Chen's shoulder, rubbing its head against Yi Chen's chin. Yi Chen chuckled, poking Shao Kong's head with his finger. This is quite good. When you grow up a bit more, you can carry me. Woo. Shao Kong nodded. Afterwards, Yi Chen packed up his things and headed northeast. At his current speed, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the extreme north snowfield. However, he was not in a hurry. Going too fast was pointless. The one who killed the goddess of frost and wind was stronger than him, and going there now would be a death sentence. It would be better to wait until he was stronger before going. As Yi Chen advanced towards the extreme north snowfield on the other side of the world of national fortune, there was a vast and boundless sea. A deserted island stood alone on the sea where a young man in his 20s was preparing to fish with a homemade spear. He was tall and muscular with skin tanned to a healthy bronze color. The person on the island is a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Kai Su. His luck was not very good as he was transported to the national fortune world and landed on this island. Fortunately, this island is large enough for Kai Su to obtain sufficient resources for survival. Kai Su gripped the self-made harpoon with a dagger tied to it, intently watching the sea before him, ready to strike at any moment. He had been on this island for a few days now, and compared to other contestants, his life had been quite difficult. However, he did not complain, for he knew this was the national fortune battle, a fight concerning the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. All he could do was try his best to survive, enhance his strength, and provide resources for the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Kai Zu's eyes brightened, and he swiftly thrust the harpoon into the sea. Swish! He pierced through a blue fish and pulled the harpoon out of the water. Not bad, I've caught another fish. A smile appeared on Kai Zu's face, as he had mostly manifested various types of fish during this time. Suddenly a commotion arose, and Kai Su immediately wiped the smile off his face and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a gigantic crab crawling slowly out of the forest, waving its massive pincers towards the sea. In the next moment, two enormous shrimp were caught by the giant crab, which began to feast on them voraciously. Name: giant pincer crab. A-rank beast. Description: a common ferocious beast in the desolate sea. It possesses extremely strong pincers and a hard shell difficult for ordinary swords to injure. Name: blue sea shrimp. F-rank beast. Description: a common ferocious beast in the desolate sea. It moves quickly in the water and has delicious meat, making it a favorite food of sea monsters in the desolate sea. He assessed the gap in strength between himself and the giant pincer crab ahead. The opponent was an E-rank beast over 2 meters tall, while he himself had not yet reached E-rank, but was close. In a direct confrontation, he knew he would be at a disadvantage. However, he was the 15th generation heir of the Kai family fist, having practiced martial arts since childhood, proficient in various fist techniques and weapon skills. The essence of the Kai family fist lies in cunning, using skill to overcome strength and softness to conquer hardness. Let's give it a try. Even if I can't win, escaping shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, the opponent's strength on land is weaker than in water, so the chances of victory are still relatively high. With that, he tightened his grip on the harpoon, took a deep breath, and slowly circled around the back of the giant pincer crab. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Just as he was 3 meters away from the giant pincer crab, it suddenly dropped the blue sea shrimp in front of it and turned its entire body, its eyes fixed on Kai Su. I've been spotted. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Su pushed off the ground and charged towards the giant pincer crab. He then thrust the harpoon towards the crab's eyes. The giant pincer crab reacted quickly, blocking its eyes with its massive pincers. Crack! The harpoon snapped into 2 pieces. Releasing the broken harpoon, Kai Su stepped forward, bypassed the crab's pincers, and delivered a punch to the soft shell on the crab's chest. Clang! His fist struck the hard shell, producing a metallic sound. A sharp pain shot through Kai Zu's fist, but he did not stop his assault. Using the recoil from the impact, he twisted his waist and positioned himself at the joint between the crab's body and its pincers. Kai family fist, Iron Mountain Slam. He suddenly smashed his shoulder into the joint. Crack! This impact instantly shattered the joint of the giant pincer crab's pincer, causing it to fall away from its body. In pain, the giant pincer crab used its remaining pincer to fiercely clamp down on Kai Su. Seeing this, Kai Su quickly retreated to avoid the crab's attack as the crab frantically snapped towards him. Kai Su utilized the agility of the Kai family fist, dodging left and right, skillfully weaving through the giant pincer crab's attacks, while continuously striking at the soft shell of the crab's abdomen. Kai family fist, short force. This punch struck the giant pincer crab's abdomen, releasing a powerful force upon impact. Crack! The soft shell was shattered. Once again in pain, the giant pincer crab let out a low, painful roar and turned to flee into the forest, trying to run. Seeing this, Kai Su pushed off with his foot, quickly rushing to the back of the giant pincer crab. He kicked at the joint of one of its legs, breaking it, and the unbalanced giant pincer crab toppled to the side. Then Kai Su jumped onto the giant pincer crab, wrapping his arms around the intact pincer and kicked fiercely at the joint connecting it. Crack. The second pincer was also removed by Kai Su. Without its two pincers, the giant pincer crab had completely lost its ability to resist, yet it still struggled to crawl away. Kai Su did not give it a chance to escape. He took a stance on the giant pincer crab. Kai family fist 1000 gene drop. A tremendous force descended on the back of the giant pincer crab, crushing several of its legs. This time the giant pincer crab completely lost its mobility. Kai Su jumped down from the back of the giant pincer crab and picked up the dagger from the broken harpoon. He approached the crab and plunged it into its eye, ending its life. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Kai Su for killing the E-rank beast giant pincer crab. Reward: bronze treasure chest, 1 national fortune, value 50 points. Finally dealt with it. Kai Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. With this E-rank giant pincer crab, he could smoothly break through to E-rank. Looking at the giant pincer crab lying on the ground, Kai Su swallowed. Such a big crab will be enough for me to eat well for several days. I will manifest the blue sea shrimp that the giant pincer crab hasn't eaten for the Dragon Kingdom and keep the crab for myself. Kai Su started a fire and placed the crab claw on it to roast. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the claw. Kai Su couldn't help but drool. It smells so good. Saying this, he grabbed the hot crab claw from the fire without a care for the heat, smashed it open, and began devouring the crab meat, a satisfied expression on his face. Wow. As expected of an E-rank beast, the spiritual energy contained is abundant. I feel that after finishing this crab, I will be able to break through to E-rank. After filling his stomach, Kai Su began to ponder an important question: how would he leave this island? Although this island was large, he couldn't possibly stay here forever, could he? Unless this island had extremely powerful ferocious beasts that could significantly enhance his strength, otherwise he still needed to leave and seek land. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I should explore this island a bit more and enhance my strength first. What if there are legacies on this island? With that, Kai Su opened the recently obtained bronze treasure chest, receiving a skill called Ocean Secret, as well as a spear. After obtaining the martial art and the spear, Kai Su thrived like a fish in water, effortlessly killing the E-rank ferocious beast with just a few blows. Kai Su is indeed the 15th generation heir of the Kai family boxing and the one with the highest talent. After acquiring the martial art, he quickly improved the Kai family boxing. Although it cannot compare to the martial techniques rewarded by the National Fortune World, it is still quite good, and Kai Su can continuously improve it, ensuring that one day it will rival those rewards. Moreover, these techniques are the most suitable for Kai Su himself, and currently his potential can be said to be the highest except for Yichun. On the other side of the National Fortune World lies a vast expanse of continuous snowy mountains. This area is perpetually covered in ice and snow, with temperatures dropping to -40 or 50 degrees, sometimes even reaching -70 or 80 degrees, making it an extremely perilous place. At this moment, a woman in her 30s dressed in a thick down jacket is struggling to walk through the snow. Although her face is red from the cold, her exquisite features and bright eyes are still evident. She carries a large backpack and holds a climbing stick, finding it difficult to take each step. She is Chung Lu, a contestant from Long Country and an expert in plant and animal studies. She was transported to this place, and fortunately, as a specialist, she has spent years conducting research in various extreme environments. Thus, she brought a custom-made, thick-down jacket. Otherwise, upon arriving here, she would not only have been frozen to death immediately, but would also have suffered greatly. As for the other contestants, it is likely that no one except for Yi Chun could stay here for long. Although the cold-resistant clothing provided by the country is helpful, it is certainly not sufficient for long-term survival in -40 or 50 degrees. At this moment, Chung Lu crouched down to carefully observe a series of footprints in the snow. These should be the footprints of an frank, ferocious beast, the snow rabbit. Judging by the depth and spacing of the footprints, this rabbit probably passed by here 2 hours ago. After saying this, she stood up and followed the direction of the footprints. The meat of the snow rabbit is quite good, and its fur can be used to make warm inner garments. It is a very precious resource here. After walking about 100 meters, Chung Lu stopped in front of a snow cave. The entrance of the snow cave is small, just covered by accumulated snow. If Chung Lu hadn't followed the footprints, it would have been quite difficult to discover. After observing for a while in front of the snow cave and confirming there was no danger, she used a small shovel to widen the entrance a bit and then crawled inside. Inside the snow cave, it is much warmer than outside. A nest of snow rabbits is curled up in a corner, with the largest one watching Chung Lu vigilantly. Name: Snow Rabbit, frank, ferocious beast. Description: a common creature in the extreme northern snowy region, gentle in nature and non-aggressive. It feeds on ice grass, its fur has excellent warmth retention, and the meat is delicious. Chung Lu did not kill it, but took out a small piece of biscuit from her backpack and placed it in front of the snow rabbit. The large snow rabbit sniffed cautiously and then started to eat carefully. Seeing this, Chung Lu extended her hand to gently stroke its head, and then took out another biscuit, breaking it up and placing it in front of the little snow rabbits. Then, observing the group of snow rabbits closely, a gleam of surprise flashed in her eyes. Their fur is so soft. This is a nest of premium snow rabbits with fur density more than double that of other snow rabbits, providing even better warmth. Previously, she had also killed some snow rabbits, and her current inner garment is made from the fur of snow rabbit. Chenglu did not kill this group of snow rabbits. Firstly, she does not lack survival supplies, and secondly, as a plant and animal expert, she hopes to study the creatures in this snowy expanse to help other contestants from Long Country. Thirdly, she plans to manifest this nest of snow rabbits into Long Country. Little snow rabbits, I will take you to a new home. After saying this, Chenglu thought in her heart, system manifest. Ding, Long Country contestant Chenglu uploads resources. Frank Ferocious Beast Snow Rabbit 10. Triggered 10,000 times manifestation. Long Country obtains Frank Ferocious Beast Snow Rabbit 100,000. Release location. These resources will be randomly distributed throughout the snowy mountains of Long Country. After manifesting the snow rabbits, Chenglu planned to take a short rest in the snow rabbit's cave. She first went out and chopped a few pieces of wood with an axe. Inside the snow cave, she set up a metal frame, ignited the wood below, boiled a pot of hot water, and cooked 2 pieces of snow rabbit meat, enjoying a hearty meal. After resting, Chenglu continued on her way. After about half an hour, she arrived at the edge of an icy lake. The surface of the lake is covered with thick ice, and several white creatures are moving on the ice. Chenglu squinted her eyes and observed carefully from a distance. The creatures are not large, about half a meter long, entirely snow white, with short, stout limbs and round heads. They resemble seals from Blue Star, but have longer mouths and sharper teeth. Name: Snowland Beast, Rank Ferocious Beast. Description: a common social ferocious beast in the extreme northern snowy region, feeding on fish and small creatures. Gentle in nature, they naturally control the power of ice, but they use this power to dig holes. However, when threatened, they will retaliate in groups with both teeth and claws being quite sharp. Chenglu did not rashly approach them, but observed from a distance. She saw the group of snowland beasts slowly gathering ice power in their mouths, and then spitting it onto the ice surface, leaving a small pit. With the combined effort of several snowland beasts, several holes quickly appeared before them. Then they took turns diving into the icy lake to catch fish. So this is how they fish, by breaking the ice. No wonder they don't use their ice power to fight. Their speed is Chenglu said as she took out a small notebook from her pocket to record this scene. They fish here, which means the fish resources beneath this icy lake are quite rich. Following this, she marked this location on the map she had drawn in her notebook. After completing all this, Chenglu planned to leave, when suddenly a sharp cry echoed through the sky. Chenglu looked up and saw a massive white bird circling in the sky, its wings stretched out to at least 5 meters. Name: Snow Griffin Drank Ferocious Beast. Description: a fierce bird of prey in the extreme northern snowy region, feeding on snowland beasts, snow rabbits, and other small ferocious beasts. With excellent vision and extremely fast diving speed, it controls the power of hurricanes, easily shredding its prey. Once targeted, it is very difficult to escape. The snowland beasts also noticed the snow griffin and immediately panicked, scurrying towards the edge of the icy lake. The snow griffin swooped down towards the snowland beasts, flapping its wings to stir up a hurricane, releasing several wind blades towards the snowland beasts. Several snowland beasts were instantly gravely injured, and the 2 largest were captured by the snow griffin and taken into the sky. Chenglu was filled with terror upon witnessing this scene. In this snowy expanse, she is a weaker existence than the snowland beasts, and she must remain vigilant at all times, otherwise she could be the next to be captured by the snow griffin. At this moment, one of the severely injured snowland beasts staggered toward her position. Seeing this, a glint of light flashed in Chenglu's eyes. This is a great opportunity. Oh, I should be able to kill the injured snowland beast. With that, Chenglu took a dagger from her backpack and pressed her body tightly against the ground, perfectly concealing her figure within the snow. As the snow beast appeared before Chenglu in the snowy terrain, she suddenly stood up, raising her dagger and stabbing it towards the beast's neck. The snow beast, severely injured, couldn't withstand the assault even after noticing Chenglu, and was directly pierced through the carotid artery by the dagger. It struggled a couple of times before collapsing to the ground lifeless. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Chenglu for her first kill of an rank ferocious beast, the snow beast, earning her a bronze treasure chest and 50 points of national fortune. Seeing the snow beast's demise, Chenglu let out a sigh of relief, a happy smile appearing on her face. I never expected my luck to be this good, killing an rank ferocious beast so easily. The netizens in the live stream were instantly excited to see Chenglu so effortlessly dispatch an rank ferocious beast. Oh my gosh! Is Chenglu the goddess of luck? An injured rank ferocious beast just delivered to her doorstep. Exactly. with Goddess Lin Yu in front and Goddess Cheng Lu behind. Both are incredibly formidable. Not at all inferior to the guys. Really, I've already hung up images of Goddess Lin Yu and Goddess Cheng Lu worshipping them every day. Upstairs, I almost feel embarrassed to point this out to you. You want to worship them every day, don't you? You're just rewarding yourself daily. Cheng Lu tidied up the snow beast in front of her, skinning it completely, then placed some of the better parts into her backpack and buried the rest in the snow. She planned to come back afterward to see if it was still there after putting everything back at her dwelling. Just as Cheng Lu finished tidying up, she saw in the distance a snow beast that had been injured by a snow griffin lying on the ground. She glanced around and quickly ran over. Upon arrival, she found that the snow beast had already died. Although she hadn't killed this one, she could still materialize it as resources. Materialize. Ding. Dragon Country contestant Cheng Lu uploads resources. E-rank ferocious beast Snow Beast X1, triggering 10,000 times materialization. Dragon Country receives E-rank ferocious beast Snow Beast X10000. The resources will be randomly distributed in ice storage across Dragon Country. Having completed all this, Cheng Lu quickly left the icy lake. She explored the surrounding area for over 2 hours, but didn't encounter any other ferocious beasts. Eventually, she returned to the snow cave, where she first met the snow rabbit to spend the night. She expanded the snow cave slightly, making it large enough to fit her sleeping bag. Then she gathered enough wood and installed a simple stove inside the snow cave. After lighting the wood, the flames gradually dispelled the surrounding cold. Cheng Lu sat by the stove cooking her dinner and placed the processed meat of the snow beast into the pot to stew. At that moment, she took out the bronze treasure chest she had just obtained and opened it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Cold Shadow Technique X1, Ice Arrow Technique X1, Portable Snowmobile X1. Congratulations to Dragon Country for simultaneously receiving resource rewards. National crop yield increased by 5. Cold Shadow Technique. The Cold Shadow Technique is a low-level foundational skill that can absorb the icy spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to refine the body, strengthen the foundation, and slowly enhance physical strength and cold resistance, greatly improving spiritual resilience. Divided into 3 stages, reaching the Great Success stage allows one to condense a cold shadow to protect the body surrounded by cold air that weakens external impacts and high-temperature assaults, and can infuse cold air into attacks, granting a freezing effect. It is an excellent choice for ice attribute practitioners to establish their foundation. Ice Arrow Technique. The Ice Arrow Technique is a low-level foundational technique that condenses ice crystals into arrows using spiritual power, featuring long range and high accuracy, causing ice attribute damage upon impact and slowing the target's movement speed. Divided into 3 stages, in the initial stage, one can condense 1 arrow at a time. In the intermediate stage, one can shoot 3 arrows in succession, and in the Great Success stage, one can scatter 5 ice arrows at once or condense a giant ice arrow, significantly enhancing penetrative power and freezing effect, making it a practical technique for range control and killing enemies. Portable Snowmobile. The Portable Snowmobile is a low-level basic vehicle designed with a folding structure. When unfolded, it becomes a lightweight snowmobile that can travel quickly on snow and ice, reaching speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour. Equipped with a mini spiritual power drive core, it requires no fuel, only a small amount of spirit stones or its own spiritual power to charge. The vehicle also has footboards and can be powered manually. The body is coated with a cold-resistant layer and a simple protective shield capable of withstanding severe cold and low-intensity impacts. When folded, it is only the size of a backpack, making it easy to carry. It is an excellent auxiliary equipment for traveling, scouting, and escaping in snowy environments. Seeing the items that emerged from the bronze treasure chest, Cheng Lu was instantly thrilled. The first 2 techniques and skills need no further explanation. They are exactly what she needs right now. Most importantly, the last one, the Portable Snowmobile, is simply a divine artifact in the snowy mountains. With this portable snowmobile, she could access more places, allowing her to study more plants and animals. If only she had learned the Cold Shadow Technique and accumulated spiritual power, otherwise she would definitely want to go out and test how the portable snowmobile works with spiritual power. The netizens in the live stream were also excited for Cheng Lu as they saw the items she opened from the bronze treasure chest. Isn't Cheng Lu's luck just unparalleled? She opened such a divine artifact. I just want to ask, who else is there? Exactly, there's also a contestant whose life isn't too bad landing in the snowy mountains. What's his name? Zheng Yuqi, although he hasn't died, yet is having a really tough time. I know. I've been mocking him with what happened to Goddess Cheng Lu. Seeing him live so miserably makes me very happy. That guy almost froze to death as soon as he arrived. If it weren't for his luck in finding a cave, he might have been dead already. His luck seems to have run out. He's still living from meal to meal, not even comparable to Goddess Cheng Lu. He's probably not far from death now. Inside the snow cave, the meat of the snow beast that Cheng Lu cooked was ready. She ate while practicing the cold shadow technique she had just obtained. She was eager to test how the portable snowmobile performed. With the help of the snow beast meat, Cheng Lu quickly grasped the basics of the cold shadow technique and stored spiritual power within her body. Once her spiritual power stabilized, she couldn't wait to step outside with the portable snowmobile. She placed the portable snowmobile on the ground, grasped the central metal rod, and forcefully twisted it. The metal structure slowly unfolded. With a few stretches, the metal structure quickly fully expanded. A streamlined high-tech silver snowmobile appeared. At the front was a triangular head with a seemingly comfortable seat in the middle and an adjustable cargo area in the back to hold plenty of items. If only she had opened the bronze treasure chest immediately after dealing with the snow beast, she wouldn't have had to leave the meat behind. So cool. Cheng Lu couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat, grasping the handlebar and infusing it with spiritual power. In the next moment, the snowmobile shot out, instantly speeding away for over 10 meters. A thin membrane composed of spiritual power shielded the front of the vehicle, blocking the wind, and feeling the speed of the snowmobile, Cheng Lu was extremely excited. So fast. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy was not as severe as she had imagined. As long as she did not use the highest speed with her current reserve of spiritual energy, she could completely bring back the corpse of the snow beast buried in the snow. Saying this, Cheng Lu controlled the snowmobile towards the place where she stored the snow beast. Originally a half-hour journey, Cheng Lu reached the burial site of the snow beast in less than 10 minutes this time, and there were no other ferocious beasts around. The corpse of the snow beast was exactly the same as when she left it, and she lifted the corpse into the snowmobile's cargo area. Then she returned to the snow cave with the snow beast. Cheng Lu shrank the snowmobile down to the size of a backpack, then sat beside the fire and took out a notebook to record today's observations. Extreme North Snowfield, Outer Snow Plains, Day 4. Temperature around 45 C, a wind speed about 5 meters second. Creatures encountered today: snow rabbit, grade snow beast, a grade social snow griffin grade. The fur of the snow rabbit has excellent warmth retention. It is recommended to capture a few to make warm clothing. The snow beasts are fishing by drilling holes in the ice lake, indicating there are fish resources below the ice lake, which can serve as a food source. The snow griffin is the nemesis of this area and requires special attention to its activity patterns. No signs of a legacy site have been discovered yet, but the distant snow mountain looks somewhat unusual. Ooh, I can explore it tomorrow. After finishing her notes, Cheng Lu stored the notebook, added a few logs to the fire, and then crawled into her sleeping bag, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Cheng Lu was startled awake by a strange noise. She opened her eyes suddenly, listening carefully. The sound was coming from outside, as if something was digging in the snow. Cheng Lu held her breath, grasped the dagger by her pillow, and slowly sat up from her sleeping bag. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As she approached the cave entrance, the sound grew clearer. She gently cleared the snow at the entrance and saw a completely snow-white fox digging in the snow beside the cave entrance. In a moment, it unearthed a piece of frozen meat. Name: Snow Fox, a grade ferocious beast. Description: a solitary ferocious beast unique to the extreme north snowfield, cunning and cautious, primarily feeding on small creatures. It does not actively attack creatures of equal or larger size, but will stealthily steal food. Cheng Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Since the danger level was relatively low, she directly crawled out of the snow cave. Upon hearing the noise, the snow fox glanced at Cheng Lu and immediately backed away, while keeping a wary eye on her, contemplating the danger posed by her. Cheng Lu smiled and took out a piece of jerky from her backpack, tossing it to the snow fox. The snow fox, startled by her movement, took a step back and then noticed the food that had fallen in front of it. It dropped the piece of meat in its mouth, approached the jerky to sniff it gently, and upon realizing it was meat, immediately grabbed it and ran away, taking its own piece of meat with it. In no time, it disappeared from Cheng Lu's sight. It seems this area has quite a number of small, ferocious beasts. After saying this, Cheng Lu returned to the snow cave and recorded the information about the snow fox in her notebook. After quickly preparing breakfast, she packed her things and sat on the snowmobile, heading towards the distant snow mountain. After more than half an hour, Cheng Lu arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. This snow mountain was significantly taller than the surrounding ones, and before arriving, she had noticed that the snow here looked somewhat different. The areas illuminated by sunlight faintly shimmered with a blue glow. Indeed, what I saw earlier was not an illusion. There is really something wrong here. Saying this, Cheng Lu grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and examined it closely. This was normal snow, but the snow on the mountain seemed a bit unusual. What could be on the snow mountain? Is there a legacy? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Cheng Lu's eyes. She had envied the other contestants who found legacy sites. Now she had a place that seemed to be a legacy site as well, and she had to go check it out. Immediately, Cheng Lu drove the snowmobile towards the snow mountain. With the help of the snowmobile, she quickly reached the mountainside and the site before her made her pause. In the middle of the mountainside, there was a patch of ice crystals emitting an icy blue glow, and the blue light on the snow mountain came from here. Name: Ice Crystal Vein. Grade: Resource description: a unique vein in the extreme north snowfield containing rich ice-type spiritual energy. It can be used for forging weapons, making armor, or directly absorbing to enhance the cultivation speed of ice-type spiritual energy. Cheng Lu approached the ice crystals and gently touched them with her fingertips. In the next moment, a chill of spiritual energy flowed into her body through her fingertip, invigorating her spirit. What a great find! With these ice crystals, I can rapidly enhance my strength. This way I can better study the creatures here. Saying this, she pried off a few pieces of ice crystals with her dagger and placed them in her backpack. Cheng Lu did not linger here, as she was unsure if there would be other ferocious beasts, and she noticed that there seemed to be a temple at the mountain's peak. That might really be a legacy site. Saying this, Cheng Lu quickly made her way to the mountain top, soon arriving at a narrow valley. She buried her supplies in the snow, then carried her backpack and walked through the path into the valley. As she advanced, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. Cheng Lu tightly wrapped her clothes around her and quickly moved deeper inside. After about 20 minutes, she finally reached the center of the valley. Before her eyes was a staircase of ice blue leading straight to a temple at the mountain top, made of blue and white ice crystals, where a statue stood dimly inside. Seeing this scene, Cheng Lu's heart raced. This really is a legacy site. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and then walked step by step towards the temple. Upon entering the temple, she clearly saw the statue inside. It was a beautiful woman, holding an ice blue staff and wearing a veil. Ding! Dragon Country contestant Cheng Lu discovered the legacy site, Frost Priestess Temple. Legacy levels grade. Legacy trial. Accept the trial in the Frost Priestess Temple. Upon passing, you can obtain the legacy of the Frost Priestess under the Ice Goddess. Trial content: raise your strength to a grade and find 3 hidden frost runes in the temple, then embed them into the grooves on the statue's base. Cheng Lu looked at the system, prompt a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Grade legacy. I must obtain it. She planned to settle here. Quickly she assembled the snowmobile and went down the mountain to her previous residence to bring everything to this legacy site. 3 days quickly passed. During these days, Yi Chun did not encounter any particularly powerful ferocious beasts. He spent his time peacefully manifesting all the ferocious beasts he killed back to the Long Kingdom. This led to a rapid increase in the resources of the Long Kingdom. Notably, during this period, Yi Chun found a rice field planted with spiritual plants. Name: Soft Jade Crystal Rice. Grade: Spiritual Plant. Description: a low-grade spiritual rice that grows in the gentle spiritual fields with semi-transparent jade-like grains that have a soft luster, growing extremely fast, with an astonishing yield of about 300 kilograms per acre. It contains mild spiritual power which can be used for cooking spiritual food, brewing spiritual wine, or ground into powder to create spiritual ointments for nourishing meridians. Yi Chun harvested the soft jade crystal rice, obtaining 500 kilograms. He kept 200 kilograms for himself, while the rest was manifested back to the Long Kingdom, where the soft jade crystal rice has already been planted. It would only take 2 months to harvest a batch of soft jade crystal rice in the Long Kingdom. Fortunately, the resurgence of spiritual energy in the Long Kingdom was quite high, fully meeting the growth needs of the soft jade crystal rice. If it were in other countries, they wouldn't be able to grow it at all. Other countries, however, faced some unexpected situations. Firstly, the contestants from the Asan country made a foolish move by provoking the A-grade ferocious beast, the sawtoothed lizard, and were then counterkilled. Asan country was punished, directly losing 20 of its territory. Although it did not directly trigger a terrifying disaster, the number of deaths in their country after losing territory was not less than that of Ingwa country. Originally, Asan country had a large population, but after the reduction in territory, it directly led to conflicts between their racial classes, resulting in a significant number of casualties. Moreover, the war has been ongoing until now. As for the contestants from other countries, as long as they don't make foolish moves, they won't encounter problems for a while. The heritage sites were mostly found within 3 days, with the highest level being that of a contestant from the Maoxiong country, Gorbachev. He discovered the heritage site of the SS level Thunder Warrior, and the trial content was quite harsh, requiring Gorbachev to endure 99 bolts of lightning in the Thunder Pool. However, with his A-grade strength, he couldn't withstand even 10 bolts of lightning. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to endure 99 bolts. At this moment, Yi Chun was leisurely fishing by a small lake, while Shao Kong was underwater constantly chasing the fish and playing with them. Therefore, Yi Chun sat there for 2 hours without catching a single fish, but he was not anxious, sitting on a chair sipping wine while watching Shao Kong play underwater. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Chun's current demeanor. Isn't Yi Chun too leisurely? While other contestants are struggling to survive in the National Fortune world, only Yi Chun seems to be on vacation here in the National Fortune world. Yes, I've been watching Yishin's livestream for 3 days. Every day apart from traveling, it's all about food segments. I now watch Yishin's livestream every day while eating, which has caused me to gain several pounds. Indeed, Yishin's livestream is quite appetizing, mainly because Yishin's strength is too overwhelming. Every ferocious beast he encounters is swiftly defeated, and only when Shao Kahn makes a move is there a bit of excitement. Just then, Yichin suddenly made a move on the screen, pulling out a long golden-red rod from his spatial backpack. The long rod had information visible to him alone. Qianjun Long Rod, in Transformation 99. 6. Progress 99. 6. Almost there. Yichun could sense a terrifying power continuously generating within the rod, as if it were about to pierce through the heavens. Ding. Qianjun Long Rod, in Transformation. Current progress 99. 7. 99. 8. 99. 9. Yichun held his breath, staring intently at the long rod in his hand. 100 Ding. Qianjun Long Rod, transformation complete. In the next moment, the transformed Qianjun Long Rod slowly changed, and several faint characters appeared on the surface of the rod. Immediately after, the panel information appeared before Yichen's eyes. Seeing the content above, Yichen's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect this item to be so extraordinary, although he had seen similar items before. Those were not powerful and barely reached the galaxy level. However, this one was different. This was among the very best of the universe-level items. Yet Yichen merely thought for a moment and did not dwell on it further, saying, "Whatever the reason, stronger items are always better. And they are all my favorite characters. Ooh, I don't even know if this national fortune game can withstand their combination." After saying that, Yichun waved the long rod in his hand a few times, producing continuous sounds of cutting through the air. Not bad, it's very handy. Following that, the long rod continuously shrank in Yichen's hand before being stored on his back. Having obtained a new item, Yichun was in high spirits. He happily shook the wine gourd in his hand, and in the next moment a fragrant aroma of rice wine infused with the flavor of soft jade crystal rice wafted out. Inside, it contained rice wine brewed from soft jade crystal rice. The wine gourd of the Wine Sword Immortal was also a magical treasure that could quickly brew any ingredients placed inside into wine. The snake gall, bear gall, and other items he had obtained during this time were also brewed into wine. Among them, the best was the crystal rice wine brewed from soft jade crystal rice. The rich and smooth crystal rice wine slid down his throat, and the mild spiritual power instantly flowed into his limbs, warming him thoroughly. Yichun felt that his meridians had been nourished by the spiritual power, bringing him immense comfort, and the surrounding spiritual energy spontaneously converged towards him, subtly enhancing his cultivation. A gentle breeze swept across the lake's surface, carrying the fresh fragrance of grass and the rich aroma of rice wine. Shao Kahn, who was playing underwater, caught the scent of the wine and immediately leaped out of the lake, wet and snuggling beside Yichun, blinking its big eyes, begging for wine. Yichun chuckled as he patted its head, pouring a small bowl of rice wine and handing it over. Shao Kahn immediately buried its head in the bowl, drinking heartily, and after finishing the wine, it squinted its eyes in a state of bliss. The viewers in the live stream rapidly flooded the chat, exclaiming how both the person and the beast were enjoying themselves too much. Meanwhile, on the other side of the National Fortune world, the Long Kingdom contestant Zhao Lei was struggling to lift a giant stone within the cave of the savage giant. Brother Yichun is so impressive. Zhao Lei cannot fall behind. He gritted his teeth, lifting the giant stone little by little over his head. Get up! The giant stone was lifted by him. Ding! Congratulations to Long Kingdom contestant Zhao Lei for completing the Savage Giant Inheritance Trial and obtaining Grade Inheritance Savage Giant. Reward: obtained Savage Body Technique, Savage Giant Power Strength increased by 200, Giant Battle Axe Grade, Weapon Giant Physique Constitution increased by 150, Undying Body Great Skill. Ding! Long Kingdom has received inheritance rewards: 10 increase in the probability of citizens awakening Earth-type abilities, obtain the Savage Giant Cave Blue Star version, and passing trials within the cave can enhance strength and constitution. Zhao Lei stood in the cave, his entire body swelling up, muscles bulging like rocks, exuding a wild. He held a massive battle axe, grinning as he said, "Brother Yichun, have I narrowed the distance between us a bit?" In the frost, rain, and forest, Lin Yu stood in a sea of flowers, shooting her last arrow. The arrow pierced through 3 petals, landing steadily on the target. Ding! Congratulations to Long Kingdom contestant Lin Yu for completing the Flower Fairy Inheritance Trial and obtaining S-Grade Inheritance Flower Fairy. Reward: obtained 1000 Spirit Flower Technique, Flower Spiritual Power, a variant of Wood-type Spiritual Power with dual healing and attacking effects, Flower Bow Grade Weapon, Flower Whirlwind S-Grade Skill. Ding! Long Kingdom has received inheritance rewards: 16 increase in the probability of citizens awakening Wood-type abilities, obtain the Sea of Flowers Blue Star version, and passing trials in the Flower Sea can enhance speed and archery. Lin Yu looked at the system prompt, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. Yi-Chen, just wait, though I will catch up to you. Yi-Chen looked at the already drunken Shao Kahn, shook his head with a smile, then set down the wine gourd in his hand, and raised his head towards the direction of the extreme north snowfield. Gently patting Shao Kahn's tipsy head, he laughed. If you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink next time. We should. As he spoke, Yi-Chen lifted the unconscious Shao Kahn onto his shoulder and walked towards the extreme north snowfield. The clouds in that direction were an icy blue, and even from over 10,000 kilometers away one could faintly feel the biting cold. The reason he hadn't rushed before was that he wanted to wait to see what the Qianjun staff could be transformed into. Now he already knew, and it far exceeded his expectations. The power contained within that staff was immensely strong. Individually, one of its powers was not the strongest at a cosmic level, but when combined with another it could rank among the strongest. With the power above, he should also set off for the extreme north snowfield. This distance was considerable with a sea in between, so it would take some time. Although with his current strength he could reach the destination quickly, if he pushed himself, it was unnecessary. The power of the frost goddess was not something he absolutely needed. Previously he sought to enhance the compatibility of the black satin ribbon, but now that he had this staff, he was not in such a rush. During this time, he could engage in activities related to the staff's compatibility. The method was simple, he just needed to train and fight. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen first stored the spatial backpack into the spatial ring on his hand. The viewers in the live stream were shocked to see Yi-Chen's backpack vanish. What's going on? Where did Yi-Chen's spatial backpack go? Does he have other spatial gear? Of course. Didn't you notice? During the Frost Goddess trial, Yi-Chen collected dozens of frost beasts. At that time I already knew Yi-Chen must have other spatial gear, and he had it before coming to the nation's fate world. That's right, I noticed it too. I even mentioned it, but no one paid attention at the time. Yi-Chen is truly amazing. He seems to have everything. Hey, look quickly, what is Yi-Chen doing? How is he making that staff grow larger and carry it on his back? It looks really heavy. Yi-Chen had pressed the ground down into a pit. Wow, it really is heavy. No wonder it's the weapon of Monkey Brother. Indeed, the Qianjun staff was transformed into the golden cudgel by the divine item system. However, this golden cudgel was not just the weapon of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, but also that of another world's Sun Wukong. That's Sun Wukong, who transforms into a yellow-haired figure during fights. The powers of both characters were contained within the golden cudgel, and by enhancing compatibility, Yi-Chen could obtain the strength of both. The simplest way to enhance compatibility was through training and combat, so weight training could increase compatibility. Thus he released all the weight of the golden cudgel, and carried the 13,500 pounds of it towards the extreme north snowfield. Although it was a burdensome journey, Yi-Chen soon adapted, and his compatibility increased a bit. As his compatibility rose, his physical strength gradually improved. Yi-Chen went from walking slowly at the beginning to running directly thereafter. He swiftly traversed the forest, and many ferocious beasts he encountered were directly slain by Yi-Chen using the golden cudgel on his back. For 3 consecutive days, Yi-Chen traveled this way, eating whatever he encountered along the road, leading a very fulfilling life. During these 3 days, Yi-Chen learned about the situation in other countries from his nation. Many had obtained legacies, but many had also perished. Even the contestants from the Dragon Nation had one who nearly died, while other countries, especially smaller ones, had seen an increasing number of deaths in recent days. Most legacy trials were quite dangerous and would not easily grant rewards. As a result, many contestants died, with Tuvalu and Yemen having sacrificed 4 to 5 contestants in the past few days. While it had not yet reached the point of total contestant fatalities leading to national extinction, due to geographical and cultural reasons they were on the brink of national ruin. Other countries had also faced various terrifying punishments. However, this was of no concern to Yi-Chen, who was currently advancing rapidly. Due to the bumpy journey, Shao Kahn flew alongside Yi-Chen in the air. Occasionally Shao Kahn would fly off to play elsewhere. However, since Yi-Chen and Shao Kahn had a connection, he was not worried about it getting lost. Yi-Chen was not concerned for Shao Kahn's safety. Even if it encountered an unbeatable opponent, it could escape. Divine beasts were not merely a saying. Moreover, Shao Kahn was not just playing around, it was also helping Yi-Chen search for various resources. Just then Shao Kahn flew above Yi-Chen's head and called out to him. Hearing Shao Kahn's voice, Yi-Chen looked up to see Shao Kahn call out again, tilting its head to the right, and then flying towards that direction. Seeing this, Yi-Chen understood that Shao Kahn had discovered something and was beckoning him to follow. Before long, a valley appeared before Yi-Chen. It was nestled between 2 large mountains with a narrow entrance, but the area of the valley, in Yi-Chen's perception, there was a special area deep within the valley where something was emitting a faint purple glow reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Interesting, Shao Kahn, let's go in and take a look. Saying this, Yi-Chen approached the entrance of the valley, and Shao Kahn landed on his shoulder, following him inside. The deeper they went, the richer the metallic spiritual energy in the air became. When they finally reached the faint purple area, Yichen finally understood what it was. He saw rows of ores growing on the ground, some as large as a human head, and others the size of a fist. The surface of the ores was a deep purple with circles of golden patterns around them. Name purple pattern Xianjin or C-class resource description rare or rich in metallic spiritual energy, can be used to forge high-grade weapons and armor. Direct absorption can enhance physical strength and metallic resistance. The ore veins usually accompany higher-grade purple pattern Xianjin essence, which is extremely valuable and rare. C-class or vein. Yichen was delighted. This was his first encounter with a resource of this kind, as he had only learned about it from Cheng Lu before. Moreover, Cheng Lu's or vein was only D-class, while this one was C-class. Just then a beast's roar echoed from deep within the valley. A whoa! The deafening roar mixed with violent metallic spiritual energy swept through the entire valley, like a shockwave, causing the surrounding purple-patterned golden mines to hum and tremble under this sound wave. Yi Chun and his little companion Shao Kong slightly raised their heads to look deeper into the valley. It must be the guardian beast of the purple-patterned golden mine. It seems quite powerful. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he slowly walked towards the direction of the roar, with Shao Kong leaving a footprint with each step. Deep within the valley, a giant lion covered in purple golden scales stood up slowly from the ground, sporting enormous wings and a thick metallic horn atop its head with a height exceeding 8 meters, its eyes sparkling with danger. Name purple gold-winged lion beast B grade ferocious beast description the accompanying ferocious beast of the purple-patterned golden mine, which survives by devouring the purple-patterned golden or storing a large amount of gold, attributes spiritual power within its body. Its scales have a hardness comparable to a great armor, impervious to blades and flames. It wields the power of metal sharpness, capable of condensing gold attributes spiritual power into blade-like weapons for external attacks. With a fierce temperament and a strong sense of territory, any creature that intrudes upon its domain will be ruthlessly torn apart. After Yi Chun and Shao Kong approached, they happened to meet the dangerous gaze of the purple gold-winged lion beast. Upon seeing this ferocious beast, excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. This beast looked exceptionally tough and should provide him with a good challenge, unlike the weaker ferocious beasts encountered on the road before. This purple gold-winged lion beast was the strongest he had encountered in recent days. Item: a stick dyed in golden red color. Compatibility 3. Equipment: effect martial arts master diamond body. With a compatibility of only 3, he did not gain much power, merely acquiring 2 basic abilities, especially the diamond body, which significantly enhanced Yi Chen's physique. After 3 days, Yi Chen fully liberated all the weight of the golden hoop stick, now carrying a burden of 13,500 pounds. Although Lin Kai's strength was formidable, his physical resilience could not compare to that of the great sage. Even if Lin Xie reached the pinnacle of power, he would still fall behind in terms of physical strength. Yi Chen gently spoke to Shao Kong, who was eager to jump off his shoulders, saying, "Shao Kong, you stay here and watch." With that, he placed Shao Kong on a nearby piece of purple-patterned golden ore. Eek! Shao Kong tilted its head, its golden eyes filled with confusion. In recent days, aside from the initial encounters where Yi Chen dealt with the ferocious beasts, he had left all subsequent battles to Shao Kong. "Let me handle this, I really need a punching bag right now." Yi Chen stretched his shoulder, which had been slightly sore from the weight of the golden hoop stick, as the bones cracked loudly. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing saw the Crade mine with a guardian ferocious beast and immediately said, "I didn't expect there to be a B-grade ferocious beast, the purple gold-winged lion beast here. I wonder if the mine that contestant Cheng Lu encountered also had a guardian beast inside. We need to inform contestant Cheng Lu quickly." Upon hearing this, Lei Qiming said solemnly, "Don't worry, I already spoke with the staff from the National Intelligence Bureau. They have informed contestant Cheng Lu about this matter." "That's a relief. God Yi is powerful and not afraid of guardian beasts, but Goddess Cheng Lu might be. She just broke through to a grade yesterday, and if her grade mine has a guardian beast, its strength would at best be grade. Goddess Cheng Lu would be no match for it." "Exactly. If God Yi hadn't encountered a mine and a guardian beast, we would have never known that there was a guardian beast present in this mine. It's not really our fault. After all, Goddess Cheng Lu's mine didn't show any signs of a guardian beast. Initially, Goddess Cheng Lu thought there might be ferocious beasts guarding it, but after so many days, she hadn't seen any at all. I think there could be 2 reasons. First, Goddess Cheng Lu's mine is a place of inheritance, which does not require a guardian beast. Secondly, it could be dangerous. The guardian beast might have left for some reason and could return any day now. In that case, I hope it's the first reason. If the guardian beast comes back, it will be troublesome for Goddess Cheng Lu to gain the inheritance unless she remains in the place of inheritance and doesn't leave, which is impossible. Don't think too much about it. I just hope that the mine Goddess Cheng Lu encountered doesn't have a guardian beast." In the valley, the purple gold-winged lion beast, seeing Yi Chun, gave him no time to prepare. It let out a low growl, its limbs suddenly exerting force, its entire body crashing towards Yi Chun like a small mountain, crushing the oars in its path underfoot. Sharp, golden attributes, spiritual energy coalesced around its body, transforming into dozens of crescent-shaped purple golden blades that shot towards Yi Chun. The blades formed from the golden attributes, spiritual energy, effortlessly sliced through the air, directly cleaving the oars in front of them in half, with the cut surfaces remarkably smooth. Yi Chun's eyes, hidden beneath a black satin ribbon, flashed with golden light as he completely deciphered the trajectory of the blades. He lightly jumped, rotating his body twice, easily dodging the blade's attack. The moment he landed, the purple gold-winged lion beast had already charged before him, attempting to ram him with its massive horn. Yi Chun did not evade. Instead, he stood firm on his feet and reached out to grasp the giant horn that was thrusting towards him. The immense force pushed Yi Chun back several meters before he finally stopped, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground with his feet. Looking at Yi Chun, who had blocked its attack, the purple gold-winged lion beast showed a look of surprise in its violet eyes. Just as it was puzzled, Yi Chun, holding onto the giant horn, spoke up. "Get up." In the next moment, a tremendous force surged onto the giant horn of the purple gold-winged lion beast, lifting the beast off the ground. Whoa! Immediately, Yi Chun began to spin around with the purple gold-winged lion beast in his arms. The lion, realizing this, flapped its wings, trying to lift off the ground. But how could Yi Chun give it that opportunity? After a few spins, Yi Chun hurled the purple gold-winged lion beast away, sending it crashing heavily into a nearby mountain, the mountain wall shattering and burying the beast beneath it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crash! A whirlwind erupted from the dust, and with a roar, the purple gold-winged lion beast slowly emerged from within. Seeing that the purple gold-winged lion beast was unharmed, Yi Chun chuckled. As expected of a ferocious beast with a great defense, it can really take a beating. With that, Yi Chun gradually assumed a martial stance, preparing to fight, with a strength similar to that of the purple gold-winged lion beast. This was another flaw of Sun Wukong. No matter what opponent he faced, he would never use his full strength right from the start. However, he was different. He merely wanted to increase his compatibility, and he would still unleash his full strength when necessary. In the air, the purple gold-winged lion beast looked down at Yi Chun, opening its massive mouth, a dazzling golden light slowly gathering within. The surrounding golden attributes, spiritual energy, wildly converged into its mouth, the light growing brighter and brighter. Golden sharp destruction cannon. A thick golden beam erupted from the mouth of the purple gold-winged lion beast, surrounded by sharp energy that tore through the air, carving a massive trench into the ground. The power of this strike was over 10 times stronger than those previous sharp blades. Yi Chun smiled slightly at the sight, remaining unyielding as the golden beam approached him, lifting his fist and stepping forward. Armament. In the next moment, his fist suddenly turned black, and he punched towards the golden beam. The golden beam was directly shattered by Yi Chun's punch. This scene instantly exploded the live stream's bullet comments. Holy crap! What is happening? Did Yi Chun just punch through the attack of the purple gold-winged lion beast? And why did Yi Chun's fist suddenly turn black? What kind of technique is this? I don't know, but being able to shatter a beam with a single punch is quite extraordinary. Indeed, Yi Chun has brought us so many surprises. I really wonder how many more he will give us later on. The technique that turns Yi Chun's fist black, I feel like I've seen it before. What? You've seen it? No way. I've been watching Yi Chun's live stream continuously. How come I haven't seen this technique? Exactly. How come we haven't seen it? Did Yi Chun use this move that night? Did we miss it? It can't be. There are plenty of people who watch Yi Chun's live stream every night. If he really used it, we would definitely know. So that guy must be mistaken. Impossible, I wouldn't mistake it. I really saw it. Just now I replayed the previous video and found it. Look, as he spoke, a video played showing the moment Yi Chun killed the earth giant bear with a punch on the first night, marking Yi Chun's fist. When Yi Chun attacked the earth giant bear, his fist was covered with a layer of black substance, just like the instance where he shattered the golden beam. My god, it's true, Yi Chun really used this technique before. Yes, but it was too dark that night, we just didn't notice it. Honestly, the guy who noticed this detail has quite the sharp eyes, such a subtle change, and you caught it. It's no big deal. I just watched the video of Yi Chun slaying beasts several times a day, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed it. Wow, I thought it was impressive enough that you could spot it, but I didn't expect you to watch Yi Chun's battle videos every day. You're amazing. When the light faded, Yi Chun stood there and scathed, his fist still covered in the armament color, then he beckoned to the purple gold-winged lion beast in the air. Come on, do you have any other moves? If not, I might have to make my move. In response to Yi Chun's provocation, the purple gold-winged lion beast roared, its purple gold scales glowing brilliantly, gathering golden spiritual energy into a thick golden shield on its surface, while sharp metallic claws extended from its paws. It flapped its wings and soared into the air, then lunged at Yi Chun with its sharp claws. Come on. Yi Chun shrank the golden hoop rod behind him and held it in hand, saying, "Let's see whose claws are tougher, yours or my golden hoop rod." With that, he swung at the purple gold-winged lion beast's claws. Weighing 13,500 pounds is no joke, the purple gold-winged lion beast sensed the threat, its claws' golden spiritual energy solidifying further as it lunged at the golden hoop rod. The moment the golden hoop rod collided with the metallic claws, a visible shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sending everything nearby flying. The loud sound echoed for several kilometers, with countless fine cracks appearing on the walls of the valley, and some areas even collapsed. Bang! With a crisp sound, the purple gold-winged lion beast's claws shattered instantly, and the overwhelming force sent it flying several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, Yi Chun used the recoil from the strike to flip several times in the air, fully dissipating the force, landing steadily several meters away. Upon landing, his feet left two deep pits in the ground. No wonder it can withstand a great attacks that could take the blow from the golden hoop rod hidden, and only its claws shattered. Truly a decent punching bag. The stabilized purple gold-winged lion beast glanced at its shattered claws and instantly erupted with rage. Roar! With its roar, a multitude of purple gold lights appeared around its body, quickly condensing into thick metallic spikes, each glimmering with a dangerous glow. In the next moment, hundreds of metallic spikes rained down on Yi Chun like a storm, completely sealing off the space within a 10-meter radius around him, leaving no room for escape. Come on! Yi Chun shouted, then swung the golden hoop rod around his body, moving at such speed that it created afterimages, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Clang, 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 clanged. The sound of countless impacts filled the air as the metallic spikes struck the barrier, either bouncing off or being shattered into powder by the golden hoop rod, with none able to break through to harm Yi Chun. The ground around Yi Chun was pockmarked with numerous large holes from the flying metallic spikes. After a round of attacks, a layer of metallic debris covered the ground in front of Yi Chun. He paused the swing of his golden hoop rod, gently shook off the dust from it, and then looked up at the purple gold-winged lion beast. Its attacks had not ceased. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Chun was blocking the metallic spikes. It charged right in front of him, gathering massive amounts of purple gold spiritual power at the giant horn atop its head. Forming a gigantic purple gold horn, the purple gold-winged lion beast thrust it fiercely towards Yi Chun. Seeing this, Yi Chun raised the golden hoop rod and thrust it towards the giant horn. As the giant horn collided with the golden hoop rod, the suddenness of the attack caused Yi Chun to be pushed back by the immense force of the purple gold-winged lion beast. His feet left deep grooves in the ground, but after stopping, Yi Chun smiled at the purple gold-winged lion beast. "It's my turn now." Hearing this, the purple gold-winged lion beast's pupils constricted. "Big, big, big." With each word, Yi Chun shouted, the golden hoop rod doubled in size, and soon it was larger than the purple gold-winged lion beast. The purple gold-winged lion beast gazed in shock at the golden hoop rod, which was now bigger than itself. Long. Suddenly, the golden hoop rod elongated, sending the purple gold-winged lion beast flying. Just as the purple gold-winged lion beast steadied itself, a massive shadow suddenly appeared above it. "Take this." Under the astonished gaze of the purple gold-winged lion beast, a massive golden-red iron rod swept across, striking the beast moments later. The once incredibly hard scales shattered upon contact with the iron rod. First the scales, then the bones and internal organs broke apart, and in the next moment a large mouthful of blood was spewed from the purple gold-winged lion beast. Then the purple gold-winged lion beast was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain wall. The enormous golden-red iron rod slowly returned to its original form as Yi Chun shouldered it, smiling at the purple gold-winged lion beast embedded in the mountain. After the recent battle, his compatibility had directly increased by 2 points, significantly enhancing his strength once again. Item: a stick dyed in golden red. Compatibility 5. Equipment effects: Master of Martial Arts, Control of Qi and Earth, Scion Blood Diamond Body, Law of Heaven and Earth Prototype. Yi Chun was very pleased with the new abilities he gained, especially the Scion Blood and Law of Heaven and Earth Prototype. One allowed him to break through at the brink of death, while the other enhanced his combat capabilities. However, there was one issue: it was difficult to trigger the Scion's Brink of Death breakthrough ability unless Yi Chun acted recklessly. But it didn't matter, he didn't really need it. He just needed to steadily improve his compatibility, though he would like to try the feeling of a Brink of Death breakthrough if given the chance. It seems I need to find some strong, ferocious beasts to battle. A B-level beast can increase compatibility by 2 points, and in A level or above should be able to enhance it even more. Surpassing the black ribbon will just be a matter of time. Just as Yi Chun was contemplating, the purple gold-winged lion beast, which had just been slammed into the mountain wall, let out a low roar and a terrifying force erupted from within the mountain wall. The surrounding debris began to float slowly under this horrific power, and the bloodied purple gold-winged lion beast emerged slowly from within. Golden electric arcs danced around its body, gradually forming a gigantic thunder beast above it. Purple gold thunder destruction array. The purple gold-winged lion beast roared violently, and the thunder beast suddenly projected a massive thunderball towards the sky above Yi Chun as enormous bolts of lightning erupted from the thunderball, striking the ground and surrounding Yi Chun, creating a killing array. Seeing the approaching lightning, Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect your true power to be the power of thunder. This is truly beyond my expectations." Just in time for me to try out the abilities I just acquired. Law of heaven and earth. Yi Chun shouted loudly, and golden light erupted from his body, gradually causing him to grow larger. Soon he transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall, with a tremendous boost in physique and strength. Yi Chun was enveloped in armor formed from condensed spiritual power. Bang! Yi Chun planted the golden hoop rod firmly on the ground. Big, big, big. Long, long, long. In no time, a golden hoop rod appeared dozens of meters tall and as thick as a person, directly thrusting into the thunderball above, abruptly diverting the lightning killing array that had just surrounded Yi Chun. Countless bolts of lightning struck the golden hoop rod, and the powerful lightning energy was channeled underground through the rod. The purple gold thunder destruction array self-destructed without any attack. The purple gold-winged lion beast was left dumbfounded at this scene. The viewers in the live stream burst into, Yi Chun is truly amazing. The purple gold-winged lion beast struggled to unleash a powerful move only to be thwarted by a lightning rod. Indeed, look at the expression on the purple gold-winged lion beast. It's completely stunned, not knowing what just happened. This is the consequence of lacking knowledge. You all think too much, right? Just having a lightning rod is useless. Even if all the lightning is channeled underground, as long as you stand on the ground, the lightning will still spread at your feet and hit you. However, Yi Chun's technique that enlarged him and donned armor made of condensed spiritual power should be able to block the force of the lightning, which is why he remained unharmed. Also, the experts above. I didn't realize there were so many subtleties involved. This is just the principle of an ordinary lightning rod. You up there must be a poor student, right? In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Bing Bing exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect contestant Yi Chun to be such a high achiever, figuring out how to counter the purple gold-winged lion beast's attack in such a short time." Lei Qiming gently shook his head. Bing Bing, you think too much. With Yi Chun's strength, he could easily counter such an attack, but it seems he is currently fighting with a power similar to his opponent's, which is why you feel that way. That's right, Captain Lei is correct. Based on the strength Yi Chun demonstrated in the Frost Goddess Inheritance Secret Realm, the purple gold-winged lion beast's strength is far inferior to the Frost Guard. Since Yi Chun can easily defeat the Frost Guard, it should also be very easy for him to defeat the purple gold-winged lion beast. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing finally realized, oh right, I almost forgot. As for Zhang Dagong, he sat to the side in silence, completely refraining from commenting on Yi Chun's livestream. Only when watching other contestants' live streams would he occasionally make a few remarks. At that moment, Yi Chun suddenly embraced the golden hoop rod, and the terrifying lightning power struck him, but Yi Chun remained silent, lifting the golden hoop rod despite the lightning's intensity. It's time to end this. Saying this, Yi Chun swung the golden hoop rod charged with lightning power fiercely down onto the purple gold-winged lion beast. The golden hoop rod, imbued with unmatched power, slammed down, instantly shattering the thunder beast above the purple gold-winged lion beast and crashing down onto its back. The terrifying force shattered the bones within the purple gold-winged lion beast, which let out a painful wail before its massive body collapsed to the ground. Then all the lightning power dissipated, and the purple gold-winged lion beast fell silent. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun for successfully defeating the B-level ferocious beast, the purple gold-winged lion beast, and obtaining the rights to the C-level purple pattern mysterious gold mine. Seeing the purple gold-winged lion beast die, the little Kong, who had been watching excitedly, flew up, circling around Yi Chun and chirping joyfully. Eek! Eek! Upon hearing the cheerful sounds of little Kong, Yi Chun extended his hand. Little Kong, upon hearing this, quickly landed in Yi Chun's hand, then ran up his arm to his shoulder, gently rubbing its head against Yi Chun's cheek. Yi Chun patted little Kong's small head, then walked to the corpse of the purple gold-winged lion beast to collect. This time he did not plan to materialize it for the Dragon Kingdom. He intended to keep it for himself, as he had already materialized enough level ferocious beasts for the Dragon Kingdom. Similar to the river he previously materialized, Yi Chun also materialized this C-level purple pattern mysterious gold mine for the Dragon Kingdom. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun's first materialization of C-level mineral resources triggers critical hit rewards. Congratulations on receiving a 20,000-fold materialization reward. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining sea-level purple-patterned mysterious gold mine resources 200,000. Note this resource has been distributed across various locations in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chun was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this to be considered a first manifestation, but then again the previous river should count as well, only that its level was relatively low. This is a crade mineral resource which, like the manifested ferocious beast, counts as a first and has triggered a critical hit. Like the river, such resources will not disappear from the national fortune world, they still exist here. Looking at the crade purple-patterned mystic gold mine before him, Yi Chun initially did not plan to take it all, but upon seeing Shao Kong drooling over the purple-patterned mystic gold mine on his shoulder, he remembered that Shao Kong could eat ores. Shao Kong in its complete form lived in the ozone layer and fed on meteors. Ores like the purple-patterned mystic gold mine, which contain a large amount of energy, are also among Shao Kong's favorite foods. Seeing Shao Kong's appearance, Yi Chun smiled and said, "Go ahead and eat. It'll help you collect these ores." Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Shao Kong happily let out a cry and quickly flew to a piece of purple-patterned mystic gold mine, opening its mouth to bite down. As expected of a divine beast, the purple-patterned mystic gold mine was as fragile as paper before Shao Kong, crunching as it was swallowed. While Shao Kong was eating the purple-patterned mystic gold mine, Yi Chun maximized his perception and observation haki, instantly revealing the locations of all the purple-patterned mystic gold mines in the valley within his mind. He also discovered 52 pieces of purple-patterned mystic gold essence that were even better than the mystic gold mine. Yi Chun then began to walk through the valley, collecting all the purple-patterned mystic gold mines and mystic gold essences. He passed into his spatial ring. He did not take all the purple-patterned mystic gold mines and essences. He left behind some of the mystic gold mines and the better mystic gold essences. As long as there were mystic gold essences, he could continuously gather the metal attribute spiritual energy from the air, allowing the purple-patterned mystic gold mines to continue forming around him. Meanwhile, because of the crade purple-patterned mystic gold mine manifested by Yi Chun, countless people in the Dragon Nation were searching for the locations of the mystic gold mines. Especially those living in the mountains, they hoped that the places they resided in would have purple-patterned mystic gold mine. The government also sent people to search immediately. Soon a large number of purple-patterned mystic gold mines were found, and as soon as the ores were obtained, they were sent to the Research Institute. Before long, an armored vehicle entered the Research Institute, and a group of soldiers each carried a box into the laboratory. Inside the Research Institute, a large group of experts gathered in a laboratory comprised of metallurgical experts from various fields. They all came for the purple-patterned mystic gold mine. In the laboratory, a dozen elderly experts with white hair had been waiting for a long time. They were top scholars in the fields of metallurgy, materials, and weaponry in the Dragon Nation, among whom were several national treasure-level figures. The elder at the forefront, named Zhong Wei, was 78 years old, an academician of the Dragon National Engineering Institute, had been engaged in special metallurgy research for over 40 years. At this moment his hands trembled slightly, not due to age, but because of excitement. Elder Zhong's voice trembled as he said, "Quick, take out the samples." The soldier in front placed the first metal box on the experimental table, entered the password, unlocked it, and slowly lifted the lid. A faint purple light emanated from the box, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Inside the box were 3 pieces of purple-patterned mystic gold mine, the largest the size of a basketball, and the smallest about the size of a fist, with deep purple crystalline surfaces swirling, with golden patterns radiating a dreamlike luster under the lights. "So beautiful." One young female researcher couldn't help but exclaim. Elder Zhong put on gloves and carefully picked up the smallest piece of, or feeling its weight, which was much heavier than he had anticipated. So heavy. The density must be very high. As he spoke, Elder Zhong made a rough estimation. His eyes lit up. For such a small piece, the weight is definitely over 10 kilograms. This density surpasses that of most known metals on Blue Star. Another elder expert walked over. He was an authority in materials physics. He took out a magnifying glass to carefully examine the surface of the ore. These golden patterns are not impurities, but naturally formed energy circuits. Chen Guodong exclaimed as he looked at the ore. Moreover, the distribution of these patterns is highly regular. They are definitely not naturally formed. What do you mean? Is this man-made? No, I mean this thing has surpassed our understanding of natural minerals. It is simply a work of divine craftsmanship. Elder Zhong placed the ore into the spectrometer. Shortly after, the data report emerged. Upon seeing the data on the screen, he was completely stunned. Seeing Elder Zhong's expression, everyone hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Elder Zhong?" Elder Zhong pointed at the screen, his voice trembling slightly. "Look." Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the screen. In the next moment, their expressions mirrored that of Elder Zhong, all stunned in place. "My heavens, is this real? Is this really a material that can exist? Quick, perform a hardness test. I want to see if it's really true." After that, the entire laboratory became a flurry of activity. After the hardness test was completed, the results left everyone gasping in shock. The hardness of the purple patterned mystic gold mine was over 10 times that of diamond, with terrifying toughness, and the existing cutting tools couldn't even leave a mark on it. Use the laser. As the laser beam focused on the surface of the ore, it took a full 3 minutes of burning before penetrating the fist-sized rock. This heat resistance. The researcher responsible for the test looked at the purple-patterned mystic gold mine momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, academician Chun Guodong thought of something and quickly said, "Hurry, test its energy." Then the purple-patterned mystic gold mine was placed on a machine. As soon as the machine was powered on, the needle on the dial instantly maxed out, and the machine was directly burned out. This scene stunned everyone. Replace it with a more powerful machine and test it again. As the machine was changed, the test results appeared before everyone. Chun Guodong looked at the report in his hand, fell silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. The energy conductivity efficiency of this material is already infinitely close to 100%, with almost no energy loss. Plus, it can also absorb and store energy. Just then a researcher excitedly shouted while pointing at the microscope's image, "Elder Zhong, Elder Chen, look at that." Under the microscope, faint golden particles were slowly flowing along the golden patterns inside the purple-patterned mystic gold mine, forming a complete energy circulation system within the ore. Elder Zhong said in disbelief, "Is this generating energy on its own?" "No, it is absorbing the spiritual energy from the air, undergoing transformation and storage." This research continued for a day and a night. A day later, a thick stack of research reports was placed in the conference room of the top level of the Dragon Nation. The people in the conference room looked at the report in front of them and immediately felt it was unrealistic. "Xiao Wang, is the content on this real?" Wang Hao, who brought the research report, quickly nodded. "Old Lu, the content is true. This is the result of a day and night experiment conducted by Elder Zhong and Elder Chen with us." As he spoke, he opened the box on the table, revealing a purple golden dagger. "Old Lu, this is the weapon we made from the purple-patterned mysterious gold, or last night, the purple-patterned dagger. It truly cuts through iron like mud. The hardest alloy in our lab is still like tofu in front of it, easily sliced apart." Upon hearing this, Old Lu looked curiously at the dagger in the box, reached out, picked it up, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's so heavy. This must weigh 5 or 6 kilograms, right?" Wang Hao nodded yes. Feeling the purple-patterned dagger in his hand, Old Lu found it icy to the touch, and could sense a trace of metallic spiritual energy circulating within the dagger. "Xiao Wang, bring me a test stone. I want to see how this purple-patterned dagger performs." "Sure," Wang Hao replied, taking out a prepared test stone from under the box and placing it in front of Old Lu. The others in the conference room also looked over. Old Lu held the purple-patterned dagger and gently sliced the test stone, which was effortlessly cut in half like tofu. "My heavens, this is too sharp." The conference room erupted with exclamations. Old Liu's eyes brightened as he sliced the test stone into thin slices, as if chopping vegetables. "Great, great, great," Old Lu exclaimed 3 times, revealing his excitement. "With the purple-patterned mysterious gold, or our dragon country's weaponry will be at least 50 years ahead of the world. Not just weapons." Another senior executive in the conference room pointed at the report and said, "The report states that purple-patterned mysterious gold, or can be used in various equipment, tanks, fighter jets, warships, rockets, etc. It's easy to imagine how terrifying our military strength will be in the future." "Exactly," Old Lu nodded. "And according to the report, this type of ore can also be absorbed by humans to enhance physical strength, making our already strong warriors even more powerful." At this moment, Wang Hao spoke again. "Old Lu, due to time constraints, we only tested the effects on weapons. As for the others, Elder Zhong has summoned experts from various fields. In a few days, I believe we will have a more complete report." Old Lu nodded. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your—" "Not at all." While Dragon Country was excited about the discovery of the purple-patterned mysterious gold, or other countries appeared less calm. In the Lighthouse Country, in the presidential office, President Trump sat in his chair, his face dark with anger. A group of executives stood at the desk, all bowing their heads in silence. "Useless. A bunch of useless people." Trump slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Dragon Country has obtained purple-patterned mysterious gold, or, and triggered a 20,000-fold critical reward. And what about us? We haven't even found a grade or F-grade resource." The director of the CIA spoke up. "We have instructed our competitors to enhance their search for resources, but if they can't find them, there's nothing we can do." Trump shot a cold glance at the CIA director, knowing he was right. He was well aware of the capabilities of his country's competitors. They struggled to survive in the world of national fortune, let alone manifest various resources for the country. Not every country has competitors as powerful as Yichun. Have we figured out the properties of this? Or, according to our intelligence operatives in Dragon Country, the hardness and energy conductivity of this or far exceed any existing materials. Dragon Country has already begun developing new weapons and equipment. Silence filled the office. The Minister of Defense slammed the table. Absolutely not. We cannot let Dragon Country continue like this. If they have weapons made from this, or our military advantage will vanish. What can we do? This is the manifestation of the world of national fortune. We can't stop it. Let Dragon Country share this resource. Do you think that's possible? If it were us, would we share? President Trump tapped the table and said in a deep voice, contact our allies immediately and jointly pressure Dragon Country. This strategic resource should be shared by all humanity and no single country should monopolize it. Understood. Soon a diplomatic storm targeting Dragon Country began to brew. First, the Secretary of State of the Lighthouse Country made a statement at the United Nations claiming that the purple-patterned mysterious gold, or obtained by Dragon Country, belongs to the Commonwealth of Humanity, and Dragon Country should uphold its responsibility as a major country by sharing this resource with the world. Following this, countries like Sakura Country, Britain, Great Cold Country, and Kangaroo Country issued statements supporting the Lighthouse Country's proposal, demanding that Dragon Country open up the sharing of purple-patterned mysterious gold ore. International public opinion surged and Western media flooded with accusations against Dragon Country for being selfish and lacking international responsibility. In Dragon Country, at the regular press conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the spokesperson stood on the stage facing reporters from around the world with a calm expression. Excuse me, spokesperson, what is Dragon Country's response to the call from multiple countries to share the purple-patterned mysterious gold ore? The spokesperson looked at the reporter and simply answered one word: no. The crowd gasped. Dragon Country is ignoring the collective voice of the international community. Such selfish behavior will damage Dragon Country's international image. The spokesperson coldly looked at the agitated Western reporters and replied indifferently, the purple-patterned mysterious gold ore was obtained by our competitor Yi Chun in the world of national fortune at the risk of his life, manifested through the system within our borders, and it is our legal resource. We have no obligation or reason to share it with other countries. Next question. This segment of video was transmitted back home, instantly igniting the internet. Powerful. Just one word: no. This is the demeanor of a major country. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Those Western countries are panicking, wanting to steal from others as soon as they see good things. It's in their bones. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is formidable. I love such straightforward answers. Why should we give you what Yishin obtained? If you have the ability, let your own competitors go get it. Although saying that Yishin risked his life is a bit exaggerated, no matter what, it's something Yishin obtained for our Dragon Country. How does it relate to you? Public opinion online overwhelmingly supported the country's decision, igniting patriotic fervor among netizens. However, the matter was far from over. Upon learning of Long Country's response, President Trump of the Lighthouse Nation erupted in anger, shattering a teacup on his desk. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Long Country is declaring war on the entire world. The Secretary of State inquired, Mr. President, what should we do now? Trump's eyes flickered with a fierce light. Since Long Country is so ungrateful, they shouldn't blame us for you. Simultaneously alert the CIA to activate all spies within Long Country. We must obtain the research materials and exact location of the purple-pattern mystic gold mine at all costs. Also deploy SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force to secretly head to Long Country immediately. Once the spies acquire the exact location of the purple-pattern mystic gold mine, they must act swiftly to seize it and bring it back. Mr. President, is this really a good idea? The Secretary of Defense said with concern. Aren't we afraid of retaliation from Long Country? You must understand, Long Country is no longer the same as it used to be, and we couldn't invade them easily back then. What is there to fear? Trump chuckled coldly. We're merely taking some surplus, or that no one wants anyway. Plus, we have so many allies, a Long Country will not dare to act recklessly, and our military is not to be trifled with. And even if we are discovered, so what? They are merely expressing their discontent with Long Country's actions, and coming here on their own. It has nothing to do with us. Now go execute the orders. Yes. As the Lighthouse Nation was meticulously plotting their schemes, the National Security Ministry of Long Country had already sensed something unusual. In the office of the Minister of National Security, a staff member reported the latest situation. Minister, we intercepted encrypted communications from the Lighthouse Nation. They are dispatching a large number of spies and special forces to infiltrate our country, targeting our purple-pattern mystic gold mine. Minister Chen Feng's expression turned icy. These foreign devils truly are unabashed thieves. Do they think we Long Country are still the nation that can be easily manipulated from 100 years ago? Immediately notify all military districts to enter a state of heightened alert. At the same time mobilize all superhuman units and ancient martial artists to defend the various purple pattern mystic gold mine veins. I want to make sure these invaders don't return. Yes. Overnight, the military forces of Long Country sprang into action. Military vehicles full of soldiers headed towards the deep mountains where the purple pattern mystic gold mines were located. In the sky, fighter jets flew across Long Country. Meanwhile, the spies and special forces from the Lighthouse Nation and other countries were still unaware that they had fallen into a trap set by Long Country. 3 days later, in the dead of night, in a mountainous area of northwest Long Country, there was a newly discovered manifestation point of the purple pattern mystic gold mine, where station troops were working tirelessly around the clock to extract the ore. In the night, 6 dark figures silently appeared not far away, their movements so light that they barely made a sound, clearly indicating their professionalism. All 6 were dressed in specially made combat suits devoid of any insignia, and their weaponry was all purchased from the black market, making it impossible to trace any ownership information. Their purpose for coming here was clear: to access the warehouse where the purple pattern mystic gold was stored. The leader, a tall Caucasian man, signaled to his teammates behind him, and then they quickly dispersed, cautiously watching their surroundings as they approached the warehouse. However, little did they know that ever since the news of the purple pattern mystic gold mine spread, the military of Long Country had already anticipated that foreign forces would not let them easily possess the mine, and they had been fully prepared, just waiting for them to arrive. In a concealed underground base within the mining area, a young soldier stared at the screen before him, observing the figures of the 6 intruders, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His name is Lin Feng, 25 years old, the captain of Long Country's Thunder Special Operations team, responsible for the security of this mining area. Since the arrival of the National Fortune World, Long Country had received substantial rewards due to Yichin significantly enhancing the physical capabilities of its citizens, with soldiers seeing even greater improvements. Lin Feng's physical abilities were nearly double what they were before the National Fortune arrived. Moreover, with the revival of spiritual energy, he had also awakened his own superpowers. At this moment, a voice came through the communicator. "Captain, the fish have entered a total of 6. Lin Feng replied into the communicator. "Receive, proceed according to plan, let no one escape." After speaking, Lin Feng stood up, stretching his wrist as his bones emitted crisp sounds. Then a flash of fiery red light glimmered in his eyes. At the mining site, the 6 intruders had reached the front of the warehouse. Just as the leading Caucasian man was about to break the door, the surroundings suddenly lit up with glaring searchlights, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. Not good. It's a trap. The 6 reacted swiftly, immediately positioning themselves back-to-back, guns raised in vigilance, scanning their surroundings. However, after waiting a few seconds, nothing happened. Suddenly, a young man in camouflage stepped out from the shadows. It was Lin Feng, followed by 4 team members, each of whom was unarmed. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Gentlemen, wandering around our Long Country's territory in the dead of night is rather inappropriate, isn't it?" The Caucasian man's expression turned cold, and he replied in slightly clumsy Chinese, "Get out of the way or die." "Well, you can speak Chinese too," Lin Feng said with interest as he glanced at the man, then smiled and asked, "But I would like to know, which country are you from? Lighthouse Nation, Sakura Nation, or Britannia?" No one answered. Suddenly, the Caucasian man raised his hand and fired at Lin Feng, the bullet racing towards Lin Feng's forehead. The next scene left him stunned. Lin Feng merely tilted his head slightly, and the bullet grazed his ears, striking the wall behind him. Dodging the bullet, he relied solely on his reflexes, effortlessly evading the projectile. The Caucasian man's pupils contracted. "This is impossible." Lin Feng's smile vanished as he cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. "It seems like you have no intention of talking things over. Very well, I will keep hitting you until you do." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared right before the Caucasian man, delivering a powerful punch. The Caucasian man, being an elite, immediately raised his hand to block as Lin Feng disappeared. At the next instant, Lin Feng's fist struck his arm, causing the Caucasian man to feel as if a large truck had collided with him. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the Caucasian man was sent flying back 7 to 8 meters, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, blood spewing from his mouth. Seeing their captain fall, the remaining members immediately pulled the triggers at Lin Feng, bullets flying towards him from all directions. This time, Lin Feng did not evade. He took a deep breath, and a faint layer of firelight appeared on his body. The bullets struck, instantly melting into pools of molten iron. Witnessing this scene, one of the intruders froze in place. "How is this possible? What kind of monster are you?" At this moment, the remaining 4 team members also sprang into action. Although they did not awaken powers like Lin Feng, each of them had their physical capabilities enhanced by around 2-fold, making it easy to deal with these intruders. They quickly approached the intruders, disarming them before they could even fire their guns, then knocking them to the ground. In just 15 seconds the battle came to an end. All 6 intruders were captured alive. Lin Feng squatted down in front of the white man and slowly said, "Tell your master that if they send someone again, next time we will not hold back. Take them away." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left while his 4 teammates tied up all 6 of them and escorted them out of the place. Walking ahead, Lin Feng reported the incident to the higher-ups. Everything that happened here was recorded by the cameras and was later posted online by unknown individuals. Overnight, the view count of this video surpassed 1 billion. Many netizens from Long Country edited the video and posted it on foreign social media platforms titled, "Long Country Special Operations Team Captures Foreign Spies in 15 Seconds, Full of High Energy." This instantly ignited discussions on foreign social media platforms. The comments below the video either praised the warriors of Long Country or mocked the foreign spies. Did you see that? The expressions of those spies when they saw the supernatural abilities were just too funny. Yeah, it's like they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing rice. Those 6 must be elites from other countries, right? How could they come here to snatch our mining sites with such strength? It's truly overestimating themselves. This is the consequence of offending our Long Country. Do you think they are worthy to share our mineral resources? Do they think they have the key? A few keys. Western netizens were furious after seeing this video. This must be fake, absolutely fake. And why do you say those are spies from our country? They definitely are not from our country. Exactly, maybe those are patriotic individuals acting on their own. It has nothing to do with us. That's right, and this video is too fake. How could anyone dodge bullets at such close range? Even if your country's physical fitness has improved a lot, it still wouldn't allow dodging bullets. Netizens from Long Country started to educate them directly, while the military of Maoxiong Country also released an analysis of the video. They stated that the video showed no signs of special effects, meaning it was completely real and the warriors of Long Country could indeed dodge bullets at such close range. Although enhancing physical attributes doesn't allow one to dodge bullets, you must understand that they have awakened their supernatural abilities. Coupled with the support of their techniques, dodging multiple bullets is not a problem. Exactly, don't use your ignorance to speculate about our country's warriors. Long Country has changed dramatically. At this moment during the interrogation, the 6 intruders admitted that they were hired by someone, and the organization behind it was the intelligence agency of the Lighthouse Country. Long Country directly released this evidence online and submitted it to the United Nations, simultaneously informing other countries. Any act of probing into our Long Country's resources will be regarded as an invasion, after which we will take measures to eliminate the intruders without leaving any room for mercy. Upon seeing this, netizens were instantly stirred up. Yes, it should be like this. Do you think Long Country will still remain silent due to your pressure? Let me tell you that won't happen. Things are no longer the same as before. We no longer need any country's assistance, nor will we accept threats from any country. Actually, I've been thinking, should we take the initiative? Should we visit those countries that have pressured us? Let them witness our strength. Hey, you are thinking along the same lines as me. Forget it, we Long Country are civilized people and never engage in such underhanded tactics. Thus, the online incident came to a pause and other countries also calmed down. Especially the Lighthouse Country. Although Long Country did not name them specifically, it was clear that they were the target. Moreover, with Long Country submitting evidence to the United Nations, they temporarily did not dare to act rashly. Especially after learning about Long Country's current strength, their ordinary soldiers would just be sending vegetables. This matter could only be put on hold until their country's contestants received rewards to enhance the nation's. In the world of national fortune, Yichun was leading Shao Kong towards the extreme north snowfield, completely unaware of what had happened in Blue Star over the past 2 days. Long Country did not inform him either, as there was no use in doing so, and Long Country could handle this matter. During these 2 days, Shao Kong had been consuming the purple pattern mysterious gold, or causing its body to continuously release a faint golden spiritual energy, and faint purple golden patterns appeared on its scales, enhancing its defense. Although Shao Kong's realm had not increased, it was now capable of defeating 2 previous versions of itself. Yichun, carrying the golden cudgel, reached the summit of a mountain where a vast blue ocean lay before him. Seeing this, Yichun murmured, "It seems I am about to leave the frost and rain forest, but I didn't expect that heading to the extreme north snowfield would require crossing a sea." The map, given by the feather of frost and rain, did not show a sea in between. The goddess of frost and rain is truly a scam. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live stream also saw the ocean before Yichun. My god, is Yichun about to leave the frost and rain forest? But what is that sea in front? The situation doesn't look optimistic. Although Yichun is very powerful and can fly, crossing the sea means he cannot just keep flying, right? Doesn't he need to sleep? Exactly, Yichun's crafting ability is impressive, but he can't just make a small boat to cross the sea, right? That's right, at the very least, he needs a boat capable of handling various dangers. Moreover, one boat might not be enough, There are definitely ferocious beasts in the sea, and their strength is certainly greater than those on land. Additionally, ferocious beasts in the ocean are generally quite large. If the boat is too small, it could easily be destroyed by the beasts. Therefore, to cross this sea, many preparations are needed, otherwise it simply won't be possible. While netizens in the live stream were engaged in heated discussions, Yi-chun did not think too much. Although he did complain about the goddess of frost and rain, crossing this sea was nothing to him. Even if there were divine-level ferocious beasts in the ocean, he was not afraid. This was the confidence brought by his strengthened abilities, which were rapidly growing. In the past 2 days, the compatibility of the golden cudgel increased by another 2 points. He had a premonition that if he increased it by 3 more points, he should be able to gain new abilities. He was contemplating what kind of ship to build to cross this sea, as he had quite high standards for his quality of life. At the very least, the resting place needed to be quite comfortable. While thinking, he continued to walk towards the seaside with Shao Kong. The distance from the mountain peak where Yi-chun was located to the seaside was quite far. It took him 2 full days to reach his destination. During these 2 days of travel, the ferocious beasts in the forest became increasingly rare as he approached the seaside, resulting in Yi-chun not having any opportunity to strike. Fortunately, he had doubled the gravity on himself, who under the intense weight, the compatibility of the golden cudgel improved by another 2 points. He was just 1 point away from gaining a new ability. Over the past 2 days towards the seaside, the temperature had dropped significantly, indicating that this ocean was not as simple as it seemed. Just as Yi-chun arrived at the seaside, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Yi-chun for crossing the stormy rain forest to arrive at the Ice Wave Sea region. As the first contestant to unlock the second map, you have earned the title of Pioneer. Title Pioneer ability: cultivation speed increased by 10, spiritual energy perception increased by 10. Seeing the suddenly acquired title, Yi-chun did not take it to heart. His strength had nothing to do with the national fortune game. Whether these things existed or not made no difference. Looking at the vast ocean before him, Yi-chun felt that the upcoming days would not be so boring. The little dragon Shao Kong tilted its small head while emanating a faint purple golden spiritual power. Shao Kong flew down from Yi-chun's shoulder to the seaside, curiously dipping its little paws into the sea water, and then its eyes lit up as it dove into the water. Watching the disappearing Shao Kong, Yi-chun smiled slightly, saying, "What did you discover? Hope it's not a big fish. I just wonder if there are any that can't fly here." Before long, Shao Kong emerged from the sea clutching a tumter-long big fish and placed it at Yi-chun's feet, looking at him proudly. Yi-chun reached out to pat Shao Kong's head and praised Shao Kong is amazing. The praised Shao Kong excitedly flew around Yi-chun. "Shao Kong, go gather some firewood, or I'll make you a grilled fish to eat today." "Yep." Shao Kong chirped happily before flying into the forest to gather wood. The viewers in the live stream were all very envious upon seeing this scene. "Wow, Shao Kong is so cute. I want a little dragon like Shao Kong. Who wouldn't want one?" The Shao Kong figurines have been selling like hotcakes these past few days. Some well-made figures sold for over 200,000 each. Those evil rich people, I can only hug my 200 yuan Shao Kong pillow. That's the cheaper option. I want one too, please send me the link. Hehe. I just caught a half-meter-long fish in the river, just like Yi-chun. I'm going to grill fish too. Wow, wasn't fishing in that river temporarily prohibited by the government? That's only in areas where there are many people to prevent you from depleting the fish population. Our village is in a remote mountainous area with only about 500 to 600 households altogether. Moreover, we have a large river formed by the convergence of 5 rivers, but the government hasn't enforced a ban on large-scale fishing. Catching 1 or 2 fish is still permissible and approved by the government. Wow, I really envy your village. I wonder how long we have to wait before we can fish in the river. Don't worry, it won't be long. My brother is a researcher studying rivers. He told me that due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the growth and reproduction of flora and fauna have accelerated significantly, especially for the native species of blue star. According to my brother's estimate, the restrictions might be lifted in another month or 2. Really? That would be fantastic. Wow, Yi-chun's grilled fish looks so delicious. I can't help but drool. I'm going to order a takeout grilled fish. As for me, the poor me can only satisfy my appetite with shrimp and fish noodles. With Shao Kong's help, a large amount of wood was gathered around him, and at this point Yi-chun had also processed the tumter-long big fish. He pierced the fish with several large pieces of wood and placed it next to the ignited firewood to roast. While flipping the grilled fish, Yi-chun remarked, "This won't do. Although I have plenty of seasonings, they will run out quickly at this rate. It seems I need to look for something that can substitute for the seasonings. While I'm at it, I'll see if I can find any substitutes while making." Before long, the grilled fish was ready. Yi-chun and Shao Kong devoured the grilled fish and prepared to search for materials to make a boat. "Let's go, Shao Kong, let's take a look around, and we'll be staying here for quite a while." Yep. Yi-chun and Shao Kong began searching for the main piece of wood needed to make the boat, which was the keel and the frame. In Yi-chun's perception, he quickly saw a towering tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Found the keel. Truly in the world of national fortune such materials are easy to find. Before long Yi Chun and Shao Kong arrived in front of this giant tree. Name Millennium Iron Heart Wood Crate Resource Description. The wood is as hard as iron with extremely strong toughness and astonishing compressive strength. This ancient tree core can withstand extreme external impacts and heavy pressure without bending or breaking. Direct absorption can enhance physical toughness and resistance to both water and wood. The core of the ancient wood occasionally condenses iron heart with spiritual liquid, which greatly enhances structural durability and spiritual resonance after immersion, making it extremely valuable and rare. Seeing the system's notification, Yi Chun smiled slightly. Not bad. This is indeed excellent material for making a boat. The keel and frame will be made from this. With that, Yi Chun extended his hand, and a rusty axe appeared in his grasp. Then he swung it towards the Millennium Iron Heart wood. The Millennium Iron Heart wood was easily chopped through by the axe like cutting through tofu with a very smooth cut. The Millennium Iron Heart wood thumped heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Chun waved his hand to fan away the dust before placing his hand on the Millennium Iron Heart wood and directly storing it in his spatial ring. Then he casually chopped down a few more pieces of iron heartwood. Although they weren't a millennium old, they were still very suitable for making a boat. Let's go, Shao Kong, let's continue searching for the remaining materials. He then led Shao Kong to continue searching for suitable materials for making the boat in the forest. Following Yi Chun's perception, he found other materials: millennium camphor wood, millennium oak wood, and millennium cedar wood. He also discovered suitable binding materials to clear water vines. All of these were crate resources and very suitable for boat making. After bringing the collected materials to the seaside, Yi Chun began preparing to make a boat. Yi Chun took out Lubin's wrench, then drew a simple sketch of a boat on the beach. The boat was equipped with various facilities and had 3 rooms and 1 hall, indicating that it was quite luxurious. As Yi Chun continuously retrieved the materials for building the ship from his spatial ring, he brought out not only wood, but also the previously collected purple pattern mystic gold, or which instantly excited the viewers in the live stream. Here it comes. Yi Chun is about to start building the ship. Does anyone know how Yi Chun's blueprints look? Will he be able to build the ship? Will the ship be able to cross this vast ocean? I am a graduate student in manufacturing from Qingbei University, and I can tell you with full responsibility that if you want to use wood from Blue Star to build the ship depicted by Yi Chun, it is extremely difficult. However, if there is the Millennium level Class C wood that Yi Chun possesses, as long as the technology is in place, the ship produced will definitely be able to traverse any ocean on Blue Star. I'm talking about the oceans on Blue Star. As for the world of fortune, I can't guarantee for others, but Yi Chun will definitely be fine. After all, it's Yi Chun. Do we need to say more about Yi Chun's strength? It will definitely be fine, and with Yi Chun's skills, building a ship is a piece of cake. I'm looking forward to it. I've already started recording, preparing to observe Yi Chun's next moves repeatedly. Who knows, one day, I might also be able to build a ship. Just go ahead and learn. Do you need me to say more about Yi Chun's strength? Does anyone know what Yi Chun is going to do with the purple patterned mystic gold, or could it also be used for building the ship? Of course, the purple patterned mystic gold, or is an excellent metal or perfect for shipbuilding. The only question is how Yi Chun will process it. Yi Chun hung Lu Ban's wrench at his waist, and then walked in front of the Millennium Ironwood, taking out his axe. The blueprints he had just drawn instantly appeared in his mind, and the next moment several white lines appeared on each piece of wood, indicating where he needed to cut. Could it also be used for building the ship? Of course, the purple patterned mystic gold, or is an excellent metal or perfect for shipbuilding. The only question, before long the Millennium Ironwood was cut into the desired dragon backbone shape. What happened? What just occurred? I blinked. How is it that the dragon backbone has already been completed? Does Yi Chun not even need to measure? Exactly, isn't Yi Chun worried about making mistakes that could damage the ship's structure? Before long the Millennium Ironwood was cut into the desired dragon backbone shape. What happened? What just occurred? It's Yi Chun. Yi Chun's eyes are the measuring tools. Does he even need to measure? That's right, and you didn't see how sharp the rusty axe in Yi Chun's hand is to cut through so easily with just a light stroke. Previously I thought Yi Chun could cut through the Millennium Ironwood because of his immense strength, but now it seems that it's the axe that is impressive. Now that you mention it, it seems like everything Yi Chun brings out has extraordinary capabilities, and most of those things were brought by Yi Chun from Blue Star to the world of fortune. Could it be that we also have powerful weapons and equipment on Blue Star, but we just don't know about them? But Yi Chun has discovered this, so that's why he is so powerful. You upstairs, it seems you have seen the truth. Maybe Blue Star isn't as simple as we imagine, otherwise why would the fortune game seek us out? That makes sense. It makes sense. No, I have to go look for something powerful right now. There's no way Yi Chun can find it, and give it up. If others could really find it, how could only Yi Chun be the one to discover it? The country should have discovered it long ago, so these powerful weapons and equipment have nothing to do with Blue Star. It's still Yi Chun's own ability. Exactly, you all should just wash up and sleep. There's everything in dreams. What if the things we find are useless? Only what Yi Shun finds matters. Alright. Stop guessing. Whether true or false, the spiritual energy has already revived, and these things will exist in the future. All we can say is Yi Shun is amazing. Under the witness of millions of viewers, Yi Chen quickly processed all the wood he needed. The only thing left was assembly, but relying solely on assembly would still pose the risk of disintegration at sea even if the material strength was sufficient. Thus it was time for the purple-patterned mystic gold ore to take the stage. Yi Chen needed to use it to make nails, bolts, pulleys, and other components. He approached the towering purple-patterned mystic gold ores, contemplating how many components he would need for the ship. The viewers in the live stream watched Yi Chen stand before the ore puzzled. What do you think Yi Chen will do with the purple-patterned mystic gold ore? I don't know. Although Yi Chen is powerful, turning purple-patterned mystic gold ore into various components is not easy. First, you have to melt the purple-patterned mystic gold ore and pour it into molds. But besides being able to make molds, how will Yi Chen melt the ore? That's quite challenging. Yeah, he can't just summon a meteor to smash the purple-patterned mystic gold ore, right? Don't overthink it. Since Yi Chen is bringing out the purple-patterned mystic gold ore, it means he has the ability to handle it. We'll just have to watch and see. True. Yi Chen, after finishing his contemplations, slowly raised his hand to create the components he needed from the purple-patterned mystic gold ore. Suddenly a flame resembling a blue lotus appeared in his hand. As the flame appeared, the surrounding air instantly deformed. The previously somewhat damp ground was quickly evaporated by the high temperature, and the ground even began to show signs of melting. This was the ability from the ring he obtained before entering the world of fortune. This ring was the same storage ring possessed by the protagonist Xiao Yan that contained Yao Lao. This flame was the blue lotus earth fire born from the depths of the earth's lava. His current compatibility with the storage ring was neither too high nor too low. Item: Ordinary Silver Ring. Compatibility 15. Equipment effects: Burning Technique, Shattering Palm, Absorbing Palm, Blazing Palm, Explosive Step, Purple Cloud Wings, 8 Extremities, Collapse, Lion Tiger, Shattering Gold Chant Flame, Dividing Wave, Measuring Stick, 3000 Thunder Movement, Heavenly Fire, 3 Mystical Transformations. First Transformation: Buddhas, Wrath Fire, Lotus, Blue Lotus, Earth Fire, Fallen Heart Flame. Under the high temperature of the blue lotus earth fire, melting the purple-patterned mystic gold ore was as easy as child's play. There was no difficulty at all. In the next moment, the blue lotus earth fire instantly enveloped the purple-patterned mystic gold ore, which then slowly melted into a pool of molten iron before Yi Chen's eyes. Following this, Yi Chen wrapped the molten iron with his spiritual power, separating it into batches and reshaping them into the components he required. Moreover, with the enhancement of the blue lotus earth fire, the components made from the purple-patterned mystic gold ore became even harder. Under Yi Chen's precise mental manipulation, intricate components materialized before him, each one matching the blueprints in his mind, without the slightest deviation. Furthermore, each component bore purple gold and pale cyan patterns, elevating their quality beyond grade to grade. The livestream viewers were utterly astounded by the green lotus earthly flame Yi Chen wielded, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. My heavens! God, Yi never fails to amaze us with something astonishing. What is that cyan lotus-shaped flame that can instantly melt purple-patterned mystic gold ore into molten metal? And did you notice? God, Yi didn't use any molds at all. He just crafted the components in midair. That's incredible. I'm a researcher at the National Institute, and am dumbfounded, you know. When we handle purple-patterned mystic gold ore, melting it is a tremendous challenge. It requires a temperature of 550 degrees Celsius. To forge a dagger from purple-patterned mystic gold, it took us a grueling 10 hours, with the toughest part being the melting process. God, Yi, melting in ore is as easy as pie, isn't it? After crafting all the necessary components, Yi Chen stored them in his ring and slowly walked over to the priest. He had just discovered that the green lotus earthly flame could subject materials to a secondary tempering during the component forging. Most of these woods are millennium-grade spirit woods. They should withstand the tempering of the green lotus earthly flame, making the process even safer. With that thought, Yi Chen summoned the green lotus earthly flame once more and carefully enveloped the keel made of millennium ironheart wood. As soon as the green lotus earthly flame touched the millennium ironheart wood, a sizzling sound emanated, and soon the entire keel turned charred black. Though the keel had blackened, he did not cease sensing that the millennium ironheart wood was not ruined. Instead, its internal structure was transforming under the flame's tempering. Pale cyan patterns emerged on the keel, rendering it harder and granting it exceptional resistance to fire. Seeing this, Yi Chen intensified the green lotus earthly flame, raising its temperature further. Soon the patterns on the keel grew clearer, the charred shell cracked off, and the entire keel became resplendent. The effect is quite impressive. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to temper the remaining timber one by one with the green lotus earthly flame. The entire process took nearly 2 hours, requiring intense mental focus lest any piece of wood be reduced to charcoal by the flame. After tempering, the Millennium Camphor wood's fragrance grew richer, enhancing its insect-repelling properties. The Millennium Oak wood's flexibility increased manifold, capable of bending beyond 90 degrees without breaking. The Clearwater vine's strength and toughness also multiplied. Without a grade power, tearing it was impossible. The livestream viewers were once again astounded. God Yi is too amazing. Not only did he temper the ore, but he also tempered the wood. Even though most of it is Millennium grade, it's still wood. To remain intact under the heat that melts purple pattern mystic gold, God Yi is truly formidable. Of course he's God Yi. Say what you will, but God Yi's speed is incredible. How long has it been? He's already prepared all the materials for the ship. Just assembly remains. Indeed. On Blue Star, building a ship like God Yi's would take nearly a year, but from the looks of it, hell need only a week. I don't care about the time. I reckon that ship God Yi is crafting, even if hit by a missile on Blue Star, would remain. You're being too conservative. I think even a nuclear bomb might not destroy it. It just shows how overpowered God Yi is. Other contestants crossing the sea alone would be impossible. I'm a bit worried about Kaikuan now. He's still trapped on a small island. Though the danger isn't high, leaving it is tough, limiting his growth. If only God Yi could go to Kaikun's island with God Yi's help, leaving would be much easier. Probably not. Even if God Yi wants to help, he has no idea where Kaikun is. True. But Goddess Qinglu is in the extreme north snowfield. Maybe God Yi will meet her. Hopefully. The extreme north snowfield is vast, so the odds are low. All materials tempered. Yi Chen withdrew the green lotus earthly flames, stretched, and smiled with, now for assembly. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his eyes beneath the black ribbon, and the blueprint in his mind became crystal clear, with a conceptual image appearing. Every material's position and assembly method were vividly clear. The next moment, Yi Chen extended his right hand and gently lifted the tempered keel, which floated into the air, stopping at the position corresponding to the conceptual image in his mind. Then the pre-cut frames and other pieces flew one by one to the keel's side, joining together under Yi Chen's mental force. With a wave of his left hand, purple pattern mystic nails from the ring flew to the joints of the keel and frames, while the green lotus earthly flame reheated the connections, fusing them perfectly. As the ship's skeleton took shape, the remaining materials were precisely installed one after another without a single. In just half an hour, a wooden ship 50 meters long and 15 meters wide appeared before everyone. It was fully equipped with all amenities, including a drainage system for the bathroom. The ship's propulsion was simple. He crafted a propeller driven by spiritual energy and purple pattern mystic gold. Though he hadn't tested its actual performance, he had simulated it in his mind, achieving a speed of about 200 kilometers per hour. If pushed beyond limits, speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour were possible, though the consumption of spiritual energy and purple pattern mystic gold would be substantial. Yi Chen named the ship Xian Huang Breaking Waves. Yi Chen carved the name he had just conceived onto the hull, and Shao Kong, delighted, chirped as it flew to his side. Yi Chen extended his hand toward Shao Kong, who promptly alighted on his arm, and he reached out to stroke its head. It's not done yet. There's still one last step. With that, Yi Chen lightly pushed off the ground and leaped directly onto the Xian Huang prowling wave. Then, raising his hand, he summoned the Azure Lotus Heartfire once more and hurled it toward his feet. In the next instant, the Azure Lotus Heartfire enveloped the entire ship, forming a colossal azure. Every joint on the vessel was fused into a single entity by the Azure Lotus Heartfire, elevating the ship's durability to a new level. Henceforth, even under violent impacts, these connections would not separate. As the Azure Lotus Heartfire dissipated, Yi Chen finally felt satisfied with his masterpiece. Just as he was about to enter the ship to inspect it, a system notification chimed. Ding! Detected that Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chen independently built a high-quality spirit ship, triggering the hidden achievement. Uncanny workmanship. Reward Diamond Chest 1. A ship durability increased by 20, speed increased by 20. Dragon Kingdom reward ocean area increased by 15, marine resources increased by 30. Yi Chen paused in surprise, never expecting that building a ship would trigger a hidden achievement. Moreover, the rewards were quite generous. He stored the obtained diamond chest in his ring, and then continued to inspect his quarters. Come Shao Kong, let's see the place. We'll be staying for a while. Evo! Shao Kong chirped joyfully, then leaped from Yi Chen's hand and flew into the ship. Inside the vessel, virtually no trace of assembly remained visible, and a faint fragrance lingered in the cabin. All amenities were fully equipped. Soon Yi Chen arrived at his room, where a 2-meter-wide bed came into view, accompanied by a table, chair, sofa. Not bad, far better than I imagined. Yi Chen nodded in approval, then retrieved some beast hides he had previously stored from his ring. Using the azure lotus heartfire, he refined them into the desired shape and spread them over the bed and sofa. After arranging various daily necessities, Yi Chun proceeded to the other rooms and the living area, furnishing each one. Finally, he entered the control room and infused a stream of spiritual energy into the central core. In the next moment, the entire ship's condition appeared in his mind. If only I knew the art of artifact forging, I'd definitely rig up a whole set of electrical appliances. Right now, lighting inside the ship is a challenge. I can't rely on my little night lamp forever, can I? Well, I'll figure it out later. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to recharge the night lamp using the mortal device. But for now, the most pressing issue is that my seasonings are almost gone. I need to find substitutes. Who knows how long we'll be at sea. Without seasoning, I can't even imagine the kind of life that would be. With that thought, Yi Chun took Shao Kong and disembarked, storing the ship in his ring. Then he headed toward the forest behind him, searching for spiritual plants that could replace his seasonings. While Yi Chun ventured into the forest in search of seasoning substitutes, the live stream chat exploded. God, yes, skills are insane. How long has it been? And he's already built a ship. And with such high quality, he triggered a hidden reward from the National Luck game. Exactly. As expected of God, truly formidable. And look at the ship's interior. It has everything. Others are still struggling to survive, while God, is already living in luxury. Just look at that bed, that sofa. On Blue Star, I've never seen furniture so comfortable. Can ours even compare to God? Yes. What materials does God use? What do we use? They're not even in the same league. True, needless to say, any single item God uses would be practically invincible on Blue Star. If I made clothes out of those high-grade beast hides, I'd dare to charge into the Middle Eastern battlefield wearing them. Do you even need to say that? If I had God yes ship, I'd dare to dance through nuclear weapons. Enough with the daydreams. Let's see what God is up to now. God yes ship is finished, so shouldn't he set sail? Why is he heading into the forest again? I don't know. He has enough beast meat to last months, right? Besides, there are sea beasts in the ocean too, so food shouldn't be an issue. Guys up there, you clearly don't understand God Yi. Is he afraid of running out of food? Obviously God Yi is worried about running out of seasonings. Exactly, haven't you noticed how delicious every meal he makes looks? That's because he has plenty of seasonings. After all these days, I bet God yes seasonings are nearly depleted. Blind student, you've discovered the crucial point. So that's it. Makes sense. Every time I watch God Yi eat, I drool profusely, and watching him eat helps me scarf down several extra bowls of rice myself. Yi Chun led Shao Kong into the forest, then maximized his perception and observation hockey, instantly bringing everything within several kilometers into his mind. Soon he detected a spiritual plant emitting a pungent aroma through his senses, which could likely serve as a substitute for chili peppers. Yi Chun then dashed swiftly toward the location of this plant, finding a patch of it on a hillside. The plant stood about a meter tall, laden with fiery red, elongated fruits. Yi Chun plucked one and sniffed it. An intense spicy aroma surged into his nostrils, 10 times stronger than the chili peppers on Blue Star. He couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo. Name: flame pepper, a grade spiritual plant. Description: entirely crimson, like blood, containing extremely faint fire-attributed spiritual energy. Its pungent aroma can stimulate meridian activity, temporarily accelerating spiritual energy circulation and dispelling cold, stagnant qi within the body. Perfect. An ideal substitute for chili, no far superior. Immediately, Yi Chun gathered the entire patch of flame peppers into his ring and manifested a portion for the Dragon Kingdom. Then Yi Chun extended his perception once more to search for the next seasoning substitute. Soon he found another spiritual plant, a patch adorned with tiny purple blossoms. This plant exuded a delicate fragrance. Name: purple star fragrant leaf, a grade spiritual plant. Description: contains the essence of flora. When dried, its leaves emit a richer, longer-lasting aroma. It can help harmonize impurities in spiritual materials, enhancing the fusion of pill formulas or spiritual cuisine. Also possesses a mild blood-purifying effect. Looks similar to cinnamon bark and star anise. Probably comparable. He'll test it later to be sure. With that, Yi Chun harvested the entire patch of plants, also manifesting some for the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chun gradually found various spiritual herbs in the surrounding forest that could replace the seasonings: Chiwen ginger to substitute for ginger molly fruit, for Sichuan pepper desert fragrance seed, for cumin xuanma mushroom for soy sauce, xianjing grass for salt, and mi ling flower for sugar, among others. To gather all the seasonings, Yi Chun spent a whole day searching in the forest. During this time, he encountered similar spiritual herbs, but those that did not meet his culinary standards were eliminated. Moreover, he also found many edible mushrooms and several tasty spiritual herbs, all of which he stored in his spatial ring. The greatest harvest over the past 2 days was finding a small patch of Ningxiang truffle in a concealed tree hollow, which is a grade spiritual herb. Growing at the roots of a millennia-old tree, it absorbs the life force of the ancient tree, appearing pitch black, but releasing an incredibly rich fragrance when cut open. Just a small piece can enhance the aroma of the dishes Yi Chun makes by tenfold, and its main use is as one of the key ingredients for the washing marrow pill. Long-term consumption can cleanse the meridians, wash the marrow, expel impurities from the body, slightly improve cultivation aptitude and physical potential, and reduce obstacles when breaking through realms. It is an exceptional treasure for enhancing one's foundation. After carefully storing the Ningxiang truffle, Yi Chun clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, the seasoning issue is completely resolved. These seasonings will last me for a while. Next, I can set off to the extreme north snowfield. In addition, the dishes made with these spiritual herbs are not only incredibly delicious, but also possess other effects. I am increasingly looking forward to the days ahead. At that moment, Shao Kong flew out from the distant jungle holding a grass in its mouth and excitedly landed on Yi Chun's shoulder, presenting the grass to him. Name: Dragon Saliva Grass. Crade's spiritual herb description: a spiritual herb favored by dragonkind. The leaves contain a faint dragon aura, which has a strong attraction for snake-type and flood dragon-type beasts. Long-term consumption can purify dragon bloodlines and increase the chances of transformation into a dragon. Not bad, Shao Kong. Although this grass isn't useful to me, it's perfect for your food, Yi Chun said as he took the dragon saliva grass, then patted its head. Now lead me to find more dragon saliva grass. Yep, Shao Kong exclaimed excitedly and flew up to lead the way for Yi Chun. Soon they arrived at a place filled with dragon saliva grass, surrounded by a large group of giant pythons. Among them, several great giant pythons lay on the ground, covered in wounds, clearly the result of Shao Kong's handiwork. It seems this dragon saliva grass was seized from someone else's territory. Yi Chun felt no sympathy for the group of giant pythons. Since the dragon saliva grass was useful to Shao Kong, it must be obtained. To avoid harming the dragon saliva grass, Yi Chun decided to act quickly. He drew his staff blade and jumped above the giant pythons, gently drawing a circle over the spot where the dragon saliva grass was located. Hell's Journey. In the next moment, a massive purple gravitational wave ring appeared in the air, instantly imposing terrifying gravity on the bodies of the giant pythons. All the giant pythons were crushed into the ground, creating a massive pit beneath them, and all of them died. Shao Kong, seeing this, excitedly flew to the dragon saliva grass, swallowed one whole, and the dragon aura contained in the grass made Shao Kong narrow its eyes in satisfaction. Upon seeing this, Yi Chun summoned all the giant pythons to the Dragon Kingdom, then collected all the dragon saliva grass into his spatial ring, not forgetting to summon 2 pieces back for the Dragon Kingdom. After completing all this, Yi Chun took Shao Kong back to the seaside, preparing to set sail. The viewers in the live broadcast room were envious upon seeing the various spiritual herbs Yi Chun had collected. My goodness, the seasonings Yi Chun found are simply extraordinary. Each one has special effects. That Miling flower looks delicious. Just one petal can sweeten a large pot of water, and it's rich in spiritual energy, truly enviable. By the way, has anyone seen the spiritual herbs summoned back by Yi Chun? Are their effects really as good as he said? I am a researcher at the Institute, and I can confidently tell you that their effects are much better than what Yi Chun said. Perhaps it's because Yi Chun's power is too great, so the effects aren't very noticeable in front of him. That's for sure. We treat these spiritual herbs as tools to enhance strength, while Yi Chun uses them as seasonings for gourmet food. Can we compare? True. However, I am now quite curious about the effects of the Ningxiang truffle and dragon saliva grass. How are they? The Ningxiang truffle is one of the main materials for the washing marrow pill, so its effects should be very good, right? Due to limited materials, we haven't conducted many experiments, but we can confirm that one of our warriors, after consuming the Ningxiang truffle, immediately advanced a realm, and his cultivation speed increased by about 20. As for the effects of the dragon saliva grass, we conducted experiments with various snakes, and each snake broke through its physical limits. As for whether it can transform into a dragon, we don't know. Even if it can, the quantity of dragon saliva grass needed is terrifying. However, our research institute has already begun attempts to cultivate them. Once successful, we will have abundant resources to cultivate warriors. What I care about is when we can eat the gourmet food made from these spiritual herbs. I want to taste just how good. Then we'll wait for the country to notify us. Once the country can cultivate these spiritual herbs in large quantities, we'll be able to eat them. Oh, it's really a case of having money, but no place to spend it. Damn, is this really that extravagant? On the other side, once Yi Chun and Shao Kong were ready, he took out the Xinhuang breaking waves from his spatial ring and placed it on the beach. Shao Kong eagerly flew from Yi Chun's shoulder to the Xinhuang breaking waves, happily rolling around in the little house Yi Chun made for it on the deck. Yi Chun smiled at the sight of Shao Kong rolling in its house, then said, "Shao Kong, let's celebrate our upcoming voyage with the seasonings we found today." Yip yip. Shao Kong cheered and flew up in delight. During this time, the little guy's appetite had been spoiled, and now it watched Yi Chun eagerly at mealtime, waiting for his feeding. Seeing this, Yi Chun smiled, and with a flash of his spatial ring, a large pot appeared on the deck. Shao Kong, start the fire. Yep. Shao Kong nodded, then flew back from the cabin with someone, placed it under the large pot, and breathed out a flame to ignite it. Once the pot was heated by Shao Kong, Yi Chun had also prepared the meat and seasonings he needed. When it was time to put the ingredients in, he placed a flame of azure lotus core fire underneath, having discovered that dishes made with this fire were exceptionally delicious. As for letting Shao Kong ignite the fire, it was purely to give it something to do. Within just a few minutes, a rich aroma wafted from the boiling pot. Upon smelling this fragrance, Shao Kong's eyes widened, and saliva dripped continuously from its mouth. Seeing Shao Kong's reaction, Yi Chun chuckled, "Just wait a bit longer, there's one last step." Saying this, Yi Chun tossed 2 slices of the fragrant truffle into the pot, and the next moment a scent 10 times stronger than before wafted out. This time Shao Kong could no longer contain itself, but flew above the pot, circling incessantly. If Yi Chun hadn't said it was not yet time to eat, it would have dived right into the pot. Yi Chun too couldn't help but drool upon smelling the aroma. He inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of a great spiritual plant, its effects are remarkable. I wonder how it tastes." He quickly grabbed a large piece of meat from the pot, cut it into 2 pieces, and placed one before Shao Kong. Shao Kong eagerly devoured the piece of meat, its eyes brightening instantly. The patterns on its body glowed, and it excitedly darted around in the air. Seeing this, Yi Chun couldn't wait to pop a piece of meat into his mouth. The rich flavor of the meat combined with the aroma of the spiritual plants exploded in his mouth, a sensation that was beyond description. As the meat flowed down his throat into his stomach, all the effects of the spiritual plants activated within him, warming his body and enhancing his spiritual power. Yep. Just as Yi Chun closed his eyes to relish the moment, Shao Kong flew in front of him, calling out repeatedly, its gaze never leaving the delicious feast in the pot. Yi Chun laughed heartily. "Don't rush, I'll give you some right now. Oh, there's plenty left in the pot." Saying this, he took a bowl, scooped a lot of meat into it, and placed it before Shao Kong. Shao Kong eagerly began to eat in large bites. Afterward, the human and dragon sat on the ground, enjoying the sea breeze and devouring the meat. Yi Chun even took out some wine he had made earlier to sip on. Viewers in the live stream were drooling over the scene, almost ready to flood with saliva. "Whoa, I want to eat too. Ye God, could you not eat so deliciously in front of us?" Watching Ye God eat meat, I quietly opened a pack of instant noodles, tears streaming down my face. I just ordered a 200 yuan takeaway of grilled meat, which I thought was quite delicious, but now seeing the stewed meat Ye God is eating, I suddenly find my grilled meat tasteless. Upstairs you can still eat grilled meat while I can only gnaw on steamed buns. Do you know how much I crave it? I've watched that piece of meat rolling in the pot no less than 50 times. I just used Ye God's method to buy some beast meat and added some ordinary seasonings. Although it tastes quite good, it can't compare to what Ye God is having. Now I understand what it means to be a skilled cook without rice to cook with. Just looking at the color of the meat Ye God is eating makes it clear that all the broth has been stewed into the meat. One bite would definitely burst with juice. Just thinking about that texture is amazing. And have you noticed after Ye God finished eating the meat, the fluctuations of spiritual power around him strengthened a bit? This shows that the effects of the spiritual plant seasonings have fully activated the beast meat. This isn't just eating meat, it's clearly consuming an elixir. I don't care, once these spiritual plants spread across Blue Star, I will be the first to learn how to make spiritual food, no matter what anyone says. Brother, I'm in with you. After a hearty meal, Yi Chun finished every drop of the broth in the pot and let out a satisfied burp. Shao Kong also ate until its belly was round, lazily lying on the deck under the moonlight, occasionally smacking its lips, savoring the deliciousness from earlier. Yi Chun cleaned the pot thoroughly and stored it in his spatial ring, then stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the boundless ice wave sea. We'll set off early tomorrow. But before we depart, let me see what I can obtain from this diamond treasure chest. He had been so focused on finding seasonings these past few days that he almost forgot about the treasure chest. As he spoke, he took out the diamond treasure chest he had received as a reward when the ship was newly built. The chest opened, revealing 3 items before Yi Chun. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of a 3rd-tier array master, a comprehensive guide to basic formations 1A, and a wind protection pearl 1. 3rd-tier array master inheritance, a complete inheritance from an ancient sect of array techniques, imprinted with insights on the arrangement of all formations from 1st to 3rd-tier routes of spiritual energy flow and methods for condensing array eyes. By merging this inheritance, one can instantly grasp the essential essence of array techniques, as if having an epiphany, starting directly from a 1st-tier array master, with a significantly increased success rate in formation setup. Array compass, a professional array compass, made of a 1,000-year-old peachwood base and star silver threads for scales engraved, with 360 array position scales capable of automatically sensing the flow of spiritual energy within 500 meters. It can accurately locate the foundation of an array, reducing the time required for setup by 70%, and decreasing the spiritual energy consumption of array eyes by 40%. The compass contains 3 slots for storing formations, allowing for instant setup of 3 pre-recorded formations. It also possesses a break array guidance function, enabling the calculation of the entrance when encountering enemy. Wind protection pearl the size of a fist, entirely azure with a swirling internal wind that feels warm to the touch. Wearing this pearl makes one immune to all wind-type attacks from beasts below strength, such as wind blades and storms, and it greatly weakens strength wind attacks by up to 70%. It can also actively release a wind protection shield safeguarding companions within a 100-meter radius, making it an excellent item for exploring wind-type perilous areas and combating wind beasts. Seeing the items obtained from the diamond treasure chest, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that while he was worrying about his lack of crafting skills, the system would directly grant him an array technique. Though it's not the crafting skill I wanted most, the array technique is still very valuable, capable of compensating for many things, and it can also strengthen the Xian Huang breaking wave ship. However, it's already so late, I will leave it for tomorrow. I also need some time to understand the inheritance of the array. Saying this, he returned to his room, absorbed the inheritance, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Yi Chen automatically integrated the inheritance of the 3rd-tier array master. At that moment, with so many items obtained, he merged not only power, but also comprehension. Yi Chen extended his finger and slid it through the air, immediately conjuring a formation in the void. In the next moment, a red fireball appeared and flew towards the surface of the sea. A thunderous sound erupted, startling Shao Kong, who was still asleep. Not only Shao Kong, but even the viewers in the live stream were awakened by the sound. What the hell? What's going on? What is Yi Chen trying to do this early in the morning? Is he demolishing the house? I don't know, don't spout nonsense. This is an attack caused by Yi Chen using a formation. I didn't expect him to learn the formation in just one night. Yi Chen is truly powerful. He learned the inheritance of the formation master in his dreams, and not only that, he can directly release the formation in the void using spiritual power. It's absolutely amazing. What else could it be? That's Yi Chen. No matter how outrageous his actions are now, I won't be surprised at all. Exactly. After testing the power of the formation, Yi Chen nodded slightly. The power is acceptable, but I have only integrated the 3rd-level inheritance. With some more time, I can deduce the later levels as well. But for now, this is enough. Let's upgrade the Xianhuang breaking wave ship first. As he spoke, Yi Chen slowly ascended and began to wave his finger repeatedly towards the Xianhuang breaking wave ship. One formation after another was etched onto the ship's hull. He inscribed every formation that could be placed on the ship, such as the killing formation, trapping formation, healing formation, gathering spirit formation, and so on. If the Xianhuang breaking wave ship were to be rated again now, it would definitely rise to the next level. Moreover, with the addition of the formations, the ship's appearance had been enhanced several notches. Looking at the transformed Xianhuang breaking wave ship, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let's go set sail. Eat! Shao Kong exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chen reached out and gently lifted the Xianhuang breaking wave ship from the shore, then controlled it to enter the sea. He used spiritual power to drive the formations at the bottom of the ship, allowing the Xianhuang breaking wave ship to slowly depart from the coast and head deeper into the ice wave sea. The Xianhuang breaking wave ship sliced through the sea surface, with white splashes rising on both sides of the hull, standing out against the backdrop of the dark hull. The silver-white sails gently fluttered in the morning breeze, absorbing the wandering wind attribute spiritual energy from the world, providing the ship with an endless source of power. Yi Chen stood at the helm, gazing at the vast ocean ahead, feeling immensely relaxed. After staying in the forest for so long, he finally set sail, and on a ship he crafted himself. This feeling was beyond words. According to the map given by Fengshuang Jiu, passing through this ice wave sea will lead to the extreme North Snow region, but the markings on the map for this sea area are pitifully scarce. I only learned the name after arriving here. Yi Chen put away the map and looked towards the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. It seems that for the next leg of the journey, I can only rely on myself to explore. The Xianhuang breaking wave ship moved swiftly. In just half an hour, the coastline had completely vanished. Surrounded by boundless sea, without the guidance of the map, it would be easy to get lost in this vast ocean. Shao Kong flitted joyfully around the deck, occasionally flying to the edge of the ship to playfully splash at the rising waves, thoroughly enjoying himself. Just as Yi Chen was about to take out some food from his spatial ring to prepare breakfast, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching beneath the ship. The aura was filled with ferocity and brutality, and it was extremely massive. Have we encountered a sea beast so soon? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, not making a move, but rather wanting to see if the protective shield of the Xianhuang breaking wave ship could withstand this blow. In the next second, a thunderous boom echoed from beneath the ship. A giant sea beast over 30 meters long burst forth from the deep sea, crashing its hard-shelled, head violently against the bottom of the Xianhuang breaking waves ship. The light blue protective shield instantly activated, easily blocking the sea beast's impact. The ship merely swayed slightly without a single crack appearing. On the contrary, the sea beast was left dazed by the recoil of the shield, rolling several times in the water. Splash! The sea beast emerged from beneath the surface, revealing its terrifying full form. It was a colossal sea serpent covered entirely in deep blue scales with a flattened triangular head and two blood-red vertical pupils that fixed their gaze on Yi Chun on the deck, hissing as it flicked its tongue. It had a spiraled black horn atop its head entwined with rich water attributes, spiritual energy. Name: Horned Sea Serpent, C-Class, Ferocious Beast. Description: a common intermediate ferocious beast in the ice wave sea, known for its ferocity and strong territorial awareness. The horn on its head can condense water arrows for long-range attacks, and its adult length can reach 40 meters. It moves swiftly in water with exceptional scale defense. A C-Class ferocious beast, no wonder it dared to ram my ship. Yi Chun looked at the giant sea serpent over 30 meters long before him, his expression unchanged. The viewers in the live stream were terrified by the sudden appearance of the giant sea serpent, almost losing their minds. Holy crap, what a huge sea serpent. It must be over 30 meters long, right? Damn, I knew that sea beasts would definitely be larger than those on land, but this is just too big. And this is only a C-Class. How big must an A-Class be? That serpent's fangs are thicker than my thigh. If it bites me, I'm done for. Calm down, calm down. Look at Yi Chun's expression. He is so composed, clearly not taking this sea serpent seriously at all. What is Yi Chun's strength? He is a man who can summon meteors. Oh, would he be afraid of a C-Class sea serpent? But still, this sea serpent is truly terrifying, especially those red eyes. Just looking at them makes my legs weak. Seeing that its attack did not inflict any damage on the ship, the horned sea serpent grew even angrier. It opened its massive jaws, revealing fangs longer than a person, and lunged at Yi Chun on the deck. Unaware of its own demise, Yi Chun said calmly and waved his hand lightly toward the direction of the horned sea serpent. An invisible spiritual force shot out from his palm, precisely striking the serpent's jaw. Bang! The horned sea serpent's massive head was lifted high by this force, and two of its fangs were shattered. Its enormous body writhed painfully in the water, creating massive waves. However, under Yi Chun's control, the Xianhuang breaking wave ship remained steady as a mountain, unaffected by the turbulent waves. After suffering once, the horned sea serpent finally realized that this human in front of it was not to be trifled with. A flicker of fear passed through its eyes as it turned to flee back into the deep sea. You dared to ram my ship and still want to run. Yi Chun let out a cold laugh, took the golden hoop rod from his back, and lightly pointed towards the direction the horned sea serpent was fleeing. Stop! A flash of golden light shimmered on the golden cudgel, instantly solidifying the surrounding seawater and trapping the massive body of the unicorn sea serpent in place. The unicorn sea serpent struggled, desperately twisting its body in an attempt to break free, but no matter how hard it tried, the surrounding seawater remained as solid as steel. This ability is inherent to the golden cudgel, which is also known as the sea calming needle. It can stabilize the ocean, let alone a mere crank sea beast. To be honest, the wind-deflecting pearl obtained from the diamond treasure chest pales in comparison to the golden cudgel. With the golden cudgel in hand, no storm can pose a threat. In other words, the wind-deflecting pearl is of little use. Yi Chun lightly tapped the deck with his toes and instantly appeared before the unicorn sea serpent hovering in midair. He gazed into the fear-filled blood-red vertical pupils of the unicorn sea serpent and slowly raised his hand. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It will be over in a few seconds. The unicorn sea serpent struggled fiercely, the surrounding seawater churning violently, yet it remained unable to escape Yi Chun's grasp. Yi Chun extended a finger, a beam of white light coalescing at its tip, and then a white laser instantly pierced through the head of the unicorn sea serpent. With a thud, the head of the unicorn sea serpent was penetrated, its hollow eyes staring blankly as it collapsed on the sea surface, slowly sinking down. Seeing this, Yi Chun reached out, gently lifting the corpse of the unicorn sea serpent from the water, storing it in his storage ring. Such a large sea serpent would be enough for him and Shao Kong to enjoy several hearty meals. From the appearance of the unicorn sea serpent to its demise at Yi Chun's hands, the entire process took no more than 5 minutes. Viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. Oh my gosh, Yi God makes killing a crank sea beast as easy as slaughtering a chicken. I was worried the ship would get damaged when that sea serpent crashed into it, but Yi God's ship is perfectly fine. Oh, instead the serpent was left dazed. The defense of the Xianyuan wavebreaker is simply too strong. That was a crank ferocious beast, and it was in its own territory. Yi God didn't even move from the deck, effortlessly resolving it. That sea serpent is probably regretting its decision in the underworld, Why provoke a calamity like Ye God? I've realized that Ye God's strength is far beyond my imagination. To him a crank ferocious beast is just a delivery on a platter. Moreover, did you notice? Ye God only used 2 moves. The first shattered the sea serpent's jaw, and the second pierced its head. Clean and efficient. The scariest part was that immobilization ability at the end which froze the surrounding seawater. What kind of method is that? So cool. Ye God said, I didn't kill you because I wanted to see if my ship could withstand it. Since it can, you're no longer needed. Yi Chen returned to the deck and Shao Kong immediately flew to his side, staring eagerly at the storage ring. It had seen the large sea serpent clearly and was certain that the meat would be delicious. Don't rush. Oh, I'll make snake soup for you at noon. For now, let's have breakfast. Yi Chen chuckled, ruffling Shao Kong's head and pulling out some prepared food from the storage ring. The Xianyuan wavebreaker continued its journey toward the North Snow region. The sea breeze picked up and the 3 silver-white sails filled with wind, increasing the ship's speed once more. Yi Chen stood at the bow gazing toward the distant horizon. At the edge of his vision, he could faintly see a dense white mist enveloping an unknown sea area. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seems the coming voyage will not be boring. The Xianyuan wavebreaker cleaved through the waves, the silver sails glimmering gently in the sunlight, while the wind-deflecting pearls inside the cabin occasionally emitted a faint golden light, silently diffusing the incoming sea breeze. Yi Chen set up a reclining chair at the bow and took out a completely black fishing rod made from 1,000-year-old ironwood, which he had casually crafted in the frost rainforest. Its resilience was remarkable. Even if he caught a fish weighing hundreds of pounds, it wouldn't break. He cast the hook into the azure water and then comfortably lay back in the chair, closing his eyes to bask in the sun. Shao Kong perched on his shoulder, its little head bobbing in sync with the fishing line, its big eyes full of curiosity. Ew. Shao Kong gently poked Yi Chen's cheek with its little paw, seemingly asking what they could catch with this thing. Delicious fish, Yi Chen replied with a smile, ruffling its little head. When we catch it, I'll make grilled fish for you at noon. It will be no less delicious than the stewed meat we had last night. Upon hearing the words delicious, Shao Kong's eyes immediately lit up. It promptly sat up straight, fixating its gaze on the bobber on the water's surface, its serious demeanor resembling that of someone on an important mission. Viewers in the live stream witnessing the leisurely fishing scene of the man and dragon felt a surge of envy. I'm really impressed. While others are fighting for their lives in the national fortune world, Ye God is here on vacation fishing. Isn't this ice wave sea region even more dangerous than the frost rainforest? Yet it poses no threat to Ye God at all. Wow. Shao Kong is just too cute, right? That little expression makes me want to snatch it away from Ye God. Forget that. When will Ye God catch a fish? I can already imagine Ye God grilling fish. When will my ordered grilled spiritual fish arrive? Just then the bobber on the water suddenly sank, the fishing line tautening instantly. Got one. Yi Chen's eyes widened, and with a gentle flick of his wrist he lifted the rod. With a splash, a silver fish over 1/2 meter long was pulled from the water. Its body was covered in fine silver scales glimmering in the sunlight, with sharp teeth in its mouth. Name: silver-tooth fish. Drank: ferocious beast. Description: the most common small ferocious beast in the ice wave sea region, known for its aggressive nature, often attacking prey in groups. Its flesh is firm and ideal for grilling. Not bad. This will serve as an appetizer. Yi Chen casually tossed the silver-tooth fish into a nearby bucket, then rebaited the hook and cast it back into the sea. Shao Kong watched the lively silver-tooth fish in the bucket, excitedly calling out and reaching out with its little paw to grab it. However, it got bitten by the fish, scaring it into slapping the silver-tooth fish dead in one go. Seeing the silver-tooth fish dead at its own hands, Shao Kong looked somewhat guilty at Yi Chen. Huh. It's alright, it was bound to die anyway. I'll grill it for you to eat later. Yi Chen chuckled, gently patting Shao Kong. Ewed. Shao Kong happily cried out upon hearing about the food. At that moment, Yi Chen slightly raised his brow, sensing a dozen auras rapidly approaching from beneath the water, each one comparable to the earlier unicorn sea serpent. Looks like we have guests arriving. Yi Chen did not put down his fishing rod upon the arrival of an unexpected guest. He remained calm and continued fishing. In the next moment, more than a dozen massive figures surged from the sea, revealing themselves to be several 30-meter-long unicorn sea snakes. They were evidently kin to the unicorn sea snake from earlier, having sensed the scent of their fallen companion and come to exact revenge. With their enormous mouths wide open, the unicorn sea snakes unleashed a barrage of thick water arrows toward the Xianhuang. Breaking waves shipped the sound of the arrows slicing through the air, resonating fiercely as they struck the vessel. Buzz. The light blue protective shield activated once more, blocking all the water arrows effortlessly, leaving not even a ripple on its surface. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the unicorn sea snakes became even more enraged, twisting their massive bodies to ram their horns against the protective shield, creating a relentless series of bang 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 sounds. Yi Chun remained lounging in his chair holding the fishing rod, without lifting his head, slowly extending a finger to trace a formation in the air. Confinement. A faint golden formation instantly unfolded on the surface of the sea, freezing the water around the unicorn sea snakes, trapping their bodies firmly in place. No matter how they struggled, they could not move an inch. Since you've come, let's see my new technique. Chi circle slash. With that, Yi Chun opened his palm, and a golden disc appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the chi circle slash flew out, accurately slicing through the heads of each unicorn sea snake. Splatter, splatter, splatter. A dozen massive heads fell into the sea simultaneously, instantly staining the surrounding waters red with blood. The headless snake bodies thrashed for a moment before slowly sinking to the ocean floor. Yi Chun casually waved his hand, collecting all the snake corpses into his spatial ring, then set his hand down and continued fishing as if nothing had happened. Xiao Kong perched on Yi Chun's shoulder, watching him nonchalantly eliminate the unicorn sea snakes. It rubbed its small head against Yi Chun's cheek, making a ewu-ewu sound. The viewers in the live stream were completely numb. I now watch Yi Chun kill class beasts without any emotional turmoil. It even makes me want to laugh. More than a dozen class unicorn sea snakes. Just like that, they were all taken out by Yi Chun's formation. He didn't even put down his fishing rod. Yi Chun, don't disturb my fishing, or otherwise you won't even know how you died. I've started to feel sorry for these sea beasts. Why can't they just stay in the ocean instead of provoking Yi Chun? Other contestants face an E-class beast and must give it their all, while Yi Chun encounters a group of class beasts without even needing to shift his, but the gap is just too vast. Meanwhile, other countries' live streams were filled with whales. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream, FCK. Why is the contestant from Dragon Country so strong? Our Jack is still being chased by a pack of class beasts in the Froststorm jungle. Jack hasn't had a decent meal in 3 days. He barely caught a rabbit just now, but it was snatched away by an E-class beast. I've really had enough. Why can't we have a contestant like Yi Chun? Dragon Country must have cheated. They must have given Yi Chun hacks. Shut up upstairs. Billions of people are watching. How can we cheat? If you can let our contestants have hacks too. In the Sakura Nation's live stream, Baka, Yi Chun is just too lucky. How can he obtain so many treasures? Our Yamamoto-kun doesn't even have a decent weapon and almost got killed by a class black bear just now. Yamamoto-kun is already injured. If this continues, he will surely die in the forbidden area. Dragon Country is so despicable. They must have known the secrets of the forbidden area in advance. Useless. Can't even handle a black bear. You're really embarrassing the great Sakura Empire. In the Great Han Nation's live stream, Aishiba, that dragon is clearly our Great Han Nation's divine beast. How can it be following Yi Chun? Exactly. The origin of dragons is our Great Han Nation. Yi Chun is stealing our cultural heritage. Our Park Young-hee contestant is still collecting shells by the sea. Can't even build a single boat. Park Young-hee is such a waste. If he can't even build a boat, how can he leave the island? I suggest we immediately revoke Park Jung-hee's citizenship from Great Han Nation. Yi Chun was unaware of the situation in the other countries' live streams. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. His mind was fully occupied with fishing. Those unicorn sea snakes had merely appeared as ingredients delivered to his doorstep. Xiao Kong squatted on Yi Chun's shoulder, watching him catch a few silver-toothed fish, feeling eager to try the sensation of fishing for itself. It tugged at Yi Chun's sleeve with its little paws pointed at the fishing rod, then pointed at itself, making an ewu-ewu sound. Seeing this, Yi Chun smiled and asked, "Do you also want to fish?" Xiao Kong nodded eagerly, its big eyes filled with anticipation. "All right, let's give you a try." With that, Yi Chun took out another fishing rod from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Kong. "Be careful, don't let the fish drag you into the sea." Xiao Kong excitedly accepted the fishing rod and imitated Yi Chun casting the hook into the water. However, it used too much force, and the fishing hook was flung hundreds of meters away, nearly entangling itself in the sails. Yi Chun chuckled helplessly and adjusted the length of the fishing line for it. Xiao Kong held the fishing rod tightly, eyes fixed intently on the bobber on the water's surface, its tense expression even more serious than when Yi Chun was fishing. At that moment, the bobber suddenly sank sharply, and it did so much faster than before. The fishing line was instantly taut, pulling Xiao Kong's body forward slightly. "Ewu!" Xiao Kong excitedly shouted, pulling back on the fishing rod with all its might. With a loud boom, a gigantic sea fish over 5 meters long was pulled out of the water. This fish was covered in black scales with rows of sharp teeth in its mouth, looking exceptionally fierce. Name: blackfin shark. Class beast description: a medium-sized predator of the ice wave. Sea extremely fast, with a remarkable biting force, prefers to act alone. Its meat is delicious, and its fins are a top-quality ingredient. Seeing Xiao Kong really catch a fish, Yi Chun immediately smiled and praised, "Not bad, Xiao Kong, catching a class beast on your first fishing trip." Xiao Kong, hearing Yi Chun's praise, became even prouder. It swung the fishing rod vigorously, flinging the blackfin shark onto the deck. The blackfin shark struggled wildly on the deck, opening its gaping mouth to lunge at Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn's eyes widened, and its body instantly grew larger, transforming into a form over 10 meters long. It raised a dragon claw and slammed it down hard on the blackfin shark's head. Bang! The blackfin shark's head was smashed to pieces, brain matter splattering everywhere. Shao Kahn shook off the blood on its claw, then reverted to its original size, flying in front of Yi Chun and calling out, as if to take credit. Yi Chun smiled and ruffled its little head, collecting the blackfin shark's corpse into his spatial ring. Great job, you can have a little extra to eat at noon. At that moment, Yi Chun sensed a large group of auras rapidly approaching from beneath the water, numbering at least in the hundreds, each aura comparable to that of the previous blackfin shark. Yi Chun murmured, "It seems the smell of blood attracted more of them." He then turned to Shao Kahn. "Shao Kahn, this wave is up to you, how about it?" Shao Kahn excitedly called out Yi. Its eyes were filled with excitement. In the next second, a massive splash erupted on the sea surface as hundreds of blackfin sharks surged out of the water, their jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth lunging towards the Xian Huangbo Lang. Shao Kahn let out a long howl, its body growing larger again, using divine speed to transform into a streak of green lightning charging into the midst of the shark swarm. Its speed was astonishing as it weaved through the sharks, leaving a trail of dead blackfin sharks falling. Shao Kahn extended its dragon claw, grabbing a blackfin shark by the tail, swinging it around, and smashing it hard into another blackfin shark nearby. Bang! The two blackfin sharks collided, instantly turning into a splash of minced meat. Following that, Shao Kahn opened its mouth, unleashing a scorching dragon breath. Wherever the dragon breath passed, the seawater instantly boiled, with dozens of blackfin sharks being directly turned into charred remains. A few blackfin sharks took the opportunity to circle around to Shao Kahn's back, opening their mouths to bite at its tail. Shao Kahn flicked its tail with immense force, striking those blackfin sharks hard. Crack! The sounds of cracking bones echoed, and the spines of those blackfin sharks were broken, their bodies limply falling into the sea. However, there were simply too many blackfin sharks, and they were very cunning, constantly attacking from various directions. One blackfin shark seized the opportunity, biting down on Shao Kahn's claw. In pain, Shao Kahn was instantly enraged, roaring furiously, its body turning and emitting a faint red glow, dragon's dance. Then it forcefully swung its claw, sending the blackfin shark flying before unleashing a breath of dragon fire that turned it to ashes. A faint white mark appeared on Shao Kahn's claw. Although there was no blood, it still hurt quite a bit. Yi Chun lay on the reclining chair, lightly reminding Shao Kahn, "Be mindful of your positioning, do not engage in direct confrontation, use your advantages to fight." Shao Kahn nodded, adjusting its tactics. It no longer engaged in blind close-quarter attacks, but instead flew into the air, unleashing several air slashes down towards the blackfin sharks. Dozens of blackfin sharks were instantly cut in half. At that moment, it saw a blackfin shark lunging at it with its mouth open, and quickly sidestepped to dodge, extending its dragon claw and precisely stabbing into the gills of that blackfin shark. Uff! The dragon claw pierced straight through the blackfin shark's body, and Shao Kahn forcefully tugged, pulling out the shark's heart. The blackfin shark struggled a few times before completely going still. Thus, Shao Kahn grew increasingly skilled, and the speed of killing blackfin sharks accelerated. In less than 10 minutes, all the hundreds of blackfin sharks had been dealt with by Shao Kahn. The surface of the sea was littered with a dense mass of blackfin shark corpses, and blood had stained large swathes of the water red. Shao Kahn returned to its original size, flying in front of Yi Chun. It was splattered with blood, yet its eyes were filled with excitement and pride. "Yi." Shao Kahn rubbed against Yi Chun's hand, as if saying, "Aren't I impressive?" "Very impressive." Yi Chun took out a handkerchief to wipe off the bloodstains on it, then said, "All right, next time try not to get all bloody." Shao Kahn nodded, then comfortably squinted its eyes, lying in Yi Chun's embrace, enjoying the cleaning. The viewers in the live stream room were completely ecstatic. Wow, Shao Kahn is too fierce, taking on hundreds of class blackfin sharks all by itself. That dragon claw heart extraction just now was absolutely stunning. Shao Kahn is so small. Just how powerful will it be when it grows up? I declare that from today on, I am a diehard fan of Shao Kahn. Yi Chun dotes on Shao Kahn too much. He even personally cleans it up. Oh, I envy that so much. Have you noticed? Shao Kahn's progress is astonishing. Earlier, the blackfin sharks could still land hits, but now they can't even touch it anymore. Of course, just look at him. Following Yi Chun, how could it not be powerful? In the live stream rooms of other countries, the atmosphere was even more oppressive. The Lighthouse Nation's live stream room. Oh my god. That little dragon is surprisingly strong. Our Jack struggles to kill even one E-class beast, yet that little dragon can kill over 100 Class C beasts. The gap is just too vast. This is so unfair. Why are the contestants and pets from the Dragon Nation so strong? I no longer expect Jack to receive any rewards. I just hope he can survive well in the National Fortune world. The Dragon Nation has already gained so many advantages. If this continues, we will have no way to survive. I suggest uniting with other nations to pressure the Dragon Nation to share the treasures Yi Chun has obtained. Is the person above an idiot? Do you think the Dragon Nation will listen to you? Haven't you seen the previous videos? They completely disregard us. In Sakura Nation's live stream room. Baka, how can that little dragon be so strong? Our Yamamata-kun can't even compare to its pinky. Yamamata-kun just got injured again. He can barely walk now. I really regret it. I had a chance to get a green card from the Dragon Nation, but I rejected it. Sob sob. Yi Chun and that little dragon are simply monsters. In their eyes, the national fortune world is like a backyard. It's over. The Dragon Nation has already pulled too far ahead. We can't catch up anymore. In the Great Cold Nation's live stream room. Ashi, that dragon must belong to our Great Cold Nation. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? That's right. Yi Chun must have used despicable means to steal our divine beast. Our Park Young-hee contestant just got severely injured by a giant little lobster and is now trembling in a cave. Park Young-hee is such a waste. I've had enough. I've already switched to being a fan of Yi Chun. Anyway, our country's contestants have no hope, so I might as well enjoy watching Yi Chun show off. Right, I was just applying for a green card from the Dragon Nation, but I don't know if it will go through. Yi Chun stored all the blackfin shark corpses into the storage ring. With so many blackfin sharks, it was enough for him and Shao Kong to eat well for several days. He glanced at the sky. It was already nearing noon. He then put away his fishing rod, stood up, and said, "All right, no more fishing. I will prepare grilled fish and shark soup for lunch." Yi. Shao Kong excitedly called out, immediately flying to the side to help Yi Chun carry the cook. At that moment, Yi Chun frowned slightly. He sensed an extremely powerful aura rapidly approaching from beneath the water, stronger than all the sea beasts combined before. "Oh, a big guy is coming." Saying this, Yi Chun's lips curled slightly. It seems today's lunch can be. Shao Kong also sensed this powerful aura, immediately becoming alert, its body slightly crouched, eyes fixed intently on the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea suddenly roiled violently, forming a massive whirlpool from the center of which a colossal shadow slowly rose from the depths. It was a gigantic shark over 50 meters long, its body more than 10 times larger than the previous blackfin shark, covered in thick black scales adorned with dark red patterns. Rows of sharp teeth lined its enormous mouth, each tooth nearly a meter long, glinting with a cold light, making it easy to imagine the danger of being bitten by it. What stood out the most was its dorsal fin, a dark red blade-like structure, standing tall above the water. Its eyes were pure black, devoid of any whites, cold and merciless, fixated on Yi Chun and Shao Kong. Named bloodthirsty great tooth shark, B-class beast, one of the top predators of the ice wave sea, known for its extreme brutality, feeding on other sea beasts, and even resorting to cannibalism. Its bite force was astonishing, capable of easily crushing steel, and its scale defense was incredibly strong, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Its sense of smell was exceptionally acute, able to detect the scent of blood from dozens of kilometers away, making it one of the most dangerous beasts in the ice wave sea. Yi Chun remarked calmly, not taking it seriously, and turned to Shao Kong beside him. "Shao Kong, this guy is yours." Shao Kong nodded without hesitation, its eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit, showing no fear. The previous 100 blackfin sharks hadn't satisfied it at all. It was merely the quantity that had caused it some trouble. This bloodthirsty great tooth shark arrived just in time. The bloodthirsty great tooth shark surfaced, opened its massive maw, and let out an ear-splitting roar. A nauseating wave of blood reek rushed forth, causing the sails of the Xian Huang Palang to flap wildly. Then the bloodthirsty great tooth shark violently swished its tail, creating towering waves over 10 meters high, crashing towards the Xian Huang Palang like a wall of water. Seeing this, Yi Chun reached for the golden rod behind him and threw it into the sea. The moment the rod touched the water, the massive waves stirred up by the bloodthirsty great tooth shark instantly vanished. The bloodthirsty great tooth shark was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why the waves it had just created had disappeared. At that moment, Shao Kong let out a loud roar, its body suddenly expanding back to its original size, charging towards the bloodthirsty great tooth shark. It opened its mouth, unleashing a scorching dragon breath aimed directly at the head of the bloodthirsty great tooth shark. The shark did not dodge. Its scales glimmered with a black light as it charged towards Shao Kong. Z. The dragon breath left a black charred mark on the shark's scales, producing puffs of white smoke, but caused no substantial damage. The defensive capability of its scales was incredibly strong, and the black scale armor it had just used also absorbed most of the damage. The bloodthirsty great tooth shark roared in fury, opening its massive maw to bite down on Shao Kong, its mouth wide enough to seemingly bite Shao Kong in half. Shao Kong reacted swiftly, twisting its body just in time to evade the attack of the bloodthirsty great tooth shark. Crack! The shark bit nothing but air, its massive teeth clashing together, sparking a shower of sparks. Seeing this, Shao Kahn seized the opportunity to whip its tail heavily against the shark's face, slamming it down into the sea and splashing countless droplets, creating a massive wave. Then Shao Kahn circled behind the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark, extending its claws wrapped in a dragon claw made of spiritual energy and viciously clawing at the shark's dorsal fin. See, the dragon claw pierced deeply into the shark's dorsal fin, leaving several deep wounds with blood gushing out. The bloodthirsty great-toothed shark in pain suddenly flipped over its tail, appearing in front of Shao Kahn, striking like a massive steel whip with a howling sound towards Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn was caught off guard, getting hit squarely by the tail. Bang! It was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Xian Huang Palang. Yi Chun extended a finger and lightly swiped. A purple light circle appeared, catching Shao Kahn. Yi Chun smiled slightly at Shao Kahn's disheveled appearance, saying, "Shao Kahn, focus during battles and anticipate your opponent's attacks." Shao Kahn steadied itself, shook its head, nodded at Yi Chun's words, and charged once more at the bloodthirsty great. This time Shao Kahn's eyes fixed intently on the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark, completely memorizing its previous attack. It attacked the tough scales and dorsal fin of the shark, while simultaneously targeting its eyes and gills, its weak points. Shao Kahn saw through all of the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark's attacks, and leveraging its speed advantage left numerous wounds on the shark, while continuously stacking the dance of dragons on itself. The bloodthirsty great-toothed shark, becoming dizzy from being toyed with, roared in anger, thrashing its tail and head wildly, but could not even touch the hem of Shao Kahn's clothes. In its rage, the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark's attacks became erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Kahn used its incredible speed to close in on the shark, extending its dragon claw to viciously claw at the shark's left eye. Poochie! Shao Kahn's dragon claw pierced directly into the shark's eye, blood gushing forth, staining Shao Kahn's claw red. Roar! The bloodthirsty great-toothed shark let out a wretched scream, filled with pain and fury. It thrashed its body wildly, trying to shake Shao Kahn off. Seeing this, Shao Kahn clung tightly to the shark, wrapping its body around it and lifting the shark into the air. Then Shao Kahn pulled out the dragon claw embedded in the shark's eye and threw it down from the sky. The bloodthirsty great-toothed shark fell into the sea, instantly stirring up towering waves, the entire surface of the sea violently shaking from its struggles. With one eye blinded, the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark roared in agony, black blood continuously streaming from its eye socket. Its extreme anger made it even more frenzied and brutal, attacking everything around it indiscriminately. The sea was churned into chaos, and countless small fish and shrimp were killed floating on the surface. Yi Chun reminded Shao Kahn blind its other eye too. Shao Kahn nodded and dove down once more, preparing to attack the shark's other eye. But this time the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark was already on guard. Seeing Shao Kahn diving down, it quickly submerged into the sea, rapidly increasing its speed underwater, then leaping out from the depths, emitting a dull dark light mixed with tumultuous seawater as it charged towards Shao Kahn. Seeing this, Shao Kahn's eyes flashed with excitement. Then a blue-purple energy enveloped it, and it charged swiftly towards the bloodthirsty great-toothed shark. Dragon God Dive. Wrapped in the power of the dragon god, Shao Kahn collided head-on with the enraged, bloodthirsty great. A thunderous boom reverberated across the entire sea area as the two violent forces clashed, shattering the surrounding seawater into countless droplets and causing the surface within 100 meters to collapse instantly, unleashing massive shockwaves in all directions. However, as they approached the Xianhuang breaking waves, all these shockwaves were contained by the golden cudgel. The bloodthirsty great white shark, clad in thick black scales, braced itself against the impact of the dragon god's dive, its remaining black eye filled with ferocious killing intent. Its massive jaws opened wide, filled with sharp teeth, as it lunged at the approaching Shao Kahn with a foul-smelling gale. The force of its bite was immense, capable of crushing steel. If caught, the consequences would be dire. However, having experienced numerous battles, Shao Kahn had already grasped its opponent's tactics and showed no signs of panic. It unleashed its incredible speed, transforming into a streak of white light, deftly dodging the bloodthirsty great white shark's attack. In that fleeting moment, Shao Kahn flipped its body, its faint red dragon dance radiance surging exponentially, while its spiritual energy was refined to perfection. Its sharp dragon claws tensed, enveloped in a thick layer of green spiritual energy, and with the force of the collision, it fiercely clawed at the gaps in the bloodthirsty great white shark's wounds. This was precisely the weak point where the great white shark's eye scales were damaged. Suddenly, Shao Kahn appeared above the bloodthirsty great white shark's head, opened its mouth, and unleashed a breath of dragon fire that was even hotter and thicker than before. The dragon fire transformed into a purple gold hue, accurately targeting the bloodthirsty great white. The bloodthirsty great white shark let out a heart-wrenching scream as its other eye was blinded by Shao Kahn. Black blood gushed from its eye sockets, creating a horrifying sight. Now the bloodthirsty great white shark was completely blind. It thrashed wildly in the water, roaring as its massive body repeatedly slammed against the surface, generating towering waves over 10 meters high. Yet it could no longer locate Shao Kahn, attacking wildly like a headless fly. Seizing the opportunity, Shao Kahn flew above the bloodthirsty great white shark, concentrating all its spiritual energy in its right claw. The dragon claw sparkled with brilliant golden light, resembling a sharp sword. Then it dove down violently, bringing immense force as it clawed down onto the top of the bloodthirsty great white shark's head. This time Shao Kahn's dragon claw pierced through the thick skull of the bloodthirsty great white shark, embedding itself deep into its brain. The bloodthirsty great white shark's body stiffened abruptly, and all movement ceased. Its mouth slightly opened, letting out a weak whimper before it completely lost its life. Its massive body slowly toppled onto the sea surface, stirring up enormous splashes. Shao Kahn withdrew its dragon claw, returning to its original size, excitedly fluttering in the air, before quickly darting towards Yi Chen's location. Seeing this, Yi Chen raised his hand to stop it, pointing at its body covered in black blood from the bloodthirsty great white shark. In a flash, Shao Kahn dove into the sea to wash off the blood, then emerged with a flash of red light, the water on its body instantly vanishing. Looking at the returning Shao Kahn, Yi Chen exclaimed, "Shao Kahn, you did great. You took down such a huge shark." "You?" Shao Kahn joyfully burrowed into Yi Chen's arms, its eyes filled with the delight of victory and pride. Yi Chen gently patted Shao Kahn's head, then looked up at the floating corpse of the bloodthirsty great white shark, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The value of this bloodthirsty great white shark far exceeded that of the previous crayed beasts. The viewers in the live stream were so excited they could hardly speak, and the barrage of comments exploded instantly. "Wow, wow, wow. Shao Kahn actually killed a great beast." I almost cried. My heart nearly jumped out when I saw Shao Kahn collide with the bloodthirsty great white. Shao Kahn is truly amazing. Just born not long ago, and already battling such powerful sea beasts. I'm so moved. That final claw strike to the head was simply explosive. I've watched it no less than 10 times. I'm completely won over by Shao Kahn. It's the cutest and most powerful little dragon in the world. Yi Chen is so gentle. He really treats Shao Kahn like family. The bond between this person and dragon is just too wonderful. I'm so envious. Shao Kahn's potential is terrifying. To kill a great beast at such a young age, doesn't that mean it can become a divine beast when it grows up? Following Yi Chen is definitely different. Not only is there good food, but it can also grow stronger quickly. In the live streams of other countries, there was a dead silence. All the viewers stared blankly at the screen, their faces filled with shock and despair. In the live stream of the Lighthouse Nation, I have no words left. A little dragon can kill a great beast, and Arjan still hasn't completed his inheritance task. I've given up. The Dragon Nation has already won. Yes, with Yi Chen and that little dragon, other nations have no chance at all. I just hope John can come back alive. Nothing else matters. In the live stream of Sakura Nation, Baka, how is this possible? A little dragon can actually kill a great beast. This is absurd. If Yamamoto-kun encounters this bloodthirsty great white shark, he probably won't even last a second. Yi Chen first took out the cooking utensils and seasonings from his spatial ring, then he cleaned the silver-toothed fish he had caught earlier. The flesh of the silver-toothed fish is very firm and nearly devoid of small bones, making it ideal for grilling. He marinated the silver-toothed fish with salt cooking wine and some spiritual plant seasonings, then placed it on the grill, using the blue lotus earth fire to slowly cook it. The temperature of the blue lotus earth fire is very even, allowing the fish to be grilled crispy on the outside, while tender on the inside, and fully infusing the seasoning's aroma into the fish. The tantalizing scent of the grilled fish wafted through the air, the golden fish skin sizzling and dripping glistening beads of oil, making one's mouth water. Next, Yi Chen cut the meat of the blackfin shark into chunks, placed them in a pot, added clear water and ginger slices, and began to simmer the shark soup. The meat of the blackfin shark is rich in collagen, and the resulting soup is thick, delicious, and nutritious. Yi Chen added some fragrant truffle and other spiritual plant seasonings to the pot, enhancing the flavor of the soup, while also increasing its spiritual energy content. Finally, Yi Chen took out the tenderloin of the bloodthirsty great white shark. The tenderloin of this great ferocious beast is the most tender part of its body, juicy and melting in the mouth. Yi Chen sliced the tenderloin into thin pieces, marinated them with salt, pepper, and spiritual plant seasonings, then took out an iron plate, heated it over the fire, added a little oil, and began to prepare the iron plate shark meat. Sizzle. The meat pieces made an enticing sound as they hit the iron plate. Soon the pieces turned golden brown, exuding a rich, meaty aroma. Yi Chen flipped the meat pieces over, sprinkling some cumin and chili powder, instantly intensifying the fragrance. The rich aroma permeated the entire deck, wafting even several kilometers away. The little dragon Shao Kong awoke immediately upon smelling the delicious aroma. It rubbed its sleepy eyes and twitched its nose, catching the familiar scent. Its eyes instantly sparkled, all fatigue swept away. Shao Kong jumped off the recliner and flew to the side of the grill, eagerly watching the grilling silver-toothed fish drooling incessantly. Its tail wagged joyfully, occasionally nudging Yi Chen's arm with its little paw, urging him to hurry. Don't rush, it's almost done. But it's okay today, you deserve the biggest reward. I promise you'll eat your fill, Yi Chen said with a smile, rubbing its little head. A few minutes later, all the dishes were ready. Yi Chen brought the golden, crispy silver-toothed fish, the thick and delicious shark soup, and the aromatic iron plate shark meat to the table. The table was filled with a variety of delicacies looking utterly appetizing. Yi Chen served Shao Kong a large bowl of shark soup along with several pieces of grilled fish and a big plate of iron plate shark meat. Shao Kong's plate was piled high like a small mountain. Eat up today, you can have as much as you want. Yep, Shao Kong exclaimed excitedly, immediately diving into its meal. It first took a sip of the shark soup and the delicious flavor exploded in its mouth, making it comfortably squint its eyes. Then it grabbed a piece of grilled fish and began to devour it, getting oil all over its mouth. Yi Chen also picked up his chopsticks and tasted a piece of iron plate shark meat. Indeed, the meat of this great ferocious beast lived up to its reputation, tender and juicy, melting in his mouth and rich in spiritual energy. The meat slid down his throat into his stomach, a wave of warmth instantly spreading throughout his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable, while the spiritual energy within him became more active and pure. This tastes really good. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, then began to eat heartily. A man and a dragon sat on the deck, enjoying the cool sea breeze and relishing their lavish lunch. The sunlight poured over them, the sea surface sparkling, and occasionally a few seabirds flew across the sky, creating a warm and beautiful scene. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood lingering over the nearby sea, no one would suspect that just a short while ago a thrilling battle had occurred here. The netizens in the live stream watched this scene, nearly drooling. Whoa, I really want to eat that too. That iron plate shark meat looks so delicious. The takeout I ordered earlier suddenly doesn't seem appealing. I just want to eat the food made by Yi Chen now. Shao Kong is so lucky. Every day it gets to eat the delicious food made by Yi Chen and grows stronger with him. I seriously suspect Shao Kong follows Yi Chen just for the food. The truth is out. But if it were me, I would also be willing to follow Yi Chen, having delicious food every day and a strong backing. When will Yi Chen open a restaurant? I'll be the first to support it. Even if the prices are sky high, I'm willing. I've already decided that once spiritual plants are popularized on Blue Star, I will be the first to learn how to cook spiritual food, making it for myself every day. Look how happily Shao Kong is eating. I'm getting hungry just watching. I'm going to order takeout too. Yi Chen is just too good at cooking. Why does the beast meat made by Yi Chen taste so much better? After lunch, Shao Kong with a round belly lazily lay in the recliner, soaking up the sun. It occasionally smacked its lips, savoring the deliciousness from earlier. The sunlight warmed its body, making it feel so comfortable that it was nearly dozing off. Yi Chen cleaned the utensils and stored them back in his spatial ring. Then he stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the boundless ocean ahead. The Xianhuang breakwave continued to sail slowly, having unknowingly traveled a great distance. In the distance, a thick, white mist appeared on the sea surface, resembling a massive wall that stretched across the water, completely shrouding the area ahead. Amidst the mist, some enormous shadows could be seen swaying, looking mysterious and dangerous. As the fog set in, Yi Chen murmured to himself. Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The unknown danger is the most terrifying. This fog seemed unusual, surely hiding many powerful, ferocious beasts and unknown dangers within. However, there was no hint of fear in Yi Chen's eyes, only anticipation. He glanced back at the sleeping Shao Kong, a slight smile gracing his lips. But it's fine, I just hope that whatever is inside piques my interest. Yi Chen walked over to the recliner, watching the sleeping Shao Kong, his face softening into a gentle smile as he reached out to gently stroke its head. Sleep well. When you wake up, we will enter the mist. The Xianhuang breakwave continued its course toward the fog, the silver-white sails fluttering gently in the sea breeze. The patterns carved into the ship's body glimmered with a faint golden light, safeguarding both the man and the dragon. The sunlight spilled over the sea, creating a sparkling spectacle. The white mist in the distance grew thicker and closer, resembling a giant mouth ready to swallow everything. Yet neither Yi Chen nor Shao Kong felt any fear. They were about to embark on a new adventure and face new challenges. The netizens in the live stream also began to feel nervous as they looked at the distant mist. Are we about to enter the fog ahead? It looks so mysterious. I hope Yi Chen and Shao Kong can make it through safely, whatever dangers lie within the fog. I trust Yi Chen. No matter what dangers await, Yi Chen can handle them. Shao Kong can already defeat great ferocious beasts, so even if there are great beasts in the foggy sea, we need not fear. I hope there will be more treasures and delicious food in the foggy sea, so Yi-chun can make Shao Kong more delicious meat. I'm already looking forward to the upcoming plot. I wonder what Yi-chun will encounter in the foggy sea. The Xianhuang breakthrough slowly sailed into the white mist, as if being devoured by an invisible giant mouth. The once shimmering surface of the sea instantly fell into silence, with not even the sea breeze leaving a trace. Visibility dropped below 10 meters, leaving only a sea of whiteness around, with no sound of seabirds or the crashing waves against the hull. The only sound was the faint splash as the ship broke through the water's surface, which seemed particularly clear in the stillness of the fog. Strangely, the sea within the mist was unusually calm, resembling a polished black mirror that reflected the gray haze of the sky. Occasionally wisps of fog would drift past the ship's railing, carrying a faint, indescribable scent of sweetness and fishiness that sent an unsettling shiver through one's heart. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the atmosphere, once relaxed, suddenly grew tense. Damn, this fog is too thick. I can't see anything. It feels so eerie, not even a sound. It's too quiet, terrifyingly quiet. Be careful, Yi-chun. The fog is the easiest place to hide danger. What if some invisible beast suddenly charges out from the... Don't worry, with Yi-chun around, any beast that appears will be nothing more than a delivery. But still, it's best to be cautious. Yet Yi-chun was hardly affected by the eerie atmosphere. He remained sprawled on the lounge chair, holding his fishing rod, leisurely casting his line. Shao Kong squatted on his shoulder, tilting its little head curiously to watch the surrounding white mist, occasionally reaching out its tiny claws to grab at the drifting fog, but ended up catching nothing, letting out a frustrated EOO sound. Stop playing, be careful not to fall. Yi-chun reached out to ruffle its little head, and said in a calm tone, this fog is merely to obscure vision. There's no danger within for now. His divine sense had already spread out, covering several dozen miles of the sea. Indeed, there were no powerful auras within the fog, only some scattered small fish and shrimp swimming about, not even a single great beast. Hearing Yi-chun's words, the viewers in the livestream breathed a sigh of relief. I knew Yi-chun had already scouted the area. What a pointless worry. Yi-chun, is that all? I thought there would be something formidable. Ha ha ha. Yi-chun remains calm, unaffected, even if the sky were to fall while fishing. Then I can relax and continue watching Yi-chun fish and play. The first day passed in such tranquility. There was no distinction between day and night in the mist, only an eternal grayish white. Yi-chun maintained his rhythm, fishing in the morning, preparing various seafood delicacies for Shao Kong at noon, and in the afternoon lying back on the lounge chair to rest his eyes, occasionally playing with Shao Kong. Shao Kong also enjoyed itself, running around the deck, chasing its own tail, or jumping into the sea to catch little fish. Its swimming skills were exceptional, moving through the water like a nimble little fish. In no time, it would catch a large group of silver-toothed fish, proudly presenting them to Yi-chun, waiting for compliments. Yi-chun never held back on praise, always smiling as he ruffled its little head, and then prepared a sumptuous dinner with the fish it caught. The second day was no different. The Xianhuang breakthrough sailed leisurely through the mist, encountering no beasts or danger. It was as if this strange mist was merely an ordinary fog. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream had completely relaxed and even started to joke. I'm no longer worried about danger. I'm only worried if Yi-chun's fish will be enough to eat. Ha ha ha, it's been 2 days, and we haven't seen a single shadow of a beast. Yi-chun must be close to fishing them all out. Yi-chun isn't breaking into a forbidden zone, he's clearly on a seaside vacation. I'm so envious. While others are fighting for their lives in a forbidden area, Yi-chun is fishing, sunbathing, and eating seafood. Shao Kong is so lucky. Every day it does nothing but eat and play, plus it has Yi-chun pampering it. I seriously suspect that the Forbidden Zone system deliberately arranged this place for Yi-chun to rest. Just as Yi-chun and Shao Kong were leisurely spending their days in the mist outside the Forbidden Zone, Blue Star was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant John from the Lighthouse Nation for completing the Desert Tyrant Inheritance Trial and acquiring Scrade Inheritance Desert Tyrant. Rewards obtained: Desert Tyrant Technique, Desert Tyrant's Power, 180 Strength, increase 50 additional boost in all attributes in desert environments. Desert Scimitar Grade, Weapon Sand Transformation, 120 Constitution, increase, able to temporarily turn into sand particles to evade physical attacks. Ding! The Lighthouse Nation receives inheritance rewards: 10 increased probability for citizens to awaken sand-based abilities, gains Desert Tyrant Oasis Blue Star version through trials in the Oasis surrounding desert trial areas. Endurance and melee combat abilities can be enhanced. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant Yamaguchi Ikaru from Sakura Nation for completing the Flame Warrior Inheritance Trial and acquiring a Great Inheritance Flame Warrior. Rewards obtained: Flame Battle Technique, Flame Power, 80 Affinity, with Fire-type Spiritual Energy, 60 increase in fire attack damage, Flame Battle Blade, Crade Weapon Flame, / a great skill. Ding! Sakura Nation receives inheritance rewards 7 increased probability for citizens to awaken fire-based abilities, gains volcano lava trial ground blue star version through trials in the lava trial ground fire resistance, and explosive power can be enhanced. Ding! Congratulations to the contestant Chung Lu from the Dragon Nation for completing the Frost Priest Inheritance Trial and acquiring Scrade Inheritance Frost Priest. Rewards obtained: Frost Priest Scripture, Frost Spiritual Power, Ice Type Spiritual Energy Mutation possessing freezing and slowing effects, Frost Staff Grade Weapon, Frozen Domain Scrade Skill. Ding! The Dragon Nation receives inheritance rewards 10 increased probability for citizens to awaken ice-based abilities, gains Frost Priest Temple Blue Star version through trials in the Temple Mental Strength, and spell control abilities can be enhanced. Detected that over 70 of countries on Blue Star have experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, rewarding a comprehensive revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy, with the revival speed related to the total national fortunes of each country's contestants increasing by 10 for every 100 points. A series of system notifications resounded in the minds of everyone around the globe, instantly igniting excitement across Blue Star. In just 2 hours, contestants from over 20 countries completed their respective inheritances. Although most were Crade or Grade inheritances, it was enough to drive each country into a frenzy. The concentration of spiritual energy soared across Blue Star. The once sparse spiritual energy suddenly grew rich. The plants and trees in the cities grew wildly at a visibly rapid pace, with some old trees and parks even sprouting tender green buds. In the forests on the outskirts, various animals began to mutate, growing larger, faster, and more aggressive. Governments around the world immediately activated emergency protocols, dispatching troops to seal off areas where mutated creatures appeared, while organizing citizens to practice the newly announced basic cultivation techniques. For a time, the world was engulfed in the tide of spiritual energy resurgence. However, when each country tallied their spiritual energy concentrations, everyone fell silent. The spiritual energy concentration of the Dragon Nation was 5 times that of the Lighthouse Nation, 8 times that of the Sakura Nation, and 10 times that of the Great Cold Nation. Due to the continuous rewards Yi Chun had received, the Dragon Nation's spiritual energy concentration had long been far ahead of other countries. Moreover, with the boosts from other countries' contestants completing their inheritances, the Dragon Nation's spiritual energy concentration maintained an absolute advantage. Within its borders, the spiritual energy was so dense it was nearly liquid. In some deep mountain forests, century-old spiritual plants had even started to appear. Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation joyfully discovered that their cultivation speed for the body refining technique had greatly accelerated. In the Dragon Nation's intelligence department, there was a wave of jubilation. General Qin Ming looked at the data on the screen, trembling with excitement. Good. Excellent. Our Dragon Nation is finally about to embrace our own era. Indeed, Director Qin. A researcher beside him also spoke excitedly, with contestant Yi Chun paving the way ahead, and now so many contestants from other countries completing their inheritances, driving the global resurgence of spiritual energy. Our advantage will only continue to grow. But we must not let our guard down, Qin Ming said, his smile fading as he spoke seriously. After the contestants from other countries gain their inheritances, their strengths will increase significantly, and the competition ahead will only intensify. We must quickly enhance our own strength while closely monitoring the movements of other contestants. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of various countries, there was a wave of celebration. In the Lighthouse Nation's live room, God bless, John has finally completed his inheritance. The Desert Tyrant. How impressive. Great. We finally have someone who can rival Yi Chun. The power of Sandstorm is unrivaled across the world. Go, John. Next, take down that guy Yi Chun. Reclaim the glory that belongs to our Lighthouse Nation. Exactly. With the Desert Scimitar in hand, Yi Chun is simply no match for John. Finally, we won't have to endure the arrogance of the Dragon Nation anymore. Next, it will be our Lighthouse Nation's era. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's live room, Yamaguchi Ichiro is amazing. The inheritance of the Flame Warrior. This is the glory of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. The Flame Warblade. With it, Yamaguchi Ichiro will surely be unstoppable. That guy Yi Chun, just wait. Yamaguchi Ichiro will definitely come for revenge. Our great Cherry Blossom Empire is finally rising. The good days of the Dragon Nation are coming to an end. Go, Yamaguchi Ichiro. Eliminate all the ferocious beasts and the competitors from other nations. In the Great Cold Nation's live room, damn it, Jin Jimin has finally brought us some glory. The inheritance of the Storm Mage. So impressive. Exactly. Our Great Cold Nation's Storm Mage is surely the strongest in the world. Go, Jin Jimin. Use your Storm Staff to take down Yi Chun and that little dragon. The treasures of the Dragon Nation should rightfully belong to our Great Cold Nation. Our Great Cold Nation is the most powerful nation in the world. As each nation celebrated their contestants' inheritances, another contestant from the Dragon Nation, Kai Su, stood by the sea contemplating the logs he had spent 2 days chopping. Kai Su had just successfully broken through to a level using the pure spiritual energy contained in the giant claw crab, and from a bronze treasure chest, he received a technique called the Ocean's Secret and a pitch-black fine iron spear. Feeling his strength greatly increased, he thought about building a small boat to leave this isolated island. Moreover, seeing Yi Chen constantly manifesting various resources for the country, and with the opponent's strength being so formidable, he realized he could not afford to stay here if he wanted to catch up. Just as he was preparing to assemble the small boat, a message arrived from the Dragon Nation. Generally, messages from the Dragon Nation were of considerable importance, and Kai Su quickly checked. Upon seeing the message, Kai Su was taken aback. It detailed the events that had transpired regarding Yi Chen in the Ice Wave Sea. The Dragon Nation warned not to rashly venture out to sea without a level or even level strength, as there were numerous sea beasts in the ocean, all exceptionally powerful. With his current strength, venturing out to sea would only lead to one outcome: death. Especially after witnessing the power of the bloodthirsty great white shark, Kai Su fell silent. Kai Su looked down at the axe in his hand and the pile of freshly chopped wood weighing the pitch-black fine iron spear in his hand, and felt how foolish his previous thoughts were. Let alone a bloodthirsty great white shark, even an ordinary blackfin shark could easily tear him and his small boat apart. There are many opportunities within the island. According to previous information, many places of inheritance are hidden deep within the mountains and forests of the island. There are many opportunities within the island. According to previous information, many places of inheritance are hidden deep within the mountains and forests of the island. I also felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy deep in the island before. It seems it's time to explore deeper. After saying this, Kai Su firmly secured the fine iron spear on his back, took one last look at the pile of wood by the sea, and unhesitatingly turned to walk towards the depths of the island. In the Dragon Nation's live room, the viewers cheered for Kai Su. Go Kai Su! There must be treasures on the island. Exactly. Yi Chen is invincible at sea, and our Kai Su is invincible on land. Kai Su is quite clever. He knows he lacks strength and doesn't recklessly charge in understanding how to adapt. Come on Kai Su. We all believe in you. Be sure to pay attention to your safety. If you encounter a ferocious beast you can't defeat, run. Preserving your life is the most important. Kai Su, carrying a simple backpack, stepped into the dense jungle, bringing along the crab meat, fresh water, and the long spear he had prepared over the past few days. The vegetation inside the island was exceptionally dense. Towering trees blocked out the sun, allowing only scattered rays of light to filter through the gaps in the leaves. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft and yielding, producing a rustling sound as he stepped on it. The jungle was fraught with danger. There were poisonous vines, venomous snakes hidden beneath the leaves, and various ferocious beasts. Not long after entering the jungle, Kai Su encountered the first wave of danger. A swarm of palm-sized venomous stinging bees buzzed out from behind a large tree, charging toward Kai. These stinging bees were level beasts, their venomous stingers containing potent toxins. A single sting would cause swelling and excruciating pain, and if stung multiple times, it could even be life-threatening. Kai's gaze sharpened as he calmly drew the fine iron spear from his back, employing the unique dragon family's martial art, the floating dragon step, moving like a specter, darting left and right. At the same time he flicked his wrist, the spear danced in front of him, creating a dense flurry of spear blossoms. With several crisp sounds, the first dozen venomous stinging bees were instantly pierced by the spear tip and fell to the ground, unable to move. The remaining stinging bees, seeing this, became even more frenzied, buzzing in a swarm as they lunged at Kai. Kai Su did not retreat, but advanced instead, spinning sharply and sweeping the spear horizontally, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that knocked down most of the stinging bees to the ground. Then, using his toes to propel himself, he soared several feet into the air, evading the remaining stinging bees' assault, and with a few jumps, he broke free from their territory. The entire process took no more than a few seconds. Kai Su emerged unscathed, though beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. He glanced back at the stinging bees that dared not pursue, lightly shook the spear to dislodge the bee corpses. Kai Su leaned against a sturdy tree to rest for a moment, activating the ocean's secret he had just learned, feeling the spiritual energy within him flow slowly, quickly replenishing most of the stamina he had just expended. After resting for less than 10 minutes, Kai Su rose again, gripping the spear tightly as he continued deeper into the jungle. Throughout the next day, he encountered various dangers. He faced level venomous lizards that spat venom, encountered level gale wolves that moved at incredible speeds, and even ran into level wild boar. In each battle, Kai Su skillfully applied the essence of the dragon family's martial art, overcoming strength with skill and softness. Against the level venomous lizard, he used agile footwork to circle around it, dodging the venom spray, while accurately stabbing the spear into its vital spot. When confronted by the fast-moving level gale wolf, he predicted its attack trajectory, sidestepped to avoid it, and delivered a powerful Iron Mountain strike that broke the wolf's spine. Even when faced with the tough and aggressive level wild boar, he did not engage directly, but instead led it through the forest, taking advantage of the moment the boar crashed into a tree to leap onto its back, delivering a concentrated strike of spiritual energy to its head. At the end of the day, although Kai Su had sustained some minor scratches and his clothes were torn by branches, his eyes grew increasingly bright and determined. The spear in his hand became more familiar, and the integration of the essence of the dragon family's martial art with spear techniques became increasingly proficient. In the Dragon Nation's live room, viewers watched Kai Zu's struggle, yet resolute demeanor with concern. Kai Su has had such a hard time. It makes me want to cry. Yet compared to Yishin, Kai Su has really faced many hardships. But Kai Su is truly strong. He never gives up in the face of danger. Come on, Kai Su. Persistence is victory. Good fortune will surely come. On the afternoon of the second day, Kai Su was foraging for wild fruits in a thicket when he suddenly heard a deafening roar behind him. He quickly turned around, gripping the iron spear tightly, his knuckles turning white. Before him stood a class black bear, towering over 2 meters, glaring at him with its enormous eyes. Saliva dripped from the black bear's mouth, and its sharp claws carved deep grooves into the hard ground, releasing a heavy stench with every breath. Kai Zu's heart sank, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The class black bear was immensely strong with formidable defenses, a truly difficult beast to contend with on land. Having just broken through to E-class, he was at a significant disadvantage, facing an opponent 2 whole ranks above him. The gap in strength was like a chasm, making him no match for the creature. Without any hesitation, Kai Su immediately executed the dragon step, his figure shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The black bear pursued him relentlessly, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble, and the surrounding bushes were knocked askew by its massive body. Kai Su ran desperately, but his speed was no match for the black bear's full sprint. Just as the bear's claws were about to claw at his back, Kai Zu's mind sparked with a quick idea. He abruptly changed direction, sprinting towards a towering tree that required 2 people to hug. He tapped the trunk 3 times with his toes, using the force to leap upwards, gripping a branch 3 meters high tightly with both hands. He flipped up with fluid motion, showing no hesitation. The black bear reached the base of the tree, roaring angrily as it crashed its body against the trunk. The tree shook violently, and leaves fell like raindrops. Kai Su wrapped his arms around the trunk like iron bands, daring not to relax for a moment, while quickly scanning his surroundings for an escape opportunity. After crashing into the tree several times with no effect, the black bear lifted its head and let out a deafening roar at Kai Su, in the tree, saliva splattering everywhere. Kai Su let out a sigh of relief, but he knew this was only a temporary safety. The black bear was extremely patient. It would remain at the base of the tree until he came down. As Kai Su was quickly devising an escape plan, he suddenly noticed a small opening on the tree trunk covered by dense vines. The opening was small, just enough for a person to pass through. Kai Zu's eyes brightened, and he cautiously used his spear to probe the vines, ensuring there was no danger before feeling a spark of hope. Rather than being trapped here by the black bear, it was better to investigate. There might be an escape route inside. He carefully cleared the remaining vines and crouched to enter the opening. The black bear, seeing Kai Su disappear from the trunk, became even angrier and continued to ram into the tree, but it was of no avail. After entering the opening, Kai Su discovered a passage leading downward. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to move forward, while bending with moss covering the walls, making them extremely slippery. He walked cautiously down the passage for about 10 minutes before suddenly encountering a wide open space. It was a massive cave with luminous ores embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire cavern as bright as day. The walls of the cave were covered with densely packed martial arts techniques. These techniques were vigorous and powerful, exuding an aura of dominance. Each move seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, contrasting sharply with the finesse of Kai family fist, yet subtly resonating with the essence of martial arts, transcending different paths. At the end of the cave stood a gigantic black stone tablet. The tablet bore 4 powerful characters: 100 Styles Martial God. Below the stone tablet, there was a line of smaller text: I am the 100 Styles Martial God. Before breaking through to the divine level, I have never known defeat. Today I leave my legacy here for the destined one to inherit. The moment Kai Su saw the stone tablet, a cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Discovered the 3rd level divine inheritance. 100 Styles Martial God inheritance site. Inheritance trials successfully withstand 100 attacks from the 100 Styles Martial God's Phantom to receive the complete inheritance. During the trial, no external weapons can be used, and escape is prohibited. Failure results in death. Do you accept the inheritance trial? Kai's heart raced like a drum. Third-level divine inheritance. He never imagined he would encounter such an opportunity. To put it into perspective, other competitors from different countries had only obtained at most S-level inheritance. Yet here he was with a chance to gain the third-level divine inheritance. This was already the highest level of inheritance reached by any competitors aside from Yichun. Although the trial seemed extremely dangerous and failure would mean death, Kai-Su hesitated not at all. He slowly lowered the iron spear from his back, straightened his spine, and his eyes shone with unwavering determination. He had come to the Forbidden Land to grow stronger, to bring glory to Long Country. If he was afraid to take even this small risk, what right did he have to stand here? I accept, Kai-Su declared loudly, his voice echoing in the vast cave. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black stone tablet erupted with dazzling golden light. A three-meter turtle phantom clad in golden armor and wielding a spear slowly emerged from the stone tablet. This was the phantom of the 100 Styles martial god. Though merely a phantom, it radiated an overwhelming aura that seemed to look down upon the world. Just standing there caused Kai-Su to feel an immense pressure, as if a towering mountain was crushing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. The phantom of the 100 Styles martial god wasted no words and immediately lifted its spear, launching the first attack at Kai-Su. First move, mountain breaking. The spear rushed at Kai-Su with a whistling sound, reaching him in an instant. The speed was astonishing, and Kai-Su could only see a flash of golden light before the spear was upon him. He instinctively twisted his body to the side, attempting to evade the critical spot, using the Kai family fist technique to deflect force, but he was still a moment too late. Puff! The spear pierced Kai's shoulder, launching him away with tremendous force. He forcibly twisted in midair, crashing his back against the wall to mitigate some of the impact, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In the Long Country livestream, everyone held their breath. Damn! What incredible speed. The first move is so powerful. Can Kai-Su withstand it? Come on, Kai-Su. You must hold on. Indeed, the third-level divine inheritance lives up to its name. It's terrifying. Kai-Su struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. His eyes were not filled with fear, but rather ignited with fierce fighting spirit. He moved his injured shoulder, circulating the ocean sea technique to gather spiritual energy throughout his limbs. Bring it on. The phantom of the 100 Styles martial god showed no expression and raised the spear again, launching the second move. Second move, stone shattering. This time Kai-Su was prepared. He executed the dragon step, barely sidestepping the spear's attack like a ghost. However, the fierce wind generated by the spear still sliced open a wound on his face, causing blood to flow instantly. The subsequent moves were increasingly powerful and dangerous, each one more perilous than the last. Kai-Su brought the essence of the Kai family fist to its peak, using softness to overcome hardness and skill to break force, dodging and weaving in the confined cave, while continuously running the ocean sea technique to recover his stamina. He was battered and bloodied with 3 broken ribs and a dislocated arm, leaving almost no part of his body unscathed. Yet time and again he rose from the ground, never uttering a word of surrender. In his mind, there was only one thought: withstand these 100 moves. Obtain the inheritance. Bring glory to Long Country. In the Long Country livestream, many viewers were already in tears. Kai-Su is giving it his all. I'm truly moved. Yes, he clearly can hardly hold on, yet he still persists. Come on, Kai-Su. You can do it. We are all watching you. You are the pride of Long Country. In the live streams of other countries, the scenes of Kai-Su accepting the inheritance were also being broadcasted. Seeing Kai-Su being beaten so badly, they couldn't help but mock him. Lighthouse Country livestream. This kid from Long Country is truly overestimating himself. How dare he challenge the third-level divine inheritance? He definitely won't last. Before long, he'll be beaten to death. Is the third-level divine inheritance so easy to obtain? Just look at his capabilities. Just wait and see, he's about to fail. Cherry Blossom Country livestream. Baka. This Long Country person is truly foolish. How dare he accept such a dangerous trial? He's doomed. The inheritance of the 100 Styles martial god is not something a loser like him can obtain. Yamamoto Ichiro's Flame Warrior inheritance is the most powerful. What does a third-level divine inheritance matter? He can't get it. Aishiba. This 100 Styles martial god clearly belongs to our great cold country. How could it be discovered by someone from Long Country? But it's fine, he will definitely fail. The inheritance of our great cold country absolutely cannot fall into the hands of Long Country people. Jean Jimin's Storm Mage inheritance is the best. It's much stronger than this so-called 100 Styles martial god. In the cave, the trial continued. The 50th stance, Surging Waves. The spear of the 100 stances war god's phantom transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Kai-Su with overwhelming momentum. The power of this stance had already reached the peak of grade. Kaisu took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his hands. He had gradually grasped the essence of the 100 Stances War God's techniques. Though he couldn't fully master them, yet he could barely withstand some of the moves. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The spear struck his arms with immense force, sending him stumbling back over a dozen steps, as another mouthful of blood sprayed out. But he had blocked it. Excellent. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, everyone erupted in cheers. The 70th stance Sky Rend. The power of this stance barely reached the threshold of Kraid. The spear sliced through the air with a piercing sonic boom, appearing instantly at Kaizu's chest. Kaizu's body had reached its limit. His vision blurred, and every bone in his body creaked. Yet he did. Gritting his teeth, he used every ounce of strength to sidestep the lethal strike. But the spear's residual force slammed into his chest, sending him flying once again. Kaisu lay on the ground, gasping heavily. He felt as if his body had fallen apart. Even moving a finger was agonizingly difficult. Give up. A voice echoed in his mind. You can't hold on any longer. If you keep fighting, you'll die. No, I can't give up. Kaisu roared inwardly. I am the Dragon Kingdom's champion. I am the 15th generation heir of the Kai family fist. I can't disgrace the Kai family fist. I can't disgrace the Dragon Kingdom. Champion Yichun is still fighting ahead. Oh, I must not hold him back. I must obtain the inheritance. With all his might, he struggled to his feet. His body swayed as if on the verge of collapsing, but his eyes remained as steadfast as iron. The 99th stance Wrath of the War God. The 100 stances War God's phantom erupted in dazzling golden light. The spear in its hand seemed to transform into a golden dragon, crashing down upon Kaisu with world-shattering power. The power of this stance had reached Kraid. Kaisu knew this was the most formidable move he had ever faced. He did not dodge or defend, because he knew in his current state he could neither evade nor block. He closed his eyes, and the 99 stances flashed through his mind. Those stances seemed etched into his soul, surfacing repeatedly in his thoughts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment crossing his gaze. He raised his right hand, striking a pose identical to the 100 stances War Gods. The first stance Mountain Breaker. Kaisu poured every ounce of his strength into the first stance he had just comprehended. Though his technique was still crude, though his power was still weak, this strike embodied the very essence of the 100 stances War God. The golden fist collided with the golden spear. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire cave. Countless stones rained from the ceiling and dust filled the air. Kaisu was blasted away like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the black steel before sliding to the ground. Countless stones rained from the ceiling and dust filled the air. Kaisu was blasted away like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the black steel before— No! Kaisu! Whoa! Kaisu! Tears streamed down the faces of all viewers. They believed Kaisu had failed. In the livestream rooms of other nations, cheers erupted. Ha ha ha! He's dead. He's finally dead. I knew he couldn't hold on. A third-grade god inheritance isn't something he deserves. Excellent. The Dragon Kingdom just lost a threat. Serves him right. Who told him to overreach? Just then a cold system prompt resounded in everyone's minds across the globe. Ding. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom champion Kaisu for successfully withstanding the 100 stances War God's 100th strike. Ding. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom champion Kaisu for obtaining the complete third-grade god inheritance of the 100 stances War God. Ding. Kaizu's physique enhanced tenfold. Spiritual power enhanced tenfold. All 100 stances War God techniques acquired. War God armor foe acquired. War God spear foe acquired. Ding. All Dragon Kingdom citizens physique enhanced by 50. Spiritual energy affinity increased by 20. Ding. Dragon Kingdom's nationwide spiritual energy density doubled. A cascade of system prompts stunned the entire world. Everyone stared blankly at their screens, disbelief etched on their faces. In the cave, Kaisu, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly radiated dazzling golden light. His wounds healed at a visible speed. Broken ribs mended, dislocated joints snapped back into place, every scar vanished, and his skin became smooth and refined. A surge of immense power erupted from within him. His demeanor transformed entirely, faintly bearing the divine aura of the 100 stances War God. Kaisu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging energy inside him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had succeeded. He had obtained the third-grade god inheritance of the 100 stances War God. He rose to his feet and stretched his body. His bones crackled, and his entire being brimmed with inexhaustible strength. He casually punched a millstone-sized rock beside him. Bang! The stone instantly shattered into a pile of dust. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, chaos erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Kaisu is beastly. He succeeded. He really did it. A third-grade god inheritance. I was crying just now. Thought he was dead. Never expected him to pull it off. I'm so hyped. My whole body is trembling. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Yi Shun is awesome. Kai Su is awesome. Now our Dragon Kingdom has 2 top-tier powerhouses. Who else? Where are those who mocked Kai Su earlier? Show yourselves. Their faces must be swollen from the slap. Ha ha ha. Comments flooded like a tidal wave enveloping the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room in an atmosphere of joy. Countless citizens wept tears of excitement, spreading the news far and wide. In the Dragon Kingdom's command center, jubilation reigned. Everyone rose and applauded thunderously. General Qin Ming, tears of joy in his eyes, pumped his fist vigorously. Excellent. 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 Well done, Kai Su. Our Dragon Kingdom has gained another powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the live stream rooms of other nations, silence prevailed. All viewers stared blankly at their screens, their smiles frozen, replaced by shock, resentment, envy. In the Lighthouse Kingdom's live stream room. FCK. How is this possible? He actually succeeded. A 3rd grade god inheritance. Arjan only got its grade inheritance. The gap is enormous. God. Why is the Dragon Kingdom so lucky? First Yi Chen, now Kai Su. Unfair. This is utterly unfair. It's over. We can never catch up to the Dragon Kingdom. I've given up now. The Dragon Kingdom has this in the bag. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's livestream room. Baka. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. An ordinary Dragon Kingdom citizen obtained a 3rd grade god inheritance. Yamaguchi Ichiro's Flame Warrior inheritance is only a grade a full 4 levels lower. It's over. Our great Cherry Blossom Empire has no hope left. I truly regret not being born in the Great Han Kingdom's livestream room. Aish. That 100 stances war god is clearly from our Great Han Kingdom. How could a Dragon Kingdom person obtain it? The Dragon Kingdom must have cheated. They definitely knew the inheritance location in advance. Kim Jimin only got its grade inheritance. She's worlds apart from them. I'm so done. I'm applying for a Dragon Kingdom green card right now. There's no future with the Great Han Kingdom anyway. Within the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star, the spiritual energy density surged once more, and the entire nation basked in immense joy. At that moment, aboard the Xianhuang breaking wave ship, shrouded in mist, Yi Chun was roasting shark fin for Shao Kong when he suddenly received a message from the nation. He raised an eyebrow and remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, Kai Su. Not bad. He actually obtained a tier 3 divine inheritance." Shao Kong lifted its head, a piece of grilled fish dangling from its beak, casting a curious glance at Yi Chun before lowering its head again to devour its meal with gusto. To it, no inheritance could compare to the grilled fish Yi Chun made. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers saw Yi Chun's reaction and began teasing him. "Huh, Yi God is still so calm. Yi God, just a tier 3 divine inheritance, a small matter, don't disturb me. Only Yi God can be this calm. How anyone else would be jumping with excitement. Yi God must be thinking, finally someone can share the load so I don't have to do all the work alone. Ha. The comment above speaks the truth." Just then the Xianhuang breaking waves ship trembled slightly. The tremor was so faint that an ordinary person might not have noticed it, but to Yi Chen's far superior senses it was as clear as a thunderclap. He abruptly halted the motion of flipping the shark fin, his brow furrowing slightly, as he cast a sharp gaze into the impenetrable white mist surrounding them. "What's wrong?" Yi Chun murmured to himself, his divine sense spreading outward like a tidal wave. Over the past 2 days of sailing through the misty sea, visibility had been less than 100 meters, with nothing but endless white all around, even the sun completely obscured, forcing them to rely on the map on the wind frost feather to navigate. Beneath the once calm surface of the sea, countless faint sounds of paddling now arose, a dense cacophony, as if thousands of insects were swimming through the water, sending chills down one's spine. Ewu. Shao Kong also sensed something amiss. It dropped the half-eaten shark fin, flew onto Yi Chen's shoulder, and turned its head vigilantly, its golden vertical pupils fixed on the depths of the mist as it emitted a low warning growl. The next second, countless splashing sounds erupted simultaneously. Hundreds of black shadows shot out of the sea like arrows, lunging toward the deck of the Xianhuang breaking waves. These shadows stood no more than a meter tall, their bodies covered in dripping white fur, with slender, yet muscular limbs and sharp webbed claws between their fingers and toes. Their faces were wrinkled, their crimson eyes gleaming with bloodlust in the mist, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. They were the white-furred water monkeys, a beast unique to the misty sea. Name: white-furred water monkey. Grade: beast. Description: a mid-grade gregarious beast of the misty sea, adept at swimming, climbing, and ambushing. Its claws carry paralytic venom, and it delights in attacking passing ships in packs, dragging victims into the deep to feast. What the hell? What are those? So many white-furred monkeys. This is terrifying. There must be hundreds of them. What if they climb aboard? Don't panic. Yi God is already on the move. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers who had been teasing Yi God's calmness immediately erupted into chaos. On the screen, countless white-furred water monkeys surged like a tide from all directions toward the Xianhuang, breaking waves of sight that made one's scalp tingle and heart race. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and with a casual wave of his right hand, the trapping array already engraved on the ship's hull was instantly activated. A pale golden array light rose from the deck, forming a massive hemispherical shield that enveloped the charging white-furred water monkeys slammed into the shield with dull thuds, as if hitting an iron wall, and were sent flying back into the sea. The monkeys hissed in fury, swimming around the Xianhuang, breaking waves and launching wave after wave of attacks, but the shield held firm, keeping them at bay. Yi God is incredible. This array is amazing. With this shield, those water monkeys can't get in at all. I was so worried just now, but it turns out it was unnecessary. Of course, look who set it up. It was personally inscribed by Yi God. The Dragon Kingdom viewers breathed a collective sigh of relief, flooding the comments with "Yi God is incredible." Yi Chen stood at the bow coldly watching the monkeys batter the shield, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. A bunch of clowns daring to act insolent before me. With that, he gave Shao Kong a knowing glance. Iwu. Shao Kong let out an excited cry and shot out of the shield like a golden lightning bolt. Its speed was blinding, leaving afterimages in the air. With a swipe of its claws, a golden energy blade sliced through the air, cleaving 3 white-furred water monkeys in two. Blood stained the sea, and the scent of it drove the other monkeys into a frenzy. They abandoned their assault on the shield and lunged at Shao Kong instead. But Shao Kong was far too fast. The monkeys couldn't even touch its shadow. It darted nimbly through the horde, each strike claiming several lives. The golden energy blades reaped lives like a scythe of death. Yi Chen was not idle either. He extended a finger, shooting beams of energy that precisely struck the monkey. Explosions rang out one after another, and raging dragon flames ignited on the sea. The monkeys caught in the flames let out agonized shrieks, writhing in pain in the water. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Chen and Shao Kong had slaughtered hundreds of white-furred water monkeys. The sea was littered with corpses, the water stained a dark crimson. Done. Yi God and Shao Kong are beasts. Hundreds of crayed beasts taken out in minutes. Shao Kong was so fast just now. I couldn't even see its movements. Yi God is incredible. He just points a finger, and a beam of light kills a monkey. Now I understand. Before Yi God, crayed beasts are nothing but ants. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream erupted in cheers as viewers celebrated Yi Chen and Shao Kong's brilliant performance. Yet just as everyone believed the crisis had passed, Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura ascending rapidly from the deep sea. This aura was far more powerful than any beast he had encountered before, brimming with destructive force. Shao Kong also sensed that terrifying aura, and although it could feel that the opponent's strength surpassed its own as a divine beast, it possessed its own dignity. Instead of retreating due to the opponent's strength, it transformed back into its original form, soaring into the sky and letting out a furious roar at the sea below. The viewers in the live stream immediately began to discuss upon seeing this. Yi Chen's expression has changed. Could there be something big lurking underwater? The sense of oppression is too intense, more frightening than all the ferocious beasts encountered before. The depths of the misty sea indeed hide formidable characters. True danger has arrived. Wow, Shao Kong is so brave. It actually dares to roar at the creatures beneath the sea. So cool. No wonder it is Yi Chen's pet. Truly impressive. After sensing the opponent's strength, Yi Chen revealed a smile, saying, "Not bad, finally a worthy opponent has arrived." At that moment, the previously calm sea surface suddenly began to churn violently. A massive shadow slowly surfaced beneath the water, growing larger and clearer, as if an underwater mountain range was rising. The next second, a thunderous roar erupted. Several enormous tentacles, each 5 to 6 meters in diameter, suddenly shot up from below the sea, like black, giant pythons fiercely wrapping around the Xian yellow wavebreaker. The tentacles were covered in suckers, each the size of a grinding wheel with sharp teeth inside, looking extreme. The protective shield of the Xian yellow wavebreaker instantly activated, glowing a pale gold. Buzz! The shield firmly held the enormous tentacles at bay, but this time the impregnable barrier did not hold completely. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the indestructible protective shield was actually forced to crack by the tentacles. Subsequently, the tentacles like venomous snakes coiled around the Xian yellow wavebreaker, protected by the shield. Crack! Crack! The immense force pressed against the shield, causing more cracks to appear. My heavens! The protective barrier is actually cracked. The power of these tentacles is terrifying. Even the protective shield created by Yi Chen cannot withstand it. This is dangerous. The ship is tightly entangled and could be dragged into the deep sea at any moment. The live chat from the Dragon Kingdom was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere, and the audience's hearts were in their throats. In the live streams of the Lighthouse Nation Sakura Nation and the Cold Nation cheers erupted. Great! They've finally suppressed it. With such a terrifying deep-sea giant beast, it won't be able to fly away now. Drag the warship into the deep sea and bury it beneath the waves. The Xianyellow wave breaker was tightly wrapped by those enormous tentacles being continuously dragged into the depths of the sea. Seeing this, Shao Kong opened its mouth and unleashed a dragon breath onto the massive tentacles gripping the ship. However, the effect was not as good as expected, leaving only a scorched mark on the tentacles. Nevertheless, there was no trace of fear on Yi Chen's face. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared. He had been waiting for a powerful opponent for a long time, all the ferocious beasts he had encountered before were utterly weak and could not satisfy him. Now this powerful sea beast lurking in the depths was the perfect opponent for cultivation. Especially since obtaining the golden staff, he had been either fishing or diligently training his body. His compatibility, originally at 7, had steadily increased to 9 during his tranquil sailing and meditation. Item: a stick-dyed golden red compatibility. 9 equipment effects: martial arts master control of Chi Scion blood diamond body law of heaven and earth prototype. With a thought, the golden staff flew out from behind him, landing steadily in his palm, its heavy texture palpable. Come on, let me see how much the compatibility with the golden staff can increase this time. Yi Chen shouted loudly, soaring into the air and fiercely swinging down at the nearest thick tentacle. The golden staff, infused with immense power, radiated brilliant golden light in the air, rapidly enlarging and striking heavily onto the giant tentacle. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The 5 to 6 meterthic hard tentacle was instantly smashed apart, and dark green viscous blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! Beneath the deep sea, a roar filled with fury and agony echoed throughout the misty sea, causing the surface to churn with towering waves, and the mist swirled violently. This strike was powerful enough to shatter the massive tentacle. No wonder it's Yi Shun. His strength is truly formidable, able to break the tentacle with just one blow. However, it seems Yi Shun has provoked the big fellow below. Will there be any accidents? You upstairs, just put your heart at ease. Don't you know Yi Shun's strength? This sea beast definitely won't be a match for him. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom was boiling with excitement, while viewers from other countries turned solemn, no longer daring to mock freely. Although we don't know the exact strength of the ferocious beast underwater, the fact that it can crack the protective shield indicates its power is definitely formidable. Even so, Yi Chen could easily smash it with a single strike, showcasing that Yi Chen's strength far exceeds our imagination. We must not underestimate this contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. Its foundation is truly deep. After the tentacle was broken, the deep-sea giant beast was utterly enraged, and more stout tentacles burst forth from the water, whipping through the air with a tearing wind from all directions, fiercely attacking Yi Chen in the air, leaving no escape route. In the midst of the intense battle, Yi Chen's mind stirred, and a clear resonance echoed in his mind. Ding! Resonance with the golden staff has deepened. Compatibility successfully increased to 10. Unlocking new ability: perception of Qi. In an instant, various methods related to the perception of Qi appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Although he had previously developed the ability to perceive Qi while mastering it, it was quite basic. This new ability encompasses many aspects, especially refined perception. He can sense any being with Qi, or even weapons that contain Qi, even if separated by several planets. He could even develop the ability for instant movement. So this is the perception of Qi. Indeed, it is immensely useful. Yi Chen nodded inwardly, finding the perception of Qi much better than he had expected, although it did not greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Following that, Yi Chen continuously swung the golden staff, knocking away the tentacles that attacked him. As the battle progressed, the compatibility of the golden staff steadily increased. Ding! Compatibility of the golden staff increased to 11. Unlocking ability: Sky Dance. The deep-sea giant beast, realizing that distant strikes could never hit their target, immediately changed tactics. All the tentacles entwined around the Xinhuang breaking wave ship suddenly exerted their full strength, pulling vehemently towards the depths of the ocean, intending to drag the entire ship into the abyss. This is bad. It wants to drag Lord Yes' ship into the sea. If the ship sinks into the deep sea, further navigation will be troublesome. Lord Yi, think of a way to stop it. The audience instantly grew tense again. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. This was the ship he had built himself in the national fortune world, his treasure, and it could not be destroyed. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! The compatibility of the golden cudgel has increased to 12. Ability unlocked: indestructible, great accomplishment. In an instant, a layer of subdued yet heavy golden light quietly enveloped Yi Chen's body, making him feel as if he were a divine weapon, unbreakable and immune to all attacks. Facing the thick tentacles sweeping towards him, Yi Chen no longer dodged, but braced himself to take it. The tentacle weighing millions of pounds struck fiercely against his body, producing a deafening noise akin to metal clashing as powerful shockwaves spread out. Yet Yichen remained steady in midair, his feet unmoving, leaving no trace on his body, completely unharmed. My heavens! He actually took a full blow from the giant beast and remained unscathed. This level of physical strength is simply absurd, truly invulnerable. Such a formidable physique is simply against the heavens. The live streams from various countries erupted in astonishment as everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Yichen remained calm, reaching out to tightly grasp the giant tentacle that had struck him, and with a sudden surge of strength, he yanked it upward. Come out! With immense power, the colossal creature hidden in the depths of the sea was forcibly dragged out of the water by him. Splash! A massive splash erupted, revealing the terrifying giant beast over 300 meters long in its entirety. This beast was enormous, covered in hard, dark skin with dozens of towering tentacles that exuded a sense of intimidation. Its massive head resembled a small mountain, and its 8 blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on Yichen, radiating a violent aura that dominated the ocean. Name: Abyssal Demon. Chapter: S-Class Beast. Description: possesses immense strength, resilient body, adept at deep-sea concealment, possesses strong territorial awareness, has resided in the misty sea depths for many years, and is one of the true overlords of this ocean. It's actually a genuine S-Class overlord beast. Over 300 meters long, just looking at it instills fear. Now we've truly encountered a top-tier enemy. This battle is bound to be exhilarating. The live stream from the Dragon Kingdom shot up to its peak, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on this ultimate showdown. The Abyssal Demon, chapter forcefully dragged from the depths, was furiously enraged. Dozens of giant tentacles moved simultaneously, sealing off all surrounding spaces, completely surrounding Yichen in the center, with murderous intent looming. Yichen swung the golden cudgel rapidly, creating a golden net around his body that kept the tentacles at bay. As Yichen fought, his compatibility rapidly increased, and his eyes suddenly emitted 2 brilliant golden lights. Ding! The compatibility of the golden cudgel has increased to 13. Ability unlocked: Fire Eye Golden Eye. Wherever the golden light passed, the massive body of the Abyssal Demon chapter revealed no secrets. The energy flow within vital weakness points and neural pathways were all clearly visible to Yichen, allowing him to instantly lock onto the creature's most vulnerable spot. Is this the Fire Eye Golden Eye of the Monkey King? Truly powerful, effortlessly exposing the weaknesses of the Abyssal Demon chapter. At this moment, compatibility once again increased. Ding! The compatibility of the golden cudgel has increased to 14. Ability unlocked: 72. Transformations Beginner. Yichen's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a thought, numerous clones identical to himself appeared in midair, each wielding a golden cudgel, exuding a unified aura indistinguishable from one another, and charged towards the tentacles in all directions. My heavens! Lord Yi can actually create clones. Doesn't he have too many abilities? Isn't it great that Lord Yi has so many abilities? This indicates that Lord Yi's power has grown stronger, and the rewards obtained in the future will be even greater. To be honest, I recently awakened a fire ability, and a fireball can easily obliterate a car. Congratulations. But did you really blow up a car? Are you okay? Of course it's true, I'm fine. I know what you're thinking. I have plenty of cars, so it doesn't matter if I lose one. Excuse me. The Abyssal Demon chapter immediately fell into chaos, unable to distinguish which clone was the real opponent. In its panic, it wildly swung its tentacles to strike the clones, while each clone waved its cudgel to repel the tentacles. Taking advantage of the giant beast attacking the clones, the real Yichen quietly circled around to its rear, placing his hands on his waist, as terrifying energy gathered in his palms, forming a glowing sphere. This was the ability gained upon reaching 15 compatibility, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Although he could use a similar attack with his own abilities, it still fell short of the original version. Take this, Kamehameha, Yichen shouted softly, thrusting his hands forward with all his strength. A vast and mighty blue energy wave surged forth like a charging dragon, slamming into the head of the Abyssal Demon chapter. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the misty sea, blinding light instantly enveloping the surroundings as towering waves erupted, causing the sea's surface to tremble violently. As the bright light slowly dissipated, everyone could see the battle's outcome. The head of the Abyssal Demon chapter had suffered severe damage, half of its body a bloody mess, dark green blood flowing continuously as its massive body writhed in agony on the surface of the sea. So powerful. This attack is simply catastrophic. Lord Yi's strength is indeed formidable. A mere light wave has heavily injured the Abyssal Demon chapter. Indeed, it seems our previous estimation of Lord Yi's strength being around S class was an underestimation. It is likely that his power has reached SSS class. As for whether he has reached the divine level, that remains uncertain. I suspect that even if he hasn't, he is very close. At that moment, the heavily injured abyssal demon chapter suddenly erupted, and white bubbles flew out from the suckers on its tentacles, surrounding Yi Chun completely. Oh, interesting. Yi Chun maintained a calm and composed expression. The compatibility once again increased, reaching 16, and he gained the ability Flying Nimbus Beginner. A golden cloud appeared beneath Yi Chun's feet, allowing him to float gracefully, weaving through the bubbles. At that moment, two bubbles collided, and in the next instant a massive explosion occurred, creating a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding bubbles to collide with each other. This triggered a chain reaction of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flames instantly engulfed Yi Chun, and moreover the Xinhuang breaking waves and Shao Kong were also submerged in the explosion. Seeing Yi Chun and Shao Kong engulfed by the explosion, the hearts of the viewers in the live stream suddenly shut. Your crow's mouth. How could Yi Chun possibly be in trouble? He is Yi Chun. That's right, I'm not worried about Yi Chun's safety. What I worry about is Shao Kong and the ship. Under such a violent explosion, the chances of Shao Kong and the ship holding up are quite low. It's fine as long as Yi Chun is here. Shao Kong and the ship will definitely be fine. The flames generated by the explosion gradually faded, revealing a huge black hole at the explosion's epicenter, where Yi Chun and the ship had completely vanished. What is this situation? Where is Yi Chun? How could there be a black hole? Could this black hole also be a capability of the Abyssal Demon chapter? Was the earlier explosion merely an illusion, and the real killing blow is this black hole? I don't know, but the system hasn't announced any news of Yi Chun's death, which means Yi Chun is still alive. Exactly, as long as Yi Chun is alive, that's all that matters. Just then the black hole slowly disappeared, revealing a ship from within with Yi Chun standing on it, and Shao Kong perched on his shoulder. A faint black glow radiated from Yi Chun. At the moment of the explosion, he had returned to the ship and wrapped it entirely, with the ultimate darkness isolating the explosion. After evading this wave of explosion, a raging intense red flame suddenly erupted around Yi Chun, and his aura surged exponentially. Ding! The compatibility of the golden cudgel has increased to 17. Ability unlocked: King of World's Fist. Threefold King of World's Fist. The overwhelming power swept over him in an instant, tripling all his attributes, his momentum soaring to the heavens, intimidating the entire Misty Sea. Simultaneously, the injuries on the Abyssal Demon chapter had fully healed during this brief moment, and observing the unscathed Yi Chun, it roared, roar. A terrifying wave of black light gradually formed in its mouth. Death Abyss Cannon. The light cannon infused with the powers of death and the abyss immediately shot towards Yi Chun, instantly vaporizing the surface of the sea it passed over, demonstrating its tremendous strength. Yi Chun recalled the Sun family's peculiar wave tactic. They usually lost on the left side, but this was not the case for the Sun family. Even on the left side against them, they could still win. Turtle School Qigong. A blue light wave was released from Yi Chun's hand at his waist, simultaneously infused with the power of the threefold King of World's Fist. The two light waves collided instantly. Sizzle. Yi Chun smiled slightly and increased his power output, causing the Abyssal Demon chapter to gradually falter as its Death Abyss Cannon was pushed back by Yi Chun's Turtle School Qigong. In the terrified gaze of the Abyssal Demon chapter, the Turtle School Qigong forcefully collided with the Death Abyss Cannon, impacting its massive body. Boom. The Abyssal Demon chapter let out a final desperate wail, its head completely exploding, and its enormous body crashed heavily onto the sea's surface, utterly losing all vitality, without a trace of movement. The fierce battle came to an end, and the compatibility increase also halted. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant for the first kill of its class. Sea Beast Reward: Dark Gold Treasure Box, 1 National Fortune Value 5,000 points. Reward: Probability of awakening a special physique for the people of Dragon Country is 1 in 10,000, and the concentration of spiritual energy doubles areas with high spiritual energy concentration can produce spirit crystals. Golden Cudgel compatibility increased to 18. Ability unlocked: Giant Ape Transformation. Golden Cudgel compatibility increased to 19. Ding. Final compatibility steadily ascends to 20. Unlocking ultimate phased ability Super Saiyan 1. In an instant, Yi Chun sensed a terrifying power emerging within his body. This power should be the Super Saiyan, which he could unleash at any moment to transform. With his current strength, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he should be able to reach the level of a third-tier deity. As for whether he could kill a third-tier deity based on the memories of the Frost Goddess, it would be quite difficult, but not impossible. After all, he had a multitude of abilities. Thinking of this, Yi Chun looked down at the golden cudgel in his hand, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Item: a stick stained with golden red color. Current compatibility: 20. All mastered abilities: martial arts, master control of chi, blood of the scion, indestructible body, law of heaven and earth, prototype, perception of chi, martial arts in the sky, indestructible mastery, fire eye. 72 transformations: beginner, turtle school, qigong, cloud somersault, beginner, king of worlds, fist, giant, ape transformation, super, scion 1. This fierce battle not only successfully slayed a formidable enemy, but also smoothly increased the compatibility to 20%, awakening many top-tier abilities and completing a significant leap in his own strength. Eek! Shao Kahn quickly leaned forward, affectionately rubbing against Yi Chen's arm, clearly sensing that his master's aura was now several times stronger than before, filled with joy. Yi Chen smiled and ruffled Shao Kahn's head, then turned his gaze towards the enormous corpse of the abyssal demon chapter on the sea surface. With a casual wave, its massive body was easily stowed away in his storage ring, save for cooking spiritual meals in the future to nourish himself and Shao Kahn. Such a large deep-sea overlord will sustain us for quite a while. After tidying everything up, Yi Chen looked towards the still white and misty endless sea, his gaze steady and composed. Having experienced this fierce battle, no matter how many unpredictable dangers lay ahead in the sea, he was no longer afraid. Whether it be the misty sea or the extreme north snowfield, no matter how many obstacles lie ahead, nothing can impede my progress. As his words fell, Yi Chen sat down on his exclusive fishing chair, picked up his fishing rod, and continued fishing as if the recent battle had nothing to do with him. At the same time, he also manifested a portion of the abyssal demon chapter's tentacles for the Dragon Country, since he and Shao Kahn could not consume it all anyway. Detecting resources. Dragon Country contestant Yi Chen uploaded resources: 8 glass abyssal demon chapter tentacles, 200 tons each. Congratulations. The first upload of glass resources triggered a critical reward. Congratulations on obtaining a 200,000 times manifestation. Dragon Country receives resources: 160,000 glass abyssal demon chapter tentacles. Note these resources will be distributed to official cold storage across Dragon Country. The Dragon Country watched as Yi Chen manifested glass abyssal demon tentacles and gained a 200,000 times boost. Although there were only 160,000 tentacles, each weighed 200 tons. Converted, this amounts to an astounding 320 million tons, enough for the entire population to consume for 20 to 30 years. In a black rock desert located in the northwest of the ice mist sea, a colossal sun hung in the sky, roasting the land below. The ground was strewn with various black rocks, and green plants were a rare sight. At this moment, Swick Smith from the Lighthouse Nation was clutching his bleeding left arm, desperately fleeing. His combat suit was already drenched in blood, his face covered in dust and sweat, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, exuding calmness and ruthlessness. As a legendary soldier of the Lighthouse Nation, he would not panic under any circumstances, striving to survive amid the life-and-death crisis. However, he had never been so disheveled as he was today. Behind him, a class peak beast known as the Bloodfang Wolf, measuring over 5 meters in length, relentlessly pursued him. Its body was covered in dark red fur, its mouth gaping wide to the ears, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like sharp fangs. Each stride left deep claw marks on the ground, and foul drool dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth. "Damn it," Swick muttered under his breath, pushing off the ground with force and leaping over a boulder more than 2 meters high. He had originally been ambushing a class early beast with an 80% chance of killing it, but he did not expect that he was not the only one targeting this beast. There was also a class peak beast, the Bloodfang Wolf. Just as Swick managed to kill the beast, the Bloodfang Wolf suddenly ambushed him from behind, inflicting serious injury. With no other choice, Swick had to abandon the beast he had just killed and flee quickly from the area. Unfortunately, the Bloodfang Wolf was incredibly fast. He had pushed his own strength to the limit, but still couldn't shake it off. His strength was still too weak. If he were at the same class level as his opponent, even if not at peak, he would have no problem escaping, if not defeating the opponent. Boom. The Bloodfang Wolf smashed the boulder, blocking its path, its crimson eyes fixed on Swick, letting out a deafening roar. Roar. Upon hearing this, Swick's heart sank, and he glanced back at the Bloodfang Wolf. His stamina was running low. If this continued, he would surely be caught. Unbeknownst to him, he had run to the edge of a bottomless cliff. Thick black mist swirled below, and eerie sounds echoed within it. Strangely, the Bloodfang Wolf that had been chasing him suddenly halted, growling at the black mist with a tone of fear. It slowly retreated, no longer advancing, but remained fixed on Swick. Swick felt a stir in his heart, realizing that this place was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. However, both the cliff in front of him and the Bloodfang Wolf behind him were lethal threats. Yet compared to the Bloodfang Wolf, there might be a glimmer of hope below the cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped off the cliff. Swick's body plummeted rapidly, but there was nothing around to provide leverage. Just as he closed his eyes awaiting death, he splashed into a pool of water. Upon entering the water, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. The water was icy and starkly contrasted with the heat outside. Swick quickly swam upstream and emerged from the pool, immediately checking his surroundings. He found himself in complete darkness with only an occasional flicker of eerie green light in the distance. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, making him feel nauseous. Swick swam swiftly to the shore, where he was met with a chilling sight of countless white bones, both human and beast, stacked thickly. What on earth is this place? Swick tightened his grip on the long knife in hand, scanning the area warily. He could sense an evil, dark energy saturating this space, causing all the hairs on his body to stand up. At that moment, a chilling system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Warning. You have entered a Level 1 Danger Zone, Abyss, Forbidden Land. This place is a forward base for the Abyss realm, invading blue star filled with abyssal energy and undead creatures, with a death rate of 95. Swick's pupils constricted sharply. Abyss Forbidden Land. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly noticed a black stone tablet standing in the center of a pile of bones not far away. The tablet was entirely black, inscribed with twisted and bizarre runes that seemed to come alive, writhing on the stone and emanating a chilling dark aura. Swick hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached it. When he reached the tablet and read the words inscribed upon it, his breath caught in his throat. At the top of the tablet were 4 blood-red characters: Abyss Demon. Below them was a line of smaller text. I am a Level 3 demon god from the Abyss realm, commanded by the demon lord to invade this world, but I was besieged by the gods of this realm and perished. Inheritance trial survived for 20 minutes under the assault of the Abyss demon's illusory image and 30 Abyss soldiers. During the trial, you must not leave the restricted area. Failure will result in your soul being devoured. Inheritance trial survived for 20 minutes under the assault of the Abyss demon's illusory image and 30 Abyss soldiers. During the trial, you must not leave the restricted area. Failure will result in your soul being devoured, ensuring eternal damnation. Do you accept the inheritance trial? Level 3 Demon God Heritage. Swick's heart raced wildly. He never dreamed that the dire situation he stumbled into contained the legacy of a Level 3 Demon God. Although this inheritance came from the invading Abyss realm, and the trial was extremely dangerous, with failure leading to obliteration, Swick hesitated not at all. He came to the National Fortune battlefield to grow stronger, to make the Lighthouse Nation the dominant power. The Dragon Nation already had 2 Level 3 God inheritors, Yi Chun and Kai Su. If he couldn't gain powerful strength, the Lighthouse Nation would soon be left far behind by the Dragon Nation. I don't care if you are a god or a demon, as long as you can give me power, I accept. Swick said firmly, his voice ringing. I accept. As soon as he finished speaking, the black stone tablet suddenly erupted with a dense black light. Countless black mists poured out from the tablet, coalescing in midair into a 3-mid-turtle grotesque phantom, cloaked in black scales, with 2 curved horns on its head. This was the phantom of the Abyss Demon. Its eyes were 2 blazing orbs of black fire, and it wielded a bone scythe that exuded a deathly aura. Merely standing there filled Swick with a sense of pressure from the depths of his soul. The strength of this phantom was suppressed to class. Meanwhile, the white bones on the ground began to stir. Pale hands emerged from the pile of bones, followed by 30 Abyss soldiers emanating black mist and wielding bone knives surrounding Swick completely. These soldiers had varying strengths, the weakest being peak class, while the strongest barely reached midi class. The Abyss Demon Phantom, with its black fire eyes, turned to Swick and let out a thunderous roar, swinging the bone scythe toward him. The black bone scythe sliced through the air, carrying the scent of death, causing the plants on the ground to wither instantly. Swick's pupils contracted as he pushed off the ground with all his might, quickly dodging backward, a skill he had honed in life and death crises. Jeet. However, he still couldn't evade completely. The bone scythe grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash on his combat suit, which corroded instantly, while the cold, dark energy surged into his body, leaving him feeling numb. Before Swick could steady himself, several abyssal ghost soldiers surged forward, swinging their bone knives towards him. Swick gritted his teeth and swiftly wielded his long knife, parrying all the attacks from the abyssal ghost soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the long knife clashing with the bone knives echoed continuously. Swick's combat skills had already reached the pinnacle of humanity. Every move he made was simple, yet lethal, targeting the vital points of his enemies. A flash of white light, and the head of an frank ghost soldier was instantly severed by the long knife. Yet the ghost soldier did not fall. Even without its head, it continued to swing its bone knife, relentlessly attacking Swick. What? Swick was taken aback. He never expected that these ghost soldiers would not die even after having their heads cut off. Just as he was distracted for a moment, another errant ghost soldier's bone knife struck fiercely against his back. Blood gushed out in an instant. In pain, Swick stumbled forward a few steps before barely stabilizing himself. The cold, dark energy and abyssal energy invaded his body through the wound, continuously eroding his body and soul. He felt his consciousness beginning to blur and his body growing heavier. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, everyone held their breath. My God, these monsters can't be killed. Can Swick hold on? Come on, Swick. You are the pride of the Lighthouse Nation. With the level 3 demon god inheritance. If we succeed, our Lighthouse Nation can stand against the Dragon Kingdom. Hold on. There are 19 minutes left. Swick shook his head, gritted his teeth, forced himself to gather his spirit, suppressing his discomfort. He knew that there was no turning back now. He could only move forward through this trial. With that thought, Swick suddenly turned around and thrust his long knife fiercely into the chest of the ghost soldier behind him. This time he poured all his strength into the long knife, simultaneously channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy to pierce the glowing spot in the center of the ghost soldier's chest. Boom. The ghost soldier's body exploded, instantly dissipating into a cloud of black mist. As expected, the glowing point in its chest was its energy core. As long as it was pierced, it could be killed. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Swick's eyes. Having found the ghost soldier's weakness, his pressure was greatly reduced. He relied on his agile movements, weaving through the crowd of ghost soldiers, each strike accurately piercing their chests and penetrating their dark cores. The abyssal ghost demon phantasm struck out to attack Swick. The bone sickle in its hand swung continuously, sending waves of black energy blades towards him. Seeing the attacks from the abyssal ghost demon phantasm, Swick sensed the energy above, realizing it was extremely dangerous and must not be touched. Swick quickly dodged, avoiding the attacks from the ghost demon phantasm while not forgetting to slay the surrounding ghost soldiers. In no time his body was covered in wounds, blood staining him entirely, and every breath he took was filled with a strong smell of blood. As the number of ghost soldiers dwindled, his gaze grew steadier and his fighting spirit soared higher. As a legendary soldier king, he excelled at finding hope in dire situations. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Swick had slain 20 of the 30 abyssal ghost soldiers, but he was now at his limit. His stamina was almost depleted. The dark energy within him had eroded a significant portion of his body, and illusions began to surface before his eyes, with strange seductive whispers ringing in his ears. Give up. Surrender to the embrace of the abyss. You will gain eternal power. As long as you submit to me, the whole world will be yours. Swick shook his head violently, biting down on his tongue. The intense pain brought him back to temporary clarity. I, Swick Smith, will only die standing, never live on my knees. He roared, unleashing the last bit of power within him, his long knife transforming into a beam of cold light, instantly slaying the last 3 ghost soldiers. At that moment, the abyssal ghost demon phantasm moved. It raised the bone sickle high, dense black energy gathering on the sickle, forming a half-meter-sized black vortex. The dark energy from the entire forbidden area converged towards the bone sickle, and the sky grew even darker. Abyssal slash. The bone sickle, wielding destructive power, descended fiercely towards Swick. The power of this strike was extremely strong, reaching Drake. Given Swick's current state, he could not possibly withstand this attack. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, everyone despairingly closed their eyes. No. Swick, it's over. Everything is over. Are we really destined to lose to the Dragon Kingdom? Just as the bone sickle was about to strike Swick, he suddenly executed a slide, slipping under the sickle while staying close to the ground. At the same time, he thrust his long knife brutally towards the ankle of the abyssal ghost demon phantasm, the spot he had just observed to be the weakest in energy. The long knife sank deep into the phantasm's ankle, and black energy erupted like a fountain. The abyssal ghost demon phantasm let out a howl of pain, causing the attack of the bone sickle to veer off course, smashing down onto the ground and creating a massive pit. The 20-minute limit had been reached. Ding. Congratulations to Lighthouse Nation contestant Swick Smith for successfully passing the abyssal ghost demon inheritance trial. Ding. Congratulations to Lighthouse Nation contestant Swick Smith for receiving the complete level 3 demon god abyssal ghost demon inheritance. Ding. Swick's physique is enhanced 5-fold. Mastery of dark energy, control of abyssal power. Acquired all basic techniques of the abyssal ghost demon. Received ghost demon armor pseudo. Received bone sickle pseudo. Gained immortality beginner. Ding. All citizens of the Lighthouse Nation receive a 40 boost in physique. Dark energy affinity increased by 15. Ding. The spiritual energy concentration in the Lighthouse Nation increased by 50, and dark energy doubled. A series of system notification sounds echoed throughout the world. As the black energy slowly dissipated, Swick's figure reappeared before everyone. His wounds had fully healed, his originally golden hair had turned black, and faint black flames flickered in his eyes. An evil and powerful aura radiated from him, far stronger than before. His strength had directly broken through from the pinnacle of a rank to the pinnacle of Drank, just a step away from Crank. He slowly raised his hand, clenching his 5 fingers. Buzz! Dense black energy gathered in his hand, forming a bone sickle identical to that of the abyssal ghost demon. Is this the power of the level 3 demon god? Swick felt the surging dark energy within him, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He succeeded. Not only did he gain formidable power, but he also successfully suppressed the remnant soul of the abyssal ghost demon, becoming the true master of this body. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Oh my god, he did it. Swick succeeded. The level 3 demon god inheritance. Our Lighthouse Nation has a level 3 god now. Great. We no longer have to fear the Dragon Kingdom. Swick is amazing. Lighthouse Nation is amazing. Yichun, Kaisu, just wait. Our Lighthouse Nation will surely defeat you. In the White House, the president excitedly jumped up from his chair, vigorously waving his fists. Good. 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 Swick is truly the hero of our Lighthouse Nation. From now on, Swick will be the supreme hero of our Lighthouse Nation. The whole country will have a holiday for one day to celebrate Swick's inheritance. In the live stream of other countries, there was dead silence. In the Longwa live stream, the inheritance of the level 3 demon god. This is troublesome. Indeed, the Lighthouse Nation also has top-tier powerhouses, now making the situation even more complex. But it's fine, we have Yishun and Kaisu, so we are not afraid of them. That's right. Yishun can slay Shrank fierce beasts. A mere peak Drank is absolutely no match for. However, we must still be cautious. The power of the Abyss seems quite peculiar. In the Sakura Nation livestream, Baka, why can the Lighthouse Nation also obtain the level 3 divine inheritance? What about our player Harada Shota? He is the strongest warrior of our great Sakura Empire. He will surely obtain a powerful inheritance. That's right. Haradakin will definitely not let us down. We in the Sakura Nation absolutely cannot lose to the Lighthouse Nation or Longwa. In the Dahan Nation livestream, Aishiba, why do all the good things go to Longwa and the Lighthouse Nation? Our Jin Jiming only just obtained the Shrank inheritance. The gap is too large. It's unfair. This is so unfair. That Abyss Demon clearly belongs to our Dahan Nation. How could it be obtained by someone from the Lighthouse Nation? While the whole world was astonished by Sweek obtaining the level 3 demon god inheritance, in another corner of the National Fortune battlefield, the strongest warrior of the Sakura Nation, Harada Shota, was also welcoming his own opportunity. In the Tian High Plateau, there lay an ancient ruin. Fallen stone pillars and broken statues were everywhere, and the air was filled with a desolate and eerie aura. Harada Shota, dressed in black samurai armor, held a sharp katana in his hand, carefully exploring the ruin. His face bore no expression, and his gaze was cold like a blade drawn from its sheath. As the strongest warrior of the Sakura Nation, his mastery of the sword had reached a peak level. Since entering the National Fortune battlefield, he had slain dozens of frank and irrank fierce beasts, and even with his exquisite swordsmanship and techniques obtained from the National Fortune realm, he had taken down a drank beast. Yet he was not satisfied. He knew that with his current strength he could not compare to Yichin Kaisu, or even Sweek, who had just obtained the inheritance. He needed to gain even more powerful strength to bring glory to the Sakura Nation. At that moment his gaze was drawn to an altar in the center of the ruins. It was an altar made of black stone, approximately 5 meters high and octagonal in shape. Each side of the altar was covered with strange knife marks crisscrossing and seemingly containing some profound essence of swordsmanship. At the center of the altar stood a pitch-black long knife, its blade lacking any sheen, as if it could devour the surrounding light. Harada Shota's heart skipped a beat. He could feel a powerful sword intent radiating from that black long knife. This sword intent was cold, eerie, and filled with the aura of slaughter, causing his blood to boil. He stepped closer to the altar. When he reached the foot of the altar, the ground beneath him suddenly lit up with black. The runes spread up the steps of the altar, extending all the way to the black long knife in the center. Buzz! The black long knife suddenly emitted a hum and began to tremble violently. Harada Shota felt a stirring in his heart as he reached out and grasped the handle of the black long knife. The moment he held the hilt, the entire altar erupted with a dazzling black light. A powerful suction force emanated from the long knife, pulling him in. The world spun. When Harada Shota regained his footing, he found himself in a completely dark space. There was no sky, no ground, and no sound, only endless darkness. Where is this place? Harada Shota tightened his grip on the katana, scanning the surroundings warily. At that moment, a cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Level 3 Divine Inheritance Shadow Blade, King Inheritance Site, found. Inheritance trial, survive under the 100 strikes of the Shadow Blade King. Each strike increases in power. During the trial, no weapons other than the blade may be used. Active defenses must not exceed 15 times. No fleeing is allowed, and failure results in being pierced by 1,000 blades and dying. Do you accept the inheritance trial? Level 3 Divine Inheritance. Harada Shota's eyes burst with incredible light. Shadow Blade King. Although the system did not explain his origins from this powerful sword intent, it was clear that it belonged to an extremely formidable being. Moreover, this trial was tailor-made for him. As a samurai, the blade is his life. I accept, Harada Shota said without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a silver light suddenly illuminated the darkness. It was a flash of sword light. Fast. Incredibly fast. Harada Shota didn't even see where the sword light came from. He only felt a chill at his neck as a lock of hair slowly fell. First strike, Shadow Strike. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in the darkness. This strike was not very powerful, but its speed was astonishing. Harada Shota's back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It was too fast. This strike was faster than any attack he had ever witnessed. If that strike had been just a bit off, his head would have already been severed. Before he could react, the second sword light had already appeared. Second strike, Dark Thrust. This strike came from behind him at an angle so tricky that it was almost impossible to defend against. Harada Shota turned sharply, blocking with his katana. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the darkness. Harada Shota felt his arm go numb, and he stumbled back 3 steps. The first defense opportunity has been used. Remaining defense attempts 14 times. The cold system prompt sounded. Harada Shota's heart sank. He almost forgot that the trial stipulated he could not actively defend more than 15 times. This meant that for the next 98 strikes, he could only dodge and could defend at most 14 more times. Third strike, Soul Cleave. The third sword light appeared. Harada Shota felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a knife was stirring in his mind. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, pushing off the ground with force, his figure dodging to the side like a ghost. The sword light grazed his body, leaving a deep cut on his clothing. The subsequent dozens of strikes came faster and more peculiarly than the last. Sword lights attacked from all directions, ubiquitous and inescapable. It was as if the entire dark space had transformed into a blade ready to shred him at any moment. Harada Shota pushed his swordsmanship to the limit. His figure flickered in the darkness like a leaf drifting in the wind, narrowly avoiding the attacks of the sword lights time and again. His footwork was light and elusive, embodying the shadow step that had been passed down for millennia in the Sakura nation. Yet he was still inevitably grazed by the sword energy. His face, arms, and legs were covered with numerous tiny wounds, blood flowing continuously, dyeing his black samurai outfit a dark red. In the Sakura Nation livestream, everyone was nervously sweating. Harada can go for it. You must hold on. So impressive. He can dodge such fast strikes. This is the spirit of our great Sakura Empire's samurai. Harada will surely obtain the inheritance. Defeat Longwa. Defeat the Lighthouse Nation. Show the world the power of our Sakura Nation. 50th strike, Thousand Shadows. Suddenly hundreds of blade lights appeared in the space directly surrounding Harada Shota, leaving him with no place to hide. Harada Shota knew he couldn't evade, so he swiftly swung his katana to block the surrounding blade lights. Even so, he couldn't block all the blade lights, and numerous wounds were inflicted on his body. Continuous blocking of attacks nearly fractured his arm. His palm was already torn, and his katana was developing many cracks at risk of breaking at any moment. The 71st strike, Annihilation. This attack did not come quickly, but the blade light carried a sense of annihilation, as if even the surrounding space was being devoured. Seeing this, Harada Shota took a deep breath, channeling all his power into his legs, and then he suddenly retreated. But just as he was stepping back, the blade light suddenly accelerated and appeared right before him. In the next moment, the blade light struck fiercely at his chest. A wound appeared on his chest, and blood spurted out instantly. Harada Shota staggered back a few steps and knelt on one knee, coughing out a mouthful of blood. He reached out to cover his chest, and the katana in his hand suddenly broke, falling to the ground. The third defensive opportunity has been used, remaining defensive chances 12. It turned out that just before that blade was about to hit him, he used the katana to block in front of his chest, deflecting most of its power, but the blade broke as a result. Harada. In the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, everyone gasped. Hang in there, Harada. We cannot do without you in the Sakura Nation. Go for it. You can do it. Harada Shota leaned on the broken blade and slowly stood up, his gaze extraordinarily firm. I am the strongest samurai of the Sakura Nation, and I will never fall here. He gritted his teeth and stood tall again. The 81st strike, Soul Devour. The 91st strike, Shadow Storm. The 99th strike, 10,000 blades returning to origin. Each strike continued to slash down upon Harada Shota. Harada Shota's body had no intact places left. He had turned into a person drenched in blood. The katana in his hand was completely destroyed, leaving only the hilt. He had only one defensive chance left. The 100th strike blade breaking the void. The cold voice. A gigantic blade light suddenly appeared from the void, wielding earth-shattering power as it slashed towards Harada Shota. Wherever it passed, it seemed as if the very space was being cleaved apart. Harada Shota looked at this strike, his hands trembling slightly. This was the strongest strike he had encountered so far. But now he had no way to retreat. Harada Shota took a deep breath, threw away the hilt in his hand, slowly closed his eyes, and his hands stopped trembling. In his mind, he recalled all the trajectories of the previous 99 strikes. Those blade lights seemed to be engraved in his soul, constantly resurfacing in his mind. He was comprehending. He was grasping the blade path of the Shadow Blade King. Combining it with his own blade path, he aimed to create a technique powerful enough to withstand it. Suddenly Harada Shota opened his eyes. His eyes turned pitch black and a rich black aura burst forth from his body. He extended his right hand and grasped at the void. Buzz. A black long sword formed from pure shadow energy appeared in his hand. This strike I will take. Shadow slash. Harada Shota shouted loudly, wielding the shadow long sword, and actively met that gigantic black blade light. He did not defend or dodge. A black crescent moon slashed from his black long sword, directly colliding with the blade light in the void. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted, resonating through the dark space. The dark space shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Harada Shota's body flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground. The shadow long sword in his hand dissipated. He lay on the ground motionless, his breath weak. In the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, an immediate silence fell. Haradakin! Haradakin, wake up! No! Haradakin! Whoa! Our Haradakin! Just when everyone thought Harada Shota had failed, the cold system prompt echoed throughout the world again. Ding! Congratulations to Sakura Nation contestant Harada Shota for successfully receiving the attack of the Shadow Blade King's 100th strike. Ding! Congratulations to Sakura Nation contestant Harada Shota for obtaining the complete inheritance of the level 3 God Shadow Blade King. Ding! Reward: Harada Shota's physique increased 5-fold. Speed increased 5-fold. Obtained all basic techniques of the Shadow Blade King. Obtained Shadow Armor Pseudo. Ding! Obtained Shadow Blade Pseudo. Obtained Shadow Stealth Major Completion. Ding! All citizens of the Sakura Nation's physique increased by 40. Shadow Energy Affinity increased by 15. Ding! The spiritual energy density of the Sakura Nation increased by 50, and shadow energy doubled. A black glow enveloped Harada Shota's body. His wounds healed at a visible speed, broken bones reconnected, and his lost power rapidly restored. A cold and powerful blade intent radiated from him. His strength had directly broken through from a rank. Harada Shota slowly stood up from the ground, extending his hand. A completely black long sword appeared in his grip. He gently waved the sword. Sizzle! A black blade light flashed, and the void was surprisingly cut with a fine crack. Is this the blade path of a level 3 god? Harada Shota felt the surging power within him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He succeeded. The Sakura Nation now had its own level 3 god inheritor. In the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, a frenzied cheer erupted instantly. Long live Haradakin! Long live! Long live the great Sakura Empire! We did it! We also have a level 3 god. Great! We no longer have to look at the faces of the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. Haradakin is the hero of our great Sakura Empire. Yi-chun, Swick, just wait. Our Haradakin will definitely defeat you. In the Prime Minister's office in Tokyo, the Prime Minister was moved to tears, bowing deeply to the screen. Haradakin, you are the pride of the great Sakura Empire. From now on, you will be the national protector of the great Sakura Empire. The entire nation will take pride in you. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the atmosphere became tense. This is really troublesome. One from the Lighthouse Nation, one from the Sakura Nation, and now there are 3 level 3 god inheritors. Indeed, the situation is becoming increasingly tense. But no worries, we have Yi-shun. Yi-shun can slay strength beasts far stronger than them. That's right. And we still have Kai-Su. In a Tuntuo, we aren't afraid. But we still need to be careful. Their powers are quite strange. In the Dragon Nation's intelligence department, Qin Ming knitted his brows tightly. He looked at the figures of Swick and Harada Shota on the screen, and said solemnly, immediately notify Yi-chun and Kai-Su to be cautious of the contestants from the Lighthouse Nation and the Sakura Nation. At the same time, strengthen domestic defenses and prepare for everything. Yes. Meanwhile, aboard the Shin Yellow Wave Breaker in the Misty Sea, Yi-chun was sitting on a fishing chair, leisurely fishing. Shao Kahn was lying beside him, happily eating a piece of golden roasted magic beast meat. Upon receiving the news from the country, Yi-chun merely raised an eyebrow. Oh, Abyss Demon and Shadow Blade King. Both are intruder inheritors, but their strengths are still too low. However, it seems the coming days won't be so dull. Abyss and Shadows. It seems some of those who ambushed the Frost Goddess were using these two powers. If the Frost Goddess artifact is in their hands, retrieving it will be somewhat difficult. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I really find the artifact, but still too early. After speaking, he continued to focus on the fishing float on the water surface, as if the news he heard earlier was just an inconsequential matter. Shao Kong lifted his head, glanced at Yi Chun, then lowered it again, continuing to eat with enthusiasm. The Zuan Huang wavebreakers swiftly advanced through the mist. On the ship, Yi Chun sat comfortably in his exclusive fishing chair, holding a fishing rod, leisurely fishing. Shao Kong lay beside him on the deck, clutching a roasted abyssal octopus tentacle larger than its head, munching away with oil dripping from its mouth. Golden grease dripped from its claws onto the deck, but it paid no mind, focusing solely on devouring the tentacle while emitting satisfied murmuring sounds. Ever since slaying the abyssal octopus and increasing the compatibility of the golden cudgel to 20, Yi Chun's mindset had become more relaxed and pleasant. Moreover, it might be due to the presence of the abyssal octopus aura on the ship that they had not encountered any sea beasts during this period. As for the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, each producing a third-level divine heir, Yi Chun paid them no heed. Even if they produced a few more in his eyes, they were merely slightly stronger ants. The only things that truly piqued his interest were the hidden true powerhouses and the divine artifacts left behind by the goddess of frost and wind. Yi Chun is too calm, right? Both the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom now have third-level divine heirs, and he's still fishing. Why not? Should Yi Chun jump up and shout? That would be too demeaning. Exactly, two class contenders are nothing compared to Yi Chun, who can easily slay glass sea beasts. They are no different from insects on the roadside. Now I actually feel a bit sorry for Swick and Harada Shota. They finally obtained a third-level divine inheritance, only to look up and see Yi Chun has already reached a place they cannot aspire to. Ha ha ha, the truth is out. They thought they caught up, but Yi Chun had already left them in the dust. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. The audience had absolute confidence in Yi Chun's strength. Let alone just two newly acquired class heirs, they believed that even a true third-level divine being would lose to Yi Chun. Although this statement was somewhat boastful, it was uncertain who would live or die when Yi Chun's strength was fully unleashed. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Kingdom's livestream was in an uproar. General Swick is incredible. Now our Lighthouse Kingdom also has a third-level divine inheritance. Just wait, once General Swick reaches class, he will definitely seek revenge on Yi Chun. That's right. The power of the Abyss is invincible. Yi Chun will eventually be torn apart by General Swick. I hope General Swick can find Yi Chun quickly and chop his head off to hang at the White House. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom's livestream was no different. Paradox's swordsmanship is the best in the world. How can the legacy of the Shadow Blade King compare to that of the 100 Styles martial god? Kai Su couldn't even take a single blow from Haradican. Once Haradican reaches class, he will go to the Misty Sea to find Yi Chun and let him taste the power of our Cherry Blossom Empire's swords. The era of the Dragon Kingdom has passed. Next will be the era of our Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Light. Regarding the clamoring of these clowns, Yi Chun was not only oblivious, but even if he saw it, he would be completely indifferent, not bothering to glance at them. At this moment, Yi Chun's focus was solely on the fishing float on the water surface. Time passed, and as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the sky and sea were dyed a brilliant orangerd. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist and fell on the deck, Yi Chun suddenly lifted his head and gazed ahead. The once dense white mist had become much thinner here. Through the mist, the vague outline of a lush green island could be seen. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and reeled in his fishing rod. There's an island ahead. Oh, let's go take a look. Shao Kong, who was perched on Yi Chun's shoulder, immediately lifted its head upon hearing this, its golden vertical pupils sparkling as it looked at the suddenly appearing island, evidently excited about exploring a new place. The Zuan Huang wavebreaker slowly approached the island, and as they got closer, the island's full appearance became clear to everyone. This island was quite large, roughly several dozen square kilometers. The island was covered in dense tropical vegetation, with tall coconut trees everywhere, and the white sandy beach sparkled under the sun, resembling a beautiful vacation paradise. Wow, this island is so beautiful. It looks like there are plenty of resources, so many coconut trees. Is Yi Chun finally going to unlock a new map? I'm so tired of watching Yi Chun fish every day. Maybe there are some good things on the island, like an inheritance or something. Don't get your hopes up, inheritances aren't that easy to come by. But getting some coconuts to drink wouldn't be bad. Yi Chun stopped the boat by the shore, then leaped onto the beach. Shao Kong curiously looked around. Its feet sank into the soft sand, making a shoo sound. The air was filled with the scent of coconuts and the salty tang of the sea, uplifting one's spirits. Let's go pick some coconuts first. Yichun said as he waved his hand to put the Zuinhuang wavebreaker into his storage ring and walked toward the nearby coconut grove. These coconut trees were quite tall, with the shortest being over 10 meters. However, for Yichun this was hardly. He directly addressed Shao Kong on his shoulder, saying, "Shao Kong, go up and pick some coconuts from the top." It seemed Yichun was asking Shao Kong to fetch coconuts. Shao Kong nodded in response, then flew up to the coconuts and used its claws to cut them down. Thud, thud, thud. Several large coconuts fell onto the beach, cracking open with a few splits, and sweet coconut water flowed out. Shao Kong smelled the fragrance of the coconut and immediately flew down, hugging one to munch on. Its sharp claws easily tore through the hard coconut shell, and it gulped down the coconut water, not forgetting to munch on the coconut flesh inside, enjoying itself immensely. Yichun also picked up a coconut, poked a hole in it with his finger, and slowly drank the sweet coconut water, feeling the speed of the spiritual energy within him quicken slightly after consuming it. Not bad. This is quite a nice drink. After all, this coconut is a class spiritual plant. He'll manifest some for the Dragon Kingdom and keep the rest. Just then his gaze was suddenly drawn to something shining on the beach. He walked over and bent down to pick it up. It was a gold nugget the size of a fist of extremely high purity, emitting a dazzling glow under the sunlight. Yichun weighed the gold nugget in his hand. It was heavy, at least 2 to 3 kilograms. What the hell? What is that? Gold. It really looks like gold. Yichun found gold. My god, there is actually gold on this island. This luck is unbelievable. Just wandering around and I found gold. Yichun is truly the chosen one. Wherever he goes, luck follows. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream room exploded, and everyone was stunned by this sudden surprise. Yichun searched around the nearby beach and indeed discovered several gold nuggets of varying sizes, the largest even as big as a watermelon, weighing dozens of kilograms. It seems this island has a gold mine, Yichun said thoughtfully. Just then the sky in the distance suddenly, immediately after, a dull rumble echoed from deep within the island, as if a giant beast was roaring underground. Boom! The ground began to tremble slightly, and leaves from the coconut trees fell rustling down. Yichun looked up to see a massive volcano slowly erupting in the center of the island. Dark red lava erupted from the volcano like a fire dragon, raining down like fiery rain. What left everyone dumbfounded was that among the erupting lava, countless shining gold nuggets were mixed. Gold nuggets of all sizes burst forth along with the lava, showering down like a rain of gold, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. My god, what am I seeing? Gold. It's all gold erupting from the lava. This isn't a volcano. This is a mountain of gold. My goodness, I've never seen so much gold in my life. We're rich. The Dragon Kingdom has struck gold. Yichun has dug up a nest of gold. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, all the viewers were so excited they could hardly speak. The screen was filled with dense bullet comments, making it nearly impossible to see the footage. Looking at the constantly erupting volcano in the distance, Yichun smiled slightly and said, "So that's it. No wonder there is so much gold here. It all comes from the volcanic eruptions." Seeing gold from so far away, it seems that the gold mine in this volcano has an enormous storage capacity. But it might also have been brought here by other creatures, though it doesn't really matter. At this moment, Shao Kong also lifted its head from the coconut, looking at the rain of gold falling from the sky, its eyes instantly shining with excitement. Although it didn't know what it was very fond of the glittering substance. Yep. Shao Kong flew to Yichun's side, tugging at his clothes and constantly pointing towards the volcano, clearly wanting to go and take a look. Seeing this, Yichun smiled slightly and said, "All right, let's go take a look at the volcano. We can't waste all this." Having said that, he took Shao Kong and headed toward the volcano in the center of the island. Thus, Yichun and Shao Kong began their gold mining journey. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream. Damn, why is the luck of the Dragon Nation always so good? A volcano spewing gold. This is simply outrageous. Oh god, it's so unfair. Why can't our contestants from the Lighthouse Nation encounter such good fortune? No way. This island was discovered by our Lighthouse Nation first. The gold on it should belong to us. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's live stream. Baka. This island clearly belongs to our Cherry Blossom Nation. The gold is all ours. Yichun is not allowed to touch it. Harudikin, hurry and steal the gold back. That is the wealth of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. Naturally, the Dragon Nation's viewers retaliated mercilessly against these unreasonable claims from other nations. Laughing to death, discovered first. Yichun is already on the island. Where were you? Yours. Why don't you say that the entire national fortune of the world belongs to you? If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Let's see if Yichun won't break your legs. Exactly, a bunch of waste who can only shout online. Let's meet on the national fortune battlefield. From the seaside to the foot of the volcano, there is about 100 kilometers of distance. Anyway, Yichun and the others were not in a hurry, strolling leisurely and enjoying the scenery of the island along the way. The ecological environment of this island is very good with dense vegetation and various kinds of animals everywhere. Yi-Chen generally couldn't be bothered to deal with the fierce beasts. As long as they didn't actively provoke him, Yi-Chen pretended not to see them. But there were always some fools who thought Yi-Chen and Shao Kong looked easy to bully and came to them. Like now, a 3-meter-long E-class wild boar was lowering its head using its sharp tusks to threaten Yi-Chen, growling menacingly from its throat. It had just been foraging when it saw Yi-Chen and Shao Kong passing by, thinking this was food delivered to its door. Yep. Shao Kong immediately stood in front of Yi-Chen, issuing a warning cry at the wild boar. The wild boar clearly didn't take this little golden creature seriously. It suddenly exerted force, stomping its hooves and charging fiercely at Shao Kong. "Be careful," a viewer in the Dragon Nation's live stream shouted instinctively. But clearly their concern was unnecessary. Shao Kong's figure flickered and instantly appeared above the wild boar. Then it raised its small paw and lightly tapped. Bang! A muffled sound. The head of the 1,000-pound E-class wild boar was directly slapped into the ground by Shao Kong, instantly silencing it. What the hell was I just doing? I was actually worried about Shao Kong. Exactly, Shao Kong is capable of tearing apart class fierce beasts. A mere E-class is killed with just a slap. You don't even consider what Shao Kong is. Shao Kong is a divine dragon, a god. I estimate that when Shao Kong grows up, it will be stronger than the inheritors that Kai Su and the others will obtain. Of course, Shao Kong is a divine beast. Plus, being with Yi-Chen, it will definitely be stronger than those so-called level 3 gods, no, even level 1 gods. Poor wild boar, why pick a fight with this little tyrant Shao Kong? Shao Kong shook its paws as if it had merely done something trivial. Then it picked up the wild boar and flew in front of Yi-Chen, placing the wild boar on the ground, and then rubbing its cheek against Yi-Chen's shoulder, calling out as if to take credit. Yi-Chen smiled and rubbed its head, then casually put away the wild boar and continued to walk forward. Along the way there were still many reckless fierce beasts attacking them, but without exception they were all easily dealt with by Shao Kong. Shao Kong rather enjoyed such things, treating it like a game, killing one after another. Each time Shao Kong killed a fierce beast, it would bring it to Yi-Chen's side and seek praise, and Yi-Chen would give Shao Kong a little treat. In this way the day soon passed. By evening, Yi-Chen found a clean stream and decided to rest there for the night. He asked Shao Kong to fetch some wood for the fire, then took out a large pot from his storage ring, simply processed various ingredients, cooked 2 dishes, and steamed a pot of rice. Soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Shao Kong squatted nearby, eagerly staring at the meat in the pot, nearly drooling. Yi-Chen served the cooked dishes and rice into a bowl in front of Shao Kong, then took a portion for himself and started to eat slowly. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Yi-Chen took out the small house he had made earlier and placed it under a large tree. This house no longer resembled its former self. Yi-Chen had upgraded it with 1,000-year iron heart wood and formations. Now it could even be described as a luxurious small villa. Yi-Chen lay on the lounge chair gazing at the stars in the sky, while Shao Kong lay in his arms fast asleep, occasionally moving its mouth as if dreaming of some delicious food. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, many viewers were also awake, quietly watching the screen. It's so quiet. This feeling is really nice. Yeah, seeing how Yi-Chen and Shao Kong are now, I feel relaxed too. I truly envy Yi-Chen's life, so carefree and unrestrained. I hope we can find more gold tomorrow. I hope we won't encounter any danger. However, little did they know danger was quietly approaching. As Yi-Chen and Shao Kong fell asleep, the fierce beasts deep within the island were frantically fleeing towards the seaside. It seemed that something extremely terrifying was awakening from the direction of the volcano. The next morning, Yi-Chen and Shao Kong had a simple meal, then tidied up and set off. After walking for a while, Yi-Chen noticed something was wrong. There wasn't a single fierce beast in sight along the way, which was quite strange. Soon Yi-Chen discovered a large number of footprints on the ground, and the direction they were heading towards was exactly where they had come from. The seaside. Strange, why are there no fierce beasts at all? Yeah, there were quite a few yesterday. Why are they all gone today? Look at the footprints on the ground. It seems they're all running towards the seaside. Could it be that something scared them all away? Could it be that there's some danger from the volcano? In the Dragon Nation's livestream, viewers also noticed the anomaly and began to discuss it. Yi-Chen frowned slightly. He could feel a faint aura of violence permeating the air. This aura was very weak, almost imperceptible, yet it felt exceptionally ancient and powerful. However, he didn't pay it much mind. With his current strength, he was basically not afraid unless it was a god-level creature. If there really was a powerful fierce beast, he might even try the power of a super scion. At this moment, Shao Kong seemed to sense something as well, but lay on Yi-Chen's shoulder, its golden eyes filled with vigilance. In the following 2 days, things became increasingly strange. Not only were there no signs of any ferocious beasts, but even ordinary wild animals and birds had vanished. The entire island had turned lifeless, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Earthquakes began to occur, becoming more frequent and intense. Sometimes small rocks would even tumble down from the mountains. The air was filled with the scent of sulfur mixed with a faint trace of blood. Occasionally, a deep roar would echo from the direction of the volcano. The sound was very vague, as if it came from the depths of the earth, yet it was imbued with an indescribable majesty and ferocity. Something's not right. This is too strange. I feel like there's definitely something big hidden in the volcano. Yishun, maybe we should stop moving forward. There might really be danger. Yeah, the previous class abyssal demon octopus didn't create such a situation. The current circumstances are too bizarre. We might as well forget about this gold mine. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the viewers began to grow worried, urging Yichen not to continue. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream, however, there was a sense of schadenfreude. I knew there was definitely danger. It would be best if an S-class ferocious beast appeared, or an SS-class beast to devour both Yichen and that dragon. That's right. Let him be greedy. Oh God, please show yourself and kill the contestant from Longwa. Baka, it would be great if that beast tore Yichen apart. Then Harudekin would lose his biggest enemy. Gold and all that don't matter as long as Yichen is dead. That's all that counts. The personnel from the National Intelligence Agency also sent Yichen messages advising him to refrain from going any further. Seeing this, Yichen chuckled. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Even if there's a divine beast in there, I'm not afraid. Even if I can't win, I can still escape, so just trust me. Having said that, he quickened his pace toward the volcano. Shao Kong also sensed Yichen's thoughts, standing on his shoulder and preparing for battle at any moment. By noon on the fourth day, Yichen finally reached the foot of the volcano. The scene before him took everyone's breath away. The entire volcano was covered in lava, with dark red molten rock slowly flowing down the slope, turning everything it touched to ash. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell, and the temperature was astonishingly high. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the searing heat wave. Within the lava, there was a dazzling display of gold everywhere. Gold nuggets of various sizes were embedded in the rocks formed by the cooling lava, some even exposed, creating small golden hills. My God, so much gold. This is simply a mountain of gold. It's breathtaking. I've never seen so much gold in my life. We struck gold. Longwa is really going to strike it rich this time. With this gold, our economy can soar for at least 10 years. In the Longwa live broadcast room, everyone was stunned by the shocking sight. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. With this much gold, it is estimated that Longwa will have several gold mountains, and by then gold will likely lose its value. He waved his hand casually, and a wave of purple light shot out, causing the surrounding gold pieces to fly out of the lava and into Yichen's storage ring. Shao Kong imitated Yichen, waving its small paw at a gold nugget, but nothing happened. The youth. Shao Kong tilted its head in confusion, not understanding why the gold wasn't flying. Then it flew over, hugged the gold nugget, returned, and placed it at Yichen's feet, looking at him as if seeking praise. Yichen chuckled at its antics, ruffling its head. Well done, Shao Kong. Receiving praise, Shao Kong became even more excited, flitting about and continuously bringing gold pieces to Yichen's feet. Although it could only carry 1 or 2 pieces at a time, it did so tirelessly. Shao Kong is just too cute. Why doesn't Shao Kong grow bigger? If it were bigger, it could carry more gold, right? What do you care? Shao Kong will do as it pleases. Can you control? At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from within the volcano. Roar. This roar was clearer and louder than any before. The entire volcano began to shake violently, the lava surging like ocean waves, and countless stones tumbled down from the volcano's mouth. Yichen suddenly looked up, sensing a massive presence within the lava. Amidst the rolling lava, a pair of gigantic eyes slowly opened. What kind of eyes were they? Their diameter was at least several meters, with pupils of pure crimson radiating a sense of ferocity, anger, and destruction. Just one glance from those eyes made one's soul tremble. Following this, a massive claw covered in black scales emerged from the lava, slamming down fiercely on the edge of the volcano's mouth. Boom! The hard volcanic rock was instantly shattered into pieces, debris scattering everywhere. A colossal creature slowly stood up from the lava. Its size was immense. Even the part above the water exceeded 200 meters. Its body was covered in thick black scales, each scale the size of a grinding wheel, glinting with a metallic sheen. A pair of enormous wings unfolded from its back, soaring into the clouds. A dragon's head rose from the lava, opening its massive mouth to let out a skyward roar. A terrifying pressure emanated from it, enveloping the entire island. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. In the Longwa live broadcast room, there was a deathly silence. All the chat messages had disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at the terrifying giant dragon on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief and fear. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream. My God, that's a giant dragon from our west. I never expected that our western giant dragon truly exists. So terrifying. I was just cursing for Yi Chun to be eaten by a ferocious beast. I didn't expect him to encounter a giant dragon so quickly. Yi Chun is definitely no match for this giant dragon, he's doomed. In the Sakura Nation's livestream. Baka. It really is a dragon. Harudikin. Thankfully he didn't come. Otherwise he would have been swallowed whole by this dragon. It's over. Yi Chun is doomed. Yi Chun's face also turned serious at the foot of the volcano. He slowly straightened his body, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. He looked at the giant dragon awakening from the lava, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. A giant dragon. Although it's not a divine dragon like Shao Kahn, it is still of the dragon race, and its power is still top tier. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. Shao Kahn also flew to Yi Chun's side, its fur standing on end, as it let out an angry roar at the giant dragon. Being of the dragon race, as well, Shao Kahn instinctively felt hostility toward this giant dragon. It roared at the giant dragon at the volcano's mouth. Roar. Hearing the sound, the giant dragon lowered its head, its crimson eyes fixating intently on Yi Chun and Shao Kahn. Especially Shao Kahn, it sensed a familiar scent of kin from it, one that was repugnant to it. It had just been awakened from its slumber by the volcanic eruption and was in an extremely irritable state. These two minuscule creatures dared to steal its gold on its territory, and one of them was a loathsome kin. This was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to it. Roar. The giant dragon let out another earth-shattering roar, opening its mouth to unleash a terrifying dragon flame infused with lava at Yi Chun and Shao Kahn below. The terrifying dragon flame instantly raised the temperature around them by dozens of degrees. An earth-shattering battle was about to commence. Boom. The crimson magma dragon fire emitted a terrifyingly high temperature spewing forth from the mouth of the lava-black dragon, distorting the air around it. Seeing this, Yi Chun drew his staff saber and waved it towards the incoming dragon fire, conjuring a violet barrier before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The terrifying dragon fire violently collided with the violet barrier, and in the next moment the dreadful flames were repelled back. The ground where the dragon fire made contact instantly turned to scorched earth. Even the hard volcanic rock melted into liquid. My heavens! Yi Chun actually repelled this terrifying dragon fire. This is dragon fire. An attack powerful enough to easily melt the ground into magma, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of Yi Chun's clothes. The oppressive force of that dragon fire was truly overwhelming, and my heart nearly jumped out just now, yet Yi Chun managed to block it so effortlessly. Yi Chun's strength is indeed unfathomable. The previously silent bullet screen in the Long Kingdom's livestream suddenly erupted. Everyone was awestruck by this scene. The fear brought by the giant dragon's appearance was instantly replaced by excitement. Name: Lava Black Dragon, SSS level beast. Description: the pinnacle of mundane beasts, a descendant of the ancient dragon clan with immense potential. Feeding on lava energy, it has an extreme obsession with gold, and its lair is filled with treasures. It resides permanently in an active volcano. Its lava dragon scales are hard and immune to fire, capable of melting steel, with a strong regenerative ability in magma. Its temperament is fierce and protective of its food, adept at killing any intruders. The lava black dragon, upon seeing its dragon fire easily blocked by a mere human, flashed a hint of surprise before being overwhelmed by even more violent anger. It had lived for thousands of years, and this was the first time someone dared to be so brazen in its territory. Insignificant human, you dare to trespass into my domain, steal my gold, and challenge my authority. A deep, hoarse voice thundered across the heavens and earth, shaking the entire volcano slightly. Holy crap, it can actually talk. I said. Previously, level beasts had very high intelligence. I thought level beasts could talk too, but I didn't expect to see the first talking beast at the SSS level. This voice is incredibly oppressive. Just listening to it makes one's legs weak. Ye Chun, be careful. This giant dragon is far stronger than the previous abyssal demon chapter. Yi Chun slightly raised the corner of his mouth, sheathing his staff saber, then placing the golden cudgel aside. Your gold, oi. Let's not mention that this gold spewed out from the volcano. Even if it truly belonged to you, what could you do about it? Now that the gold is in my hands, it is mine. Yi Chun's tone was extremely calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. What did you say? The lava black dragon was completely infuriated. Gold was its favorite thing, and it slumbered here, because there was a gold mine in this volcano, along with another thing that, for thousands of years, it had claimed everything here as its own, yet now someone was saying the gold it possessed wasn't its. This was the greatest insult to it. Roar. The lava black dragon let out a deafening roar, its enormous wings flapping violently, stirring up a torrent of magma, as it dove rapidly towards Yi Chun. It moved so swiftly that one could only see a black afterimage in the air, its colossal claws accompanied by a tearing howl through the air, slammed down towards Yi Chun and Shao Kahn. This claw contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a mountain would be instantly shattered. Yi Chun, be careful. Shao Kahn, watch out. The audience in the live stream room exclaimed in unison. Yet Yi Chun neither dodged nor flinched. He took a step forward and raised his hands, attempting to directly block the claw of the lava black dragon. Boom! The dragon claw struck Yi Chun with a tremendous impact, instantly creating a massive pit several dozen meters deep in the ground, with debris flying and magma erupting. Just as the lava black dragon thought that Yi Chun and Shao Kahng had been crushed to death, a voice emerged from beneath its claws. The power is decent, but not enough. Upon hearing this, the lava black dragon's pupils constricted. It lifted its claw and saw Yi Chun and Shao Kahng standing there unharmed. Just as it was puzzled about how Yi Chun had blocked its attack, Yi Chun's voice rang out once more. Since you gave me a claw, how about you take a punch from me? In the next moment, Yi Chun vanished from the ground and reappeared before the lava black dragon, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike to its face. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. Yi Chun's fist struck the lava black dragon squarely in the face, sending it flying backward, crashing heavily into the volcano behind. The lava black dragon, now on the ground, let out a painful roar. The black dragon scales on its face were shattered by Yi Chun's punch, with crimson blood slowly oozing out. So cool. So cool. Yi Chun's punch was incredibly powerful, directly sending the lava black dragon flying and even shattering its dragon scales. Looks like SS-level beasts aren't that impressive after all. They can't even take a punch from Yi Chun. Go Yi Chun. Kill this black dragon. The audience in the Long Kingdom was ecstatic, dancing with joy, while the live stream rooms of Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country were eerily silent. They had originally thought Yi Chun was doomed this time, but unexpectedly his strength was so formidable that he injured the terrifying giant dragon with a single punch. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That is an SS-level giant dragon. How could it be injured by a human? Just how strong is Yi Chun? Is he even human? God, are you truly standing on the side of the law? The lava black dragon touched its injured cheek, gazing at the crimson blood on its hand, its fury intense. Very well. Human, you have successfully angered me. I will tear you to pieces and use your bones to prop up the legs of my golden palace. With a roar, the lava black dragon lunged at Yi Chun once more. This time it held nothing back, its massive form soaring in the air, unleashing dragon fire and claws in a relentless assault on Yi Chun. Yi Chun also soared through the air, continuously engaging in fierce combat with the lava black dragon. Dragon fire and energy waves collided in the air, producing deafening sounds. Moreover, Yi Chun and the lava black dragon also engaged in close-quarter combat, exchanging powerful blows. Not knowing whether it was due to compatibility, Yi Chun didn't use his full strength during the fight, but kept testing the waters. Ding! Compatibility successfully increased to 21. Ability unlocked: Scion Combat Instinct. A brand new battle intuition surged into Yi Chun's mind. He felt as if he was born to fight, able to instantly discern the trajectories of enemy attacks and weaknesses, with his body instinctively responding with the most appropriate actions. So this is the Scion Combat Instinct. No wonder Kakarot and Vegeta are so confident in battle. Yi Chun nodded in his heart, and his battle with the lava black dragon became even smoother. He also unlocked the prince's battle technique. Countless energy waves surged towards the lava black dragon. Yep. At that moment, Shao Kahng also launched an attack. Transforming into a streak of green lightning, it zipped behind the lava black dragon and unleashed a breath attack on its back. Unfortunately, Shao Kahn's strength was still relatively low, and this strike did not inflict substantial harm on the lava black dragon. Nevertheless, it attracted the lava black dragon's attention. Seeking death. The lava black dragon roared violently, whipping its head in an attempt to swat Shao Kahng away. But Shao Kahng was extremely quick, and the massive lava black dragon couldn't touch it at all. Moreover, Shao Kahng seized the opportunity to use Air Slash, continuously harassing the lava black dragon. Roar! The lava black dragon was infuriated by this annoying little creature. It spun around and opened its massive jaws to bite at Shao Kahng. Shao Kahng, however, was well prepared. It flapped its wings and instantly retreated behind, Yi Chun baring its teeth at the lava black dragon. This scene immediately provoked the lava black dragon's wrath. This damn little reptile. He'll kill you first. The molten fire black dragon was thoroughly provoked by Shao Kahng. It disregarded Yi Chun and aimed to find Shao Kahng. Yet Shao Kahng showed no fear, standing on Yi Chun's shoulder and making a face at the lava black dragon. Shao Kahng is too clever. Knowing it can't win, it directly ran to Yi Chun's side. Huh, look at that black dragon, it's so furious that it's almost smoking. Yi Chun, we can't let that nasty black dragon hurt Shao Kahng. A hit that black dragon hard. Yi Chun observed the lava black dragon, which was driven mad by Shao Kahng, with a slight smile. Shao Kahng, do you want to play with it? With your speed it can't catch you anyway. Hearing this, Shao Kahng did not refuse, but flew directly from Yi Chun's shoulder, sticking its tongue out at the lava black dragon. Seeing this, the lava-black dragon became even more furious and charged toward Shao Kahn. Yi Chen stood aside, quietly observing the lava-black dragon's fighting style. He aimed to enhance his compatibility through this battle as much as possible. Killing the black dragon outright would be too regrettable. From the earlier battle, he realized that if he used his full strength, he could easily kill the black dragon at any moment. The molten fire black dragon chased for a long time, but couldn't even touch Shao Kahn's shadow. Instead, it became a mess from Shao Kahn's antics, infuriated yet helpless. Damn little thing. If you have the ability, don't run. If you can, then catch me. Shao Kahn surprisingly spoke, its voice sweet, yet full of provocation. What a... Shao Kahn can actually talk. Did I hear that right? Shao Kahn just spoke. So cute. With a sweet voice, it dares to provoke a giant dragon. Shao Kahn is amazing. No wonder it's a divine beast. The audience from the Dragon Nation was instantly charmed by Shao Kahn's voice. The molten fire black dragon was even more enraged. It stopped chasing and instead opened its mouth wide to unleash a more terrifying dragon flame into the sky. Molten meteor shower. This dragon flame exploded in the sky, transforming into meteors that fell like a rain of fire, covering the entire sky. Shao Kahn realized it couldn't evade this attack with its current speed. It twisted its body and used Dragon Dance. Buzz. A faint golden light enveloped Shao Kahn, instantly doubling its attack power and speed. Then it roared at the sky and activated its own ability, Delta Airflow. Whoosh! The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with strong winds swirling around them. Under the influence of the Delta Airflow ability, Shao Kahn's strength increased once more. It raced through the fiery rain like a green lightning bolt, evading all the fire without a scratch. What a... The molten fire black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. It never expected that this rank little creature could control the weather. Even though it was also a dragon, changing the weather at a rank was extremely difficult for it. Only dragons with a very strong bloodline could possess such an ability. Those dragons with powerful bloodlines could naturally alter the weather or terrain to enhance their strength. Could it be that this little mudfish's bloodline power was stronger than its own? No wonder Shao Kahn can change the weather. Shao Kahn is too amazing. So strong at such a young age. Just wait until it grows up. I am increasingly looking forward to seeing how strong Shao Kahn will be when it grows up. Shao Kahn, go for it. Show that black dragon who's boss. Just as the molten fire black dragon was astonished by Shao Kahn's ability, Yi Chen finally moved. In an instant, he appeared above the lava black dragon and delivered a fierce kick to its head. Take my kick. By the time the molten fire black dragon reacted, it was too late. It could only instinctively raise its claw to block, but Yi Chen's kick landed on its claw, sending it tumbling from the sky. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The molten fire black dragon's claw was brutally shattered by that kick. Roar! The molten fire black dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body plummeting to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and lava. Good. Well done. Yi Chen's kick was so satisfying. It broke its claw. Let's see how arrogant it is now. Yi Chen is awesome. Shao Kahn is amazing. The Dragon Nation's live stream erupted in cheers with the audience moved to... The molten fire black dragon lay on the ground, clutching its broken claw and wailing in pain, its eyes filled with resentment and fear as it stared at its severed claw. It finally realized that the strength of the human before it far exceeded its imagination. As an SS-rank dragon, it had essentially stood at the peak of mortal beasts. Except for a few outliers, no one could threaten it. The molten fire black dragon's voice trembled slightly. Who are you really? Yi Chen slowly descended to the ground, hands behind his back, and spoke indifferently. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are going to die here today. A glimmer of despair flashed in the molten fire black dragon's eyes, soon replaced by madness. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The molten fire black dragon roared, lava flowing between its scales, and the energy within it surged wildly. Not good. What is it planning? Is it going to self-destruct? Self-destruct? Yi Chen, run. The self-destruction of an SS-rank beast is earth-shattering. It's over. What should we do now? The Dragon Nation audience instantly panicked. Yet Yi Chen remained calm, even yawning. Self-destruct? You really think you can succeed in self-destructing in front of me? Yi Chen said, placing his hands on his waist and executing the Kamehameha. Ha! A blue energy beam erupted from his hands, striking the molten fire black dragon hard. Boom! The molten fire black dragon's self-destruction hadn't even begun when it was forcibly interrupted by the Kamehameha. Its massive body was blasted away by the Kamehameha, crashing heavily against the volcano wall, a torrent of lava, and the molten fire black dragon's blood flowing down. Cough, cough. The molten fire black dragon coughed violently, its breath turning extremely weak. It looked at Yi Chen, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. I am unwilling. I have slept for 1,000 years. just to gather strength to break through that barrier and become a dragon god. I refuse to die like this. Yichen slowly walked up to it, looking down at it from above. Become a dragon god. If you hadn't encountered me, you might have truly had a chance to break through and become a dragon god. But unfortunately your luck is poor, you encountered me. The molten fire black dragon suddenly raised its head, a glint of madness flashing in its eyes. That's right, I am truly unlucky to have met you. If only you had come a few days later, I would have become a true dragon god. Because beneath this volcano lies the legacy of the ancient dragon god. As long as I absorb the power of the legacy, I can become a true dragon god. By then the entire Misty Sea region will be my territory. What? The legacy of the ancient dragon god. My goodness. There's actually a legacy beneath this volcano. Yi Shen is going to make a fortune. Killing this black dragon will also yield the dragon god legacy. No wonder this black dragon has been sleeping here. It turns out it was because of the legacy of the ancient dragon god. The Dragon Nation livestream erupted in excitement. Yichen raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. The legacy of the ancient dragon god. Interesting. However, you won't have the chance to obtain it. As Yichen spoke, he once again placed his hands on his waist. The molten fire black dragon's eyes flashed with fear upon seeing Yichen's movements. Wait, don't kill me. I can tell you where the legacy is. I can also give you all the gold. Just Yichen curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Gold. I can have as much as I want. As for the legacy, even if you don't tell me, I can find it myself. No, you can't kill me. I am a descendant of the ancient dragon clan. If you kill me, the dragon clan will not let you go. The molten fire black dragon shouted hysterically. The dragon clan. Yichen pointed at the small Kong next to him. To me, you are just a big lizard. The true dragon clan should be like Shao Kong. Hearing this, Shao Kong proudly raised its head and let out a majestic dragon roar at the molten fire black dragon. The molten fire black dragon looked at Shao Kong, its eyes reflecting a complex expression. It had already guessed this point when it saw Shao Kong being able to change the weather despite its weak strength. Shao Kong's bloodline was many times higher than its own. To call it a big lizard is not an exaggeration. Just as the lava black dragon closed its eyes waiting for death, it discovered that it was still alive. It opened its eyes in confusion and looked up at Yichen. Yichen gazed at it, not immediately striking. He could sense that battling the lava black dragon could still enhance their compatibility, so killing it now would be a bit of a waste. I won't kill you just yet, stay with me for a while longer. If you make me happy, I might even let you go. I hope you want to. Saying this, Yichen flew back into the air, looking down at the lava black dragon. The lava black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as it looked at Yichen and quickly exclaimed, "Are you serious? As long as you make me happy, you'll spare me." Exactly. It's too easy to kill you, there's no fun in that. I'll give you a chance to unleash your full power, and let's have a proper fight. As long as you can make me happy, I will let you go. Yichen's tone was calm, as if he didn't regard the lava black dragon at all. I hope you keep your word. If I truly make you happy, then you will let me go. The lava black dragon had lived for over 1,000 years, and had long seen through everything. Nothing was more important than its own life. And although it hadn't broken through to the divine level, yet after absorbing power for so many years, as long as it lived to leave this place, it could break through to the divine level in 2 days. Then it could return for revenge. That's right, hurry up and make your move. If you keep talking, I'll kill you right now. With that, Yichen beckoned to the lava black dragon below. Roar. The lava black dragon raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. The next moment, a green glow appeared around it, and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Even the claw that Yichen had previously broken was restored. What? This lava black dragon's self-healing ability is this strong? As expected of the dragon clan, it's truly monstrous. It can regrow severed claws. Yichen, be careful. Who knows what other tricks it might have up its sleeve. The lava black dragon glanced at its restored claws, and battle intent surged in its eyes. I hope you don't regret it. I will make you know the true power of the dragon clan. The lava black dragon roared, its entire body bursting with dazzling red light. Lava domain. Buzz. A terrifying heat wave radiated outward from the lava black dragon, engulfing the entire volcano in a red domain. Within the lava domain, the temperature instantly soared to thousands of degrees. The ground began to melt, and the surface beneath the lava black dragon had turned into a pool of magma. The strength of the lava black dragon instantly doubled. Yichen felt that his body was somewhat restricted within the lava domain, and the circulation of his spiritual energy had also slowed down a bit. Oh, a domain ability. Not bad. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Yichen's eyes. This was the first time he encountered a beast with domain abilities in the world of national fortune. But this domain is a bit weak compared to my 2 divine ruins. It's lacking by quite a bit. Immediately after, Yichen's eyes turned golden beneath the black satin, and the mortal realm divine domain activated, directly dispelling the lava black dragon's lava domain. What? The lava black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Its lava domain was one of its strongest abilities. Even an SS-level beast of the same rank would be significantly weakened upon entering its domain. To its astonishment, Yi Chun was completely unaffected. This is impossible. How could you not be affected by my domain? Yi Chun smiled faintly. There's nothing impossible about it. Your domain is ineffective against me. His domain was a divine ruin and existence that surpassed the opponent's domain. A mere lava domain was not worthy to be compared to him. Huh? Yi Chun shouted, instantly charging toward the lava black dragon, throwing a punch at its head. This punch had no enhancements, purely relying on physical strength. Although it was just an ordinary punch, the lava black dragon did not dare to be careless. It hurriedly raised its claw to block and covered its claw with a layer of energy. Bang! The punch and claw collided, producing a deafening sound. The lava black dragon felt an irresistible force coming from its claw, causing its arm to go numb instantly, and its massive body was pushed back several dozen meters by this punch. Such powerful physical strength, no wonder you could break my claw with a single punch. The lava black dragon was utterly shocked. Its physical strength was already among the top tier in the dragon clan, but how could a human easily surpass it? This was astonishing. Yi Chun flexed his wrist, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, but it's a bit tougher than I expected. Let's go again. Yi Chun charged forward again, engaging in fierce close combat with the lava black dragon. Every technique he had acquired was utilized one by one. The lava black dragon was not to be outdone, relying on its massive body and tough scales. It fought back against Yi Chun. For a moment, the entire volcano shook violently from their battle, magma splattering and rocks flying. Ding! Compatibility increased to 25. Ability unlocked, Spirit Bomb. As the battle progressed, Yi Chun's compatibility with the golden cudgel rapidly increased, awakening a very powerful ability. His strength continuously grew in battle, and the abilities he gained became almost instinctual. The more the lava black dragon fought, the more frightened and desperate it became. It realized that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't harm Yi Chun at all. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's strength kept rising, growing ever stronger. It felt like a sparring partner, helping Yi Chun become stronger. I don't want to fight anymore. I quit. Suddenly, the lava black dragon stopped, panting heavily. I admit defeat. I will give you all my gold. I will also tell you where the ancient dragon god's inheritance is. I just ask for you to spare my life. Yi Chun also halted, looking at the gasping lava black dragon with a slight smile. Admit defeat. I seem to have told you that you can only be spared if you make me happy. But right now I'm not very happy. The lava black dragon showed a pleading expression. I have already used all my strength. I can't even hurt you. How can I make you happy? I beg you to spare me. Please. Yi Chun shook his head. Spare you? Not a chance. Since you haven't made me happy, you can only face death. However, since you have been my punching bag for a while, I will let you die with dignity. Saying this, Yi Chun's aura began to change, and the sky darkened with bolts of thunder striking down. A terrifying power gradually awakened from within him, and the next moment a golden flame appeared. What is this power? The lava black dragon's eyes widened, filled with sheer terror. It could sense that this power was stronger than anything Yi Chun had used before, and it had only seen this power in those who had broken through to the divine realm. Could it be that the opponent had already broken through to the divine realm? This is the Super Scion. Yi Chun shouted, and in the next moment his hair instantly turned golden, standing upright, and his eyes turned emerald green. The golden flame around his body shot up into the sky, and the entire island trembled under this power. Super Scion. The lava black dragon looked in shock at the transformed Yi Chun. Although it had never heard that name before, it could tell that the opponent had entered the divine realm. No, I don't want to die. The lava black dragon roared in despair, turning and fleeing into the... Yi Chun's cold gaze followed the fleeing lava black dragon, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Now you want to run. Too late. Yi Chun slowly raised his hands in prayer, then placed them at his waist, a terrifying power gradually condensing in his palms. Kamehameha. A blue energy beam, several dozen meters wide, shot forth, carrying world-destroying power, striking the lava black dragon hard. No. The lava black dragon let out a desperate wail. The next second, boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through heaven and earth. As the strong light dissipated, a massive pit, several hundred meters deep, appeared at the spot where the lava black dragon once lay. The corpse of the lava black dragon quietly rested within. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. In the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, there was a palpable stillness. Everyone stared blankly at the figure engulfed in golden flames on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. After what felt like a full minute, the barrage of comments erupted like a tidal wave. My God, what was that just now? Has Yi Chun transformed? Golden hair, green eyes, golden flames. This is too cool. One strike. He killed the SS-level lava black dragon with just one strike. What did I just see? Is this the true power of Yi Shun? It's terrifying. Yi Shun is incredible. Yi Shun is the #1 in the world. The audience in the Dragon Country was so excited they couldn't form coherent sentences, many shedding tears of joy as they witnessed the birth of a miracle. In the live broadcast rooms of Lighthouse Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, however, there was a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying power displayed by Yi Shun after his transformation. It's over. Completely over. With such strength, who can be his opponent? With this power, even a true third-level deity might not be able to defeat Yi Shun, right? It seems Dragon Country is truly on the rise. Yeah, I thought Swick could catch up to Yi Shun with the third-level deity inheritance, but it seems we've underestimated the situation. Yi Shun slowly retracted his Super Saiyan form, his hair returning to black as the golden flames surrounding him faded away. At that moment, Shao Kahn flew to Yi Shun's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Eep! Yi Shun smiled and rubbed its head. Just then a system notification echoed in Yi Shun's ding. Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant for the first kill of an SS level C beast. Reward, 1 purple gold treasure chest, national fortune value, 0 points. Reward, a 1 in 10,000 chance for the entire populace of Dragon Country to awaken the dragon bloodline, and the concentration of spiritual energy doubled. Reward, a dragon valley which nurtures a divine dragon regarded as the national protector beast of Dragon Country. Looking at the rewards obtained, Yi Shun smiled slightly. This reward was indeed quite good, especially the national protector beast. With its presence, Dragon Country seemed destined to be in an invincible position. Ding. Compatibility increased to 27. Unlocking ability energy burst. Ding. Compatibility increased to 29. Unlocking ability Dragon Fist Burst. Law of Heaven and Earth. Ding. Compatibility steadily rising to 30. Unlocking ability Super Saiyan 1 Full Power. Great Immortal Technique. Yi Shun was delighted, not expecting this battle to increase the compatibility of the Golden Staff so much, directly from 20 to 30, unlocking so many powerful abilities. Especially with Super Saiyan 1 Full Power and the Law of Heaven and Earth, he could now transform into a Super Saiyan without any side effects, maintaining the transformation for extended periods. By combining it with the Law of Heaven and Earth, even against a second-level deity, he could potentially hold his. Additionally, with the Great Immortal Technique, even without any props to increase compatibility, he could continuously enhance his strength. Moreover, beneath this volcano lies the inheritance of an ancient dragon god. Although it may not be of much use to me, it is still very important for Shao Kahn. As he spoke, Yi Shun looked towards the volcano before him, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he defeated the lava black dragon, several pairs of eyes that had slept for 1,000 years deep within the misty sea slowly opened. Their gaze pierced through the endless mist, landing in the direction of the golden volcano. Interesting, a human actually managed to kill that full lava. And that glimmer of gold. I wonder what kind of power it is that it makes me feel apprehensive. Indeed, the potential of that power is extremely strong, and it contains a formidable fighting spirit. I have only sensed this fighting spirit from those few war gods. Then this human must also obtain the inheritance of the ancient dragon god. It seems the calm of the misty sea is about to be shattered. Things are getting more interesting. After saying this, the owners of those pairs of eyes fell silent once more. Yi Shun approached the corpse of the lava black dragon, which was nearly cooked by his Kamehameha. And I haven't even used my full strength yet. I thought you could hold on a bit longer, but you turned out to be so fragile. Although you are dead, your body is full of treasures. How should I consume it? As Yi Shun pondered, Shao Kahn on his shoulder was already drooling. The corpse of the lava black dragon held a tremendous allure for Shao Kahn. Yi Shun noticed Shao Kahn's state and quickly understood that it was likely coveting the bloodline power of the lava black dragon. Shao Kahn, don't rush. I will extract the bloodline power for you. Eep! Shao Kahn exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. It could sense that after devouring this lava black dragon, its strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Yi Shun extended his hand to collect the corpse of the lava black dragon. It was not the time to deal with the body. He still needed to explore the treasure of the lava black dragon. It couldn't possibly have nothing but gold, could it? With this thought, Yi Shun took Shao Kahn and flew towards the volcano's mouth. Within Yi Shun's perception, there was an independent space beneath the volcano filled with many items, several of which contained powerful energy. Upon reaching the volcano's mouth, Yi Shun held Shao Kahn in his arms and jumped directly into the magma. My God! Why did Yi Shun jump directly into the magma? Yi Shun, be careful, that's magma. What are you panicking about? That's Yi Shun, someone who can kill an SS-level dragon beast. How could a mere magma possibly harm him? Just as Yi Shun was about to touch the magma, a layer of golden membrane enveloped him, keeping the magma As Yi Shun continued to descend, he soon arrived at the independent space. The moment he entered, a golden light flooded the live broadcast screen. Oh my God. My eyes almost got blinded. There is so much gold in here. The scent of money. If only all this gold were mine. What are you fantasizing about? That all belongs to Yi Shen. Even if he materializes the gold back in Dragon Country, it is still the nation's property. Of course there is one exception. If he materializes the entire gold mine, then it will be up for grabs. I hope Yi Shen materializes the gold mine. Yi Shen, please materialize the gold mine directly. I'm begging you. Yi Shen entered the space holding Shao Kong, which was roughly the size of 7 or 8 football fields. Aside from the mountains of gold, there was also a vast array of various gemstones. Not only that, but there were countless weapons and armors likely the spoils of the lava black dragon. What caught Yi Shen's attention the most was the massive golden stone platform in the center, which was covered with numerous spiritual herbs radiating spiritual power, along with several dragon balls. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned into silence. My goodness, there are so many treasures here. I thought the gold outside was impressive, but compared to what's in here, it's nothing. I've hit the jackpot in this lifetime, to actually see so many treasures with my own eyes. Yi God has truly struck it rich this time. The previous purple pattern mystic gold mine pales in comparison to this. Now our Dragon Country is really going to get rich. With these treasures, I doubt any other country in the world can match our wealth. The live stream of Dragon Country was in a frenzy, the audience staring at the dazzling treasures on the screen, each one excited to the point of blushing, wishing they could dive into the screen to touch them. In the live stream of Lighthouse Country, the host and the audience fell silent, their faces pale, filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Why does this good fortune always happen to people from Dragon Country? If we had all these treasures in Lighthouse Country, we would definitely surpass the world and become the true #1. Oh God, you're so biased towards Dragon Country. Why give them such a treasure trove? Enough with the noise. Now that it's like this, there's nothing more to say. The live stream of Cherry Blossom Country was filled with wails. Baka, the gold is ours and the treasures should be ours too. If Harudikin were here, the treasures would definitely be ours. It's all this Yi Shen's fault for stealing our treasures. How infuriating. Shut up. Harudikin doesn't even have the qualification to be here, yet he still wants the treasures. Yi Shen looked at the treasures before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He waved his hand, casually collecting the treasures around him into his storage ring, as its space was sufficiently large, otherwise he truly wouldn't be able to take all the treasures here. As all the treasures were collected by Yi Shen, the once golden space turned into an empty void, leaving no trace of the golden sand on the ground. Yep. At that moment, Shao Kong suddenly jumped out of Yi Shen's arms and flew around in the empty space, searching for something. Suddenly, it stopped in front of a wall that was originally embedded with hundreds of diamonds, tilting its head and emitting a low dragon roar toward the wall. What's wrong, Shao Kong? Yi Shen walked over and asked curiously. Shao Kong pointed at the wall ahead, speaking in a soft voice. There is the scent of a dragon. Such an ancient scent. Yi Shen, upon hearing this, recalled what the lava black dragon had said about the ancient dragon god's legacy. Could it be behind this wall? Thinking of this, he reached out to touch the wall, which felt cold and was no different from ordinary volcanic rock. However, his spiritual sense penetrated the wall, sensing an extremely weak, yet exceptionally pure dragon energy behind it. Occasionally, a trace of energy would overflow from the wall. This must be the reason why the lava black dragon sleeps here, absorbing the overflowing dragon energy to enhance its realm. With that said, Yi Shen raised his fist and struck the wall fiercely. Boom. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed under Yi Shen's punch, and a denser dragon aura surged out from behind the wall, accompanied by an extremely ancient scent. Let's go, Shao Kong, let's check it out. Saying this, Yi Shen led Shao Kong behind the wall. After passing through a long passage, a cavern appeared before them that was twice the size of the previous treasure space. In the center of the space floated a massive golden orb, within which a faint outline of a dragon could be seen spiraling and flying. Around the orb were densely carved dragon runes shimmering with a faint golden light, forming a massive formation that tightly enveloped the orb. At the edge of the formation, there was a small hole that had clearly been forcibly excavated, from which golden energy was slowly overflowing and merging into the surrounding air. Yi Shen looked at the small hole and suddenly realized, I see now. The lava black dragon didn't have the ability to open this legacy formation. It could only carve a small hole in the formation to absorb the energy overflowing from inside. Even so, it allowed it to grow from an ordinary dragon beast to SSS level in just 1,000 years, touching the threshold of the divine realm. If it could truly absorb the energy from the legacy, it would have long since become a dragon god. The viewers in Dragon Country's live stream were all excitedly shouting at the sight of this massive golden orb. My heavens, is that orb the legacy of the ancient dragon god? It looks so impressive. Just the aura it emits makes it hard to breathe. No wonder the lava black dragon has been sleeping here for 1,000 years. It was for this legacy. What a pity its bloodline isn't strong enough, so it can only sip some energy while Yi God gets the benefit. But Yi God seems to be human, right? Yi God probably won't be able to obtain this legacy, but Shao Kahn can. After all, Shao Kahn's bloodline is much stronger than that of the lava black dragon. Exactly, go Shao Kahn. Get this legacy. Then you'll truly be the dragon god. At that moment, the huge golden orb seemed to sense the bloodline aura within Shao Kahn and instantly brightened. In the next moment, an ancient and majestic voice emanated from the orb. Descendant of the dragon clan, since you have come here, enter the land of legacy and accept my trial. Pass through 3 trials to obtain all of my legacy. As soon as the voice fell, the ground in front of the orb suddenly cracked open and a golden staircase slowly rose leading directly into the orb. Seeing this, Shao Kahn turned to look at Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll accompany you inside." Shao Kahn nodded, "Thank you, master." With that, Yi Chun led Shao Kahn directly toward the golden staircase. Just as they stepped onto the staircase, a beam of light shot out from the orb, transporting Yi Chun and Shao Kahn into the legacy of the ancient dragon god. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a competition stage. First trial, the challenger must defeat a dragon beast of the same level alone, with a time limit of 1 incense stick's worth of time. The ancient voice echoed again, and immediately a stone door appeared on the opposite side of the stage, followed by a dragon roar emanating from behind the stone door. Behind the stone door, a colossal dragon beast charged out. Its body was covered in black dragon scales with lava flowing down the scales, and a single dragon horn atop its head, revealing it to be a lava dragon beast. The lava dragon beast resembled a smaller lava black dragon, except it did not have wings. Name: Lava Dragon Beast. Class: a fierce beast. Explanation: a lava dragon beast created from a remnant thought of an ancient dragon god modeled after the lava black dragon, specifically existing for the purpose of inheritance assessment. Upon seeing Shao Kahn on the arena, the lava dragon beast's eyes glimmered with ferocity as it opened its massive mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing dragon fire. "Watch out, Shao Kahn!" The viewers in the Long Kingdom livestream shouted nervously. Shao Kahn remained unfazed and also opened its mouth to release a dragon breath, effortlessly shattering the lava dragon beast's flames. Wow, Shao Kahn's dragon breath is so powerful. Indeed, it easily overwhelmed the opponent's flames. It seems Shao Kahn's strength surpasses that of this lava dragon beast. Seeing its attack thwarted, the lava dragon beast let out an enraged roar and lunged fiercely at Though it could not fly, its speed was astonishing, and with its massive size, the impact it generated while running, Shao Kahn chose not to confront it, activating a swift movement technique and transforming into a streak of green lightning, easily dodging the lava dragon beast's attack. While evading the assault, Shao Kahn cast a buff on itself. Dragon's Dance. A faint golden glow enveloped it, instantly doubling its attack power and speed. Delta Airflow. With its ability activated, a fierce wind whipped up on the previously empty arena, and several tornadoes appeared around it, further boosting Shao Kahn's strength. Wow, Shao Kahn is using the power it deployed during the battle with the lava black dragon. This lava dragon beast is in serious trouble now. Exactly, Shao Kahn's strength was already formidable, and stacking 2 buffs consecutively means that not only the class A lava dragon beast, but even an S-class could be defeated. The lava dragon beast, seeing Shao Kahn fully buffed, displayed a hint of fear. Although Shao Kahn was strong, it was created from a remnant thought of an ancient dragon god, so its strength was not significantly inferior to Shao Kahn's. However, the gap between them was now considerable. Just as the lava dragon beast was momentarily dazed, Shao Kahn soared above it and unleashed a blade of air. Whoosh! A sharp air blade sliced through the atmosphere, striking the lava dragon beast's left eye with precision. Roar! The lava dragon beast let out a painful howl, blood gushing from its wounded eye. The remaining intact eye glared at Shao Kahn with a vengeful glare. Subsequently, the lava dragon beast, having lost one eye, flailed wildly on the arena while continuously spewing terrifying dragon flames from its mouth. This time, the dragon flames were even more intense than before, with such high temperatures that the surrounding air seemed to ignite, turning the entire arena into a sea of fire. Seeing this, Shao Kahn flew into the air, weaving through the storm, instantly dividing the space into 2 parts, a lava zone and a storm zone. Then both Shao Kahn and the lava dragon beast unleashed their respective strongest attacks. A black-red dragon flame and a purple-golden dragon breath erupted from their mouths. Boom! The dragon flame and dragon breath collided in the air with a thunderous roar. The 2 forces held each other for just a moment before the purple-golden dragon breath pushed back the black-red dragon flame, heavily striking the lava dragon beast. Boom! The 2 energies erupted upon contact, with the lava dragon beast shattering its dragon scales and sending its body flying off the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground and losing all signs of life. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. We won. Shao Kahn won. So cool. Shao Kahn is simply invincible. 3 minutes to take down a dragon beast of the same level, and it was a complete rout. This combat power is terrifying. I knew Shao Kahn could do it. In the Long Kingdom livestream, the viewers erupted in cheers, the barrage of comments flying quickly, nearly covering the entire screen. In the live streams of the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, there was a complete silence. How is this possible? How could this little dragon so easily defeat a class of fierce beast? It didn't even show such strength against that class BC beast before. And this is a dragon beast. A true Dragon Clan creature far stronger than any fierce beast encountered before. Just how powerful is the bloodline of this little Kong from Yi Chun? To be able to so effortlessly take down a dragon beast. It's over. If it inherits the legacy of the ancient dragon god, this little dragon will surely become a deity, and no one will ever surpass Yi Chun after that. As Shao Kahn defeated the dragon beast, the ancient voice echoed once more. First trial passed. Next is the second trial. Endure my pressure for 1 incense stick of time. As soon as the words fell, a dragon's roar resonated above the arena. And in the next moment, an incredibly terrifying dragon pressure descended upon the arena, forcefully pressing down on Shao Kahn. This dragon pressure was immensely powerful, creating dense cracks in the arena's surface, as if the air itself had solidified. My heavens! This pressure is too terrifying. I can barely breathe, even through the screen. Can Shao Kahn hold on? This is the pressure of the ancient dragon god. 1 incense stick's time is too long. Can Shao Kahn manage? Come on, Shao Kahn. The audience in the Long Kingdom livestream clenched their fists tightly, their hearts in their throats. The lava black dragon had once failed to withstand this pressure and was unable to enter the inheritance site, only managing to carve a small hole to absorb the overflowing energy from the outside. Now Shao Kahn had to endure this pressure for a full incense stick of time, which was undoubtedly a tremendous test for it. However, something unexpected happened. Faced with this ancient and powerful pressure, Shao Kahn felt no discomfort at all. Instead, it raised its head and let out a furious roar towards the sky. A faint dragon pressure emanated from Shao Kahn, clashing against the ancient dragon god's pressure. Although Shao Kahn's dragon pressure was weak, it was remarkably resilient, neither servile nor arrogant. How is this possible? Shao Kahn is completely unscathed. The ancient dragon god's pressure has no effect on it. No, not only is it ineffective, but Shao Kahn is even countering it with its own dragon pressure. In the Long Kingdom livestream, everyone was stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Yi Chun looked at Shao Kahn's silhouette, a hint of a gratified smile appearing on his lips. He had known it would be this way. At this moment, the ancient voice let out a soft sound of surprise. Shao Kahn is no ordinary dragon. It is a Rayquaza, the deity of the sky in the Pokemon world, inherently possessing divine authority. Although this ancient dragon god is powerful, it is merely an ordinary divine being. Its pressure is insignificant before the Rayquaza, which possesses divine authority. Don't mention just a stick of incense. Even if Shao Kahn were to stand here for a lifetime, it would be perfectly fine. Time passed second by second, and soon the duration of the incense was up. The pressure within the arena space gradually dissipated, and the ancient voice resonated once more, filled this time with shock and excitement. How is this possible? Your bloodline is astonishingly powerful. Not only is your bloodline strong, but it also carries divine authority. How can this be? How could someone so small possess divine authority, especially that of the sky god? Yet there seems to be something different about it, quite peculiar. As the voice faded, a golden sphere of light appeared in the sky and descended beside Shao Kahn. When the light dissipated, a golden book appeared. The cover of the book bore 5 large golden characters, the Eternal Dragon Soul Scripture. The ancient voice echoed again with an exceptionally solemn tone. This is the supreme technique of our clan. Cultivating to its pinnacle allows one to transform into a true dragon, breaking through to the realm of the supreme god and dominating the 9 heavens. Shao Kahn tilted its head, slowly extending its little paw to gently touch the book. Instantly, the book transformed into a ray of golden light, merging into Xiaokong's mind. A torrent of information flooded into Xiaokong's mind, detailing the cultivation methods of the Eternal Dragon Soul Scripture. Second trial passed. Next is the third trial. Enter the Dragon Blood Pool and successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the Eternal Dragon Soul Scripture. The time limit is 3 hours. If failure will result in the interruption of the inheritance. As soon as the words fell, the ground in the center of the arena suddenly cracked open, and a massive blood pool slowly rose. The water in the blood pool was pure golden, radiating a rich dragon energy, accompanied by the ethereal image of a divine dragon constantly swirling above the pool. This is the dragon blood pool crafted from the essence of ancient dragon god's blood containing. Cultivating within this pool not only rapidly elevates one's realm, but also enhances the bloodline level, allowing one to evolve into a higher tier of dragon. The viewers in the live stream were astounded by the golden dragon blood pool. Wow, is this the dragon blood pool? It looks so impressive with its golden sheen. Indeed, the energy inside is incredibly dense. Even through the screen I can feel its immense power. If only I could soak in it. You think it's that easy? Without dragon blood, do you not fear that soaking in it might cause your body to explode? Xiaokong's soaking in the dragon blood pool for 3 hours would surely elevate its strength by several levels. Once Xiaokong completes the first 3 levels of the eternal dragon soul scripture, it will acquire the complete inheritance. Xiaokong gazed at the dragon blood pool before it, and upon sensing the vast dragon energy, within its eyes sparkled with excitement as it dove into the pool. Splash! The golden water instantly engulfed Xiaokong, which comfortably closed its eyes in the dragon blood pool as its body began to naturally operate the eternal dragon soul scripture. As the technique operated, the golden energy from the dragon blood pool surged into Xiaokong's body like a tidal wave. Xiaokong's body gradually transformed back to its original state, slowly growing larger, while a patch of golden dragon scales appeared on its forehead. Its strength rapidly soared, breaking from a rank to S rank, and the aura emanating from it surged wildly, continuously rising. I broke through. Xiaokong has reached S rank. My goodness, it only took a few minutes to break through a major realm. The dragon blood pool is extraordinary. With the eternal dragon soul scripture, Xiaokong is invincible. At this rate, in less than 3 hours, Xiaokong will successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the eternal dragon soul scripture. Perhaps Xiaokong's strength could rival that of the god of leaves, and then the god of leaves would be even stronger. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later, Xiaokong suddenly opened its eyes, and a brilliant golden light erupted from its body. A gigantic golden dragon shadow soared out from the golden scales on its forehead, marking the emergence of its first dragon soul after successfully cultivating the 3rd level of the eternal dragon soul scripture. The dragon shadow let out a long howl, producing a deafening dragon roar. The entire cave trembled violently at the sound, and even the volcano outside shook. At this moment, Xiaokong's strength had reached the pinnacle of SS rank, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into SSS rank. Moreover, with the dragon soul cultivated from the eternal dragon soul scripture summoning, it could double Xiaokong's combat power. Combined with Dragon Dance and Delta Stream, Xiaokong's power had experienced a quantum leap. If it encountered the lava black dragon, now Xiaokong could handle it on its own without needing Yi Chen's help. At this moment, the ancient voice echoed again. 3rd trial passed. Congratulations. All of my inheritance is now yours. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen and Xiaokong were teleported out along with the dragon blood pool. Immediately after, the golden sphere of light in the air merged instantly into Xiaokong's body. Following this, Xiaokong was adorned with several inherited treasures, including a golden everlast dragon robe, an explosive flame dragon horn, a burning sky dragon pearl, and a dragon pattern jade pendant. However, since this inheritance was obtained by Xiaokong, Yi Chen did not receive the rewards of the national fortune world, but that didn't matter. Yi Chen was not concerned about that trivial reward. He still had 2 treasure chests left to open. After leaving this place, he planned to open the chests. Xiaokong, holding the dragon pattern jade pendant, said to Yi Chen, "Master, this pendant contains the complete inheritance of the ancient dragon god. Do you want it? Let me take a look." Saying this, Yi Chen took the dragon pattern jade pendant from Xiaokong's hands, and instantly a stream of information entered his mind. The pendant recorded the entire legacy of this ancient dragon god. It was a fire dragon, and besides the eternal dragon soul scripture, it contained various secret arts, divine abilities of the fire dragon tribe, and a wealth of information about the ancient era. But that was not the most important part. The key detail was that it recorded a location, Dragon's Fall Valley. As the name suggests, many dragons perish there, and it is located in the deepest part of the extreme. The cause of its formation was due to the ancient battle between the dragon tribe and the alien races. In that war, although the dragon tribe emerged victorious, they paid a tremendous price, with countless dragon warriors dying there. The corpses of the deceased dragons fell into the valley, giving rise to Dragon's Fall Valley. Due to the massive number of dragons dying here, the lingering spirits of the deceased dragons turned this valley into a forbidden zone. However, for other races this is a forbidden area, but for the dragon tribe it is a treasure trove filled with vast legacies. Additionally, acquiring the lingering spirits of dragons can accelerate the cultivation speed of the eternal dragon soul scripture. After absorbing the information within the dragon pattern jade pendant, Yi Chen murmured, "Dragon's Fall Valley. Indeed, this place is perfect for Xiaokong, allowing it to rapidly enhance its strength." Moreover, this extreme northern region is just north of the extreme north snowfield. After finding the artifact of the frost goddess, I can head toward Dragon's Fall Valley, watching the dazzling 10,000 calamities dragon robe flying joyfully in the sky. Yichen shook his head and smiled, waving at Shao Kong. All right, Shao Kong, stop playing. We should set off. There's nothing useful here anymore. Upon hearing this, Shao Kong immediately flew down from the sky, his body slowly shrinking. After flying around Yichen twice, he landed on his shoulder and rubbed his little head against Yichen's cheek. Master, I feel so powerful now. I could even defeat that big black dragon just now. You think you're powerful, huh? Yichen chuckled, ruffling its head. Next time we encounter a ferocious beast like that black dragon, I'll leave it to you to handle, okay? Sure. Shao Kong immediately tilted his head back, speaking with confidence. Afterward, Yichen took Shao Kong and left the inheritance space. Passing through the passage he had collapsed with a punch, they returned to the previously treasure-filled space. Although all the treasures in here had been taken by Yichen, the gold mine below remained. With the black dragon gone, the ownership of this gold mine also fell to Yichen. Even though there are many treasures, they are not very useful to us. Let's materialize all the useless ones to the dragon country. Thinking of this, Yichen concentrated his mind, materializing the useless resources from his storage ring along with the gold mine below back to the dragon country. Testing resources. Dragon country contestant Yichen uploading resources: 1 gold mine, 1355, weapons 32, 21 gems, 30,000 other materials. Triggering 10,000 times materialization. Dragon country receives resources: 1000 gold mines, 13500 weapons, 3000 gems, and 3000 other materials. As the system notification fell, the entire land of Dragon Country began to tremble. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the barrage that was originally discussing Shao Kong's inheritance instantly disappeared, followed by an explosion like a volcano. Holy crap! 10,000 times materialization. Yichen, you are my god. Wow, with 10,000 gold mines, our country's gold reserves will directly rank first in the world. I just saw that our backyard seems to have changed a bit. Do you think there might be a gold mine in our backyard? To the person above, I saw your location. You're in Sichuan, right? Just wait, I'm going to dig for gold in Sichuan. Brothers, I know where that guy above lives. I'm heading to the mountain behind his house. Wait for me to bring good news. Now we are really getting rich. I bet in the future gold will be so abundant that it will be like iron ore. Yichen is truly a god of our dragon country. I just checked, there are only about 20,000 gold mines in the whole world, and the proven total amount of gold is less than 400,000 tons. And the gold mine materialized by Yichen alone must have several thousand tons, right? Definitely. That's a gold mine belonging to an SS-level dragon clan of the national fortune. How can the reserves be small? If the country doesn't take action, I bet we will see several gold mine tycoons in the future. The country will definitely take action, but it's impossible for the country to monopolize everything. Exactly, I'm going out now to start looking for gold mines. Maybe I can claim one for myself. In the Dragon Country Intelligence Bureau, everyone stood up at this moment, looking at Yichen's system report with, good, awesome. Qin Ming excitedly slapped the table. Yichen is truly our country's lucky star. It hasn't been long, and not only can our citizens enjoy meat, but now we're also going to distribute money to everyone. With these gold and resources, our technology, military, and people's livelihood can achieve leapfrog development. At the current development speed, within 2 years our dragon country will become the world's strongest nation. Immediately notify governments everywhere to prepare well. We cannot let people engage in looting. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country, there was a dead silence. All the viewers stared blankly at the information on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief and twisted expressions of jealousy. After a full 5 minutes, the host of the Lighthouse Country live broadcast finally trembled and spoke. Damn it, a full 10,000 gold mines with over 10,000 tons of gold content each. Their gold reserves exceed our entire country. God, why? Why does Dragon Country have someone like? We can't accept this. Yichen shouldn't exist in this world. He disrupts the balance. Our Lighthouse Country's gold reserves are nothing compared to Dragon Country. It's over. The dollar hegemony of our Lighthouse Country is completely finished. From now on, the world currency will be renminbi. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast room, there was even more wailing. Baka, that gold belongs to our Cherry Blossom Country. Yichen, that shameless thief. Heratican, you must do your best. We also want the gold mine that belongs to our country. Even if there's no gold mine, other minerals are fine. So, I hope Heratican can find some minerals. The gap between us and Dragon Country is getting larger and larger. Soon Dragon Country might not even fear nuclear weapons, and then it will really be over. Is it too late for me to immigrate to Dragon Country? I want to go to Dragon Country to collect gold. Just as audiences from various countries went crazy over the enormous wealth acquired by Dragon Country, Yichen had already flown back to the seaside with Shao Kong. At this moment, a large number of ferocious beasts gathered at the coast, all having come because of the anger of the lava black dragon. However, now that the lava black dragon was dead, they all began to head back. Yichen spotted a few ferocious beasts with good meat quality, took action to kill them, and planned to keep them for a meal at sea. Afterward, Yichen released the Xianhuang breaking wave ship from his storage ring and boarded it to leave the area. Set sail. Destination: the extreme north snowy region. Shao Kong stood at the bow of the ship excitedly, letting out a dragon roar towards the sea. The ship slowly sailed away from the Golden Volcano Island, heading towards the northern extreme north snowy region. They encountered no sea beasts along the way, probably because the pressure released by the previous lava black dragon caused the weaker sea beasts to stay away. Time flew by quickly, and a day passed in an instant. On the second morning, Yichen woke up and stepped out of the cabin, and the sight before him made him overjoyed. The mist ahead gradually disappeared, and in the distance a few mountain peaks could be faintly seen. Finally, we are out of the misty sea. Yichen slowly walked to the front of the ship and sat in his exclusive chair. It seems we are nearing the extreme north snowy region. At this moment, Shao Kong also flew out from the cabin, curiously looking at the scenery outside. As the ship completely left the misty sea, the air temperature suddenly dropped sharply. Although it hadn't reached freezing, yet it was barely 5 or 6 degrees. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature, Shao Kong shrank his neck and burrowed directly into Yichen's embrace, saying, "Master, why is it suddenly so cold?" Yichen smiled while holding Shao Kong. "You little rascal, you are a dragon. Why are you afraid of the cold? If it really gets too cold, use the burning sky dragon pearl to warm yourself up like a hot water bottle." Shao Kong shook his head. "Still, Master's embrace is warmer." Hearing this, Yichen smiled speechlessly, but did not push Shao Kong away from his arms. Just then, a massive iceberg suddenly collided with their ship. This iceberg was over 10 meters high, resembling a small mountain charging towards them with unstoppable momentum. The viewers in the Longwa live stream gasped. "Oh my god, it's going to crash. Wow, that looks terrifying." "It's fine, Yichen's ship is equipped with numerous formations. This little iceberg poses no threat at all, so don't worry." Now the viewers in the live stream were already accustomed to such situations and were not worried at all. And indeed, Yichen did not take it to heart. The formations on the Xianhuang breaking waves were sufficient to handle this small iceberg. Just as the iceberg was about to collide with the Xianhuang breaking waves, it emitted a blue light, followed by a sword chi released from the bow of the ship, slicing the iceberg in half. The cut iceberg slid past the sides of the ship and sank directly into the sea, creating a large splash. This sword chi was a formation etched by Yichen on the Xianhuang breaking waves, the sword chi formation. As expected of Yichen, even the ship can unleash such powerful sword chi, cutting this iceberg in half. If only the Titanic had this formation back, then it wouldn't have crashed into an iceberg and sunk. After dealing with the iceberg, the Xianhuang breaking waves continued its journey towards the extreme north snow region, effortlessly handling all the ice blocks encountered along the way. After traveling for a while, a dozen black shadows suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, exuding Sensing these auras, Yichen's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, something is coming. I've been so bored lately. He saw a dozen ice blue shark fins swiftly approaching the Xianhuang breaking waves from the sea. They were a group of large ice sharks. Name: Ice Shark. Rank: Fierce Beast. Description: a fierce beast unique to the waters near the extreme north snow region, known for its ferocity, prefers to live in groups, and can emit freezing rays that instantly freeze its prey. Yichen patted Shao Kong's head. "Just right, let's use them to test the inheritance you just received." "Okay, master." Hearing this, Shao Kong excitedly called out and transformed into a streak of green lightning flying out from Yichen's arms. The group of ice sharks saw Shao Kong appear above them and immediately leaped from the sea, all opening their mouths to spray Shao Kong with ice blue freezing rays. Seeing this, Shao Kong called out to the group of ice sharks below, and the dragon horn on his head emitted a red light. Explosive flame impact. Following this, a red explosive flame ray shot out from the dragon horn, directly colliding with the ice shark's freezing rays. Boom! A loud bang erupted and intense explosions occurred at the point where the two rays collided. The freezing rays and explosive flame rays scattered, hitting the surrounding sea. The surface of the sea struck by the freezing rays instantly turned to ice, while the part hit by the explosive flame rays evaporated instantly. Seeing his attack blocked, Shao Kong snorted disdainfully, and then he waved his paw at the ice sharks below, sending several air slashes towards them. Whoosh! The ice sharks saw this, and once again released their freezing rays. However, the sharp air blades sliced through the freezing rays and accurately struck the heads of the ice sharks. Puff! The heads of the ice sharks were directly cut in half by the air slashes, and blood stained the surrounding seawater. Puff! 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 One after another, the ice sharks were killed by Shao Kong's air slashes. Seeing their companions killed, the remaining ice sharks became even more ferocious, raising their heads to unleash countless freezing rays at Shao Kahn. In an instant, Shao Kahn was surrounded by freezing rays, and everywhere the freezing rays passed was sealed in ice, forming a massive ice wall that enclosed Shao Kahn. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream waved their fists and shouted loudly, "Shao Kahn, blow up this group of ice sharks who don't know they're dying. Kill them." Shao Kahn seemed to have heard the viewers' voices, it raised its head and let out a dragon's roar. Immediately, a fiery red burning sky dragon pearl appeared in front of its chest, releasing terrifying high temperatures that instantly evaporated the surrounding ice wall and freezing rays, causing the seawater around to boil. The ice sharks in the boiling seawater screamed in agony, quickly diving beneath the water to escape the skull. But how could Shao Kahn give them this opportunity? "Wanna run? Can you escape?" Shao Kahn's childish voice rang out, and then the golden dragon scale on its forehead emitted dazzling light. A golden dragon soul flew out from the dragon scale, merging with the explosive flame dragon horn and the burning sky dragon pearl atop Shao Kahn's head. In the next moment, the golden dragon soul transformed into a massive fire dragon, the burning sky dragon soul. Roar! The burning sky dragon soul let out a dragon's roar, and then the dragon horn and dragon pearl glowed as the burning sky dragon soul opened its mouth, unleashing a golden red dragon flame at the group of ice sharks. Burning sky dragon flame. The golden red dragon flame, carrying terrifying heat, instantly penetrated the seawater, engulfing the entire group of ice sharks. Roar! The group of ice sharks let out cries of pain, their bodies instantly melting away under the terrifying burning sky dragon flame, leaving not even bones behind. In less than a minute, all the dozen brank ice sharks were eliminated by Shao Kahn. Awesome. So cool. Since Shao Kahn obtained the inheritance of the ancient dragon god, his attacks have become more and more impressive. Yeah, it's only been a short time, and Shao Kahn is still just a baby under a month old. In the future, with Shao Kahn around, we won't even need Yishun to take action himself. After eliminating the group of ice sharks, Shao Kahn, satisfied, retracted the burning sky dragon soul and flew back to Yi Chen's shoulder, proudly saying, "Master, am I amazing?" Yi Chen smiled and praised, "Amazing. Our Shao Kahn is the best." Then he looked ahead through the black satin ribbon. He saw two massive icebergs ahead, larger than any iceberg he had seen before, each over 100 meters high. Yi Chen sensed several very powerful auras on top, not at all inferior to the magma black dragon he had encountered before, with a few even stronger than the magma black dragon. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "These auras are interesting." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shao Kahn also looked up at the two icebergs in the distance and let out a low dragon's roar. "Master, I feel it too. There are powerful beings there. Indeed, some are even significantly stronger than that magma black dragon." Yi Chen said, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Did you not say you weren't afraid, even when facing the magma black dragon? This is just right, you can unleash your power to the fullest." After saying this, he hugged Shao Kahn and sat down in the chair as the Xianhuang breaking waves sped towards the distant icebergs. After a while, the Xianhuang breaking waves arrived in front of the two icebergs. As soon as they reached the location, Yi Chen spotted a gigantic, ferocious beast on the iceberg. It was a massive lion covered in ice blue fur with a pair of enormous wings on its back, and most notably it had 3 eyes. Name: Three-Eyed Ice-Winged Snow Lion, SS Class, Ferocious Beast. Description: one of the hunters of the extreme ice sea island, possessing a trace of the bloodline of a frost dragon, capable of controlling ice and snow. The ice wings on its back can unleash a blizzard and release an absolute zero freezing breath. The ice-winged snow lion was lying there sleeping when it suddenly heard the sound of the ship's movement, and it slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing the Xianhuang breaking waves continually approaching across the sea, a fierce glint flashed in its 3 eyes, and it stood up, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! The roar carried a bone-chilling coldness, causing the entire iceberg to tremble slightly. The surrounding snowflakes instantly transformed into sharp ice blades, rushing towards the Xianhuang breaking waves in an attempt to destroy it. Seeing the ice blades flying towards them, Yi Chen extended his hand and pressed down lightly in front of him, causing the ice blades to instantly fall into the sea ahead. However, he did not intend to deal with the 3-eyed ice-winged snow lion himself, but instead said to the little creature in his arms, "Little Kong, it's up to you now. No problem. Just leave it to me." Little Kong said confidently, transforming into a green flash and shooting towards the 3-eyed ice-winged snow lion. The 3-eyed ice-winged snow lion, upon seeing Little Kong flying towards it, did not take it seriously. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a white, freezing breath towards Little Kong. This breath carried an absolute zero temperature, instantly freezing everything in its path, even the air itself. Little Kong, seeing this, was not willing to show weakness, and the explosive dragon horn atop its head suddenly shone with a crimson light. Explosive flame impact. A red beam of explosive flame shot out from the explosive dragon horn, carrying the power to obliterate everything, and collided with the freezing breath of the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. Boom! The flames and ice clashed in the air, triggering a violent explosion. The two forces were evenly matched, creating a scene of ice on one side and fire on the other atop the iceberg. Little Kong, witnessing this scene, immediately summoned the Burning Sky Dragon Pearl, emitting a dragon's roar. Immediately, the Burning Sky Dragon Pearl radiated a strong light, and in the next moment, the explosive flame beam became thicker, suppressing the freezing breath of the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. Ultimately, the explosive flame beam shattered the freezing breath and struck fiercely against the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. Roar! The injured three-eyed ice-winged snow lion let out a painful howl, its ice-blue fur burned to a crisp. Furious, the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion glared at Little Kong and roared, "You despicable little bug, you have completely enraged me." With that, it flapped its ice wings forcefully and soared into the air. Blizzard. As the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion swung its wings, a massive blizzard domain instantly. The blizzard enveloped Little Kong, rendering his view completely white, with nothing visible. In the next moment, countless ice blades and ice spikes shot towards Little Kong from all directions surrounding him. Seeing this, Little Kong smiled and said in a babyish voice, "A domain. I have 1-2 delta airflow." Immediately, a dragon's roar rang out from its mouth, and in the next instant, a powerful wind surged from the blizzard, forming a massive eye of the storm in the center. The incoming ice blades and spikes were blown away by this wind, unable to touch Little Kong, even slightly. Moreover, as the storm grew stronger, the blizzard was completely dispersed, and several gigantic tornadoes surrounded the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. What? Upon witnessing the scene before it, the ice-winged snow lion's eyes widened in disbelief. How can your domain be so powerful? No, you can control the weather. Isn't that the authority of a god? How can this appear in you? Little Kong, hearing this, smiled with pride. "What is this? I have even more powerful moves." Dance of the Dragon. In the next moment, a faint golden light enveloped Little Kong, instantly doubling its attack power and speed. With the enhancements of Delta Airflow and Dance of the Dragon, Little Kong's strength was already half a foot into the door of SS class, making it no problem at all to deal with an SS class three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. Burning Sky Dragon Soul. Little Kong shouted loudly, and the golden dragon scales on its forehead suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, a red dragon soul, several hundred meters long, appeared in the sky above the iceberg. At the moment the Burning Sky Dragon Soul appeared, a terrifying dragon might swept across the entire iceberg. The three-eyed ice-winged snow lion felt this dragon might, and instantly stiffened, its eyes filled with. Although there was a trace of frost dragon bloodline within its body, it was utterly insignificant in the presence of the Burning Sky Dragon Soul. Even a true frost dragon might not be able to withstand the might of the Burning Sky Dragon Soul. Little Kong said in a babyish voice, "Let me show you my power." Burning Sky Dragon Flame. The Burning Sky Dragon Soul roared towards the heavens, then opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying dragon breath at the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion below. The Burning Sky Dragon Flame, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, slammed fiercely towards the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion. This terrifying dragon flame had a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees, instantly evaporating the surrounding ice and snow, even distorting the air. The three-eyed ice-winged snow lion's eyes were filled with despair. It wasn't that it didn't want to run, it was just that under the overwhelming dragon might, it couldn't even attempt to flee. No. In its final moments, the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion let out a desperate howl. In the next moment, the Burning Sky Dragon Flame struck fiercely against it. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, illuminating the entire iceberg. When the explosion subsided, the corpse of the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion lay in the massive pit. Actually, after Little Kong's previous strike, the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion should have been reduced to nothing. In the end, Sure Yi-chan intervened and stopped Little Kong, instructing it to leave the opponent with a complete corpse, as the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion should be quite delicious. So at the last moment, Little Kong held back its strength, allowing the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion to remain intact. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, the netizens erupted in excitement, cheering wildly, as the bullet comments flew rapidly, nearly covering the entire screen. "We won. Little Kong won. So cool. Is this Little Kong's current strength? It's truly impressive." Although the opponent is also SS class, it couldn't even last 2 moves against Little Kong. Burning Sky Dragon Flame. This move of Little Kong's is just too awesome. Little Kong can now stand on its own. There's no need for Yi-shun to intervene anymore. I am increasingly looking forward to what Little Kong will be like when it becomes a divine beast. It might even surpass Yi-shun in strength by then. Yi-chan looked at the Little Kong before him, feeling a sense of relief. Although Little Kong had just been born for a short time, he was already capable of handling matters on his own, especially after inheriting the legacy of the ancient dragon god. At that moment, two terrifying roars echoed from the peak of another ice mountain. Hearing these roars, Yichun first stored away the Xian Huang Palang, then flew to Little Kong's side to look towards the ice mountain emitting the growls. On that ice mountain stood two ferocious beasts larger than the three-eyed, ice-winged snow lion. They were two colossal bears, each standing several meters tall, covered in blue and white fur with arcs of lightning flashing across their bodies, their eyes glowing red with a bloodthirsty gleam. One of the giant bears had icy thunder patterns covering the left side of its chest, while the other had the right side. Name: Ice Thunder Burst Bear. Grade: Ferocious Beast. Description: one of the hunters of the extreme ice sea island, possessing a trace of the Thunder Lord's bloodline, capable of controlling ice and snow, as well as thunderstorms, and able to unleash the Ice Thunder domain. Since the Ice Thunderburst Bears are twins, they can simultaneously unleash their Ice Thunder domain, their powers merging together, enabling them to surpass the SS grade limit. These two Ice Fang giant bears had evidently heard the violent explosion earlier and rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion slain, they were instantly filled with rage, even though they were not particularly fond of the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion and often fought with it. However, through their long years of cohabitation, they still regarded each other as friends. Now, witnessing the death of their companion, how could they not be enraged? Roar! The left Ice Thunder Pattern Burst Bear roared at Little Kong and Yichun. Damn humans! And you, little dragon, you dare to kill the three-eyed one. It is truly unforgivable. The right Ice Thunder Pattern Burst Bear followed up with its roar. Nobody is leaving here alive today. Little Kong looked up disdainfully and said, just you two stinky bears. You think you can keep me and my master here? Dream on. The left Ice Thunder Pattern Burst Bear was instantly infuriated. Arrogant little thing. With that, the two of them jumped off the ice mountain, instantly transforming into two Ice Thunder Spheres, speeding towards Little Kong. These two Ice Thunder Spheres carried terrifying power, crashing down like meteors right in front of Yichun and Little Kong, stirring up a massive display of Ice Thunder light. As the light dissipated, the two Ice Thunder Burst Bears slowly emerged from the large pit. Little Kong rushed up directly, saying, Master, leave them to me. His strength had already reached the threshold of SS grade, and with the burning sky dragon soul, even an SS grade ferocious beast could be matched. Little Kong transformed into a streak of green lightning, charging towards the Ice Thunder Burst Bears, while the burning sky dragon soul also surged forward. The Ice Thunder Burst Bears, seeing Little Kong's speed, chose not to engage heat-in and slammed their paws down onto the ground. Ice Thunder Domain. Hundreds of ice pillars shot up from the ground surrounding them and Little Kong. In the next moment, the ice pillars suddenly crackled with lightning. The lightning connected every ice pillar together, forming a massive lightning net. Seeing this, Little Kong immediately activated his characteristic Delta Airflow. The storm tornado reappeared around them, but this time it did not disperse the Ice Thunder Burst Bears. Ice Thunder both appeared above the ice mountain, as Little Kong was the god of the sky, and the blizzard domain of the three-eyed ice-winged snow lion was also a weather domain, thus it was directly dispelled. The Ice Thunder Burst Bears domain, however, remained grounded and was not significantly affected. Seeing this, Little Kong charged straight to the Ice Thunder Burst Bears for close combat, as the legacy of the ancient dragon god contained many melee combat skills. Dragon God Claw. Dragon Claw. Little Kong's left claw was his own skill, a claw composed of dragon energy, while his right claw was formed from explosive flame power. The Ice Thunder Burst Bears did not back down, either raising their paws covered in ice and thunder power to meet Little Kong's dragon claws heat-in. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of dragon claws and bear paws created powerful shockwaves, forming huge craters on the ground. Seeing that he couldn't take down these two stinky bears, Little Kong muttered, I didn't expect these two stupid bears to be quite resilient. Since that's the case, let you taste this technique. With that, Little Kong suddenly soared into the air, combining the powers of the explosive flame dragon horn and the burning sky dragon pearl with the air slash. Explosive flame burning sky slash. A massive flame slash shot out from the explosive flame dragon horn, merging three different powers, its might several times greater than the previous explosive flame impact. The flame slash swept towards the Ice Thunder Burst Bears with terrifying power. Seeing this attack, the bears' pupils shrank slightly, and they exchanged glances. Then they raised their bear paws to grasp together, and in the next moment, the icy thunder patterns on their chests lit up with brilliance. Following this, before Little Kong's eyes, their bodies slowly fused together, the icy thunder patterns on their chests merging from halves into a complete whole. This was the fusion technique of the Ice Thunder Burst Bear brothers, their chest icy thunder patterns being the Ice Thunder Totem, which could only unleash true power when they became one, elevating them to an SS grade ferocious beast. They transformed into the ice thunder-breaking sky bear. Roar. The ice thunder-breaking sky bear's icy thunder totem emitted dazzling light, raising its paw high to strike down at the explosive flame-burning sky slash. Ice thunder-breaking sky claw. A claw made of ice thunder was unleashed from its paw, colliding with the explosive flame-burning sky slash. Boom. The terrifying ice thunder-breaking sky claw instantly shattered the explosive flame-burning sky slash, fiercely clawing towards Little Kong. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream immediately gasped. Little Kong, be careful. At this moment, it was too late for Little Kong to dodge. He saw the dragon scales on his body emit a faint glow, the 10,000 Calamities dragon armor activating, instantly forming a protective shield around him. The ice thunder-breaking sky claw crashed against the protective shield, and with a crack a fissure appeared. Then in the terrified eyes of the viewers, more and more fissures appeared. Just as they thought it couldn't hold, the fissures suddenly stopped. The protective shield managed to withstand the ice thunder-breaking sky claw. The viewers breathed a sigh of relief. My heavens. You scared me to death. I thought Little Kong couldn't take it. What are you panicking about? I'm not worried at all. Didn't you see Yishun didn't move? If Little Kong were really in danger, Yishun would have acted long ago. True. Looks like our worries were unnecessary. Little Kong looked at the still intact protective shield and sighed in relief. My gosh, you scared me to death. I thought it would break. Stinky bears. I didn't expect you two to be able to fuse. Luckily, I have plenty of treasures, otherwise you might have really hurt me. Next I will get serious. You better watch out. Dragon Soul Fusion. Shao Kong directly merged with the blazing heaven dragon soul, its aura instantly doubling in intensity as its rank ascended to SS level. Immediately afterward, a profusion of crimson stripes emerged across its body, its form increasingly resembling that of a true divine dragon. The ice thunder sky-breaking bear let out a furious roar, its paw stamping down with such force that the ground shattered. It then leaped into the air, appearing before Shao Kong. Converging terrifying ice and thunder energy into its fist, it hurled a devastating punch at Shao Kong. Shao Kong did not even attempt to dodge. The bear's fist slammed violently into its body. Boom. A violent explosion and lightning engulfed Shao Kong entirely. Viewers in the live stream were instantly filled with worry. Why didn't Shao Kong dodge? Is it okay, eh? It should be fine. Earlier, Shao Kong used the 10,000 Calamity Dragon Robe to block the bear's attacks. Now that it's merged with the blazing heaven dragon soul, it can definitely withstand this. Exactly. Have faith in Shao Kong. As the lightning dissipated, Shao Kong stood there completely unscathed. Shao Kong gazed at the bear and said coolly, "Is that all the strength you have?" With that, Shao Kong raised its claw and delivered a punch straight to the bear's head. Bang! The ice thunder sky-breaking bear was sent flying by the blow, its massive body crashing heavily into an iceberg. A vast section of the iceberg collapsed, instantly burying the bear beneath it. The entire live stream fell silent. Shao Kong examined its own claw, thoroughly satisfied with that punch. That strike had used only half of its strength. Though it had sent the bear flying, it wouldn't inflict any significant. Sure enough, from within the collapsed iceberg came an enraged roar, followed by a terrifying bolt of lightning that shot skyward. The blast sent the shattered ice flying in all directions, and the ice thunder sky-breaking bear emerged step by step. Its body was wreathed in fearsome lightning, which gradually coalesced into a suit of armor composed of thunder. The ice thunder sky-breaking bear fixed its gaze on Shao Kong and spoke. Now it'll get serious too. As it spoke, its thunder armor blazed with light, and its already colossal frame swelled several meters further. The complete ice thunder totem on its chest radiated terrifying energy. Clearly the bear was now unleashing its full power. Then the bear abruptly raised its paw and slammed it heavily into the ground. Ice thunder torrent. In an instant, countless pillars of ice erupted from the earth around it, each entwined with crackling lightning. The pillars shot straight toward Shao Kong. Shao Kong's eyes lit up. This attack warranted a bit more seriousness. Opening its small mouth, it exhaled a stream of golden crimson, blazing heaven dragon flame at the oncoming torrent. Boom. The dragon flame collided with the ice thunder torrent, producing a thunderous explosion. Flames, ice, and lightning burst open in the sky, their terrifying force raining down upon the ground, carving out crater after crater. Dragon God's Claw. Shao Kong's claws were enveloped in golden crimson draconic energy, wreathed in raging inferno flames. Dragon God's Claw. Shao Kong's claws were enveloped in golden crimson draconic energy, wreathed in raging inferno flames. Both claws struck simultaneously at the bear's chest. The bear's pupils contracted. Swiftly it raised its arms to shield its chest, conjuring an ice thunder shield before it. Crack! The Dragon God's Claw tore into the shield, leaving 10 deep gouges. The shield shattered instantly, and the immense force made the bear grunt, staggering backward several steps. Roar! The ice thunder sky-breaking bear bellowed in fury, then abruptly vanished from its spot. Shao Kong's heart jolted. It immediately activated God's speed, darting away from its original position. Boom. At the very spot Shao Kong had just vacated, a lightning-wreathed bear paw materialized and slammed down, pulverizing the ground into a massive crater. Teleportation. Shao Kong tilted its head, speaking in a childish voice, surprised that this clumsy bear possessed such a skill. That's right. This is the power granted to me by the Ice Thunder Totem. The bear's form flickered continuously around the area. Within my Ice Thunder domain, I can instantly move anywhere. You can't escape. Before it finished speaking, the bear reappeared behind Shao Kong, swiping a claw at its back. Shao Kong was prepared. It spun around and lashed out with its tail. Bang! The bear's paw struck Shao Kong's tail with immense force, sending Shao Kong flying. In midair, Shao Kong executed a graceful spin to dissipate the momentum, landing steadily atop a massive block of ice. Decent strength, but your speed is still lacking. Shao Kong made a playful face at the bear, then activated God's speed, transforming into a streak of red and green light as it charged forward. The ensuing battle was a spectacle to behold. Shao Kong zipped across the battlefield like a beam of light, while the bear, leveraging its teleportation, launched relentless attacks. At first the bear managed to land a few hits, but as time passed Shao Kong had thoroughly deciphered the bear's teleport. Thus Shao Kong began aiming each attack at the nearest ice pillar, allowing it to anticipate the bear's. In this manner Shao Kong carved wound after wound into the bear's body. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, viewers watched with fervent excitement. What a spectacular fight. This is a true SS-level battle. Shao Kong is incredible. It's completely figured out the bear's abilities. Exactly. That teleportation seemed unbeatable, but it met its match in Shao Kong, the ultimate cheat. Right, it dismantled that ability in no time. Look at the state of the bear now. I can't wait to see Shao Kong fully grown. ITLL definitely surpass even Yi Shun. In the Lighthouse Kingdom stream, the host and viewers wore grim expressions. Damn it. How is this little dragon so powerful? The fused bear is an SS-level beast. I never expected Shao Kong to also possess SS-level strength. God, can't you just strike them down with a bolt of lightning? It's over. Even Yi Chen's pet is this strong now. Who can stop the Dragon Kingdom? In the Sakura Kingdom stream, wails of despair filled the chat. Baka, this little dragon is a monster. If Heratican encounters it, he'll be devoured in one bite. Why does the Dragon Kingdom always have such luck? Not only do they have a freak like Yi Chun, but also such a mighty divine beast. I no longer expect Heratican to surpass Yi Chun. Oh, I just hope he returns alive. After a prolonged exchange, the Ice Thunder sky-breaking bear's breathing grew ragged, its thunder armor battered and torn by Shao Kong's relentless assault. It had never imagined that its opponent would crack its teleportation so swiftly. Though it knew the ability had a flaw and had hoped to use it for surprise attacks, Shao Kong's speed was simply too great. It couldn't land a single blow. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. The bear went berserk. It threw its head back and roared to the heavens, the Ice Thunder totem on its chest blazing with blinding radiance. Ice Thunder Annihilation. This was the bear's ultimate technique, its last resort trump card. The entire iceberg became shrouded in pale blue Ice Thunder energy. Dark clouds gathered overhead and countless colossal bolts of ice thunder rained down from the sky. The world seemed transformed into a frozen, thunderous hell. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused even Yi Chun, standing hundreds of meters away, to furrow his brow slightly. Seeing the terrifying attack of the Ice Thunder breaking sky bear, the viewers in the Long Nation live stream began to shout nervously, "Shao Kong, be careful." Sensing the power of this attack, Shao Kong's expression turned serious. It took a deep breath, and the burning heaven dragon soul erupted with terrifying flames, causing its body to swell to twice its size. At the same time, it merged the powers of the burning heaven dragon pearl and the exploding flame dragon horn to form a terrifying energy ball in front of it. Burning heaven extreme heat ray. Shao Kong roared, and the terrifying energy ball instantly shot out a compressed black ray. The black ray, infused with the power to annihilate everything, collided with the Ice Thunder breaking sky bear's Ice Thunder Annihilation. Boom. The moment the two attacks collided, a deafening sound erupted, and the two forces struggled against each other, emitting blinding light. Wherever the light shone, it was instantly obliterated by immense power. When the light faded, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that the Ice Thunder Annihilation had been pierced by Shao Kong's burning heaven extreme heat ray, and its power continued through the air, hitting the Ice Thunder breaking sky bear squarely in the chest. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out, and the Ice Thunder totem on the chest of the Ice Thunder breaking sky bear shattered instantly. Then the burning heaven extreme heat ray pierced through the Ice Thunder breaking sky bear's chest, which let out a painful howl before its massive body disintegrated, transforming back into two Ice Thunder exploding bears. The two ice thunder exploding bears lay on the ground, each with a large hole in their chest, their breath slowly dissipating until they completely lost their vitality. Shao Kahn, having exhausted all its power, also shrank back to its smallest form, but upon seeing the two ice thunder exploding bears it had defeated, a smile appeared on its face. We won. Shao Kahn won. So cool. The burning heaven extreme heat ray is so powerful. It directly pierced through the ice thunder, breaking sky bears, ice thunder annihilation. Shao Kahn is amazing. From now on you are my second war god. The first is obviously Yi Shun. The Long Nation livestream erupted in jubilation, and the viewers cheered excitedly. Yi Shun smiled as he walked over to Shao Kahn and hugged the exhausted Shao Kahn, gently patting its head. Well done, Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn squinted its eyes and proudly raised its head. Of course. How could a mere little clumsy bear be? Yes, Shao Kahn, you are the greatest. Yi Shun laughed and casually waved, storing the two ice thunder exploding bear corpses into his spatial ring. These two little clumsy bears could never be your match. I let them be your victory feast. Shao Kahn's eyes lit up at the words great. I want a feast. As it spoke, drool unconsciously flowed from the corner of its mouth. It could already imagine how delicious the bear meat would be during dinner. Seeing Shao Kahn's eager expression, Yi Shun smiled helplessly, then looked up towards the depths of the ice mountain. Let's keep moving. That guy inside should be getting impatient. Upon hearing this, Shao Kahn suddenly snapped back to reality. When it first arrived at the ice mountain, it sensed a terrifying aura deep within, far stronger than that of the ice thunder-breaking sky bear. Yi Shun held Shao Kahn and slowly flew towards the depths of the ice mountain. As Yi Shun and Shao Kahn continued deeper into the ice mountain, the temperature dropped increasingly low. Creatures lacking sufficient strength would be instantly frozen to death upon merely encountering this cold air. The surrounding walls were covered with gigantic icicles that emitted a ghostly blue light, appearing extremely dangerous. Various bones lay scattered on the ground, some from fierce beasts and others from humans, clearly indicating that countless brutal battles had occurred here. Master, the temperature here is too low. Shao Kahn shrank its neck and burrowed into Yi Shun's embrace. Even with the burning heaven dragon pearl, I can still feel the cold. Yi Shun nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. We must be in the enemy's realm now, which is why the temperature is so low. This guy is even more powerful than I imagined. I think he has likely crossed the threshold into a third-level deity. Just then a faint sound suddenly came from ahead. The sound was very faint, but in the desolate ice mountain it stood out remarkably. Shao Kahn's body suddenly trembled, its scales standing on end, and it involuntarily emitted a low dragon's roar. Yi Shun also halted, his eyes hidden beneath the black satin band, gazing into the darkness ahead. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew closer. Suddenly a pair of enormous red eyes appeared in the darkness ahead, resembling two massive lanterns. Following that, a colossal creature slowly crawled out from the shadows. It was an unimaginably gigantic ice-blue scorpion, over 100 meters long, fully covered in ice-blue armor. Its two pincers resembled enormous sickles, glinting with cold light, capable of easily tearing through anything. What was most terrifying was its sharply arched tail stinger, which was deep blue and radiated an extremely dangerous. What caught Yi Shun's attention was the faint blue glow emanating from the scorpion, which gave him a very dangerous name. Polar Emperor Scorpion, SSS level, peak beast description: the overlord of the extreme north snowfield. It left the extreme north snowfield to break through to divine level, carrying treasures to create a massive island at sea. At this point, it had successfully condensed divine power, with 1 foot already in the threshold of a third-level deity, just one step away from comprehending the Ice Thunder Law and becoming a true third-level deity. Controlling extreme cold and frost, it is vicious in nature, with a strong territorial awareness, having killed countless beings that intruded into its domain over the millennia. Yi Shun's eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the information on the system panel. Half-step, third-level deity. This was the strongest beast he had encountered so far in the world of national fortune. Although the previous lava black dragon was also SSS level, it hadn't yet condensed divine power, so it could only be considered the pinnacle of mundane beasts. In contrast, this Polar Emperor Scorpion had already condensed divine power, just one step away from true divine level. The lava black dragon had the advantage that once it condensed divine power, it could automatically comprehend the laws, which was a benefit of being a dragon. Finally, I've encountered a worthy opponent. Yi Shun's lips curled into an excited smile. The viewers in the Long Nation live stream, who had been cheering, suddenly fell silent. My God, what is that thing? It's huge. SSS level peak. Half-step, third-level deity. And it has condensed divine power. It's over. This time we've encountered a tough opponent. Yi Shun, be careful. This scorpion is far stronger than the previous lava black dragon. What to do? Can Yi Shun defeat it? In the Lighthouse Nation livestream, the audience suddenly became excited. Huh, great. Finally, there's someone who can take down Yi Shun. Half-step divine level. This scorpion can definitely kill Yi Shun. God, You've finally shown yourself. Kill him. Quickly kill him. In the Cherry Blossom Nation livestream, there was also a sense of schadenfreude. Baka. Yi Chun is definitely doomed this time. This scorpion is too powerful. Yi Chun is simply no match for it. Great. As long as Yi Chun is dead, our Cherry Blossom Nation will have hope. Herodecan's opportunity has come. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion slowly lifted its head, its massive red eyes fixed intently on Yi Chun, and Shao Kahn, a chilling voice resonating. Are you the ones who killed my 3 subordinates? You dare come to find me after killing my subordinates? You have some guts. The faint divine power in its voice made Shao Kahn shiver involuntarily. Yi Chun, seeing this, gently patted its head to calm it down. He then turned to the Arctic Emperor Scorpion and slowly spoke. Your subordinates. Are you talking about that 3-eyed ice-winged snow lion and those 2 clumsy bears? Exactly. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion nodded. They were my carefully selected subordinates guarding me here for many years. I never expected that they would be killed by you. Hearing this, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. It wasn't us, that was my partner who killed them. It only shows that your subordinates are too weak to even defeat my little partner. Presumptuous. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion was instantly enraged by Yi Chun's words, its divine might surging violently. A boastful human like you thinks it can kill my subordinates. Regardless of whether it was them or not, my subordinates are dead, so you must pay with your lives. Upon hearing the Arctic Emperor Scorpion mock him, Shao Kahn was instantly furious, flying out of Yi Chun's arms and shouting, Who do you look down on? It was indeed me who killed your subordinates. Without my master lifting a finger, I can defeat you. Oh. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion looked at Shao Kahn with interest, a young dragon that hasn't grown up, yet dares to boast in front of me. Since you're so eager to seek death, I will kill you first, and then deal with this human. Yi Chun hurriedly shouted, Shao Kahn. You are no match for it. But it was already too late. Shao Kahn had transformed into a green flash, charging towards the Arctic Emperor Scorpion. Burning Heaven Dragon Flame. Shao Kahn opened its mouth and spewed out a golden red flame, shooting towards the head of the Arctic Emperor Scorpion. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion snorted disdainfully, and a layer of light blue divine power shield suddenly appeared around its body. Bang! The burning Heaven Dragon Flame crashed fiercely against the divine shield, producing a muffled sound. But what shocked Shao Kahn was that the burning Heaven Dragon Flame did not even break through the opponent's shield, merely causing it to tremble slightly. How is this possible? Shao Kahn's eyes widened in disbelief. With such a small flame you dare to show off? The Arctic Emperor Scorpion let out a cold laugh, its tail suddenly flicking. Whoosh! The tail spike shot towards Shao Kahn like lightning, so fast that Shao Kahn couldn't react in time. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Chun's eyes, and he placed his hand on his forehead, instantly disappearing from his spot. Uff! Yi Chun appeared beside Shao Kahn, just as the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's tail spike was about to hit it, firmly grasping it in his hand. Shao Kahn was immediately frightened by this sudden turn of events. Yi Chun patted Shao Kahn's head and said, All right, leave this to me. You just watch from the side. Regaining its senses, Shao Kahn quickly nodded and hurriedly left. Thankfully, Yi Chun intercepted the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's tail spike, otherwise Shao Kahn would have either died or been gravely injured. The viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Chun catch the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's tail spike. Oh my, that was close as Shao Kahn almost got hit. Thank goodness for Yi Chun. Shao Kahn really is reckless. Knowing the opponent is a half-step level 3 deity, it still dared to be so bold. It truly isn't afraid of death. Don't say that. Shao Kahn is still a young child, just born not long ago. It's a bit impulsive. I think next time it won't act this way. Exactly. Shao Kahn is just a child. Why are you all being so harsh? Really? After Shao Kahn left, Yi Chun slowly turned his head, his gaze icy as he looked at the Arctic Emperor Scorpion. He was now somewhat angered. Shao Kahn was his most important companion, and he would not allow anyone to harm it. You have gone too far. Yi Chun's voice was cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Gone too far. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion sneered. Be grateful that he wasn't directly killed by me. Although you blocked my attack, it merely prolongs your lives for a little while. You insignificant human have no idea about the gap between gods and mortals. The gap between gods and mortals. Yi Chun smirked coldly. Don't say that. Oh, I truly don't know the gap between gods and mortals. I wonder if you can let me see just how strong a god really is. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Chun's aura began to surge violently. Buzz! A golden flame shot up into the sky from around his body, his hair instantly turning golden and standing on end, his eyes also becoming a vivid green. Super Saiyan 1 full power. The terrifying aura swept through the entire ice cave, causing the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's expression to shift slightly. Oh, this is interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's eyes. I didn't expect you to unleash such powerful strength. But unfortunately, no matter how strong a mortal's power is, it cannot be compared to divine power. Is that so? Yi Chen sneered. Then let me show you how I can kill you without divine power. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen instantly disappeared from his spot. Such speed. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion's pupils constricted quickly, raising its pincers to block in front of itself. Bang! Yi Chen's fist slammed heavily onto the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's pincers, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous force made the Arctic Emperor Scorpion involuntarily take a few steps back, and a faint imprint appeared on the ice armor of its pincers. You actually managed to leave a mark on my ice armor. A hint of shock flashed in the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's eyes. Looks like I really underestimated you. However, that's all there is to it. No matter how strong, without divine power, you are still no match for me. After finishing, the Arctic Emperor Scorpion suddenly flicked its tail divine power, forming a spike on its tail, and fiercely thrust it towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen sidestepped to avoid it while extending his hand to grab the Arctic Emperor Scorpion's tail spike, using strength to lift the Arctic Emperor Scorpion up. Then, under the panicked gaze of the Arctic Emperor Scorpion, Yi Chen directly swung it like a meteor hammer in the air. Swish, swish, swish. After swinging it several times, Yi Chen threw the Arctic Emperor Scorpion out. The Arctic Emperor Scorpion crashed heavily into the ice mountain behind. Boom. Although the sound was immense, it caused no harm to the Arctic Emperor Scorpion, yet it was extremely humiliating. Boom. The ice mountain instantly crumbled, and the Arctic Emperor Scorpion slowly walked out, roaring angrily at Yi Chen. Roar! You despicable human. I will kill you. Yi Chen smiled. If you can, then give it a try. Upon hearing this, the Polar Emperor Scorpion became even more enraged, raising its pincers and smashing them down onto the ground. Polar explosion. The terrifying divine power erupted instantly, detonating everything in front of him. Wherever the explosion passed, everything was destroyed, including the ice mountain they were currently on. Boom. Boom. Seeing this, Yi Chen placed his hand on his forehead and instantly vanished from his original spot, appearing beside Shao Kong and then disappearing again. When he reappeared, he was already outside the ice mountain. The entire ice mountain had been obliterated by the Polar Emperor Scorpion's polar explosion attack. Shao Kong looked in horror at the vanished ice mountain. Master, this is too terrifying. Is this what divine power is? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. That's right, this is divine power. Although destroying an entire ice mountain is simple, this is just the aftershock. In the next moment, an even more terrifying explosion echoed, and the entire ice wave sea heard this blast. Especially in the extreme North Snow region, Icheng Lu and the netizens in her live stream all heard this explosion. After the explosion, the ice mountain had completely vanished. Suddenly, from the smoke of the explosion, a gigantic scorpion leg emerged, instantly freezing the surface of the sea upon contact. In the next moment, the even larger Polar Emperor Scorpion appeared before Yi Chen and Shao Kong. Wow, this is way too big. Shao Kong gazed in astonishment at the Polar Emperor Scorpion. The netizens in the live stream were equally amazed by the current appearance of the Polar Emperor Scorpion. My goodness, isn't this a bit too big? Isn't it several times larger than before? Now Yi Chen looks like an ant in front of the Polar Emperor Scorpion. Yes, with such a size, how can Yi Chen fight? Yi Chen was not flustered by the appearance of the Polar Emperor Scorpion. Instead, he was eager to try. I was just worried about not having a place to use that move. You're just delivering yourself to my door. In the next moment, the golden aura around Yi Chen surged violently. Heavenly law and earthly phenomena. As Yi Chen shouted, his body began to grow rapidly, transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall in an instant. What? The Polar Emperor Scorpion opened its eyes wide, its face full of disbelief. You even know heavenly law and earthly phenomena. Isn't that a legendary divine power? You have no idea how many surprises I hold. Yi Chen sneered coldly, then charged towards the Polar Emperor Scorpion and threw a punch at it. Boom. The Polar Emperor Scorpion was sent flying by this punch. It quickly stabilized its body and raised its pincers, which transformed into two long swords in the next moment. The Polar Emperor Scorpion thrust a sword towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen also drew his weapon, and the golden hoop rod appeared in his hand, smashing directly towards the Polar Emperor Scorpion. Clang! The golden hoop rod collided with the twin swords, producing an earth-shattering sound. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards, shattering the surrounding ice surface and sending massive ice chunks flying. The Polar Emperor Scorpion felt an irresistible force coming from the twin swords, causing its legs to sink into the ground as the hard ice was crushed. PFF. The Polar Emperor Scorpion spat out a mouthful of blue blood, evidently suffering serious internal injuries. How is this possible? How could your strength be so much greater than before? The Polar Emperor Scorpion was shocked. Is this the power of heavenly law and earthly phenomena? It had already gathered divine power and revealed its true form, expecting to overpower Yi Chun, yet it found itself defeated. I told you the gap between gods and mortals is not insurmountable. Yi Chun sneered again, lifting the golden hoop rod to strike at the Polar Emperor Scorpion. The Polar Emperor Scorpion quickly dodged, while its tail whipped fiercely, the tail spike shooting towards Yi Chun's eyes with terrifying force. Yi Chun tilted his head to evade the tail spike, while simultaneously bringing the golden hoop rod crashing down. Bang! The golden hoop rod smashed into the body of the Polar Emperor Scorpion, driving it heavily into the ice surface. Crack! A massive crack appeared on the shell of the Polar Emperor Scorpion, with blue blood continuously flowing from the fissure. Roar! The Polar Emperor Scorpion let out an enraged roar, thoroughly incensed. Human, you have successfully forced me to use my full strength. Today I will make sure you have no place to be buried. The Polar Emperor Scorpion roared towards the heavens, its faint blue divine power glowing even more brightly. A domain spread from its body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to several hundred degrees below zero, freezing the moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals. Extreme cold storm. With a mighty shout from the Polar Emperor Scorpion, the entire world was enveloped in faint blue energy. In the next moment, countless massive extreme cold storms blew towards Yi Chun from all directions, and sharp ice spikes protruded from the ground. This was the ultimate skill of the Polar Emperor Scorpion, combining extreme cold frost and all its divine power, far surpassing the ice thunder destruction bear's ice thunder annihilation. Yi Chun's expression also turned serious, realizing he could not afford to be careless against this move. He placed the golden hoop rod horizontally in front of him, the golden aura around him surging, and then used the golden hoop rod to form a massive golden protective shield around himself. Bang! 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 Countless extreme cold storms crashed violently against the golden protective shield, producing loud explosions. The ice spikes on the ground also continuously pierced the golden shield. The golden protective shield flickered constantly, with cracks appearing on its surface, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Yi Chun, be careful. Go Yi Chun. You must hold on. Please don't get hurt. In the Long Country live stream, the audience was tense, gripping their fists as their hearts rose to their throats. At this moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. Now is the time. Yi Chun thrust the golden hoop rod forward, instantly creating a passage through the barrier. The Polar Emperor Scorpion's eyes widened in shock. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Polar Emperor Scorpion, Yi Chun concentrated all his power in his right hand and swung it fiercely. Dragon Fist Eruption. A massive golden dragon-shaped energy burst forth from Yi Chun's fist, engulfed in blazing golden flames, charged towards the Polar Emperor Scorpion with world-destroying power. The golden dragon followed the passage and instantly arrived before the Polar Emperor Scorpion. The Polar Emperor Scorpion's face changed dramatically, hastily gathering all of its divine power in front of itself to form a thick divine power shield. Boom! The golden dragon fist crashed into the divine power shield, producing an ear-splitting roar. Crack! The divine power shield shattered instantly, and the golden dragon fist with unyielding momentum struck the Polar Emperor Scorpion's chest, piercing straight through. Pooh! The Polar Emperor Scorpion spat out a large mouthful of blue blood, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Its chest armor shattered completely, revealing a large hollow with blue blood continuously flowing from the wound, and its aura becoming exceedingly faint. No! It's impossible. The Polar Emperor Scorpion struggled to lift its head, gazing at Yi Chun with eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. I am a half-step divine level. How could I lose to a human? Yi Chun slowly released the heavenly law and Super Saiyan forms, walking up to the Polar Emperor Scorpion, looking down at it. Nothing is impossible. In the face of absolute power, realms are but illusions. The Polar Emperor Scorpion looked at Yi Chun, a hint of complexity flashing in its eyes. You are strong, stronger than any human I have ever met. But don't get too proud. The voice of the Polar Emperor Scorpion grew weaker. I sense the aura of the Frost Goddess on you. You must have obtained her inheritance. Oh. Yi Chun looked at the Polar Emperor Scorpion in surprise. I didn't expect you to see through that. The Polar Emperor Scorpion sneered weakly. I have lived here for over 1,000 years, and I know quite well about the Frost Goddess. Moreover, I have encountered the inheritance of the Frost Goddess, but I never succeeded in obtaining it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's heart stirred. Do you know where the Frost Goddess artifact is? Of course. The Polar Emperor Scorpion nodded. The Staff of Frost is located in the Lord's Mansion of the Eastern King's City at the center of the extreme north snowfield. However, you will never be able to obtain it. The Lord of the Eastern King's City is a true divine level, and with the Staff of Frost he can wield the power of the entire extreme north snowfield. Even ordinary first-level divine beings may not be his opponent. After speaking, the Polar Emperor Scorpion's head drooped completely, losing its life force, and its body reverted to its original size. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Yi Chun for killing the SS level peak ferocious beast Polar Emperor Scorpion. Reward purple gold treasure chest X2, national luck value 2000 points. Reward the physical fitness of the people of Dragon Kingdom is doubled lifespan increased by 10 years. Reward exclusive territory of the extreme north snowfield 1 million square kilometers. Ding. Compatibility increased to 32. Ability unlocked Super Saiyan 2. The system notification rang in Yi Chun's mind. Yi Chun gazed at the corpse of the Polar Emperor Scorpion lost in thought. Eastern King's City. It seems this trip to the extreme north snowfield will be more interesting than he imagined. Yi Chun casually waved his hand, storing the corpse of the Polar Emperor Scorpion into his spatial ring. This half-step divine scorpion was laden with treasures, especially its tail's stinger and armor, which were perfect materials for forging artifacts. While collecting the corpse, he discovered a bracelet, which was a spatial equipment. Since the Polar Emperor Scorpion was dead, this spatial bracelet was ownerless. Opening the spatial bracelet, he found a large amount of supplies, among which was a piece of parchment with a map. This was a world map detailing the previous Frost Rain Forest Ice Wave Sea and Extreme North Snowfield, with a special mark at the center of the Extreme North Snowfield indicating the location of the Eastern King's City. Now that I have the map, I can know my position. Saying this, Yi Chun put away the map and walked over to Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn asked, "Master, are we still going to the Extreme North Snowfield?" He also knew that Yi Chun was trying to help the Frost Goddess find her artifact, and now the Staff of Frost was in the hands of a lord who might not even be defeated by a first-level divine. With their current strength, it would be like sending themselves to die. Although it knew its master was very strong, it did not believe he could defeat a first-level divine. Yi Chun smiled and rubbed its head. "We continue toward the extreme north snowfield." "Off," Shao Kahn hurriedly said, "but master, that artifact is with a lord who might not even be defeated by a first-level divine. Should we still go?" "Of course," Yi Chun replied with a smile. "Although I am not currently a match for a first-level divine, who knows what will happen when we encounter that lord? It might not be clear who will live or die. After obtaining Super Saiyan 2, I no longer regard second-level divine beings as threats. With my other abilities, I can also contend with a first-level divine." Shao Kahn was still very confident in its master. "Then let's set off. By the way, master, I want to eat bear paws, and also the bloodline power of that lava black dragon. Please extract it for me. I want to become stronger to help you obtain the Staff of Frost." Yi Chun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, then hugged Shao Kahn and flew over the sea, releasing the Xian Huang Palang ship. The two of them sat on deck chairs watching the sunset in the sky. The afterglow of the sunset filtered through the clouds, casting a golden light on the sea. Yi Chun looked in the direction of the extreme north snowfield, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Eastern King's City. I want to see what's truly going on inside." At this moment, Shao Kahn nuzzled Yi Chun's neck, speaking in a babyish voice, "Master, I'm hungry." Saying this, its little belly rumbled. "I want to eat roasted bear paws." I knew it would be about food. Yi Chun laughed, scratching its little nose, then took out a special barbecue grill and prepared the bear paw of the Ice Thunder exploding bear. Sprinkling on seasonings, he placed it on the grill and used the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to roast it. Once the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire appeared, it instantly dispelled the coldness. As it continued to roast, the fats from the bear paw dripped into the flames, sizzling and quickly filling the entire sea with a rich aroma of meat. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience was still immersed in the thrilling battle that had just taken place. "I was scared to death. I really thought Yi God wouldn't make it. A half-step divine being was defeated by Yi God. Who else is there? The Eastern King's City sounds really dangerous. Perhaps we should avoid going there for now and improve our strength first. Yes, at the very least we need to break through to divine level right. Otherwise it all feels very dangerous. What are you afraid of? Yi God is invincible. The artifact in the possession of the Lord of the Eastern King's City is Yi God's." In the Lighthouse Kingdom live broadcast room, the host spoke with a pale face into the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must admit that Yi Chun's strength has exceeded our imagination. Now the only hope is that the Lord in Eastern King's City can kill him." The audience from the Sakura Kingdom began to break down. "Baka, why is Yi Chun always so lucky? Even a half-step divine being can't kill him." Yi Chun was roasting the bear meat while contemplating the possible events within the extreme north snowfield. Shao Kahn crouched beside the grill, his tiny paws gripping its edges tightly, while his eyes were fixed on the bear paw, roasting to a golden brown inside. His drool was nearly forming a small river as he swallowed repeatedly, such a pitiful sight that Yi Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Don't rush, it's not done yet. A few more minutes." As he spoke, Yi Chun brushed another layer of secret sauce onto the bear paw, making it even more golden and its aroma even more irresistible. Wow, this smells incredible. Shao Kong wagged his tail pitifully. Master, I can't hold back anymore. Just let me have one bite. Please. You're such a little foodie. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, then flipped the paw over again. Don't be impatient. Haste makes waste. If it's not cooked through, the flavor won't fully develop. Wait a bit longer. How about this? While we wait, let's open 2 treasure chests. Yi Chen just remembered that he had accumulated 4 chests unopened. This time head open one to see what was inside. With that, Yi Chen took out the lowest grade dark gold treasure chest. Seeing it, Shao Kong was immediately drawn over. He came to Yi Chen's side and asked, Master, this chest looks so beautiful. Is there something good inside? Of course. This is a dark gold chest. Its contents are definitely not, Yi Chen said with a smile, then pushed the chest in front of Shao Kong. Here, you open the first one for me. Let's see how your luck is. Yay! Shao Kong shouted excitedly, reaching out a tiny paw to gently touch and grasp the dark gold chest. Click! The chest slowly opened and a dazzling dark golden light shot into the sky. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Space Expansion Card X3, a Space Dagger X1, Space Law Fragment X1. Space Expansion Card. Each card permanently expands space by 10 cubic meters, stackable up to 100 cubic meters. Activate with spiritual energy and attach instantly to expand space without affecting existing items. Space Dagger, a semi-transparent azure dagger that ignores defenses and deals true damage by tearing space. Can break barriers below the divine level. Can teleport 3 times per day. The stronger the infused spiritual energy, the farther the distance moves. Space Law Fragment contains a strand of space law. Upon refining, you can obtain a space-type domain. With sufficient comprehension, you may also comprehend space law. Not bad, not bad. All practical items. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, especially regarding the space law fragment. After refining it, he could comprehend space law, and even with insufficient insight, he would gain a space-type domain. Next, he used the space expansion cards, the first one on his cooking pot, the second on the grill, and the third on the room inside the cabin. After doing all this, Yi Chen took out the remaining 3 purple gold treasure chests. Keep opening. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Dragon God's Heart X1, a Dragon Slaying Sword X1, Divine Dragon Transformation X1. Dragon God's Heart, a gilded dragon-shaped crystal containing a drop of 9-colored true dragon's essence blood. Upon refining it, can enhance the bloodline power of dragons. Grants immunity to most dragon-type attacks and mental charm, and allows acquisition of the Dragon God Domain prototype. Dragon Slaying Sword, a dark gold ancient greatsword with 99 true dragon totems carved on the blade, a crimson dragon orb embedded in the hilt, and Dragon God Flame swirling along the edge. Deals 300 true damage to evil spirits, undead, and demon races. Can sever weapons and laws below the divine level. Can unleash Dragon Roar 9 heavens once per day with power equivalent to a full force strike from a 3rd-level god. Divine Dragon Transformation, an ancient dragon god's inherited secret art imprinted with his lifelong combat experience and law insights. It has 9 transformations. The first transformation boosts all attributes by 50 times. Each transformation grows 1 claw, eventually becoming a 9-claw golden dragon with all attributes boosted by 900 times, not limited to dragon race learning. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The items from the purple gold chest were very useful for both him and Shao Kong. Especially the Divine Dragon Transformation. The first transformation alone boosted all attributes by 50 times, and the 9-claw golden dragon by 900 times. This already matched his Super Saiyan transformation and was nearly comparable to his Super Saiyan 4. Open another one, save one for later. Yi Chen spoke calmly, then opened the second purple gold treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Ice Law Fragment X1, Twin Pincer Ice Soul Axe X1, Frost War Armor X1, Extreme Ice Void Breaking Art X1. Ice Law Fragment contains a strand of primal ice law. Upon refining, unlocks the ice domain. With sufficient comprehension, one can comprehend the complete law controlling the birth and death of ice and snow and the freezing of all things. Twin Pincer Ice Soul Axe, a massive ice blue battle axe with axe blades shaped like interlocking pincers containing 10,000 years of ice soul essence. Attacks carry an absolute 0 freezing effect, dealing 200 bonus damage to water and fire creatures. Can unleash freeze 10,000 miles once per day, freezing all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Frost War Armor forged from extreme northern ice crystal with flowing azure ice patterns on the surface fitting the body without hindering movement. Provides high physical and magical defense, reflects 50 of ice damage. Grants immunity to all freezing and slowing effects below the divine level. Extreme Ice Void Breaking Art, a heaven-grade top-tier ice-based main cultivation technique that converts spiritual energy into pure extreme ice power. can condense ice blades, ice dragons, ice storms, and other spells at will. Its core move, Extreme Ice Void Break, can freeze space. Looking at the items from this opening, Yi Chun was quite satisfied, even though they weren't of much use to him personally. Yi Chun stored all the rewards into his ring, then took out the Dragon God's Heart and Divine Dragon Transformation and handed them to Shao Kong. Here, Shao Kong, these two are for you. They'll make you stronger. Shao Kong took the Dragon God's Heart and directly swallowed it into his stomach. The drop of 9-colored Divine Dragon's Essence blood within the Dragon God's Heart continuously enhanced Shao Kong's bloodline. His body faintly glowed, his scales became more translucent, and his aura subtly increased. Wow, Master, this thing feels so good. Shao Kong squinted his eyes in comfort. I can clearly feel my strength has increased a lot. As Shao Kong spoke, his strength broke through S level to SS level. Seeing this, Yi Chun said with a smile, that's good. Strive to refine this essence blood before we reach the extreme North Snow domain. Also try to master the first transformation of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Just then the bear paw was finally roasted. Yi Chun cut the roasted paw into small pieces, placed them on a plate, and handed it to Shao Kong. Shao Kong immediately devoured it, ravenously mumbling indistinctly as he ate. Delicious. So delicious. Master, the bear paw you roasted is the best thing in the world. Yi Chun also picked up a piece and tasted it. The meat of the Ice Thunder explosive bear truly lived up to its reputation. Rich, but not greasy, melting in the mouth. Combined with the roasting over the green lotus earth core flame and the seasoning of the secret sauce, it was simply a divine delicacy. The one man and one dragon sat at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sunset over the sea, while savoring the delicious roasted bear paw, the atmosphere extremely pleasant. After the meal, Yi Chun cleaned up the grill and said to Shao Kong, let's go back to rest. You consolidate your cultivation level, and it'll go absorb the space law fragment and the ice law fragment. Okay, Master. Shao Kong nodded obediently, then followed Yi Chun back into the cabin. Yi Chun sat on the bed holding 2 fragments in his hands, contemplating the power of the laws contained within. As time passed, when Yi Chun awoke from his meditation, the sky had completely darkened. A bright moon hung over the sea, its silver light spilling onto the surface of the water, creating a shimmering beauty that was breathtaking. He had completely comprehended the 2 powers of the laws, but now he lacked divine power, making it difficult to utilize the forces of the laws. However, he could still use some basic abilities, such as teleportation. He no longer needed to rely on sensing chi to teleport. He could simply think of where to go and teleport there, although the distance was not as far as when using chi. With his current strength covering several kilometers was still no problem. Other abilities like spatial slashing need not be mentioned. The power of the ice law was much stronger than that of the spatial law, and using the full force of the ice law was also not a problem. Yi Chun turned to look at Shao Kong, who had already fallen asleep on the bed, her little mouth moving as if dreaming sweet dreams. However, her aura had stabilized, indicating that Shao Kong had completed Yi Chun's request. Yi Chun smiled gently and slowly walked out of the cabin, standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the dark sea in the distance. In the Eastern Kingdom's royal city, the frost staff awaits me. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the extreme North Snow region, a petite figure sped across the icy landscape on a portable snow vehicle heading toward the center of the extreme North Snow region. She was Chung Lu. Just a few hours ago, she was preparing to hunt a great snow bear when she suddenly heard a deafening explosion coming from afar. The sound was deafening, shaking the ground slightly, as if it were the end of the world. Chung Lu was startled, and her prey fled amidst the sound of the explosion. Even from dozens of kilometers away, she could clearly sense the power generated by that explosion. What was that sound? It's so terrifying. Chung Lu murmured to herself, her eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, a message appeared before her, sent by the Dragon Kingdom's Intelligence Bureau. After reading the content, Chung Lu understood what the explosion was. It turned out to be the result of Yi Chun battling a half-step level 3 divine beast. Chung Lu murmured, has Yi Chun become this strong? Even half-step level 3 divine beasts are no match for him. While we are still struggling against grade and crade beasts, he is already fighting against divine beasts. The gap is just too vast. With that, Chung Lu let out a bitter smile. Her eyes brightened again. Yi Chun is about to arrive at the extreme North Snow region. This means I might very well meet up with Yi Chun. If I successfully join forces with Yi Chun, my strength will surely surpass that of the other competitors. However, meeting up with Yi Chun is not easy. The dangers are quite significant. To reach the seaside, it's roughly a 200-kilometer journey. For Yi Chun, it might only take a few hours, but for her it would take several days, and she didn't know how many dangers she would encounter along the way. However, she had another option, the Eastern Kingdom's royal city mentioned in the information. She hadn't expected there would be a city inhabited by humans in the extreme North Snow region, the Eastern Kingdom's royal city. Compared to heading to the seaside, going to the Eastern Kingdom's royal city was clearly much simpler. Traveling to a human city would likely involve fewer dangers along the way. However, as Chung Lu looked at the information, it showed that she was over 300 kilometers away from the Eastern Kingdom's royal city, which was more than 100 kilometers farther than going to the seaside. She now faced two choices. One was to go to the seaside and meet up with Yi Chun, but the journey was long and fraught with danger. The other was to venture deeper into the extreme North Snow region, heading to the Eastern Kingdom's royal city, a journey that was further than going to the seaside, but with possibly lower danger. After pondering for a while, Chung Lu raised her head and firmly declared, "I've made my decision. I will head to the Eastern Kingdom's royal city. Regardless, reaching a city with a human population is certainly better than wandering in the wild." Afterward, Chung Lu organized her equipment and oriented herself before setting off in the direction of the Eastern Kingdom's royal city. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, netizens expressed their opinions upon seeing Chung Lu's decision. "I think Chung Lu's decision is very wise. Going to the seaside is indeed too dangerous. Yes, a 200-kilometer stretch of icy wasteland. Who knows how many beasts she might encounter. Chung Lu is only grade right now, so she can't handle it at all. The Eastern Kingdom's royal city sounds safe with humans living there. That's definitely better than wandering around alone in the wild. I hope Chung Lu can safely reach the Eastern Kingdom's royal city. Go for it. Miss Chung Lu, please be sure to stay safe. Oh, we are all cheering for you. By the way, is the Lord of the Eastern Kingdom's royal city really a divine-level powerhouse? That would be terrifying. It should be true, as the Emperor Scorpion of the extreme region has said so. When Yi Chun goes to the Eastern Kingdom's royal city, will he end up fighting with that lord? Of course. Yi Chun is going to take the frost staff, and that lord will definitely not hand it over easily. Doesn't that mean there will be another battle to watch? I can't wait. I hope Yi Chun can easily defeat that lord and obtain the frost staff. In the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast room, the host and audience were gleefully anticipating. This Dragon Kingdom female contestant is so foolish. Instead of joining up with Yi Chun, she chooses to go to that Eastern Kingdom's royal city. Exactly, the Lord of the Eastern Kingdom's royal city is a divine-level powerhouse. Isn't she just asking for death by going there? It would be best if she gets killed by that lord as soon as she arrives, so the Dragon Kingdom loses a contestant. That's right. With one less contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, we in the Lighthouse Nation have one more chance of winning. God bless, let this foolish woman die quickly. In the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, the audience was also mocking Chung Lu. Baka, this Dragon Kingdom woman is so stupid. If she could have clung to Yi Chun's thigh, but instead chooses to go to her death. Exactly. If our Harudekin from the Sakura Nation had the chance to meet up with Yi Chun, he would have rushed over in a heartbeat. But this is also good. If she dies, the Dragon Kingdom will have one less contestant. And if Yi Chun dies, our Sakura Nation will have a chance to become #1 in the world. Chung Lu was unaware of the discussions taking place in the various countries' live broadcast rooms. She was currently focused on making her way through the icy wasteland. The weather in the extreme North Snow region was unpredictable, as it had just been clear skies, but suddenly a strong wind began to blow. Snowflakes were whipped up by the raging wind, forming walls of snow that limited visibility to less than 5 meters. Fortunately, she had a portable snow vehicle that could shield her from the outside wind and snow, otherwise she wouldn't dare take such a risk. Even so, the low temperatures caused a thick layer of frost to form on her eyelashes and eyebrows, and her face was reddened from the cold. Chung Lu was unaware of the discussions in the live broadcasts from various countries. At this moment, she was swiftly advancing through the extreme northern snowy region. The weather in the extreme north was unpredictable, with clear skies suddenly giving way to a fierce wind. A blizzard soon obscured the sky, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Even with the protection of a portable snow vehicle, a thick layer of frost had formed on Chung Lu's eyelashes and eyebrows, and her face was reddened from the cold. It was hard to tell how long she had been walking when the wind finally calmed down. Chung Lu raised her head, brushed the snowflakes off her face, and let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, her ears perked up as she heard a low growl coming from not far away. Chung Lu's expression changed instantly. She quickly maneuvered the snow vehicle behind a nearby tree and looked in the direction of the sound. There on the snowy ground, a massive snow bear was eating a snow fox. This snow bear stood over 5 meters tall, covered in pure white fur, with eyes glowing fiercely. It was indeed a grade snow bear. Name: snow bear. Grade beast. Description: one of the most common ferocious beasts in the extreme northern snowy region. It is fierce, immensely strong, and capable of easily shattering boulders. They like to dig holes in the snow for hibernation and have an extremely keen sense of smell. Chung Lu's heart suddenly leaped with joy. Ever since she received the inheritance of the Frost Priest, she hadn't encountered any particularly powerful beasts. This grade snow bear arrived just in time. Killing it would yield a golden treasure chest. If she could obtain some good items from the treasure chest, her journey to the Eastern Royal City would be much safer. Chung Lu settled the snow vehicle and took out her frost staff, slowly approaching the snow bear. The snow bear heard the movement, immediately lifted its head, and looked in Cheng Lu's direction. When it saw Cheng Lu, a glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes, and it let out a deafening roar. The snow bear slammed the ground and charged at Cheng Lu. Despite its massive size, it was surprisingly fast, making its run look quite terrifying. Cheng Lu did not panic. Not to mention her current strength was also great, but the inheritance she had received could easily deal with this snow bear. Just as the snow bear was about to reach her, Cheng Lu suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding the bear's pounce. The snow bear missed, and its massive body crashed heavily against the ice rock behind Cheng Lu, shattering. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Lu raised her frost staff and released the ice arrow technique towards the back of the snow bear. In the next moment, dozens of ice arrows appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the bear's back. Puff! The ice arrows easily pierced through the snow bear's fur and embedded themselves in its body. Roar! The snow bear let out a painful howl, abruptly turning around and glaring at Cheng Lu with bloodshot eyes. Then an icy armor appeared on its back. This armor destroyed the ice arrows on its back, while also preventing further attacks from Cheng Lu. After completing all this, the snow bear let out a furious roar, its icy spiritual power surging violently, and several ice spikes appeared beside it, shooting towards Cheng Lu. Seeing this, Cheng Lu crossed her frost staff in front of her, shouting, "Ice shield technique." In the next moment, a shield made of ice appeared before her. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spikes all struck the ice shield, causing no harm to Cheng Lu whatsoever. The snow bear, seeing its attack miss again, became even angrier. It charged at Cheng Lu once more, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs, intending to bite Cheng Lu to death. Cheng Lu's gaze sharpened. Instead of dodging, she charged towards the snow bear. Just as the snow bear's jaws were about to bite her, she suddenly slid beneath the bear's belly. At the same time, a sharp ice blade appeared on her frost staff, and she drew a long cut across the snow bear's belly with the blade. Puff! Blood gushed out instantaneously, staining the white snow on the ground red. Roar! The snow bear let out a shrill howl, its belly cut open, and its entrails spilled out. It staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before completely losing its life. Cheng Lu calmly got up from the ground, brushed the snow off her body, and smiled as she said, with an icy armor on its back, it didn't think to protect its chest. "You deserve to die by my hand." She hadn't expected the snow bear to leave its chest unprotected, otherwise killing the snow bear would have required much more effort. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestant Cheng Lu, first kill of the grade B snow bear, has obtained a golden treasure chest 1. Hearing the system notification, Cheng Lu's eyes instantly lit up. She hurried to the treasure chest, reached out, and gently opened it. Crack! The treasure chest slowly opened, and 3 dazzling golden beams shot up into the sky. Ding! Opened golden treasure chest 1. Obtained space bracelet 1, polar bionic suit 1, ice spirit wings 1. Space bracelet, internal space of 100 cubic meters, can store non-living objects, can be used when polar bionic suit made from special materials, can withstand temperatures as low as -200 degrees, and has extremely strong defense, immune to attacks from grade beasts and below. Ice spirit wings made from extreme cold ice crystals, can freely fly in the air after being worn extremely fast, and can manipulate a small amount of ice energy. Seeing the items obtained from the golden treasure chest, Cheng Lu was so excited that she almost jumped up. These 3 pieces of equipment were simply tailor-made for her. The space bracelet solved her problem of carrying supplies, so she wouldn't have to carry a heavy backpack anymore. The polar bionic suit would allow her to move more comfortably in the extreme northern snowy region, and she wouldn't have to worry about frostbite. The ice spirit wings would grant her the ability to fly, so in case of danger, she could simply fly away without having to confront beasts hidden. Cheng Lu immediately placed her old backpack along with its contents into the space bracelet. Then she took off her heavy down jacket and put on the polar bionic suit. The polar bionic suit was very lightweight. Wearing it felt like not wearing anything at all, yet it was exceptionally warm, instantly dispelling the chill from her body. Moreover, the material of the bionic suit was very tough, feeling as hard as steel to the touch, offering first. However, she still wore the down jacket over it. She didn't know how the people in the Eastern Royal City would react. It would be troublesome if someone eyed her outfit. Finally, Cheng Lu activated the ice spirit wings, and in the next moment, the wings merged into her body, forming a light blue wing tattoo on her back. When she infused her spiritual energy into the tattoo, the ice spirit wings immediately unfurled, shimmering with a faint blue light. The ice spirit wings were a pair of transparent wings, looking very lightweight, just like dragonfly wings. Cheng Lu tried flapping the wings, and her body actually floated slowly into the air. "Wow, I can really fly," Cheng Lu exclaimed excitedly. She maneuvered the ice spirit wings, flying a few circles in the air, feeling extremely agile. Although her speed wasn't very fast, yet it was already sufficient for her to handle most dangers. A confident smile spread across Chung Lu's face. With these pieces of equipment, I am much more confident in heading to the Eastern Royal City. Before leaving, Chung Lu stored the corpse of the snow bear into her spatial bracelet. The meat of the snow bear could be consumed, and its fur could be used for warm clothing. Nothing should go to waste. After finishing all this, Chung Lu walked to the snowmobile and continued riding towards the Eastern Royal City. Although she possessed the ice spirit wings, they consumed spiritual energy excessively and could not be used for long. Thus it was better to use the snowmobile, which consumed less spiritual energy. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers were delighted to see Chung Lu acquire such excellent equipment. That's great. Sister Chung Lu is so lucky to have obtained so many good items. The ice spirit wings she can actually fly. From now on, Sister Chung Lu won't have to worry about encountering ferocious beasts. The polar bionic suit is also very practical too. She won't be afraid of the cold anymore. With these pieces of equipment, Sister Chung Lu will surely reach the Eastern Royal City safely. Go, Sister Chung Lu. We all support you. The audience from the Lighthouse Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom were green with envy. Damn it. How can this woman from the Dragon Kingdom be so lucky? She actually got flying equipment. That's so unfair. Why can't our country's contestants get such good items? So what if she has flying equipment? There are still many flying ferocious beasts in the extreme north snowfield. She will eventually die. Exactly. I hope she quickly encounters an glass flying ferocious beast that can swallow her whole. Chung Lu sped through the extreme north snowfield on her snowmobile. She felt very good. With these new pieces of equipment, she sensed a significant increase in her strength. However, she was unaware that danger was quietly approaching. As she passed through a valley, suddenly a chilling howl of a wolf echoed from below the valley. Chung Lu's expression changed instantly, and she quickly looked towards the valley. She saw a pack of snow-white creatures rushing towards her direction from the valley below. It was a pack of snow wolves, each over a meter tall, covered in pristine white fur with emerald green eyes that radiated a fierce glint. Leading them was a wolf king, which was twice the size of the others, with a white stripe on its forehead, looking exceptionally fierce. Name: Extreme Ice Wolf King. Class: Ferocious Beast. Description: the leader of the Extreme Ice Wolf Pack in the extreme north snowfield, known for its extreme brutality and proficiency in team combat. The Wolf King can manipulate ice energy, unleashing freezing breaths and ice blades, making it extreme. Name: Extreme Ice Wolf. Class: Ferocious Beast. Description: subordinates of the Extreme Ice Wolf King, numerous in number, agile in movement, and coordinated, capable of launching a deadly ambush on enemies. Chung Lu's heart sank. She had encountered the Extreme Ice Wolf Pack. Moreover, there was a class Extreme Ice Wolf King among them, and judging by its spiritual energy fluctuations, it was a peak class Wolf King. This was no joke. The Wolf Pack was adept at ambushing, not to mention that there was a peak class Wolf King among them. Even a class expert could fall victim to a wolf pack of this size, with just one misstep. Without hesitation, Chung Lu controlled the snowmobile to leave quickly, wanting to distance herself from the wolves. But it was already too late. The Extreme Ice Wolf King had spotted her. It howled to the sky, issuing a command to attack. In an instant, all the Extreme Ice Wolves charged towards Chung Lu at lightning speed. Before long, the pack of Extreme Ice Wolves was right behind Chung Lu. She abruptly twisted the throttle of the snowmobile, pushing its speed to the limit, yet she still couldn't shake off the wolf pack. The Extreme Ice Wolves moved swiftly through the snow, matching the snowmobile's speed. Within minutes, the pack caught up to the snowmobile, opening their large mouths to reveal sharp fangs, directly lunging at the vehicle. Damn it! Chung Lu cursed under her breath, sharply turning the steering wheel. The snowmobile executed a beautiful drift, narrowly avoiding the wolf's bites. At the same time, she raised her frost staff, releasing ice arrows towards the wolf pack behind her. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of ice arrows materialized and immediately shot towards the nearest Extreme Ice Wolves. In an instant, 3 Extreme Ice Wolves were struck by the ice arrows, collapsing onto the snow with pained howls. Despite their companions being injured, the Extreme Ice Wolves showed no fear. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Their speed increased once more as they continued to chase the snowmobile. The Extreme Ice Wolf King howled to the sky, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a freezing breath of ice blue energy towards the snowmobile. The freezing breath, mixed with powerful ice spiritual energy, froze the air into tiny ice crystals wherever it passed. Chung Lu's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly steered the snowmobile to evade. Crack! The freezing breath grazed the rear wheel of the snowmobile, freezing a large ice rock nearby into a solid block. However, the freezing breath still struck the rear wheel of the snowmobile, instantly covering it with a layer of ice crystals that jammed the wheel. The snowmobile lost balance and crashed towards a nearby ice mountain. Oh no! Chung Lu's heart sank as she desperately tried to control the balance of the snowmobile. Without the snowmobile relying solely on her ice spirit wings, escaping from the wolf pack was nearly impossible. Just then Cheng Lu managed to stabilize the snowmobile, but the extreme ice wolves had already surrounded her and lunged directly at her. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Lu jumped off the snowmobile and stored it away. At the same time, she infused spiritual energy into the ice spirit wings tattoo on her back. Whoosh! A pair of transparent ice blue wings unfolded instantly behind her, and she flew into the air. Bang! Bang! Several extreme ice wolves missed their target and crashed heavily to the ground. The extreme ice wolf king, seeing that Cheng Lu could fly, displayed a hint of surprise in its eyes before howling to the sky once more. All the extreme ice wolves looked up at Cheng Lu in the air. Then the extreme ice wolf king opened its mouth wide and unleashed a freezing breath towards Cheng Lu again. Simultaneously, dozens of surrounding extreme ice wolves also opened their mouths, shooting ice arrows towards Cheng Lu. She was immediately surrounded by freezing breath and countless ice arrows. Ice shield! Cheng Lu shouted, positioning her frost staff in front of her. A giant ice shield appeared, instantly firmly protecting her behind it. Bang! 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 The freezing breath and ice arrows collided fiercely against the ice shield, causing numerous cracks to instantly cover its surface. Cheng Lu gritted her teeth, continuously pouring spiritual energy into the ice shield. If the ice shield shattered, she would be riddled with holes by these attacks. Cheng Lu anxiously thought, this isn't going to work, it'll be worn out. Her spiritual energy was limited, and both the ice spirit wings and ice shield were constantly draining it. Moreover, there were too many extreme ice wolves, as she simply couldn't kill them all. She needed to find a way to break through. Cheng Lu's gaze swept through the wolf pack, finally landing on the extreme ice wolf king. Capture the thief, first capture the king. As long as she eliminated the extreme ice wolf king, the remaining extreme ice wolves would surely fall into chaos, after losing their leader, providing her with the chance to escape. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Cheng Lu's eyes. She seized the moment when the extreme ice wolves attacked, swiftly withdrew her ice shield, and flapped her ice spirit wings, dashing towards the extreme ice wolf king with the utmost speed. The extreme ice wolf king, seeing Cheng Lu daring to attack, it immediately displayed a hint of disdain in its gaze. It opened its large mouth, preparing to unleash another icy breath. However, Cheng Lu was already prepared. Just as the extreme ice wolf king was about to release its icy breath, she suddenly pointed her frost staff forward. Ice spike technique. Several sharp ice spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the extreme ice wolf king's feet, piercing directly towards its body. The sudden appearance of the ice spikes instantly interrupted the extreme ice wolf king's icy breath. The extreme ice wolf king quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the ice spike attack. Cheng Lu seized this opportunity and positioned herself right in front of the extreme ice wolf king. She infused a large amount of spiritual power into her frost staff, causing a massive ice blade to form at its tip. Die! Cheng Lu shouted, swinging the ice blade down fiercely towards the extreme ice wolf king's head. A flicker of panic flashed in the extreme ice wolf king's eyes, and it quickly stood up, raising its front paw to block. Crack! The ice blade struck hard against the extreme ice wolf king's front paw, instantly cleaving it in two. A whoa! The extreme ice wolf king let out a piercing howl, blood gushing from its severed paw, staining the white snow beneath it. Following this, a layer of white frost appeared on its body, slowing its movements. However, the intense pain drove the extreme ice wolf king into a frenzy. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a close-range, icy breath towards the now nearby Cheng Lu. Cheng Lu wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Thud! The icy breath struck fiercely against Cheng Lu's left arm. In an instant, Cheng Lu's left arm was frozen into an ice block, the bone-chilling cold spreading throughout her body. Cheng Lu cried out in pain, then quickly activated her technique to dissolve the ice on her shoulder. While dissolving the ice, Cheng Lu endured the excruciating pain and raised her right hand to swing the ice blade down fiercely at the extreme ice wolf king's neck. PSH'd. The slowed extreme ice wolf king could not dodge in time, and the ice blade easily pierced through its neck, emerging from its nape. The extreme ice wolf king's body stiffened suddenly, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading. It staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before completely losing its breath. Ding! Cheng Lu from Lungwa, first to kill the crayed ferocious beast. The extreme ice wolf king has gained one golden treasure chest. Seeing the wolf king slain, all the extreme ice wolves ceased their attacks, looking at Cheng Lu with fear in their eyes. Cheng Lu seized this opportunity and immediately flapped her ice spirit wings, desperately flying away. By the time the extreme ice wolves reacted, Cheng Lu had already flown far. They could only roar in anger from their spot, but were powerless to do anything. Cheng Lu crossed over a snow-capped mountain and flew several kilometers further until she could no longer see any trace of the extreme ice wolves before daring to stop. She landed on a flat patch of snow, panting heavily, her body soaked in sweat. She noticed that the ice on her left arm had melted, but her heart still raced with fear. Fortunately, the defense of her polar biosuit was strong enough, only freezing the surface without injuring the bone. Moreover, with the techniques and ice spiritual power she acquired from her legacy, this minor injury had little impact on her. However, her left arm remained red and swollen, causing sharp pain with the slightest movement. She continued to activate her technique, and as the technique progressed, the injury on her shoulder began to fade. Cheng-Lu let out a long breath, resting against a chunk of ice. Although she had sustained minor injuries, she had finally escaped. In the Longhua live broadcast room, netizens breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. I really thought Sister Cheng-Lu was going to meet her end there. That was too thrilling. Sister Cheng-Lu was so brave to dare fight against the peak Crate Extreme Ice Wolf King. Thankfully, she managed to kill the Wolf King in the end, otherwise it would have been truly over. Sister Cheng-Lu's left arm was frozen. It must be very painful. My heart aches for her. Sister Cheng-Lu, please be careful and don't push yourself so hard again. Yes, when encountering danger, just run for it. Preserving life is the most important thing. The viewers from Lighthouse Nation and Sakura Nation were extremely disappointed. Damn it. How can this woman's life be so tough? How did she manage to escape? Such a pity. She was so close to being devoured by the extreme ice wolves. This time she was just lucky. Next time she won't be so fortunate. Exactly. There are many more powerful, ferocious beasts in the northern snowfield, though she will eventually meet her end. Cheng-Lu rested for about an hour, her strength recovering a bit, and the injury on her left arm was almost healed. She moved her shoulders, feeling no issues, then organized her equipment and determined her direction, walking towards the eastern royal city. The snowmobile sped across the northern snowfield. After this battle, she had become more cautious. She no longer traversed the open valleys, but chose to progress along the edge of the forest, providing herself with places to hide in case of danger. Time passed quickly, and evening soon arrived. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the white expanse of snow, dyeing the entire world in gold, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. However, Cheng-Lu had no mood to appreciate the scenery. She was now exhausted and hungry, only wanting to find a safe place to rest and eat something. She found a cave sheltered from the wind, cleared the accumulated snow inside, and set up a fireplace to start a fire. The warm flames dispelled the cold, making Cheng-Lu feel much more comfortable. She took out some jerky and water from her spatial bracelet and began to eat slowly. After finishing her meal, she disguised the cave, set up her tent inside, and fell into a deep sleep. However, she did not sleep too soundly. Sleeping too deeply here could lead to unforeseen dangers. The next morning, as dawn broke, Cheng-Lu woke up. After a night of rest, her strength was fully restored, and the injury on her left arm had completely healed. She extinguished the flames in the fireplace, exited the cave, and continued heading towards the eastern royal city. To save time, Cheng-Lu decided to use her ice spirit wings to fly for a distance. She flapped her wings slowly, ascending into the air, flying forward. After flying for about 10 kilometers, Cheng-Lu felt her spiritual power depleting and was preparing to land and rest. Just then a sharp screech reached her ears. Cheng-Lu's expression changed instantly. She quickly lifted her head to look in the direction from which the sound